Chapter 291. At this moment, energy poured from the blade of the sword into the back of the fire giant's hand, and the dual energy of fire and earth's wailing began to violently surge out. The cracked wound spread from the back of the fire giant's hand, and various energies of different colors made the giant's arm tremble. At this moment, the giant seemed unable to hold the flaming giant's sword in his hand. He took a step back and wailed in pain. Ah! As the fire giant unconsciously retreated continuously, the whole ground was rumbled by his steps. Everyone stared at the top of the giant's head. They had never seen a world-class boss lose so much blood in just a few seconds. Along with the red characters floating up like crazy above his head, the boss's third blue blood bar also disappeared. Compared with the level 30 world boss Anna, the god of fire has one more blood, purple after the black blood bar, blue after the purple, and red after the blue. Not only that, when the red blood bar appears, it is still decreasing in an orderly manner. Fuck, what kind of damage is this? There seem to be only 4 people climbing up to the boss's hand? Someone stared at the top of his head. Is this the damage that 4 people can deal? I think I just heard that the boss in this world has 3 stages. I think he will die soon. What the hell? Even though there are 4 people dealing damage, why is the programmer still the one with the highest damage value on the damage panel? Hey, what do you think? Are the remaining 3 people the summons of the programmer god? Ah, why didn't I know that the programmer was a summoner? At this point, people turned their heads and glanced at the output page. As they discussed, as time went by, the programmer's damage had reached 99%, and the damage of all the others added up to only 1%. If it was because the output frequency of others was not as high as that of the programmer, it would be understandable, but the masked man did not give others a chance to attack. In this short period of time, the boss was almost killed. Stop discussing this. If you just stand there any longer, the boss will die. At this point, people finally reacted and rushed towards the fire giant regardless of everything. Before the boss died, they had to touch it at least once, even if it was only once. They still understood the principle of first come first served. After all, after the world boss was settled, the system would reward according to the output rankings. The output value of the top 50, top 10, or top 3 would all have different levels of rewards. As the red blood bar appeared, the fire giant finally stopped after retreating several steps. The continuous damage of the earth's wail had disappeared. The huge boss swung his arms violently. As a hurricane came, the 3 people standing on the back of his hand had no time to stand firm. The feeling of weightlessness came, and they fell down the next moment. Lord! The roar of the yellow hammer came from near and far, and finally disappeared from Lin Chen's sight. The sword that Lin Chen stabbed into the back of the fire giant's hand was not pulled out, so Lin Chen could hold the handle tightly without being thrown out. After another struggle, the fire giant suddenly knelt on one knee, supporting the ground with 2 giant swords in his hands at the same time. He lowered his head and stopped moving, and his health bar finally fell to 2/3 of the red blood tank. Lin Chen frowned. The huge fire giant stopped any movement, and he knelt there dully, as if dead. But the health bar above his head showed that there was still a part, so it should not be possible to be killed like this. At this time, all kinds of players finally ran to the bottom of the giant. They first raised their heads to look at the motionless boss, and then without saying much, they released skills to the boss like crazy. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Take advantage of this moment to deal damage. For a moment, the special effects of the dazzling skills continued to expand outward, like exploding fireworks. But no matter how many people there were, or how messy the skills they released were, the boss's health bar didn't move at all. Something's wrong. Yupatian also discovered something. Unlike the other players who rushed forward, he retreated slightly without being noticed. In his memory, as a second-round player, he had also participated in the crusade against the god of blazing fire in his previous life, but he still remembered that the god of blazing fire would not show this state. But why is he kneeling on the ground and not moving? The weirdest thing is that no matter how many thousand players bombarded him, the boss didn't lose any blood. Did you notice it, beautiful lady? Feng Chen also noticed something. He was ready to rush forward like the crowd, but he turned back halfway. At this moment, he looked at Elena. Why is the boss's blood bar not going down? On the damage panel, the attacks caused by those players were recorded one by one. As time went on, the 99% damage caused by Lin Chen had become 55% under the joint attack of others. After all, with so many players attacking together, it is still very easy to divide the damage value. I don't know, I don't remember this boss becoming like this. Elena frowned, and an ominous feeling rushed into her mind. on the back of the boss's hand. Lin Chen's pupils were gradually getting bigger, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He looked down at his feet at this time. After becoming a fire giant, the skin of the world boss was composed of endless fire and magma, but from just now to now, Lin Chen could walk on the fire giant as if it were flat ground. But at this moment, Lin Chen seemed to be able to see something coming out from the bottom of the giant's skin. Gurgle. Lin Chen could even hear some movement coming from below. Oh no! Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. He instantly activated the king's domain to its maximum state. As the thick fog spread, Lin Chen suddenly jumped up. Huh? Feng Chen was puzzled when he saw Lin Chen jump down from such a high place. Why did my brother Lin jump down? A few seconds later, Lin Chen landed with a bang, and the 30,000 health bar above his head was reduced by almost half in an instant. But he didn't have time to care about the damage from falling, and ran away like crazy. After the movement speed bonus of the monarch's domain, Lin Chen's speed was so fast that it was exaggerated, but he was still not satisfied. The energy gradually radiated from the body of the huge boss, who was kneeling on one knee behind him, made him need to leave as much as possible. Monarch, I help you. Beside him, among the 3 undead followers who fell down before, Shield Mountain and Altair were still alive, but Huang Dachui's health was not as high as theirs, and he turned into smoke and returned to Lin Chen's body first. At this moment, Altair was running beside Lin Chen, and he immediately released one of his speed-enhancing skills. Quick Shadow Mark. All friendly units covered by this skill will increase their movement speed by 35% in a short period of time. Instantly, Lin Chen's movement speed was increased to another level. A few seconds later, Lin Chen had already arrived beside Feng Chen, Elena and others. Before they could ask why Lin Chen was running so nervously, Lin Chen released several sage defense skills to the people around him. Seeing this, Shield Mountain did not hesitate and followed suit, using all his defensive skills. No one knew what would happen next. At this moment, a sharp and piercing buzzing sound cut through the sky, and everyone looked up at the boss. Around the huge fire giant's body, more and more players rushed over to release skills at him, completely ignoring that the fire giant's body had turned into a strange color that was almost transparent. When the ice cone released by a mage player hit the fire giant's body, it seemed to activate a bomb device. The next moment, the fire giant's body exploded. Boom! The huge shock wave was like a violent beast, instantly swallowing up everyone around. Chapter 292. The world boss, the blazing god, blew himself up. The power of the explosion was like a nuclear bomb on Earth. First, an unprecedented black cloud quietly spread and gathered from the fire giant's body to the surroundings. Then, accompanied by a roar, time seemed to freeze. Then, a dazzling ball of light suddenly expanded at the center of the explosion. Its brightness quickly overshadowed the sun in just 2 seconds, and it submerged everything around it in the dazzling light. This light not only impacts the vision, but also reflects the extreme temperature. The air is instantly ionized under high temperature. In this special world separated from the land of the hunting god, the players seem to have discovered a hot plasma ocean in the air. Fuck. The players who were close to it now stopped their actions of dealing damage. They stared at the sudden approaching explosion shock wave with dull eyes. Then, a destructive shock wave spread around at supersonic speed, destroying everything wherever it passed. The black rocky land was torn to pieces like paper, and the special rock groups and burning mountains within sight, even the scorching sun above, were deformed and twisted under the ravages of the shock wave. Except for the players, who were madly releasing skills around the world boss, the other players, who were running towards the boss, were also stunned. They stared blankly at the instant when the health bar above their heads disappeared. Before they could react, the shock wave formed by the explosion changed their form. Not to mention the players, all the solid materials within the explosion range seemed so fragile in front of this force. They were thrown into the air, fell heavily, and turned into dust. After that, the shockwave finally reached the area where Lin Chen and the others were. What the hell? Feng Chen now knew why Lin Chen ran away like crazy. Who would have thought that the world boss would explode without any warning at this critical moment? And the most fatal thing was that the range and power of the explosion were too exaggerated. Even though they hid so far away, everyone could still feel a wave of heat sweeping over them and hitting their faces. Dun Shan was the first to understand. He held the shield and pushed it hard in front of everyone. Then came the wind of the chasm of the 2 female elves, Elena and Chiluo. According to the description of the land of the hunting god, the wind wall formed by this skill is invincible and should be able to withstand the explosion. But when the wind wall was easily smashed by the aftermath of the explosion, Elena was shocked. It's useless. This explosion can ignore the invincibility state. The wind wall can't stop it, Lin Chen whispered. Then, the fire wave covered everyone. I don't know how long it took. When Lin Chen patted the ashes on his body and stood up from the ruined ground, the surroundings had already become a devastated scene. There was not a single stone intact in sight. Even the sky of this world was torn into a red hell shape by the explosion. Now the only thing floating in the air was the damage page. On the page, the damage ratio caused by each player to the world boss was still written. Lin Chen looked up at the health bar above his head. Huh? He even thought he had seen it wrong. Before the explosion, his health bar had more than 15,000 left, but now, it was still more than 15,000. It shouldn't be. Lin Chen subconsciously glanced around. Whether it was the undead followers nearby or other players in the distance, even Elena Feng Chen and others were already on the verge of death. Lin Chen was the only player standing on the entire field. If this explosion was enough to kill the fully armed Shield Mountain, he would not have survived. It was too strange. Why was he unscathed in such an explosion? After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Chen quickly came to Gardenia's side and released a heavenly corridor at Gardenia, who was lying on the ground. A burst of light fell, and a blood bar reappeared above the dying Gardenia's head. The girl took a deep breath and then coughed madly. She screamed and got up from the ground, shaking off countless ashes and ruins. Captain? Gardenia turned her head and looked at the world in a daze, and then looked at Lin Chen with some fear. Now, besides him and Lin Chen, Feng Chen and Elena were lying on the ground. Looking at Gardenia being resurrected by himself, Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the skills could be released, and there was no change in the world. Gardenia, do you have enough blue bar to fill the heaven corridor? Lin Chen asked. But no one answered him. Everything was silent around him. Lin Chen could only hear the rustling sound. He looked back with some caution. Gardenia was still standing not far from him, but her posture was in a special state. It was funny that time had stopped. Time stopped? Lin Chen suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked around. Just as he thought, just like the moon goddess Anna, the time flowing around him had also stopped. While Lin Chen was paying more attention, the friction sound just now was getting closer and closer. Finally, a man in a fiery red robe walked out of the ashes in front of him. He waved his hand to brush away the ashes suspended in the air due to the suspension of time. After taking a few steps closer, he greeted Lin Chen. Hello, second round player. Lin Chen looked at the man in front of him with some vigilance. He was none other than the so-called level 40 world boss, the god of blazing fire. But Lin Chen had never thought that the blazing god would become the same size as himself, just like a player. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Did you do it? What do you mean? The man said. I was not blown to death by you. Did you do it on purpose? Lin Chen asked. No. The blazing god shook his head. The reason you didn't die is because you had a special item on you, and it saved your life. Hearing this, Lin Chen realized something and quickly opened his backpack to take a look. Yes, the item called Heart of God is now glowing. Chapter 293. So that's how it is. Lin Chen muttered. So that's what Xiaoyun meant at that time. Who would have thought that because he was carrying the Heart of God, he could survive the self-explosion of the god of blazing fire? So what kind of item is it equivalent to? A life-saving charm? An invincible coin? When Lin Chen stared at the Heart of God in his backpack and looked at it carefully, the god of blazing fire asked with interest. So that's how it is? What does it mean? Lin Chen did not answer. He closed his backpack and looked up and down at the god of blazing fire. The boss of this world was now wearing a red robe, not the one made of flames as before. He looked extremely elegant in his gestures. When Lin Chen was looking at him, the god of blazing fire actually found a dying player and sat down on him. He crossed his legs and motioned Lin Chen to find a place to sit. Anna told me before that there was a very exaggerated player who might make me shine. I didn't believe it at first. He stared at Lin Chen and suddenly laughed. Now I believe it. This statement made Lin Chen's eyes light up. Anna told you? Lin Chen asked in confusion. As a level 30 world boss, wasn't Anna killed by the players? How did she tell you? When saying this, Lin Chen suddenly paused, and a special idea popped up in his mind. Maybe Anna is not dead at all. Maybe these so-called world bosses. The god of blazing fire seemed a little curious when he saw Lin Chen's performance. He raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen. Why, guess something? Lin Chen sighed. He looked up at the time that was imprisoned around him, and suddenly smiled. I found that your world boss likes to pause time very much. How come, after becoming the world boss, each of you holds a time hourglass in your hand? The blazing god smiled. I have to say, you are quite humorous. But at this time, the blazing god supported his knees and stood up, his hands behind his back, and his tone became serious. Friend, I don't know how you got to this point. The blazing god pointed his finger at the damage panel floating above his head, on which Lin Chen's cliff-like damage percentage was clearly written. But I want to remind you that in the future, you better cherish your life. After all, you are the first variable I have seen so far. Lin Chen frowned slightly and shrugged. Oh? What do you mean? The blazing god sighed. Do you know why you players appear in the land of the hunting god? Hearing this, Lin Chen finally stood up straight. Yes, the person in front of him was just like Anna at the beginning, trying to tell him something. I can probably guess. Lin Chen replied. Of course, you are already level 49. As a second-round player, you should have returned to the abyss twice. The blazing god continued. So you should know what we are really facing. Lin Chen did not speak, just looked at the other party, waiting for the next words. Seeing that Lin Chen was silent, the blazing god had to continue. Even if the land of the hunting god has reincarnated once, the overall strength of the current player group is still a mess. You have to know that we, the world bosses, have already dealt with you once. Even though you are stronger now than in the first round, you still cannot fight against Su. If the creator of the land of the hunting god has this ability, why doesn't he kill those Su himself? Instead, he strengthens us players. Sorry, my friend, you should know that there are some things that even we, the world bosses, cannot say. I know, but I don't know which questions to ask and which questions not to ask. Lin Chen frowned. He was very annoyed by the restrictions of the land of the hunting god. The spirit pet user, who had said one more word to him, was inexplicably deleted by the system. But Lin Chen didn't know what the restrictions were, and he was very careful in his conversations with the NPC, fearing that he would accidentally kill the other party. Alas! Then let me ask it in a different way. Lin Chen sighed first. He looked around, did not see the shadow of the hourglass, and did not know when the paused time would return to normal. When is the land of the hunting god going to send us back to the real world to face the ruins? The blazing god hesitated for a while, as if he was considering whether to say these words. You can't talk about these questions either? Lin Chen pointed around helplessly. Didn't you crush the hourglass? The hourglass is not omnipotent. If that lord wants, the time pause caused by the hourglass can be easily eliminated by him. The blazing god replied. Hearing this, Lin Chen thought of something. That lord? He asked. Stay in the tent, look like an old woman? The blazing god suddenly stopped pacing back and forth. He turned his head and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Have you seen that adult? Lin Chen did not deny it, but seeing that the other party was so nervous, he knew that he could not dwell on this issue for too long. So he waved to the blazing god tacitly. Let's get back to the topic just now. The blazing god was a little dazed, and he nodded to Lin Chen gratefully. After a while, he asked back, Do you know what the highest level is in the land of hunting gods? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He really didn't know this because he was level 80 when he died in Mengza Flower Corridor in his previous life, and the highest level on the ladder list at that time was level 86. When he reached level 80, Lin Chen had already learned all the skills that should be learned on the market, including the first awakening and second awakening skills. So when he heard the question from the god of blazing fire, he shook his head. I don't know. The other party grinned. The current highest level is 100. As long as someone reaches level 100 first and learns the third awakening skill, the land of the hunting god will be closed. Oh no, it should be said that the service will be suspended. He paused and said in a grim tone. At that time, all players and NPCs in the entire land of the hunting god will be sent back to their own worlds and face the overwhelming ruins. Chapter 294. Level 100? Lin Chen asked in disbelief. You mean, as long as someone reaches this condition, the hunting god land will be shut down directly? The blazing god nodded, acquiescing. Wouldn't that be? Lin Chen frowned. It seems a little unfair to other players. Fair? The blazing god didn't expect Lin Chen to say that. Yes, if some players, who are specifically for leveling up reach this condition, wouldn't other players who really want to become stronger and don't concentrate on upgrading lose the opportunity to continue practicing? The blazing god pondered what Lin Chen meant, and after a while, he understood. He smiled grimly. If you want to practice longer in the land of the hunting god, then don't let anyone reach level 100 first. Lin Chen was stunned. Is it still possible? While Lin Chen was thinking, the blazing god sighed. Anything else you want to ask? Time is running out, and the hourglass will run out in a moment. He opened his arms to Lin Chen. You only need to attack me once. With your damage, I will definitely die. Then this dungeon will be opened and everyone in the land of the hunting god will be upgraded to level 50. Lin Chen came back to his senses. He had nothing to ask. The other party couldn't answer or didn't dare to answer what he wanted to ask. He immediately shook his head, no more. But the god of blazing fire laughed mysteriously at this time. Then I tell you a secret. Well, strictly speaking, it's not a secret. After all, once I die, it won't be long before you will have a hint in your brain. The boss of this world seems to like to keep people in suspense. Compared with the moon goddess Anna, Lin Chen is really tired of talking to him. What's the matter? Seeing that Lin Chen was a little interested, the fire god smiled even more strangely. When I die, the land of the hunting god will start an unprecedented cleansing. At that time, all the novice villages will be closed. After these words came out, Lin Chen didn't react for a while, but as time went by, Lin Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he subconsciously, what does this mean? Close all novice villages. Explain it clearly. Lin Chen took a step forward and stood close to the blazing god. The blazing god raised his hands in surrender and chuckled. I've made it very clear. As soon as I die, the 50-level upgrade limit of the hunting god land will be opened. At the same time, the system will forcibly close the novice village in the entire hunting god land. All those who are currently hiding in the novice village and dare not come out will die. But don't worry, they will just return to reality after they die, but... TSK. His face was full of helplessness, as if to say that these cowards, who were less than level 10 would return to reality and become cannon fodder. But Lin Chen was a little puzzled. Rather than saying that this was the second round, this kind of thing didn't happen last time. Closing the novice village? You should know that there are 3 types of main cities in the current hunting god land. The first is the intermediate main city where they are now, similar to the Emerald Paradise. All players in the hunting god land can only enter it after reaching level 40 and defeating the level 30 world boss moon goddess Anna. The second is the low-level main city, similar to the previous White Moon City. The requirements for entering the low-level main city are not high. If you walk all the way from the novice village, even if you don't reach level 20 along the way, you will basically enter it. The last one is the extremely large number of novice villages. It is no exaggeration to say that the most numerous gathering places in the entire hunting god land are the novice villages. According to Lin Chen's understanding, the number of these novice villages is hundreds of millions. And in each novice village, there are at least more than 10,000 people when the hunting god land is launched. I still remember that in the last life, when Lin Chen had reached level 75, he returned to the novice village for a special mission. When he entered the novice village, he was surprised to find that the entire novice village was full of people, and most of the players were around level 5 or 6. The proportion of these low-level people was very exaggerated. If there were 10,000 players in a novice village, the number of players who would never leave the novice village until they died would account for at least 70%. They had already regarded the novice village as a safe haven for survival in the land of the hunting god. Compared with those players who went to the wild to upgrade, these people only thought that the novice village was the safest. Even if you let them go out, they would not appreciate your kindness. It could be that they think these people are cowards, or that they have never had any so-called gaming experience. In any case, this huge group of people will face the choice of life and death. Is the system forcing players to upgrade on their own initiative? Lin Chen whispered. The blazing god did not comment. What else? Let so many novice villages support those trash. The establishment of the land of the hunting god was originally to train players to deal with the ruins. The so-called novice village is the stepping stone for players to first enter the land of the hunting god, but in the eyes of those people, it has become a place to save lives. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The blazing god continued. They only dare to kill some level 0 monsters fireflies. If the monsters are higher in level, they dare not even kill some scorpion-tailed rats. What's the point of keeping these people? Although Lin Chen did not deny it, when he thought of the large number of players, he continued, it seems that the land of the hunting god is going to enter a round of panic. Who said it wasn't true? If this news is spread, the players who now account for the largest number of people in the entire land of the hunting god will be forced to step out of the novice village. At that time, the entire hunting god land will begin to be in chaos. The blazing god put down his arms, raised his head, and said the last sentence. Okay, my friend, do your best to become stronger. At least so far, you are the one that Anna and I are optimistic about. We will wait for you on the throne of level 100 in the hunting god land. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of glass breaking above his head. The next moment, time around him flowed again, and the ashes and ruins floating in the air fell to the ground. Captain, be careful. Gardenia suddenly came to her senses. She hurriedly ran behind Lin Chen, and looked at the blazing god in front of her vigilantly. The blazing god raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen, and gave him a look that said you know. Then, he suddenly raised his arms, and huge fiery fireballs gathered from his palms. As if reciting a line, the blazing god shouted in a deep voice. Humble ants, go to hell. Lin Chen sighed, and he took out his bow and arrow. After hesitating for a moment, he shot an arrow at the world boss on the opposite side. Swish! The arrow sank into the stream of fire, and the god of fire staggered back several steps. No! No! You actually killed me. You? Ah. His poor acting skills made Lin Chen cover his forehead unconsciously. But Gardenia behind him seemed very happy. Captain, you killed him. Lin Chen was a little speechless. Chapter 295. When the flames on the god of blazing fire gradually dissipated, and the roar gradually died down, the surroundings finally returned to calm. There was even a sense of silence around, but there were still burning flames in the distance, and magma was still flowing in the sea of fire. Gardenia looked around nervously. She first glanced at her blue bar. When she was about to try to drink a bottle of blue medicine to release Heaven Corridor for Feng Chen, Elena and others, she suddenly felt a little dizzy. Lin Chen beside him also put away his bow and arrow at this moment, as if waiting for something. Sure enough, just 5 seconds later, a series of exaggerated prompt sounds began to sound one after another from Lin Chen and Gardenia's brains. First, the public prompt sound resounded throughout the minds of all players in the land of the hunting god. Ding! Congratulations, the world boss. God of blazing fire has been killed, the level 49 upgrade limit has been eliminated, and all the chosen will be able to successfully upgrade to level 50. Ding! The output ranking of this world boss has been announced, and all the chosen can be in ladder ranking. Then, there was a sound that only those who participated in the world boss crusade, or only Lin Chen, could hear. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, you participated in the world boss kill, and the special reward is being calculated for you. Ding! It is detected that you are a red named player, you are the world boss hunter, and you have obtained the only achievement. Even if it is a god, I will kill it for you to see, and the achievement reward will be issued to your backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you are the player with the highest damage output value of this world boss, and the special reward has been issued to your backpack. Ding! You have completed the achievement. Fire extinguisher, and the achievement reward has been issued to your backpack. Ding! Congratulations to the second round players, you have received this special second round reward package, please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the second round players, you have completed this world boss crusade, and you will receive additional Guishu power. Ding! These voices came one after another, and Lin Chen even had to work hard to capture what they said from the noisy voices. After a full minute, the sounds gradually stopped. When the last prompt sounded, Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Attention! The system has detected that your backpack is full. Your reward will be issued to your professional guide NPC, and you can pick it up at that time. The number of prompt sounds in his head is far more than that of Gardenia, so that when he came to his senses, Gardenia had already blinked her big eyes and stared at him. Captain, why can't I use skills now? Gardenia has filled up the blue bar, but no matter whether he is facing Feng Chen or Elena, he can't release Heaven Corridor. Then she tried a few more times, let alone Heaven Corridor. She couldn't release any skills. Lin Chen waved his hand to Gardenia. No need, now is the dungeon settlement period. We are all in a silent state. As Lin Chen said, with a strange low hum like drum beats, the world made up of endless flames and boiling magma in sight began to show signs of collapse. The endless flaming mountains in the distance lost their support, and the huge pillars of fire began to sway, collapse, and finally turned into flying sparks and magma fragments. These hot fragments drew dazzling light in the air, and then scattered into nothingness, turning into dust and nothingness. A huge hole opened in the middle of the sea of fire, which was composed of magma and fire. The boiling magma gushed out like a flood, and then was quickly swallowed by the surrounding darkness, and disappeared at the junction of reality and illusion. Just like Anna's challenge field, this area of the god of fire was finally broken, and turned into ruins after he was killed. The sulfur and metal smell in the air gradually faded, replaced by a fresh and slightly cool wind. As far as the eye could see, the blazing and dazzling lights gradually dimmed. In less than half a minute, the entire flame world turned into a huge flat land that Lin Chen was somewhat familiar with. In the center of the flat land was a huge stone pillar like white jade. After killing each world boss, players would be teleported to this place. Looking around, there were only Lin Chen and Gardenia around. Captain, why are there only two of us? Gardenia looked around in a panic, but in this strange area, only Lin Chen could be seen, not to mention Elena and Feng Chen. Even the thousands of players who participated in the crusade had disappeared. It was as if they were the only two who entered the challenge field of the world boss from the beginning to the end. It should be that after the boss died, the system recognized that the players who were still alive were considered to have passed the level. Lin Chen also looked around. Under the explosion, everyone fell into a state of near death, so, thinking of this, Lin Chen glanced at his backpack. When he saw Heart of God, he was slightly stunned. It was not that the Heart of God disappeared, but another item appeared on the right side of the Heart of God. God's Soul? Lin Chen muttered the name of this item. Like the Heart of God, this so-called God's Soul also has a confusing description. Special item, cannot be traded, cannot be discarded, description, none. Could this thing help me when I kill the level 50 world boss? Lin Chen muttered to himself, or, will it save my life? Before entering the world boss venue, his backpack was already filled with miscellaneous things. It stands to reason that no items can be distributed, but will be sent to the professional guide NPC for safekeeping, just like the mailbox in ordinary games. But this god spirit broke into his backpack very savagely, and squeezed out some props. Lin Chen sighed, and closed his backpack immediately. Let's go, we should go out, Lin Chen said. Afterwards, he and Gardenia walked to the central teleportation stone one after the other, and reached out to touch the stone. A beam of light fell from the sky, and then Lin Chen and Gardenia disappeared. Chapter 296. At this moment, in the land of the hunting god, the ball of fire above his head gradually disappeared with the fall of the god of fire. For ordinary players, this can prove one thing. The world boss has been captured. At the same time, in a novice village. It feels like we are not playing the same game. A level 9 knight stood at the entrance of the spider cave, hesitating whether to join a team. There was basically no one at the entrance of the cave dungeon. It was already sunset, and the few people in front of him were the first team he met today. Forget it, I won't go. The knight shook his head, and decided not to take the risk. Just as he turned around and prepared to leave, a notification sound of the world boss being defeated suddenly came from his head. He stopped and sighed. The others beside him were also attracted by these notification sounds. After a while, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Damn, we can all reach level 50 now, but we haven't even left the novice village yet. How embarrassing. A warrior covered his face and sighed. But the people around them knew that it was not that they did not have the ability, but that they were unwilling, or dare not. They were still somewhat confident in the face of the monsters near the novice village, but when they thought about leaving this place and going to the so-called god-hunting land to fight countless powerful monsters, or even to kill gods, they wilted. When they lived in the original real world, these people basically did not play games, and some even parents hated these so-called games that poisoned their children's physical and mental health. What was the phrase? Electronic opium. As long as the children like to play games, they will think that the children are addicted, and they will stop them at all costs, and even report them to the higher-ups. But who could have thought that one day, they would be forced to teleport to such a game world? They don't know anything, and they don't understand anything. What attack power, what double resistance and double defense, and what warriors, knights, healing assassins, they are confused. As time goes by, they even hear news of people dying in the wild near the novice village or near the spider cave. No one knows if the players will really die, but this extremely real feeling gradually dispels their doubts. Yes, once they die, they are really dead. They can't die in such an unclear place. TSK, what a bullshit world boss. 50 levels is great. A player lying on a stone under the waterfall in the northwest of the novice village smiled coldly. It's none of my business, as long as it doesn't interfere with me. Players like him can be found everywhere in the area where the waterfall is located. Their levels are basically distributed between level 6 and level 7. In the land of the hunting god, players will not be hungry, and naturally they will not starve to death. As long as you pay attention to your stamina bar and health bar, you seem to be immortal. Moreover, the novice village is very safe. All the monsters here are neutral monsters. As long as you don't attack them, they will never attack you actively. Moreover, some places in these novice villages have beautiful scenery, just like this waterfall. Some girls even took off their shoes and equipment and stepped into the pool under the waterfall to play in the water. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. I never understand what those people who keep upgrading are thinking. Isn't it good to be comfortable here? That's right. In this world, as long as the health bar is not bottomed out, we won't die. It's so cool. You all forgot the most important point. A wretched player suddenly touched the butt of the healing player who was passing by. If you do it here, it's no different from the feeling you get in the real world. The healing player who was touched turned his head and glared at him fiercely, and then didn't pursue it too much, and trotted all the way to the pool. So, change your mindset and look at the problem. This is heaven. The player lying on the stone breathed a sigh of relief. No more overtime, and no more looking at the faces of the clients. But just as they were laughing, their brains felt groggy again. This indicated that another reminder sound was about to appear. Damn, the only thing that's annoying is that there are these weird noises coming out every now and then. You have to listen to them, and it's useless to cover your ears. Damn it. When the players were complaining, a reminder sounded. Attention, attention, attention. 3 consecutive reminders made everyone slightly stunned. It seemed that this was the first time they heard such a strange reminder sound since entering the land of the hunting god. Attention, some players have reached level 50, and the system will begin to close the novice village one after another. Players who have not left the novice village should complete their tasks and leave as soon as possible. If the players have not left after the countdown, they will be wiped out by the system. Attention, a player has reached level 50 the system. The system broadcasted twice in a row, and then, in the stunned eyes of everyone, it continued to sound. Novice village closing countdown. 3599/3600. Novice village closing countdown. 3598/3600. Novice village closing countdown. 3597/3600. All the novice village players on the rocks, under the waterfalls, in the pools were a little dazed, their faces still showing the smile that had not disappeared in time just now, which looked extremely strange. No, what does it say? A player blinked. Close the novice village. What does that mean? Eliminate. What does that mean? Huh? Before he could come to his senses, the players who had come to their senses had already started to run to the village in a hurry. No, don't run, someone explain it to me. The man was still a little confused. The player lying on the stone also jumped off the stone at this moment. He put on his equipment, picked up his weapon, and opened his task list in a panic. Let me check the task. Let me check kill 20 wolves. There are 2 left. I have to go kill wolves. I have to keep killing wolves? His eyes were fierce, and he was shaking as he spoke. Not only him, but all kinds of players in the novice village were frantically accepting new tasks, and trying to complete them. 3,600 seconds, which means we have 1 hour left. Damn, it's not enough. I'm only fucking level 5 now, level 5. Some people screamed, and some people collapsed on the ground. No. I don't want to go out. For a while, the novice villages in every corner of the land of the hunting god began to riot. The player groups inside were extremely large. At this moment, they were like ants on a hot pot, running around like crazy. The entrance of the only copy of the novice village spider cave was completely overcrowded at this moment, and people began to shout loudly and frantically. Hurry up! There are 2 missing. Come in quickly. Don't delay, you will all die if you dawdle. I give you a healer. Healer, healer. Oh no, the healer level is not enough now, all are level 4 and 5. Fuck. Chapter 297. At the same time, somewhere in the emerald paradise of the hunting god land. After the world boss battle, the dying players have been teleported back to the main city one after another by the system, and Feng Chen and Liliana are no exception. They are standing in the teleportation square at this time, surrounded by people everywhere. Looking around, fortunately Lin Chen and Gardenia are not far away. After meeting up with Lin Chen and the others, Feng Chen looked at his backpack and found that a resurrection coin was consumed as expected. Elena was fine, but Feng Chen sighed and seemed to be beating his chest. Alas, I really didn't get any benefit from the world boss this time. Feng Chen took another look at his backpack. There was nothing in it except some participation rewards given by the system after the boss died. After all, before the boss died, they were already on the verge of death due to the explosion. In addition, before they were on the verge of death, Feng Chen forgot to follow the other players to brush up the damage, resulting in his own damage being brushed down by other players early. Except for Lin Chen and Jizi, the rest of the people standing there were no different from those who had nothing. Sister, did you get any treasure? Feng Chen had to focus his attention on Jizi. Tell me about it so I can envy you. I seem to have some gift bags, and a lot of props, and it seems that there are a lot of experience capsules. When she said this, Shizi was obviously a little surprised. If I eat the capsules, I seem to be able to reach level 50. Hearing this, Feng Chen looked even more uncomfortable. He turned his face towards Lin Chen, and was about to say something. Suddenly, 3 very strange prompt sounds came from his head. Attention, attention, attention. These 3 sounds startled everyone present. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but close his backpack and listen carefully. Then, the system issued a notice about the mandatory closure of the Novice Village. The Novice Village is going to be closed? Feng Chen was stunned, and even forgot what he was going to say to Lin Chen. After listening to these prompts, Lin Chen frowned slightly. It seems that the god of blazing fire did not lie to him, but he was not used to this completely different development trajectory from the previous life. Whether it was the news of the closure of the Novice Village, or the god of blazing fire, who just self-destructed. In other words, since the end of the god of blazing fire world war, the reincarnation cycle of the entire hunting god land has completely begun to change dramatically. That's right. Lin Chen muttered to himself. If what the god of fire said is correct, and the highest level in the land of the hunting god is 100, then level 50 is indeed a watershed. Mr. Lin. Elena, who was also in the second round, naturally had not heard of such an outrageous thing. She came to Lin Chen's side and looked at him thoughtfully. Lin Chen first stretched out his hand to indicate that she didn't need to pay too much attention, and then pointed to the backpack. Compared to this, you should take a look at the Guishu scroll first, Lin Chen said. Elena understood, and the female elf opened her backpack and checked the Guishu scroll. At this time, the scroll details page read, Guishu scroll, second round exclusive prop. After using this prop, the user will have 120 plus 60 minutes to return to their own real world. Please use it with caution. Yes, now they haven't even reached level 50, and the Guishu scroll has already begun to change to the next stage. And the time of Guishu has also become 2 hours. The two looked at each other, and closed their backpacks silently. The players around them began to discuss, and the topic of discussion was naturally the closure of the Novice Village in the land of the hunting god. Huh? It's really strange. Why did the system suddenly think of closing the Novice Village? Who knows, but it seems to have nothing to do with us. We are already level 40, and will never go back to the Novice Village. Yes, but those cowards hiding in the Novice Village will suffer. One person seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly sneered. Damn, I remember when I cleared the spider cave, and was about to go to the low-level main city, there was an old man mocking me, saying that I was so anxious to seek death. Now it's good, it's really a matter of karma, no one can escape from the heavens. When these players passed by Lin Chen and others, they discussed it without hesitation, and there was more or less a hint of teasing on their faces. After all, the lowest level of players who can come to the Emerald Paradise is 40. If they don't have special circumstances, they don't need to return to the Novice Village in this life. Now the Novice Village is about to be closed for them. It is a happy thing. Lin Chen ignored all this. He thought of something and opened a page again to take a look. Half a minute later, he turned around and spoke to Feng Chen, Elena and Gardenia. The guild war should start soon. This time. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, Feng Chen raised his hands first. Come on, brother Lin. If you have something to do, just go and deal with it. Leave the guild war to us. He originally planned to pat his chest and promise something, but when he thought that many people's combat power was actually much higher than those on the list, Feng Chen was no longer so sure. I go with him, Elena said. Lin Chen nodded. Well, then this time the D-level guild will be promoted to the C-level guild war. It's up to you. After that, Lin Chen started walking towards the church in the main city. After a while, Lin Chen came to the door of the church, the professional building for healers and knights, alone. After he stepped into it, he did not go directly to find a professional mentor, but looked around, and Lin Chen moved towards an area he had never set foot in. But before he had taken a few steps, a voice entered Lin Chen's ears. Sir Chosen One, please stay. The voice was not old, and sounded full of energy, but when Lin Chen turned his head, he found that it came from the mouth of an old man with white hair. Seeing this person, Lin Chen subconsciously raised his head to look at the top of his head. Sure enough, a line of words gradually appeared. Healer Occupation Guide. The most frustrating thing about the land of the hunting god is this. If you want to find a specific NPC, you can only keep contacting and talking to them one by one. After all, There is no prompt above the head of the NPC you have not contacted. If you want to find the NPC you are looking for at once, you can only wait for the other party to find you first. Lynch sighed. It seems that he is lucky, and the purpose of coming here is indeed to meet him. Chapter 298. Seeing Lynch approaching him, the guy gradually straightened his back, moved to the side, and revealed the huge storage box behind him. As the two gradually approached, the old man-like guide bowed to Lynch very politely. Lord Chosen One, if I am not mistaken, you should be the very mysterious player that the NPC has been talking about recently. Lynch also looked up and down at the old man in front of him, and he smiled slightly. Oh, what do you mean? The old man laughed, and he reached out and patted the huge storage box behind him. To be honest with you, Lord Chosen One, compared to other professional guides, I, as a healer professional guide, have never encountered such a situation today, whether before or now. As he spoke, he lowered his voice and continued mysteriously. Just now, I received 12 gift packages at once, including 4 achievement gift packages, 2 dungeon clearance gift packages, 2 extra reward gift packages, 1 second round special gift package, 1 special gift package for red-named players to clear the dungeon, 1 world boss output percentage highest gift package, and 1 is the first kill gift package that will only be available after the level 40 boss Blazing God is killed with the last blow. Lynch did not speak, waiting for the next words. The old man raised his waist. I can only get the props sent by the system under one condition, that is, when the backpack of a healer player is full, the system will have no choice but to distribute the reward items to me for temporary safekeeping. But you said that I have only received things from healer players. Even if it is the Saint Cultist who focuses on output, I have never heard of anyone being able to kill the world boss. The old man said a lot, and then stared at Lynch with a smile. Lynch also asked with interest, You told me so much, do you think that everything you keep is mine? The old man saw that Lynch was still willing to joke with him, so he naturally smiled. Of course, after I got these reward items, you are the first player I saw who didn't go to find a professional mentor. In addition, the color of your ID above your head is red, so it is easy to conclude that this, sir, you are the owner of these things. Lynch didn't comment, and finally nodded. Okay, it's mine. He stretched out his hand. I have cleaned up my backpack, you can give me the reward. The old man nodded repeatedly. This is the Chosen One's thing, so it must be returned to its original owner. As he said that, the old man started to prepare to open the storage box. However, when his hand was raised in the air, he suddenly paused, and his appearance was a little hesitant. Seeing the old man's attitude, Lynch became interested. What's wrong? The old man sighed. Chosen One, although we NPCs can't hear the prompts in your players' brains, I just learned something from some players' discussions. I heard that the system is going to close the novice village. Is it true? Lynch didn't expect an NPC to be interested in this matter. After hesitating for a while, he nodded, yes. After getting Lynch's affirmative answer, the old man's fingers trembled imperceptibly. He finally began to open the storage box. Hua la la. A chaotic noise was heard, and then 12 beams of light flashing with stars rushed towards where Lynch was. Finally, these streams of light circled above Lynch's head for a few circles, then fell directly down and completely merged into Lynch's body. At the same time, the empty slots in Lynch's backpack were filled together. As the old man said, 12, no more no less. Thank you. Lynch thanked him, and was about to leave when the old man suddenly said, If it is true, then the hunting land will start a large-scale cleanup. Lynch paused slightly as he was leaving, and he turned back. Massive cleanup? The old man didn't say anything, but just stared at Lynch silently. Lynch opened his mouth, but didn't ask any end. It seemed that the other party didn't dare to say the next words. If he did, he would probably be wiped out by the system. But even if these NPCs didn't say anything, Lynch could actually guess something now. Starting from the battle with the boss of the Blazing God, the second round of the Hunting God land has deviated from the development of the first round. The so-called creator may start to close the net. Or maybe he didn't have much time left, and there was no time to start the third and fourth rounds. In order to face the ruins, the system could only make a second choice, completely eliminate useless players, and instead focus on training more powerful players. But if that's the case, Lynch suddenly thought of something. I ask you a question, you don't need to answer me, just nod or shake your head. Lynch asked in a low voice, word by word. Excuse me, if this situation continues, will the system close low-level main cities and intermediate main cities one after another one day? As soon as these words came out, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up. He kept staring at Lynch, and after a long time, He nodded imperceptibly. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Really? Thank you. Nodding to the old man, Lin Chen frowned and turned away. Lin Chen did not leave the church, but went deeper and came to the deepest part of the hall. There stood a woman who looked like a nun, more than 2 meters tall, with sage written on her head. Skill instructor, Ruoan. Respected sage sir, welcome. The woman's voice was still so captivating. How can I help you? Lin Chen looked up at the charming face of the woman with some discomfort. He answered directly. I'm here to learn the first awakening skill. As soon as these words came out, not only Ruoan was slightly stunned, but even the Crusader instructor not far from Ruoan also looked over. Ruoan looked up and down at Lin Chen. Because he was wearing a mask, even NPCs could hardly see Lin Chen's level and attributes. Respected sage, if you want to learn the first awakening, you need to meet certain conditions. Are you at level 50? Lin Chen nodded. I just took 2 large experience capsules, and now I am level 50. Okay, then has your personal reputation reached 3,000 points? For 1,600 points, satisfied. Lin Chen replied. Then do you know that you need some special props and materials to perform the awakening ceremony? All of them. Lin Chen replied. On the way, Lin Chen had already spent 2 gold coins to buy enough materials and props at the auction house. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Okay, in this case, please follow me. Ruoan moved her graceful body and walked slowly to one side with lotus steps. Lin Chen suddenly felt a little dazed. He still remembered that the last time he changed his job, he was also taken to a room by an NPC in the church of Baiwest City. Seeing that Lin Chen did not move, Ruoan turned her head and said, Sage? Here you are. Lin Chen followed. Chapter 299. Just like the last time in Baiwest City, Lin Chen also followed the NPC all the way. The only difference was that the NPC who led the way was changed. Yes, Lin Chen was a little dazed, as if the architectural style around him was not much different from the previous Baiwest City church. Obviously, from the outside, the scale of this church in Emerald Paradise was much larger. Lin Chen did not say a word along the way this time. He just looked around silently and followed Ruoan without saying a word. During the process, he looked at the back of the nun in front of him intentionally or unintentionally. How to describe Ruoan's figure? Because she is very tall. If you look closely, the height of this female NPC is estimated to be 2 meters 3 or even higher. Ruoan will turn her head from time to time to talk to Lin Chen when she walks, and he can only look into her eyes when he raises his head. When he is not talking, Lin Chen will move his eyes down intentionally or unintentionally. Good guy. Lin Chen stared at the twisted part, coughed, and then quickly moved his eyes away. Nothing to see, not as good as Elena's well-proportioned figure. Lin Chen thought to himself. After a while, Ruoan finally stopped. In front of her was also a special room. At this time, the two stood in front of a half-open door. Ruoan moved her body and bowed to Lin Chen sideways. Sage, please come in. After saying that, the woman slowly pushed the door with one hand. She did not ask the people inside, but directly let Lin Chen in, which made Lin Chen a little concerned. This seems to be different from Baiwest City. Sage, an old friend is waiting for you. Old friend? Lin Chen looked at Ruoan thoughtfully, but this nun with a face like a sexy star smiled slightly, and just used her eyes to signal Lin Chen to enter. Now that he knows the settings of these NPCs, Lin Chen has no intention to communicate with them too much. Not to mention that Ruoan is still carrying a mission at this moment, Lin Chen can't ask her anything. Okay. He nodded slightly to Ruoan, then stepped into the door. When his heels were completely inside the room, the sound of the door closing came from behind him. Click. Lin Chen didn't even look back. He could already guess that Ruoan would close the door. He was looking straight ahead at this time. The layout of the room in front of him was also mainly in Western classical style. He looked up and saw that the walls of this room were covered with soft beige wallpaper with delicate patterns of clouds. In the center of the room, a huge picture frame was embedded in the carved window lattice. In the interweaving of light and shadow, an old man holding a scepter stood quietly in a corner of the room with his back hunched like a statue. He turned his back to Lin Chen and stared motionlessly out of the huge French window on one side of the room. An old man. An old man holding a scepter. Lin Chen looked up at the special triple crown on his head, which looked like a crown, and confirmed his identity. Are you the Pope of the Emerald Paradise Church? Lin Chen tried to call out. The old man paused slightly, then slowly turned around and looked at the sudden outsider. As the old man turned around, his purple and red robe swayed slightly, and the gems inlaid on the scepter flashed in Lin Chen's eyes under the light from the window. "Ah, it turns out to be the noble chosen one. I hope you will forgive me for not welcoming you from afar," the old man hummed and said with a smile. When Lin Chen saw this old man, he raised his eyebrows. Good guy, no wonder he was so familiar. No wonder Ruoyan said that there was an old friend waiting for him. "So, it's you?" Lin Chen blurted out. "Aren't you in the church in Baiwa City? Why are you here again? NPCs can move around freely." Yes, the old man in the Pope's robes in front of him was the Baiwa City NPC who performed the job transfer ceremony for Lin Chen. At that time, Lin Chen followed a nun NPC and saw this old man in a similar house. But who would have thought that now that he is level 50, he still saw him? Even if he changed his clothes, Lin Chen could still recognize him at a glance. Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled expression, the Pope just laughed. He slowly walked to the window frame in the middle of the room and reached out to touch the gap in the window frame. When his hand retracted, he was holding a book with a white cover that Lin Chen was somewhat familiar with. I still remember that when the old man asked Lin Chen whether to choose a sage or a saint, there was a black book and a white book like this in front of him. The old man held the scepter in one hand and the book in the other. "Chosen one, are you here to learn the first awakening skill?" The old man looked like he was unfamiliar with Lin Chen, and he was not prepared to reminisce with Lin Chen, but he kept smiling. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Pope in front of him, and shrugged. "Yes, thank you for your trouble." Since the other party didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. The old man was just like last time. After a while of muttering, the gem on the top of the scepter in his hand shone brightly, and immediately attracted a touch of brilliance. After that, the book in his other hand slowly floated up, and kept turning pages automatically in the air, turning pages faster and faster, as if it was blown by a gust of wind. "Hua la la." The next moment, the old man shouted in a low voice. "Please have mercy on the holy light. Please let the power of creation descend upon us, the chosen ones. Hope you will show your talents." As the eulogy was chanted, a purple light suddenly fell from the carved skylight above his head, and fell directly into Lin Chen's head. This purple light gradually permeated Lin Chen's entire body, like a stream of steam flowing around him. From time to time, a prompt sound appeared in Lin Chen's head. "Congratulations, you have learned the awakening skill. Universal Law of Holy Light. Skill description, type, active skill. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Summon a universal law gifted by the Supreme Creator to protect you and your companions in the form of shield, treatment, and buff. The effect lasts for 100 seconds. Ghost Law increases the movement speed of you and your companions by 50% and ignores unit volume collision. Life Law also increases the upper limit of your and your companions' health by 10%. Shield Law provides a shield that reduces all physical damage received by you and your teammates by 25%. Strengthening Law gain a damage bonus, increasing the physical damage released by you and your teammates by 8% and the spell damage by 12%. Healing Law heals you and your teammates at the same time. For every 100 mana points you consume, you can restore your intelligence x2 health points for you and your teammates. Purification Law releases the holy light of purification, which will purify all the negative states of all friendly teammates within the range, and comes with a short-term blessing state. Chapter 300. In his previous life, he was not a healer, but even so, he had heard of this skill. The reason why the team attaches so much importance to the healing in the land of the hunting god is that they can not only heal the health of teammates, but also provide a variety of benefits. For example, shields, life limit, mana bar recovery speed, physical strength recovery speed or movement speed blessing, etc. Even if these benefits can be achieved by other professions, no profession can be as comprehensive as the sage. Among all the skills of the sage, this first awakening skill is the one that can maximize these gains. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Thinking back to the time when he often relied on Zhao Yuding's skill in his previous life, now he has it. "Thank you." Lin Chen bowed and clasped his fists to the Pope in front of him. He was a little dazed for a moment. He was actually in a Western classical building, performing an Eastern salute to a Pope. Lin Chen laughed helplessly. As soon as he put his hand down, another reminder sounded in his head. Attention, there are only 800 seconds left before the novice village is closed. 799/800. 798/800. 797/800. Lin Chen automatically ignored these reminders. After all, the life and death of the novice village was not that important to him, and he didn't have anyone worth caring about in the novice village. It's just that he was not used to it. After all, there was no such thing in his previous life. Lin Chen raised his head and glanced at the Pope in front of him, as if he was waiting for him to say something to him. But just like the scene in the White Moon City Church last time, after completing the teaching of awakening skills, the old man said nothing and continued to look at Lin Chen with a smile. Being stared at by the old man like this, Lin Chen felt a little scared. He sighed and turned around. And at this time, Ruoyan, who was standing outside the door, opened the door tacitly. When Lin Chen stepped over the threshold, he suddenly heard the old man say something behind him. May the chosen one be successful in everything, and have a smooth journey back to the abyss. Lin Chen's feet had already left the building, and the door behind him was completely closed. He stood there and repeated the words carefully. May you be successful in everything, and have a smooth journey back to the abyss. Yes, the lines have changed. The previous line was may you be successful in everything, and have a smooth journey back to the abyss. Lin Chen looked back at the door behind him calmly, and at Ruoyan's urging, Lin Chen moved his feet and left. After leaving the church, Lin Chen found a convenience store, and sold all the useless props and equipment that occupied the slots in his backpack. Finally, he simply sat down next to the convenience store, and opened the gift packages one by one. First, he opened some of the slightly inferior dungeon clearance reward packages one by one. In a short time, all kinds of consumables and strengthening materials quickly filled up Lin Chen's backpack that had just been cleaned. All kinds of blood bottles and blue medicines appeared, and those special materials also poured in. In the land of the hunting god, the items in the backpack can be stacked, but the maximum stacking number is only 99, which means that when the same material or prop in the backpack exceeds 99, the next slot will be used. The most common item in Lin Chen's backpack is blue medicine. The lowest level blue medicine has just been sold by Lin Chen, and there are 4 groups of blue medicines, or 400, on the auction house. However, there are still some low-level blue medicines in the backpack. After thinking about it, Lin Chen also sold these low-level blue medicines with low recovery. He only kept the intermediate and high-level blue medicines. Now that he is level 50, the quality and level of the potions he needs are naturally much more demanding. After sorting out the blue medicines, Lin Chen looked at the blood bottle, which is the health potion. He did not hesitate at this time. With a big wave of his hand, all the blood bottles in his backpack, except for the high-level ones, were sold by Lin Chen. After all, he was now a healer, and he also had a level 70 Berserker skill blood desire obtained by using the power of Guishu. As long as his attack speed was too fast, he might be immortal in some cases. Back and forth, Lin Chen opened the new gift bag while frantically cleaning up the blood bottles that he didn't need. He originally thought that he would give them to Fengchen, Yiliana, and others if he really couldn't use them, but then he thought that they shouldn't be short of medicine bottles. After all, he brought them with him when he cleared the dungeon. Even if they didn't have as many as he had, they should be enough. When the last dungeon clearance gift package was opened, Lin Chen stood up again and walked to the convenience store beside him. Hey, chosen one, do you have anything to sell? The convenience store owner was a little dry-mouthed. The masked player in front of him had been sitting next to his store, constantly opening packages, just like opening a courier, and every 2 minutes he would come over to sell him a lot of things. In addition to blood bottles and blue medicines, there were all kinds of low-quality materials and low-quality equipment. He had repeated this 8 times. Still the same ones. Lin Chen took out all the things in his backpack and put them on the counter of the convenience store. Calculate how much it is, and pay me all at once. After that, Lin Chen walked out again. The boss thought this would be the last time. He glanced at Lin Chen carefully, but found that this guy actually sat back and opened the express delivery again. Damn, motorcycle. The boss held his forehead. Why do you still have? Can you get them all at once? However, Lin Chen ignored the convenience store owner's authentic accent and started to unpack the achievement gift pack. Compared with the gift packs for clearing the dungeon, the things in the achievement gift pack seemed a little less, but their rarity was greatly improved. For example, gems, team teleportation orders, entry conversion potions, entry inheritance potions, and other props were common, and Lin Chen would even be given some special titles every now and then. Lin Chen opened all the achievement gift packs in his backpack at once. He looked at these special items that filled up his backpack with great concentration. To be precise, he was looking for something he didn't have. Good harvest. Lin Chen smiled. Yes, this time the achievement gift pack was large and full, and naturally there were many special items that he had never seen before. Among them were the reputation gourd that improved personal reputation, the equipment enchantment book that could be used to enchant equipment, the consumable reset potion that allowed players to instantly restore all skill cooldowns after use, and the backpack slot expansion scroll that Lin Chen needed more now. Finally, Lin Chen also saw the return stone that could be used to restore his own upgraded anvil of recall stone amplification. There were also some items that Lin Chen didn't understand even after reading the item details. After careful consideration, Lin Chen didn't throw them away in the end. After doing all this, Lin Chen set his sights on the second round gift pack. Now there are no gift pack items in the backpack except for 2 second round gift packs, and 2 world boss related gift packs, but the next few to be opened are the real highlights. Just when Lin Chen was hesitating whether to open the second round gift pack first, or the world boss gift pack first, the reminder sound about the closure of the novice village appeared again. It even scared Lin Chen. Note, there are only 120 seconds left before the novice village is closed. Chapter 301. Lin Chen just felt that something was not quite right. The system's propaganda about the closure of the novice village seemed a bit exaggerated. If Lin Chen was the main messenger of the hunting god land, he should have only played this kind of information in the brains of those players within level 10 in the novice village. After all, for high-level players, at least for Lin Chen, this matter should not have a big impact on him. But this prompt sound should be audible to all players in the whole server, which is why Lin Chen was a little puzzled. Lin Chen sighed. He had just used all of his backpack slot expansion scrolls to open more than 40 or 50 new slots. He was about to open the second round or world boss related gift packs. He lost interest at this time, so he simply closed his backpack and stood up. Seeing that Lin Chen stood up and didn't come over directly this time, the owner of the convenience store breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven. Chosen one, there are a total of 36 silver coins here. You take them. The convenience store owner handed the currency to Lin Chen, staring at him with some fear. After all, it was the first time that he had seen such a crazy player since he became an NPC for such a long time. He didn't know where he got so many things to sell. He was almost annoyed by Lin Chen. If the things he sold were of good quality, it would be fine. Damn, they were all useless things. However, judging from Lin Chen's behavior after he took the currency, he didn't seem to have any intention of continuing, so the boss was relieved. After that, he was also a little curious. Lin Chen's behavior was a little abnormal. Like some other players, who suddenly stood still and thought about things, they seemed to have heard some prompt sound. Another notification sound? The boss muttered to himself. Speaking of notification sounds, he did hear some passing players saying something like the novice village was closed. Could it be? Seeing Lin Chen preparing to leave, the boss suddenly called out. This chosen one, please ask, is the system going to close the novice village? Lin Chen looked back at the NPC who spoke with a slightly motorcycle tone, and nodded immediately. Yes, what's wrong? Unlike the players, the NPC cannot hear the notification sounds that only this type of players can hear. After getting Lin Chen's affirmation, the convenience store owner nodded thoughtfully. If this is the case, then, will the NPCs have to make a personnel promotion? He murmured, maybe I will go to work in the advanced main city? However, just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he heard the boss mumbling. He stopped and asked, what do you mean? The convenience store owner came back to his senses and said to Lin Chen, this is not something that cannot be said. If the novice village is closed, the NPCs in the novice village will be promoted to NPCs in the low-level main city, and then the NPCs in the low-level main city will come to our intermediate main city. He chuckled. By analogy, our NPCs who were originally in the intermediate main city will have a high chance of going to work in the advanced main city. After all, there are no NPCs in the advanced main city now. Oops, I can't say that. He suddenly shrank his head, fearing that he would be struck to death by a thunderbolt in broad daylight the next moment. Fortunately, after waiting for a few seconds, he found that there was nothing wrong with his body, so he patted his chest. Oh, I won't tell you anymore, it was a close call. He carefully went back into the convenience store and stopped talking. Lin Chen was somewhat curious and concerned about what the NPC said. What does there are no NPCs in the advanced main city now? Is it that the NPCs are also in a standby state where they cannot enter the main city when it is not unlocked, just like the players? At this time, before Lin Chen had time to think about it, the reminder about the novice village continued to sound in his head. Attention! There are only 10 seconds left before the novice village is closed. Next, it is the very familiar countdown. 10, 9, 8. It was just like the countdown of a time bomb. When the last countdown ended, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. All the players in sight subconsciously froze in place, and then, a loud explosion sounded from an unknown place in the distance. The sound was like a huge bell, passing one wave after another. Lin Chen felt as if countless explosions were superimposed on each other at the same time. The noise was so terrifying that even the ground under his feet shook unconsciously. Damn! Lin Chen was stunned. Is it really a time bomb? Many players stumbled as if they were about to fall to the ground. Fuck! What sound? What noise? What else can it be? The novice village has been closed. Damn, it's really scary. Is this closing the novice village or bombing the novice village? Fuck, there are more. One wave after another. Yes, there was not only one explosion. As time went on, the sound that was enough to shake the ground became more and more frequent, and finally it seemed to form a huge earthquake. People seemed to be standing on a vibrating drum, and many players were thrown to the ground. Lin Chen was also shocked. Good man, what the hell is going on? The so-called closure of the novice village. Is it closed like this? Physically closed? Lin Chen's mind moved, and suddenly he had the idea of going to the novice village to take a look. Chapter 302. The vibration and explosion sounded like a magnitude 10 earthquake and lasted for nearly 10 minutes. In every corner of the entire God Hunter land, all the players were shocked by this scene. Some of the players, who were fighting monsters or bosses in the wild, even suffered a great loss because of this strange movement. Many monsters even took the opportunity to rush over directly. Players who could not dodge in time could not do two things at the same time, and were directly cut down by the monsters or bosses, and finally fell into the state of dying. The noise caused by the closure of the novice village, this time obviously attracted much more attention than the initial prompt sound. It's a bit weird, brothers. I suggest going to the novice village to have a look. I agree. I always feel that something will happen there. Go, 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 don't stand there. How to get there? Find a teleportation guide. There are NPCs like this everywhere in the main city. Nowadays, many people have set their sights on the novice village, just like Lin Chen, and many high-level players are starting to prepare to go to the nearest novice village to have a look. No one would doubt that the novice village would be nothing under such a commotion. If there was really no benefit, at least go and take a look at what the novice village has become now. Those who had this idea naturally included Feng Chen, Irina, and others. Originally, they were planning to prepare for the next guild war, but now they tacitly sent a private message to Lin Chen. The content of the private message was basically about what would happen after the novice village was closed. And Irina's question was more direct. Elena, Mr. Lin, do we need to go to the novice village? Lin Chen did not answer her, but after a while, Elena received a team invitation. It was sent by Lin Chen. Without thinking, Elena accepted it. After a moment, a flash of light passed, and Lin Chen used a team teleport order and appeared beside Elena. Seeing that Elena was standing in the hall of the Warrior and Hunter Guild building Hero Pavilion, Lin Chen subconsciously asked, Feng Chen and Jizi are not with you. Yelena shook her head and whispered, I just learned the awakening skills and haven't had time to find them. Although Elena was on the verge of death when the world boss, the god of fire, died like everyone else, her output to the world boss was much higher than Feng Chen's at that time. Because it was a long-range skill, and Elena's attack power was high enough, she also fired several skills at the fire giant when those players rushed to deal damage. The female elf's final output share ranking was exactly 10th. The conversion reward for the world boss damage share allowed Elena to get 2 experience capsules large. With these experience points, Elena also naturally reached level 50. As a second-round player, this female elf naturally thought of the same thing as Lin Chen at the first time, that is, to complete her first awakening. Hearing Elena's retelling, Lin Chen nodded first, and then seemed to have thought of something, and changed the subject and asked, By the way, which NPC did you perform the awakening ceremony in front of just now? Lin Chen wanted to know if he was the only one who followed the NPC into his special room. Elena frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and answered in a low voice. It's strange to say that when I first changed my job in the low-level main city, I followed an NPC to a special room area in the Hero Pavilion, which was conducted by an NPC who claimed to be a special NPC for second-round players. But at this point, Elena pointed to an NPC with a bow and arrow in the distance and said, But this time, I didn't go to any special room, but completed the awakening directly in front of the professional mentor. Lin Chen looked along the tip of the female elf's finger, and then nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? It turned out that like himself, Elena and other second-round players had also been there. Maybe, when I reach level 60 and start my second job change, I will enter that building again. Lin Chen did not answer Elena about this question, but looked at the time. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen planned to take Elena to the novice village to take a look. After all, since Feng Chen and Gardenia were not with Elena, Lin Chen also planned to discuss this return to the ruins with Elena. Soon, Elena and Lin Chen went to their own novice village number 9527 through the teleportation guide in the Emerald Paradise. There are tens of thousands of novice villages, and the number of players inside is even more numerous. It is unknown what the fate of these novice villages will be this time. 2 rays of light flashed, and Lin Chen and Elena appeared in front of an open space. Not only them, there were also a large number of high-level players around, and they seemed to want to come and see what was going on. Where is the novice village? A short-haired warrior with misfortune beauty written on his head looked around blankly. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen, who had just appeared here with Elena, looked in the direction of the voice. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere. 2 seconds later, Lin Chen remembered. When they first entered the novice dungeon spider cave, Lin Chen and Tang Yu formed a team with 4 other players, and the short-haired warrior was one of them. I didn't expect that, after not seeing him for such a long time, he not only changed his job to a berserker, but also reached level 46. Yes, such a big novice village? People were completely confused. There was only a huge empty space in front of him, and there was not even a blade of grass around. It was a little different from what everyone thought. With such a huge roar just now, the players thought that the novice village would end up in ruins even if it was not a ruin. But the large open space in front of them made them feel that they were in the wrong place. But if they were in the wrong place, they couldn't be in the wrong place with so many people, right? However, there were still sharp-eyed people who noticed something was wrong and pointed to the center of the open space and said, "Look!" Lin Chen and Elena also looked over with the man's finger. Sure enough, in the center of the open space, there was a special aperture that looked like a portal that could only be noticed if you looked closely. Damn! There really is a treasure! One person shouted and immediately ran forward. With the first person taking the lead, the others also began to rush forward. After a while, only Lin Chen, Elena, and 2 other people were present. The buzzcut berserker, the beauty of misfortune, was one of them. The buzzcut frowned, looking like he wanted to go but didn't dare to. To be honest, he was able to survive in the land of the hunting god and reach level 46, thanks to his sense of danger. Although he still had a resurrection coin that he hadn't used, he could still feel that there would be some special crisis ahead. Damn! My eyelids are twitching. I always feel that it's not a good thing, the short-haired warrior said in a low voice. At this point, the short-haired warrior also glanced at Lin Chen and others around him. In addition to Lin Chen and Irina, there was also a female sage with black hair turns to snow written on her head. This girl looked quite pretty, and the clothes she wore seemed to be of good quality, with a faint pink sheen. But when the short-haired warrior finally set his eyes on Lin Chen, he was a little confused. This person. But before he spoke, Lin Chen and Elena walked forward tacitly. "Hey!" The short-haired man reacted and shouted, "I advise you not to go over there. I always feel." But Elena looked back at the short-haired man at this time, and the warrior named Hushui Hongyan also took a look at Elena and the top of Elena's head. Level 50? The words in his mouth were swallowed back by the warrior at this moment. Oh my god, he really didn't expect to meet a level 50 boss. After all, the highest level now is only level 50. Elena? The warrior was stunned, and he suddenly remembered that for a while, this Elena seemed to be the number 1 in the entire server of the hunting god land? Wait for me. Not only him, but the girl named Qingxue beside him also followed. Chapter 303. Mr. Lin, could this be the portal from the ruins entrance? Elena walked beside Lin Chen and asked softly. Ruins? It doesn't look like it. Lin Chen shook his head. There are only 2 ways to enter the ruins in the land of the hunting god. One is to obtain the ruins ticket from monsters and bosses by exploding equipment, and the other is to see the entrance to the ruins in the wild. The light circle in front of him is very similar to the ruins entrance that is often seen in the wild. But somehow, Lin Chen had never seen such an entrance portal. Not to mention that the light circle was too strange. The black color in the light was enough to make Lin Chen feel something was wrong. As they approached, the 2 could sense a very familiar stench. Their faces froze. They almost said a sentence in unison. No, a word. Sue. Elena even showed her weapon directly, and unnaturally quickly activated a buff skill. She never thought that one day she would smell this smell in the land of the hunting god. The other players around were startled by Elena's sudden action. They couldn't smell the so-called ruins, so they just looked around subconsciously, but there was no monster around. If they listened carefully, they could only hear the whispers of other players around. After looking at Elena in confusion, most of the players cursed. "Oh my god, is this beautiful girl sick? She's always startled. She's sick." After saying that, they looked away and continued to stare at the special black glow with interest. Strangely enough, this thing doesn't seem to be a portal, because some players have tried to reach out and touch it, but there is no sign of being teleported away. Mr. Lin. Yelena stared ahead vigilantly, but also glanced at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen remained silent and stared at the front. What exactly is going on? After the novice village was closed, only this unknown light circle appeared. It is neither a portal nor a system prompt, and the most terrible thing is, why can I smell the smell and stench that only Su can emit around this thing? Lin Chen is also gradually approaching at this time. He wants to find out why this thing appeared in the land of the hunting god after the novice village was closed. But when Lin Chen and Elena got closer, this light circle gradually expanded in a weird way. It's getting bigger," a woman's voice exclaimed. Seeing this, Lin Chen and Elena stopped again in tacit understanding. The two looked at each other and took a step back unconsciously. Just as they thought, as they retreated, the expanding circle of light actually became smaller. Why is it soft again?" the woman's voice said again in disappointment. At this moment, Lin Chen and the others immediately had a clue. The power of Guishu. If this strange light changes according to the identities of the two in the second round, it is better to say that it changes according to the power of Guishu on the two. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Chen is more certain that this thing is related to Su. But the closure of the novice village, how can it be related to Su? "Let's go!" Lin Chen shouted in a low voice, and he and Elena pushed away the people around them, and almost quickly stuck to the front of the light circle. In an instant, the light ring mixed with black mist suddenly expanded. Woo woo woo! The sound of breaking through the air was like the howling of ghosts and wolves. The speed of the light ring expanding was amazing. Before people could react, the light quickly turned into a huge, upside-down bowl-shaped sky curtain. It completely covered the large open space. It was like an airtight birdcage, and everyone present was a bird in the cage. Fuck! The short-haired warrior was about to turn back when he saw the situation was not good, but when his body touched the edge of the light curtain, a shock of electricity stung. The same sound came out. Buzz. Then, there was a pungent smell of burning. The short-haired warrior looked up at his head in a daze. His health bar was slashed cleanly without any pause. The reason why he didn't die was because he still had one drop of blood left. The short-haired warrior was shocked and quickly retreated more than 10 steps, his eyes full of astonishment. "Don't touch this thing!" The short-haired player shouted loudly to the players around him. But it was too late. Some other players around also encountered this kind of almost exaggerated damage. No matter how much blood they had, as long as they touched the edge of the light curtain, the blood bar above their heads would instantly be reduced to 1 drop. Back and forth, more than a dozen players had only 1 drop of blood on their heads. "It's over, I can't get out." Some people swallowed their saliva, but they felt a little scared of the surroundings. What will happen next? What does this mean? A copy? Or some special event in the wild? While people were getting a little nervous, Lin Chen and Elena were still staring at the center of the open space. As the light circle just now completely turned into a light curtain covering this huge area, a dark hole now appeared there. Rather than calling it a hole, it is better to call it an exit. Or an entrance. There was still no movement of teleportation. The hole was pitch black and looked no different from a well. "Are you going to jump down?" Lin Chen was a little puzzled. He subconsciously opened his backpack and took a look. In the compartment of the backpack, the item called Returning to the Ruined Scroll did not move at all. It did not shake or flash, as if it had nothing to do with it. After a while, the players in this open space covered by the light curtain had used various methods, but no matter whether they used teleportation skills or return stones, they could not leave this place. But this is not a dungeon, nor is it a challenge field for the world boss. Why can't they teleport away? The most fatal thing is that the people inside the light curtain can even see the players outside the light curtain. "Hey!" The short-haired warrior waved to the people on the other side of the light curtain. "Do you hear what I say?" But the people outside seemed to ignore them. Not only that, these players walked right over under their gaze, but when they bumped into the light curtain, they disappeared. "As if they can't see us," someone exclaimed. We are not in the same space." Yes, everyone saw it at this time. Just like a PS picture, with the appearance of the light curtain, the players inside and outside were like 2 pictures on different layers, unable to interfere with each other at all. but the people inside could see the outside, but the outsiders could not see anything at all. Seeing this scene, even Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He opened the friend list again, and tried to send a team invitation to Feng Chen and Jizi. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute passed, and the other party did not join the team. After that, he sent a private chat to the two friends, but it was strange that the private chat seemed to fall into the sea. Feng Chen, who would reply to his message immediately on weekdays, ignored him completely. After trying again, Lin Chen gave up. Now that he couldn't get out, the only way was. Thinking of this, he and Elena looked down at the hole under their feet at the same time, which looked like a wellhead. Lin Chen suddenly said, "Jump down." Chapter 304. After saying these 3 words, Lin Chen jumped into the cave without any hesitation. Mr. Lin. Irina obviously didn't expect Lin Chen to be so direct. After all, no one knew where the cave would lead to. But now there was no other choice. Elena took a deep breath, hesitated for a while, and jumped. When the two jumped into the cave, the other players around were stunned. Most of the people quickly approached. The short-haired warrior was not as cautious as before. He and the snow-white hair were almost the first to rush to the cave. But at this time, the dark hole that looked like a crack in the void was gradually healing. Hey, what's going on? People were completely dumbfounded. Could it be that this hole was not a portal? Or did this portal only allow 2 players to enter? What happened in the land of the hunting god on this day was too weird and unpredictable. They still couldn't figure out a single thing. First, there was the exaggerated movement of the world boss's appearance. The artificial sun, that looked like a scorching sun, disappeared in the sky above the land of the hunting god before it had been hanging for a few hours because of the fall of the god of fire. Then, a reminder sounded in my brain that the novice village was going to be closed. Then, the noise caused by the 10-magnitude earthquake was still vivid in my mind. I finally found an opportunity to come and see what happened. Now, a strange light curtain has circled them all. They can't get out, and people outside can't get in. Just when I didn't know what to do, 2 mysterious people jumped into this special cave. But now, the cave is slowly healing. What the hell is going on? My CPU is smoking. After a player complained, the black hole was completely blocked. The dozens of people present were confused, and could only stand there staring blankly. Lin Chen felt that he was falling continuously. This feeling was very strange. Was he jumping into a bottomless pit just now? But soon, his body felt a huge impact, and his feet finally touched the ground. Boom! A huge sound exploded, and waves of ripples echoed in the dark surroundings. Lin Chen stood up slightly, and his body had no other feelings except the impact just now, at least no pain or itch. So, Lin Chen can guarantee one thing, that is, he is not in the real world. Thinking of this, a second roar suddenly came from the side. A gust of wind lifted Lin Chen's clothes, and a pleasant low hum from a woman came out. Elena followed and jumped down. Mr. Lin? Elena grabbed at the ground subconsciously, and happened to grab Lin Chen's hand. The female elf breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but be nervous. She could still accept it during the fall just now, but now that she hit the bottom, she could feel the pungent stench. It was as if she was in a torrent of ruins. In addition, the elves were sensitive to this smell, so Elena held Lin Chen's hand tightly with one hand, and subconsciously covered her mouth and nose with the other hand. Lin Chen did not resist Irina's tightly grasped palm, but he felt a little uncomfortable being held tightly by her. He turned his palm and held Irina's 5 fingers, which were slightly exerted, in his palm in a comfortable position. The female elf was stunned, and her whole body seemed to tremble imperceptibly. It's very dark here. Although my skills can illuminate this place, I'd better walk forward first. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Irina said him as softly as a mosquito. After that, the two moved forward along the corridor under their feet. Shield Mountain. Lin Chen called out as he walked. The black fog gradually spread, and when the first undead follower, Shield Mountain, appeared beside Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Lord! Shield Mountain called out in a muffled voice. No matter when, as long as he could summon these guys, he would feel inexplicably safe. Come out! Since he could summon Shield Mountain, Lin Chen did not hide it, and immediately summoned all his followers. Suddenly, the corridor where 2 people were walking became 8 people walking one after another. In the huge corridor, their feet were on this endless stone road. Tick, tick. As time passed, the sound of dripping water gradually came out, but if you listen carefully, Lin Chen and Elena don't know where these water drops flowed from and where they fell. Lin Chen and Elena walked hand in hand, one in front and one behind. Lin Chen walked in front, holding the extremely long soul-breaking demon sword in his hand, and Elena behind him moved her free hand away from her nose and mouth, and held it on the bow and arrow. "Mr. Lin, where is this place?" Elena looked around cautiously as she walked. But Lin Chen could only shake his head. "I don't know. To be honest, since the Blazing God self-destructed, the entire Hunting God land has completely changed. We can no longer use the perspective of the first round to look at the current development." In fact, when Lin Chen said this, he still had reservations. If you really want to say it, since the players collectively descended on the Hunting God land this time, it seems that they have completely deviated from the path of the last time, whether it is plot or the rules of the game. The creator of the land of the Hunting Gods was just speeding up by using the self-destruction of the God of Fire. "Have you read novels?" Lin Chen suddenly asked. Elena was startled at first, then nodded. "Mr. Lin, are you talking about the storybook? I have read it, and our world also has this kind of text carrier to express stories." Elena was a little confused. Why did Lin Chen bring up the novel at this time? Lin Chen continued. "Some novelists, when they can't control the story framework and plot of the novel, will force their novels to end by speeding up the pace. Lin Chen actually doesn't like to use this metaphor to force the land of the Hunting God. He actually learned it from Feng Chen, who likes this metaphor very much. But the effect is not bad, and Elena immediately understood. Mr. Lin means? Well, the designer of this game obviously sped up the pace in this round. But if a good script is forced to speed up the pace, it may lead to a bad ending. A bad ending. Lin Chen took over the conversation, or a eunuch. Irina did not speak, acquiescing. But Lin Chen said, "But the author of this land of the Hunting God may have to do this. He may not have much time." Irina also nodded. Yes, if it was not explained in this way, she would never understand why she could smell the smell of ruins in the land of the Hunting God. No matter whether the ultimate purpose of the land of the Hunting God is what Lin Chen thinks now, what he said is definitely not wrong. This mysterious creator who is more powerful than the gods does not have much time. Chapter 305. Lin Chen and Elena began to talk less and less as they went deeper. The claustrophobic silence and the ghostly atmosphere created by the cold wind made them give up chatting. After walking for a while, they could not move forward. Because at this time, Lin Chen and Elena stopped in front of a door. This is indeed another door. The reason why I say another is that after entering the land of Hunting Gods, Lin Chen has seen too many doors, but compared with other doors, the bronze door in front of him does not seem so gorgeous, and it is not as tall as other doors. It stood quietly in front of him, like a door to another world. The door was only 3 meters high, and a huge word was engraved on the black double door. Open. Open? Lin Chen murmured to himself. He was a little dazed. He always had a feeling that this was a trick to lure people in. He looked at the female elf beside him, and nodded. There was no room for retreat now. The hole where he had just jumped down seemed to be closed, and all Lin Chen could do was to move forward. If there is a door in front of you, just push it open. If there is a wall, just break it open. The next moment, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and gently pushed the door open. Creaky. The moment the door was pushed open, a very subtle light quietly slipped in from Lin Chen's side, and 4 words popped up in their minds. Sanluo Hell. Yes, these 4 words appeared in their minds at the same time. It was the first time they encountered such a situation. The brain, which usually only had a prompt sound, actually gave a prompt in the form of a picture and text. What does Sanluo Hell mean? But when the door was completely opened, the originally dark inside the door suddenly became noisy. Oh my god! Lin Chen finally knew why the sentence Sanluo Hell appeared in his mind. The scene in front of him was filled with countless strange buildings similar to altars. These buildings were huge and dilapidated, with broken walls and ruins everywhere. Every strange building was surrounded by bottomless darkness, but surprisingly, this darkness was not completely still, it was shining. Along with these densely packed flickering lights, a chill came over me. Yes, there was no light at all in this door, so what light source was flashing? Lin Chen quickly realized that this flickering was not from a light source, but from the light reflected from the eyes of some unknown creatures. These things made the entire space look like it was lit up in the blink of an eye, and then quickly returned to darkness. Lin Chen and Elena knew without thinking what could light up this space by blinking at the same time. Yes. Su. Lin Chen inserted the soul-breaking sword in his hand into the ground, and then activated the skill. Level 35 Holy Hymn activate. Level 40 Echo of the Apocalypse activate. At this moment, a white light gradually rose from the soles of Lin Chen and Elena's feet, and finally spread violently. This white light seemed to be a giant hand that forcibly pushed away the black fog, and it seemed extremely brutal. As these two holy lights fell from the sky and finally enveloped Lin-Chen fiercely, he instantly turned into a moving lighthouse, and violently illuminated everything around him. Under the illumination of this light, Lin-Chen and Elena could clearly see everything around them. Lin-Chen, however, could not describe the real scene of the world inside the door in words. He had seen spectacular marching ants and complex ant nests in the real world, and witnessed the migration of plague animals. Even when faced with many objects piled together, he had never felt so shocked. Lin-Chen once thought that he did not have the so-called intensive phobia, but the scene in front of him at this moment made him begin to have serious doubts. When his sight swept across the front, he saw countless pairs of scarlet eyes rushing towards him. Even Lin-Chen, who had a strong psychological quality, could not help but take a step back. As the light continued to grow stronger, the whole picture of the world inside the gate gradually appeared in front of him, and the owners of those eyes finally showed their sharp fangs. Ruins. Endless ruins. Damn, is the land of the hunting god built on the nests of these ruins? Lin-Chen suddenly felt dazed. He and Elena were like two helpless grains of sand under the waves of a sandstorm. Countless things made of gas and liquid were eager to attack them, and made strange sounds of crackling and rolling. Hundreds? Thousands? No. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. But soon, Lin-Chen's eyes gradually widened, and finally, a touch of ecstasy appeared on his face. Yes, in these endless ruins, Lin-Chen could actually see that there were many heads of individuals. There were health bars. There were levels. This discovery made not only Lin-Chen, but also Elena a little dazed. However, the female elf quickly came to her senses. For her, the reason why the ruins showed the blood bars and levels was probably because this was still the land of the hunting god. No matter what the situation was, as long as it was in the land of the hunting god, these things also needed to comply with the rules here. But when Elena turned her head and looked at Lin-Chen, she was slightly choked. The female elf was even frightened by Lin-Chen's appearance. There is a health bar. That means... Lin-Chen just took a step back and stepped forward excitedly, and the soul-breaking sword in his hand was also switched to a rusty iron sword. It means that their attack power can be stacked. Lin-Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, Lin-Chen suddenly felt that these things were no longer scary or disgusting. But, baby! Chapter 306. Endless black shadows are running or swimming quickly in every corner they can reach, such as mountains, building ruins, riverbeds, or the ground, as long as they are in any space that can move. Their bodies do not have a complete qualitative state. Like liquid or gas, these strange things form a black mass of army, like a grand feast of demons, countless ruins carrying scarlet light, emerging groups from all directions. Their number is astonishing, like a dark cloud, covering everything around in darkness. Elena couldn't help but take a step back. Although she was also as excited as Lin-Chen at the scene of these monsters with health bars and levels above their heads, such a large number was not something they could easily face. In other words, the players on the land of the hunting god came here to train just to fight these things? Elena couldn't help but breathe quickly. She took out her bow and arrows, and used all her current buff skills at once. The female elf even exhaled slightly, ready to use the endless monsters in front of her to try out the first awakening of the wind catcher she had just learned. Shield Mountain. But just when Elena was about to do something, Lin-Chen shouted. Shield Mountain, holding a shield, took a step forward. The one-handed hammer in his other hand disappeared, and he tightly grasped the hilt of the rusty iron sword like Lin-Chen. Shiluo. Altair. Lin-Chen shouted twice more, and the three human undead followers stood in front of Lin-Chen. Shield Mountain and Altair held rusty iron swords, while Shiluo held the moon chaser bow. They were ready for battle. Even if there was a land collapse and flood in front of them, the three of them stood still. Lin-Chen ordered at this time. The only task for the three of you is to kill those who have levels and health bars on their heads. Don't worry about the others, who have nothing on their heads. Remember? Yes. The three of them agreed in unison. After that, Lin-Chen once again said to Huang Dachui and the other two, I don't need to tell you what you three are going to do, right? Huang Dachui laughed, and the two-handed hammer in his hand was swung vigorously. Lord, we understand. The 6 undead followers have now found their own positions. They stand in place, waiting for the army formed by the ruins in front to attack. Behind the shadows, when these ubiquitous ruins rush forward recklessly, before the previous wave covering the ground has subsided, a new wave of creatures climbs on top of the previous wave, layer upon layer, one after another. Elena, who is standing beside Lin Chen, seems to feel not a simple surge of creatures or a riot of some energy body, but a huge wave like a rolling sea, or a continuous mountain range approaching him. These creatures screamed shrilly, and tried desperately to rush towards Lin Chen and his group. Their number was so large that they almost formed an invisible barrier, and finally piled up into black mountains. The number of this tide was so huge that it was enough to submerge an entire city in a few breaths. They roared low in this area, like whales, in various shapes, tearing each other's bodies. Their sharp limbs were like sharp swords, and in the collision, they left deep, dark scars on each other's bodies, flowing out black and purple liquid and floating black mist. When a black ruin running in the front rushed to Lin Chen less than 10 meters away, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, "Kill!" Chapter 307. At the same time, in front of the empty space of the original ruins of Novice Village number 9527, there were quite a few people standing here, but most of them were puzzled. After all, these high-level players were basically teleported from the teleportation guide NPC in the intermediate main city. If there was no error in the teleportation, this should be the original Novice Village number 9527. But there was clearly a huge empty space in front of me, and there was nothing on it. Many players around were talking to each other in a daze, saying things like the Novice Village exploded. Why is there nothing? This shouldn't be the case. Some people were shouting indignantly, attracting a lot of attention. What I said is true. I was far away just now, so the huge light curtain didn't circle me when it spread. Oh, didn't I say that there should be more than 50 people standing on the open ground just now? You don't know? I was the only one left standing in a flash. I don't know, they just disappeared out of thin air. This person had a loud voice, and seemed very excited. But from his mouth, people could only get this confusing news, and they didn't know what happened. After a while, a man wearing a mask and a gorgeous wizard robe slowly stood in the same place. The top of his head seemed a little different from the other players around him. People could only roughly see the blurred ID on the top of the wizard's head, but they seemed to only be able to see that this person's ID was 2 words, and the rest was invisible. The mage walked slowly to the center of the open space. Then he squatted on the ground, stretched out his hand, and touched the ground under his feet. After rubbing it a few times, he raised his finger, and put it to the tip of his nose to sniff. Soon he shook his hand, obviously stimulated by some special smell. "President, President!" Just as he frowned and muttered, a girl's voice came from his friend's private chat. The mage opened the private chat window. "I'm here. President, did you find anything in the 9527 Novice Village?" The masked wizard slowly stood up, looked around, and clapped his hands to answer. "This place also has the flavor of Sioux, but it is different from what you described. There is no light ring, no light curtain, and no dark hole." Hearing this answer, the girl was obviously puzzled. It shouldn't be. Big Dog and Leaf have also confirmed that all novice villages should have light rings, and it is said that black holes will appear randomly. The mage did not answer immediately. He stood there in silence for a long time, and then he seemed to think of something. That can only mean that a second-round player has come to Novice Village number 9527 first. If I guess correctly, a second-round player has already jumped into the black hole. The girl seemed extremely surprised. Is it true or not? But aren't these all our assumptions? Could it be true? This is the only explanation. When he said this, the mage also noticed the player with a loud voice. He was still repeating those words in the distance, such as the light circle suddenly turned into a huge light curtain, and then 40 or 50 people on the open space suddenly disappeared. "TSK, TSK, TSK." The girl's voice came out again. "What a pity, in our guild, only Sister Tong Tong is a second-round player, and Sister Tong Tong is currently playing Return to the Abyss, so let's wait for her to come back and try it out." When she said this, the girl suddenly thought of something. "By the way, President, isn't the 9527 Novice Village your birthplace? If there are second-round players, don't you have any impression of it?" The mage reached out and slowly took off his mask. The mask was taken off, revealing a young human male face that looked only about 20 years old, and the name on his head, which was now vague, gradually became clear. ID, Jianshao. Occupation, Guardian. He suddenly grinned at this moment. Of course, my company senior on Earth should be a real second-round player. The President's company senior? The girl was obviously hearing a man tell his story in the real world for the first time, and immediately asked with interest, "By the way, President, what did you do before?" "I work in a game company." After saying that, he put the mask back on. What no one knew was that in just a few seconds, the top position of the battle power list of the hunting god land ladder ranking. Suddenly, a name called Qian Shao flashed by. Chapter 308. Inside the guild building of the Buddha Guild. Feng Chen was sitting on one side with a frown on his face, but he kept repeating one thing during the process, which was opening and closing the friend list. Open, close, open, close. After repeating it countless times, Feng Chen gave up. He had sent 20 to 30, or even more private messages to Lin Chen and Elena, but neither of them replied to him even once. It's strange, why didn't they reply to me? Feng Chen looked up at the many members, who were ready in the hall. The guild war was about to begin. If they won this guild war, their guild level would be upgraded to C level. Although Lin Chen had no intention of participating in this guild war from the beginning, Feng Chen still found it difficult to see Lin Chen's avatar suddenly turn black. His brother Lin. Couldn't he be dead? This thought gave him a shock. It was too ridiculous. That was brother Lin. He would not doubt that as long as Lin Chen took off his mask, he would still be the most powerful player in the entire hunting god land. It was not surprising for such a person to have any problems, except that he would not die. But why is his friend's profile picture black? In fact, it's not just Feng Chen, the entire guild is a little worried at the moment. Sure Tai Yin Liang and Hai Kwa Tian Kong, who are standing in the middle of the hall, also have sad faces. They want to come over and say something to Feng Chen to verify their guess, but every time they see Feng Chen frowning and not saying anything, they dare not get too close. Hai Kwa Tian Kong can only whisper on the side, "Brother Chu, what do you think? Is there something wrong with our president?" Now Sure Tai Yin Liang naturally knew who Hai Kwa Tian Kong was talking about. He was no longer the president of the Fu-Tu Guild. The person Hai Kwa Tian Kong was talking about was Lin Chen. Sure Tai Yin Liang hadn't said anything yet, and this unlucky guy who couldn't see the atmosphere continued to say, "And our beautiful vice president too, how come they both disappeared?" When he said this, Sure Tai Yin Liang could clearly see Feng Chen in front of him looking up at him. The former president was startled and quickly poked Hai Kwa Tian Kong's spine. "Don't talk nonsense." As if noticing Feng Chen's gaze, Hai Kwa Tian Kong quickly shrank his neck, then lowered his voice, and carefully spoke to Brother Chu beside him. "But we have been in the land of the hunting god for so long, and the players in the friend list will only turn black in one case." In fact, Hai Kwa Tian Kong didn't need to continue, and Sure Tai Yin Liang couldn't help biting his lips at this time. Yes, there is only one case that will cause the player's friend's avatar to turn black. That is death. In other states, whether entering a dungeon, ruins, special events, or entering the challenge field of the world boss, the player's avatar will not change at all. Even if the player is in the 5 minutes of dying, the avatar is bright. Only death will be black. "Okay, stop talking," Sure Tai Yin Liang said in a low voice. "Now we can only wait until the guild war is over to verify it." Yes, as the former guild leader, Sure Tai Yin Liang has a very easy way to verify whether Lin Chen is dead, that is, after the guild war is over, go to a place called Guild Management Center and ask the NPC there about the president of Fu-Tu Guild. If Lin Chen is really dead, then the NPC there will tell him, and will tell them that they need to go through the procedures of changing the president recently. But now the guild war is imminent, and they can't get away. Feng Chen took a deep breath, closed the private chat page of friends in his sight, and then turned his head to look at Shizi, who was not saying a word not far away. This girl has not said a word so far. She squatted on the ground with her hands hugging her knees, as if she had lost her mind. Feng Chen wanted to go over and say something to her, but he didn't know how to say it when the words came to his lips. Although his personality is usually carefree, Feng Chen is not a fool. He can see Shizi's thoughts on Lin Chen. Now that Lin Chen and Elena are both uncertain about life and death, it is a huge blow to Shizi. Feng Chen spat on the ground viciously. He still hadn't figured out what happened to Lin Chen and Elena. When the novice village was closed and a huge explosion occurred, the avatars of Lin Chen and Elena in the friend list were still lit. But in a blink of an eye, they suddenly went dark, and no matter how they chatted privately afterwards, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Feng Chen had seen this situation before. There were also some black friend icons in his list. They were all dead. Attention, there are 5 minutes left before the guild war begins. Following the reminder sound coming from his brain, Feng Chen could only support his body and stand up. As Feng Chen stood up, everyone in the hall subconsciously closed their mouths. Now, President Lin Chen and Vice President Elena are dead in everyone's cognition. Although they don't know how these two great gods died, the strongest person in the entire guild should be Feng Chen. Many people are ready to propose that Feng Chen take over the position of president. But no one said a word. Feng Chen walked slowly to Gardenia and squatted down. Sure, Tai Yinliang sighed at this time. Everyone, go out and get ready. Don't stand here. Go, go, go. In order not to disturb Feng Chen and Gardenia, Sure Tai Yinliang began to call the guild members to leave the hall. Soon, only Feng Chen and Gardenia were left in the hall. Gardenia buried her head between her legs, her body trembling slightly. Feng Chen opened his mouth, and finally forced himself to open his mouth to make a sound. Girl. Don't be too pessimistic. Feng Chen said, don't you think about it? That's Brother Lin. He's always like a cheater. I even suspect that he's the GM of the hunting god land. Nothing can happen to such a person. Feng Chen chuckled. Maybe they went to a special place. The hunting god land is so big. Our level is only level 49, but they are already level 50. Who knows, after reaching level 50, the system may force them to be teleported to a special place. If you are really worried, we can go to the novice village after the guild war. Who knows, there might be some special dungeons there, right? At this point, Feng Chen seemed to have found a way to deceive himself, and he continued. Have you forgotten that they suddenly disappeared a while ago? We sent them so many messages, but they didn't reply. Feng Chen thought of something and hurriedly said, do you remember? Elena told me that they were. What were they doing? He suddenly couldn't remember the two words that Elena said at that time. Gardenia raised her head slightly, her eyes were red, and she said lightly at this moment, return to the ruins. Reminded by Gardenia, Feng Chen slapped his thigh. Yes, although we don't know what the copy of the Return to the Ruins is, but who knows if they will go to the Return to the Ruins this time. When hearing these words from Feng Chen, Gardenia actually held a glimmer of hope. But soon, Gardenia remembered that time when Lin Chen and Elena returned to the ruins. During the process, the two of them did not reply to their private messages. But their friend avatars were lit. This time, the avatars were directly black. No matter how you look at it, Lin Chen and the other two are dead. Yes, not only Gardenia, Feng Chen also remembered it. They were silent again. Alas! Feng Chen sighed and stopped talking. In the whole hall, only the sobbing sound of Gardenia could be heard. Chapter 309. After a while. Near a park square in Emerald Paradise, a young NPC grabbed a player by the collar and said viciously, I told you that you still owe me 3 silver coins. If you can't give them to me, I can't give you this dagger. After several stalemates, the player reluctantly placed the 3 silver coins on the iron table between the two of them. The NPC then let go and threw the level 40 pink dagger in his hand, which had been strengthened to level 6, to the other party. The man took it and responded harshly. What a shady shop. I hope you go out of business tomorrow. He rolled his eyes at the girl. Thank you for the blessing of the chosen one. The girl put away the silver coins on the table, then sat on the chair and crossed her legs. No thanks. The player was furious, but he couldn't affect the NPC at all, so he could only turn his head in anger. But his attention was basically on the stall behind him. He walked and turned back to mutter and curse, and didn't notice that there was someone in front of him. After a few steps, he bumped into the opponent. Damn, you have no eyes. The player turned around and was about to get angry, but when he saw the level of the person in front of him was written as 49, he shut his mouth. Today is really unlucky. He is now level 44. Facing someone who is 5 levels higher than him, he still knows the weight. He cursed and ran away in a hurry. The level 49 warrior, who was bumped by the player, continued to move forward, and finally he stopped in front of the stall of the girl NPC. Seeing this man next to her iron table, the girl looked him up and down. She just felt that she had seen him somewhere. Welcome, how can I help you? While speaking, the girl was still eating melon seeds. The warrior raised his head and said, Hello, may I ask? Do you know where my brother Lin might be? The person who spoke was none other than Feng Chen. It had been a full 10 hours since the previous guild war. There were too many things that happened in 10 hours. First of all, the guild war they participated in won, and the Fu2 guild they were in also became a Class C guild. However, after so much time, Feng Chen still did not see Lin Chen and Elena come back. The avatars of the two in the friend list were still black. During this period, he and Gardenia searched all the places where Lin Chen might appear. Even the 9527 novice village where Lin Chen was born was searched, but there was no trace of Lin Chen and his friends. Originally, Feng Chen and Gardenia were ready to give up and accept the fact that Lin Chen was dead. But when they went to the guild management center, the NPC there said in a very puzzled way that the president of the Fuda guild was not dead. When Feng Chen heard that, he was naturally overjoyed, But then, the NPC in the management center was also a little confused. Yes, it's not just the players, it seems that the NPCs don't know what went wrong. They obviously couldn't find Lin Chen's file information, but the system never prompted that the Fu2 Guild needed to change its president. This time, Feng Chen stayed in the guild management center for 6 or 7 hours. Until now, he still has nothing. Your brother Lin? The NPC girl rolled her eyes, and spit a mouthful of melon seed shells in the direction of the man. Who is it? What does it have to do with me? But Feng Chen did not leave. He paused and suddenly said, the equipment we have is brought here by Brother Lin for you to help strengthen. Don't you know Brother Lin well? The girl NPC frowned, stared at Feng Chen, and said impatiently, do you know how many players I have to meet every day? How can I remember every one of them? But before she finished speaking, the girl seemed to really remember the warrior in front of her. No, to be precise, it was the name above the warrior's head. Feng Chen Zhujiu. Indeed, I do have some impression of him. Yes, it's you? The girl put away her long legs and stood up. Lin Chen once brought this person to ask for help in strengthening his equipment, and told him not to charge him more money. Seeing that the NPC recognized him, Feng Chen was relieved. You remember? My brother Lin, and you should have a good relationship. I always see him coming to your stall, so I came to ask you if you know where my brother Lin has gone. Feng Chen really had no other options. He had already searched everywhere he could. If even this NPC named Xiaoyun didn't know, then he could only accept the news of Lin Chen and Elena's death. Xiaoyun frowned slightly. What do you mean? That person disappeared. Feng Chen nodded repeatedly, and then told Xiaoyun all the news that Lin Chen and Elena disappeared, and their avatars were black. Feng Chen felt that he was desperate, and tried all kinds of methods, but it seemed that the only thing he could find now was the NPC. Hearing what Feng Chen said, Xiaoyun's frown tightened even more, and Feng Chen could even see a flash of worry and panic in Xiaoyun's eyes. According to what you said, this is indeed a sign of the player's death. Feng Chen sighed and said nothing. But Xiaoyun raised his head and asked in a low voice, by the way, have you gone to the novice village to take a look? I went. Feng Chen nodded. There was such a big noise when the novice village was closed. We also suspected that my brother Lin would be near the novice village, but I looked for all the novice villages that brother Lin might go to, whether it was number 9527 or number 1314 where Elena was born. Feng Chen looked gloomy. There is no trace of my brother Lin in those 2 novice villages. Xiaoyun didn't seem to want to hear this, but hurriedly asked, what is the difference between the 2 novice villages? To be honest, although Xiaoyun has been in the land of the hunting god for 2 reincarnations, it is the first time she has seen the closure of the novice village. Although she can guess a little, it is just a guess. It should be related to ruins. The reason why the system of the land of the hunting god wants to close the novice village means that the power of the creator can no longer restrain those ruins. Different? Feng Chen thought for a while, his eyes lit up. It really is. There seems to be a faint light circle in the middle of the open space in the novice village number 1314, but no one knows what the light circle is used for. I remember that there were people everywhere near the light circle, and the light circle was not a portal. As for the rest, I didn't find anything wrong. What about the novice village number 9527? Xiaoyun asked. That novice village has no light circle. Huh? Now that you mention it. Feng Chen blinked. It seems that there really is no light circle. Chapter 310. After hearing what Feng Chen said, the NPC named Xiaoyun no longer hesitated. She suddenly searched carefully in the stall behind her. Seeing this woman's actions, Feng Chen obviously didn't understand. What are you looking for? In fact, from this time on, Feng Chen gradually accepted the guess that Lin Chen was not dead. After all, it was impossible for a person like Lin Chen to die quietly. But he really didn't know where to find him. Now seeing Xiaoyun tinkering with something, he felt something in his heart, as if he had guessed something. Are you going to give me some special props, so I can find my brother Lin? Feng Chen took a step forward, wishing he could go over and help find it. Xiaoyun did not answer, but after searching for a while, he found a very long sword from the stall. Huh? Feng Chen was startled. You are wrong, I am a berserker, I need a broadsword, not a sword. Speaking of this, Feng Chen shook his head again. No, why are you giving me a weapon? Xiaoyun rolled his eyes at him, and then held the sword in his hand. Lead the way, she said coldly. After that, Xiaoyun walked out of the stall. Feng Chen was stunned. He looked at Xiaoyun walking out of his NPC stall in a dignified manner, with some incomprehension. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a scene, and he didn't know how to express it for a while. What's going on? Feng Chen shook his head like a rattle, constantly looking at Xiaoyun and the stall. Don't worry, tell me first whether you still want to find your brother Lin. Xiaoyun asked in a low voice. Looking for it. Feng Chen blinked. But aren't you an NPC? You don't want the stall anymore? He was a homeboy who had played many online games in the real world, but he had never heard of an NPC like Xiaoyun in online games. She seemed to no longer be an NPC at this time, but a player. As luck would have it, a player just walked over at this time. He stood in front of the stall in a daze, and then stretched his head to look inside. Is anyone here? The player knocked on the table and made a dong 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 sound. Where are the people? I want to strengthen my equipment. No one answered. Xiaoyun, who should have been lying on the recliner in the stall, seemed not to have seen the player, but stood on the side and urged Feng Chen to lead the way quickly. No, someone is coming, you don't care? If you delay any longer, I may never be an NPC again, and you will never be able to find your brother Lin. Xiaoyun's eyes were filled with a cold light. Feng Chen didn't say anything more at this time. Sorry, I just didn't react. Follow me. After that, Feng Chen quickly ran to the place where the teleportation guide NPC was. Although he didn't know what the hell was going on, Feng Chen could hear something wrong from Xiaoyun's mouth. Xiaoyun didn't say much and kept following Feng Chen. Xiaoyun was wearing defensive leather armor and a black outfit. The lower body was shorts that were close to the knees, and below was a section of slender thighs exposed. She was wearing high boots, which made a clacking sound when she walked on the road. Her outfit was quite different from that of an ordinary female player, but now she was holding the handle of her sword backwards, and she looked like a female swordsman, heroic and valiant. Aren't you an NPC? Can you teleport like me? Feng Chen turned around and asked. Don't talk nonsense, just go. Xiaoyun answered behind him. Feng Chen stopped talking, and soon came to one of the teleportation guide NPCs in Emerald Paradise. Honorable Chosen One, where are you going? The NPC teleportation guide bowed to Feng Chen when he saw someone coming. Feng Chen first glanced at Xiaoyun, then said to the guide, 9527 Novice Village. Of course, please pay. After taking the coin from Feng Chen, the NPC pressed a button on a special device beside him. The next moment, a special light suddenly appeared under Feng Chen's feet, and with a special sound of pop, Feng Chen disappeared on the spot. When Feng Chen was teleported away, Xiaoyun stepped forward. Another chosen one? Seeing the next person step forward, the guide smiled slightly. Then may I ask where you are going? Before he finished speaking, when he saw Xiaoyun, the teleportation guide almost choked on his breath. Cough, cough, cough. He even coughed a few times as if he had seen a ghost. Xiaoyun, why did you come to me, you little girl? All the NPCs in the Emerald Paradise knew each other privately, not to mention that Xiaoyun was a functional NPC with a position that was not ordinary. Even among the NPCs, her status. It is not low either. Generally, this type of NPC usually has its own stall and will not leave. He naturally did not expect to see this girl here. It turns out to be Brother Ma. Hurry up, teleport me to Novice Village number 9527. Seeing Xiaoyun so anxious, the teleportation guide called Brother Ma was a little stunned. What? What the hell? In less than a moment, Brother Ma seemed to have thought of something. Smelly girl, you. Do you know how dangerous what you are doing now is? Once a functional NPC leaves his stall for more than a certain period of time, you may never be able to become an NPC again. When he finished speaking, he even looked around and lowered his voice deliberately. But Xiaoyun had no intention of chatting with him too much. Brother Ma, I will tell you if there is anything when I am free. Now teleport me to the Novice Village, quickly. Seeing that Brother Ma was still about to say something, Xiaoyun suddenly drew out his sword, and the shining sword suddenly made a low sound. Brother Ma. Seeing Xiaoyun's face was about to turn red, Brother Ma cursed. You damn girl, if anything happens, don't blame your Brother Ma for not reminding you. He slapped the button beside him fiercely. From this reincarnation, the changes in the land of the hunting god are really too big, especially after the player group successfully defeated the level 40 world boss. Now not only the player group, but also these NPCs know that the land of the hunting god will change. Soon, a pattern appeared under Xiaoyun's feet, and the next moment, a beam of light enveloped it from top to bottom. Thank you, Brother Ma. I treat you to melon seeds when I'm free. Xiaoyun took back the sword and disappeared on the spot. Brother Ma looked ahead, and he suddenly sighed, Stinky girl. Chapter 311. When Xiaoyun arrived at Novice Village number 9527, Feng Chen had been waiting for her on the side. Damn, can you really teleport? Feng Chen had learned something new. He still couldn't understand why an NPC could teleport here with a player. The beam that brought him here was no different from his own, as if Xiaoyun was also a complete player. This was probably unique to the land of the hunting god. Get out of the way. Xiaoyun pushed Feng Chen aside and walked straight to the open space in front. The novice village was so small that there was a large empty area in front. Although there were many people standing around, Xiaoyun still hurried to the center of the open space. Feng Chen followed the girl NPC and supplemented Xiaoyun with details while walking. My brother Lin disappeared with Elena. According to the time, about 10 minutes before their avatars turned black, it was exactly when a major earthquake occurred. Do you know what a major earthquake is? The novice village is closed. I sent a message to Brother Lin before, but he didn't have time to reply to me. But I guarantee that Brother Lin has read the message. By the way, do you know what it means to read but not reply? Also, I now suspect. Hearing Feng Chen's chattering around him, Xiaoyun also formally pushed through the crowd and came to the center of the open space. Shut up first. Xiaoyun interrupted Feng Chen. She stretched out her slender fingers and pointed to the soles of her feet. In Novice Village number 1314, is there an aperture at this place? Feng Chen paused for a moment, then thought about it. A few seconds later, Feng Chen nodded. Yes, this is the place, a very strange white light circle, weird. Why is there nothing here? Xiaoyun squatted down. She stretched out her fingers and touched the ground. But she didn't even need to put her hand on the tip of her nose to feel a strong special smell. She raised her head and glanced into the distance, as if making a decision. At the same time, Feng Chen also squatted over. Beauty, are you trying to tell me that this is actually a portal? Recalling the special aperture he saw in the middle of the open space in Novice Village number 1314, Feng Chen asked in a low voice. But I've tried it, and that aperture doesn't have a teleportation mechanism. Not only me, but many people have tried to touch the aperture, but no one has been teleported away. It looks like that thing is more like some special energy body. Although he said that, he really didn't know why there was no aperture in this place alone. If the aperture was really a portal, Lin Chen's disappearance could be explained. But, without waiting for Feng Chen to continue, Xiaoyun spoke calmly. That's because you are not second-round players. Even if you are, the Guishu power you carry is not enough to activate the portal hole. Xiaoyun stood up and took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision. Feng Chen stood up as well. Guishu, power? Second-round player? He was a little confused. That's not right. Second round, I know the term, but shouldn't it be a term only for single-player games? Feng Chen frowned. There are trillions of players in the land of the hunting god at the same time. It is obviously an online game. Feng Chen blinked and immediately explained the so-called second round. However, after saying what he just said, he was a little confused again. No, why did you bring up the term second-round player? Hey, what do you mean? Do you want to say that my brother Lin is a second-round player? But Xiaoyun did not give him the opportunity to continue talking. The girl NPC grabbed Feng Chen's collar and said coldly before this guy could fully react, Next, you need to help me protect the law. Xiaoyun suddenly pulled out the sword in her hand, and she held it tightly with one hand, and the surface of the long sword instantly flashed with stars. Looking at this, it seemed that this slender girl would chop him off at any moment. Protector? I will try to tear open the whole of the ruins, and don't let any ruins. At this point, Xiaoyun was afraid that the other party would not understand. So she said again, Don't let any monsters attack me. Can you do it? Although Feng Chen was a little puzzled, he nodded subconsciously. Okay, although I can't beat Brother Lin, within level 50, I can still be in the top 30 in the battle power ranking of the hunting god land. After saying that, he continued to ask, What did you just say you wanted to tear open? Xiaoyun didn't want to explain to him. The girl stabbed the long knife in her hand into the ground, and then she took out a piece of paper from her bosom. If Lin Chen saw this piece of paper, he would be surprised. This was the map that Xiaoyun gave to Lin Chen. When Lin Chen came back from the Earth's ruins, he returned the map to Xiaoyun. Now this piece of paper is a special item that has traveled from the land of the hunting god to the Earth. It carries the special smell of the real world. To be precise, it has the breath of the power of Guishu. The girl held the paper tightly in one hand and the handle of the knife in the other, and then began to chant. The sentences that Xiaoyun chanted were somewhat obscure and difficult to understand. Even Feng Chen, who was closer, could only hear some words such as creator and Su. He was confused and had no idea what would happen next. Although he was puzzled, Feng Chen still remembered what Xiaoyun had just said to him. Guardian. Does that mean a monster will appear? Feng Chen began to observe carefully. Some players around had lost interest in the surroundings, but now with the appearance of Xiaoyun, they began to gather around curiously. What is this little girl doing? Looks like she is using some skills. Weird. Why is she using skills here? Weird. Why is there no health bar above this girl's head, like an NPC? Let's go and take a look. Some players came back, and were slowly approaching and gathering around. But when they got closer, Feng Chen suddenly switched his state. Note, you have switched to the killing state. Feng Chen took out the broadsword in his hand, and even activated rage without saying anything. If you come any closer, I take action against you. After saying this, the gathered players really stopped. Everyone looked up at Feng Chen's level. Wow, level 49, and looking at the style of the broadsword in Feng Chen's hand, it was a pink high-level weapon. This exaggerated heat wave and sense of intimidation allowed Feng Chen to force back dozens of players around him. After all, Feng Chen's status was killing, and no one wanted to be accidentally injured by this madman. Who is this? What a fool. Don't go over there. Don't go over there. I guess he has an antisocial personality. Although people were talking about it, no one really approached. After all, everyone didn't see anything special in this area, and it was said that there were still some halos in other novice villages. These players were now preparing to leave. Let's go, it's boring, don't waste time here. People rolled their eyes at the place where Feng Chen was. Although they were a little concerned about the girl's behavior, they still wanted to go to other novice villages. But when everyone left, no one noticed that there was a dark hole in the ground just below the sword in Xiaoyun's hand. To be precise, it was a dark hole, cut by Xiaoyun. Feng Chen turned his head at this time and was stunned. Damn, you still have this ability? Feng Chen obviously didn't expect that an NPC could have the means to open a portal. Does every NPC have this method? Xiaoyun's face was pale. You talk too much. Chapter 312. At the same time, in a certain area unknown to everyone, in a hell completely stained with black blood, the viscous liquid was like the turbulent sea. The sea of blood was extremely viscous, and the air was filled with black fog that was as dark as the night. The fishy smell spread in this black world, pungent and weird. These energies composed of evil spirits and black fog seemed to have turned into something, roaring and climbing up from the bottom of the sea of blood. Gurgle. In this dark world, apart from the occasional ominous sound of waves from the sea of blood, there seemed to be a strange creeping sound coming from time to time. Apart from that, there was no sign of life here, let alone living people. As far as the eye could see, there was not even a single moving thing. In the sky, underground, gullies and ruins, there were countless indescribable objects lying in disorder. As time passed, these objects gradually liquefied, and some even went upstream, turning into dark mists that filled the air. In this chaotic world, everything seemed so irregular. However, in this dead silence and chaos, at a certain moment, a corner showed some changes. I only heard a soft tick-tock sound. In the vast sea of blood, which was smelly and sticky, circles of ripples quietly spread out, and then something slowly poked its head out from the depths of the blood. Then, a pair of eyes like the angry eyes of a diamond suddenly opened, releasing a terrifying light. Ah! A hoarse groaning sound like that from the abyss, like the howling of a hellish devil, made people tremble. Then, an arm completely soaked in blood stretched out from the sea of blood. The arm first grabbed an irregular vine and pulled it up, and then a figure crawled out from the bottom of the water like a water ghost. The owner of this arm was covered with black blood all over his body. No matter from which angle he was seen, he exuded a terrifying aura that made people's heart palpitate. He slowly and arduously climbed out of the blood sea. Each step was on the sea water that seemed to be real. The man's hair was stuck together, and his body was naked. Although his skin had no scars, it revealed a rough texture. This man seemed to be the only living creature in this world. Just standing there, he looked like a humanoid monster. His breathing was extremely heavy. After just one deep breath, he gently waved his palm, and the remaining blood on his body fell off. Even so, it was still difficult to see his true face due to his messy hair stuck together by blood and stains on his face. He shook his hands, and took out a set of clothes from his backpack, and put them on. Because the level of the equipment was far behind his own, it felt loose on him, and compared to the full body plus 12 suit he had worn before, these clothes were extremely plain, and looked no different from a coarse cloth shirt. Damn, a set of plus 12 equipment was actually damaged. Lin Chen looked at the broken iron sword in his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. He took out his mask from his backpack again. Fortunately, the mask was not a wearable equipment, so it was not damaged. After putting on the mask, Lin Chen exhaled deeply. Crack. Crack. Lin Chen shook his body and joints, making crisp sounds. Mr. Lin, is the next level over? And in this strange and desolate environment, a girl's crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded, which seemed particularly abrupt. Lin Chen raised his head at this moment, looked at the elf girl standing on the rock that was not eroded by the sea of blood, and nodded gently. Elena stood up from the stone with difficulty, and she laughed in disbelief. As expected of you, so many ruins were killed by you. They had entered this special area for more than 10 hours. In fact, they had planned to give up and leave here halfway. After all, the number of ruins here was too many, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was endless. Because Irina was not well prepared in advance, she did not have too many rusty iron swords in her hand. Facing so many ruins, her iron sword was quickly worn out. In fact, Lin Chen was no exception. Although this man's iron sword was inlaid with perfect diamonds, it could not withstand the countless ruins. And 2 hours ago, all the iron swords that could stack attack power in their hands were used up. In the end, Lin Chen even used several term conversion potions to transfer the attribute of the iron sword stacking attack power to some low-level weapons. But in the end, the durability of the potions and weapons was all used up. Not only that, the stamina potions in the backpacks of the two were also all used up. If there were still Sue, Elena would not be able to fight anymore. As for Lin Chen, although he still had a lot of blue potions, his soul-breaking sword was almost out of durability, and the rest of his equipment was all broken. In addition to continuing to summon the undead followers, he could only attack with his bare hands. What a pity. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. It would be great if every Sue here could stack attack power. Elena's pretty face twitched slightly. Good fellow, Lin Chen is really greedy. According to him, he is not satisfied with the stacked attack power of more than 10 hours. Elena swallowed her saliva and opened her attribute panel to take a look. After so long, Elena's current attack power is 22,885. Yes, 22,000. 10 hours of stacking has increased her naked attack power from more than 5,000 to 22,000 at once. This speed is faster than the stacking of yo-yo in the reward level of the relic scroll. Although only a part of ruins can be stacked, and the rest do not even have health bars, they are numerous. This was 10 hours long. She and Lin Chen worked non-stop. With the help of the undead followers, Elena could easily lock her target on those Sue whose attack power could be stacked. Elena couldn't help but laugh when she looked at her attack power. She was only level 50 now. Even if she was level 70 or 80 in her previous life, she couldn't reach this level of attack power. Thinking of this, Elena couldn't help but look at Lin Chen. If she had already stacked more than 20,000 attacks. Then, Mr. Lin, your attack power is now. Hearing Irina's voice, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Me? Unlike Irina, the monsters killed by the 3 undead followers of Shield Mountain Chilua and Altair with the rusty iron sword and the Moon Chaser Bao were all counted on Lin Chen. That is to say, compared to Irina, Lin Chen can be 4 people working for 1 person at the same time. The attack power he stacked is at least 4 times that of Irina. According to this calculation, Lin Chen glanced at his damage panel. Chapter 313. When he saw his own attack power, Lin Chen's eyelids jumped. Although he just said it was a pity, he couldn't help but feel a little dry in the mouth when he saw his own attack power. Gudong. Even Lin Chen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Yes, before jumping into the black hole and entering this area, Lin Chen's basic attack power was more than 26,000, but now, 99,000. Just a little bit short, he can enter the 100,000 mark. Just as Lin Chen said, there are not many places in this area where you can stack attack power. In addition, the equipment and consumables on my body are broken or used up, so there is really no extra means to continue to stack attack power. In this way, it seems that my preparation is still not sufficient. If I enter it with everything ready, I can stack at least 10,000 more now. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Damn, I actually got a bargain and acted like a good boy. You know, the attack power of some high-level 50-level physical professional players nowadays is only 3,000 or 4,000 at most. Yes, only 3 or 4,000. If I am not mistaken, in the infinite fire domain of the world boss Blazing God, the number 1 on the battle power list, I want to break the sky, his attack power is estimated to be no more than 7,000 at most, not much higher than Elena at that time. But now, Lin Chen's attack power is more than 10 times higher than theirs. 100,000. It is estimated that Lin Chen can kill the Blazing God instantly by slashing at him twice. If his attack power is close to 100,000, what about the health bar? Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked up at his health. The thick blood bar had 88,500 written on it. With the special guild skill Bloodthirst, his health also rose to 80,000. It is estimated that some high-level wild bosses may not have as much health as Lin Chen. He suddenly became curious about his combat power. But in this world, even if Lin Chen took off his mask, he could not see his name on the combat power list. Not only that, Lin Chen also found that in his friend list, except for Elena, everyone's avatar was black. If Lin Chen saw this scene normally, he would probably be a little panicked. After all, the black avatar represents the death of the player. It seems that this place does not belong to the hunting god's land. Lin Chen looked around, or rather, not completely. They should have killed all the ruins here by now. But the weird thing is that no portal appeared. Elena jumped down from the stone nimbly, and then gathered beside Lin Chen. But if we are not in the land of the hunting god, why are there blood bars on the heads of those ghosts? After Elena finished speaking, Lin Chen couldn't help but be curious. The fact that there are blood bars at least proves that these ghosts are forced to abide by the rules of the land of the hunting god, but Lin Chen couldn't figure out why a hole full of ghosts appeared below the novice village after it was closed by the system. What is the connection between the two? And there is another point that Lin Chen is also very concerned about. That is, after killing so many millions of Su, his own experience points did not increase at all. Like Elena, Lin Chen is still level 50. Not only the experience points, but also the power of Guishu did not increase. There is another strange thing. If the experience points do not increase after the death of Su, then why not increase the power of Guishu? Elena frowned and whispered. Perhaps, the power of Guishu can only be increased after using the Guishu scroll to return to the real world? Lin Chen answered in a questioning tone. Maybe. Elena was naturally unsure. After this, Lin Chen wanted to know more. After I go back, I may have to ask more NPCs. At this point, Lin Chen took out the return stone from his backpack and fiddled with it for a while. But it was obvious that it was impossible to leave a place like this in this way. When the prompt sound "sorry, you can't use this item" temporarily appeared in the brain, Lin Chen and Elena tactfully put the return stone back into the backpack. Since the return stone could not be used, the two of them tried various ways to leave the place in the following time, including, but not limited to, returning to the guild building, using special teleportation skills, or trying to use teleportation landmarks and team teleportation orders. Mr. Lin, can't we get out? Elena asked faintly. Lin Chen scratched his head. Isn't this bullshit? He just added up his attack power to 100,000, and then told him that he couldn't get out. After checking carefully again, the two found that there was still no exit around, and the hole they jumped down from before was also healed. The surroundings were pitch black, with only some unknown light sources flickering around. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. It seemed that the system and rules inside the hunting god land were somewhat failed in this place, or there were some special mechanisms and restrictions that had not been met, so they could not leave. Lin Chen and Elena were silent. The stench was still everywhere in the nose, and the corpses of the Su were gradually turning into pus and mist over time, making the air around even harder to smell. As the level of the sea of blood became higher and higher, the two of them could only stand on the top of a very tall building. The two of them were close together, and it was quiet everywhere. Lin Chen was a little embarrassed, and he suddenly said jokingly, "If we can't get out, we too probably have to stay here forever." After saying this, Lin Chen could feel Elena lowering her head beside him. Because it was pitch black around him, Lin Chen could not see the blush on the face of the female elf. Seeing that Elena did not speak, Lin Chen scratched his head and continued to joke. "It's not too bad, even if you stay here forever, but at least you are not alone. You have someone to accompany you, so you shouldn't be too lonely." Elena suddenly felt a little hot around her, and she subconsciously moved to the side. "Mr. Lin, please stop talking." Elena's voice was like a mosquito, and Lin Chen felt itchy. Just when Elena was at a loss, Lin Chen's hand suddenly came over, and before the female elf could come to her senses, she was grabbed by her wrist. "Ah!" Elena screamed, but did not retract her hand. "Mr. Lin?" She was a little confused. What was going on now? Knowing that she couldn't go out, why did Lin Chen, who was usually very gentlemanly, suddenly start to attack her? Elena didn't even react. Her wrist was tightly grasped by Lin Chen's hand. The female elf could only force herself to calm down. Her heartbeat was so fast that it seemed to be about to jump out of her throat. But the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly came over and shook a scroll in his hand towards Elena. "It seems there is a way to get out. We can use the Guishu scroll to return to Earth." Elena was slightly stunned when she heard this. She knew why Lin Chen suddenly held her wrist, because the last time she followed Lin Chen to Earth, Lin Chen had done a similar experiment of skin-to-skin contact. She still remembered that they held hands at that time. Thinking of this, Elena was actually a little disappointed. Chapter 314. In fact, Lin Chen was skeptical about using the Guishu scroll as a means to leave here. After all, they had tried all the methods and had no clue, but now there was no other way but to try it out. After Lin Chen successfully activated the Guishu scroll, this special item began to emit a faint light. When he saw the light, Lin Chen raised his mouth. It worked. Oh my god, I was really scared. I thought I couldn't get out. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and glanced at Elena. The female elf was also looking at the light of the Guishu scroll above her head with Lin Chen. At this moment, she happened to glance at Lin Chen. The girl was like a frightened cat and quickly looked away. Lin Chen was a little puzzled, but when he remembered that he was still holding Elena's wrist, he felt a little embarrassed. Ahem. Lin Chen coughed deliberately a few times. Then get ready, we. But just when Lin Chen was about to activate the scroll and leave with Elena, a beam of light suddenly emanated from their heads. This beam of light suddenly fell on the tightly clasped hands of Lin Chen and Elena. The two of them were slightly stunned, and they looked up at the same time. The originally dark sky suddenly had a crack. As time went by, the crack became larger and larger. If you look closely, it seems that there is something special like the tip of a sword looming. It was like a knife split the space from the outside to the inside. What is this? Irina beside him didn't care about her shyness just now. She looked slightly dignified and frowned. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He stood up with Irina's help. The two of them raised their heads and stared at the top. At this time, they could even hear the voice coming from above. Beauty, try harder, it's almost done. Don't be discouraged. I can see the hole, come on. Do you need help? I'm so anxious. Lin Chen was stunned. Putting aside the confusing words, just this voice. Why is it so familiar? Then, a girl's cry came from above. Can you shut up? It's so noisy. Lin Chen was confused again. It was strange. Why was this voice so familiar? Thinking of this, he subconsciously cancelled the plan to continue to push the magic power into the Guishu scroll and prepared to continue listening. I have to cheer you up. The hole you made is too small. I'm so anxious that I'm sweating. Just be quiet and help me pay attention to the monsters that may pop out of the hole at any time. Monster? Why can't I see any monsters? Oh, stop talking. Hurry up, and I continue to cheer you up. The voices above became clearer and clearer, and Lin Chen finally heard who was talking. Feng Chen. There is another one. Xiao Yun. Lin Chen murmured uncertainly. No. Isn't Xiao Yun an NPC? And he is an important functional NPC in the land of the hunting god. This type of NPC is different from the pocket jar merchants. They are special NPCs who cannot leave the stall at will. But if it's not Xiao Yun, whose voice is this? It can't be Gardenia's anyway. Although Gardenia's voice is also beautiful, this voice is obviously clearer. Just when Lin Chen was a little unsure, the light above his head suddenly became bigger. It was as if the hole was torn open violently. Lin Chen and Elena had been in this endless darkness for more than 10 hours, so they were not used to the strong light. They stretched out their free hands to block in front of them, but the other two hands were still tightly held together. Before he put his hands down, Lin Chen heard Feng Chen's extremely surprised voice. Ha! Ha! He shouted twice, and then shouted exaggeratedly. Brother, my eldest brother, my dear brother. To be honest, it was the first time that Lin Chen heard such a hoarse and excited voice from Feng Chen's mouth. Even though they had passed many dungeons and killed various bosses, they had never been so excited and ecstatic as now. If the hole was not too small, Feng Chen would have wanted to jump down directly. Brother, are you okay? Lin Chen and Elena had already adapted to the light of the hunting god land above their heads. When they saw Feng Chen's mean face at the hole above their heads, they were relieved for a while. Strange, I remember that when I jumped down from the hole, it took more than 10 or 20 seconds to fall down, and I walked a distance after I came down. Lin Chen was a little puzzled. In this case, how could he see the hole as soon as he looked up? Looking at the distance from Feng Chen, the height difference between the two was only 10 meters. However, when the face of another girl appeared, Lin Chen couldn't help but show surprise, and he also dispelled the doubts in his mind. Is it really Xiao Yun? And looking at this posture, is she the one who tore the space crack of this world from the outside? Before he could ask, Lin Chen only heard Xiao Yun's half-smiley voice above. Oh, It seems that I disturbed your brother Lin's flirting. After these words came out, Lin Chen and Elena were stunned at the same time. The two of them almost instantly looked at their hands that were still clasped together. After being stunned for a few seconds, Elena was the first to react and quickly pulled her white wrist out of Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen also unconsciously put his hands behind his back, then he raised his head. You. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Xiao Yun still kept holding the hilt of the knife with both hands. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Chen and the other two also reacted. They didn't hesitate anymore, crouched slightly, then suddenly stood up and jumped up. Their bodies soared into the sky with a strong bloody wind. The blade was pulled back from the ground fiercely, and the huge backlash force made Xiao Yun retreat several steps in succession. In the end, she even needed to stab the ground behind her with the tip of the sword to stabilize her body. The face of this young girl NPC was pale, and if you look closely, there was some sweat oozing out of her forehead. Damn. Is it time already? The girl cursed to herself. She just felt a little nauseous, stumbled a few times, and then fell backwards. However, Lin Chen appeared at her side at the right time and hugged her, just in time for Xiao Yun to fall on his right shoulder. Hey, are you okay? Lin Chen frowned and asked. When he was killing the Endless Su just now in the cave, he had a lot of questions to ask Xiao Yun, and now, he has even more questions. But this girl is not in a good state now, so Lin Chen can only give up this idea. While stabilizing Xiao Yun's body, Elena waved at Lin Chen, and then motioned him to look at the black hole on the ground. Lin Chen followed Elena's line of sight, and saw that the hole was now healing rapidly. In less than a few breaths, the huge hole that they had jumped out of disappeared. When the last crack completely disappeared, the surrounding space suddenly shook. Buzz! Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears subconsciously. The sound of the air vibrating rapidly made people feel tinnitus for a short time. Then, under the gaze of the people, something like a space barrier or an electromagnetic wave barrier approached rapidly from all directions. In less than a moment, the translucent thing was like a rapidly shrinking balloon, and then turned into a circle of light, and reappeared in the center of the open space. Just like at the beginning, the light circle was shaking slightly. Lin Chen and others were stunned after taking a look at the light circle. Before the cave entrance appeared, it seemed that there was a similar light circle in the central area of the novice village. In a trance, many surprised voices suddenly appeared around. Fuck! I'm back! Oh my god, the barrier disappeared. I was scared to death. Hello, can you see me? A short-haired warrior with misfortune beauty written on his head came over at this moment. He walked in front of Feng Chen and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Brother, can you see me? He confirmed again. Feng Chen didn't want to pay attention to him and waved his hand quickly. Nonsense, you are not a ghost, go away. After hearing what Feng Chen said, the short-haired warrior burst into tears and snot. He looked up to the sky and shouted, Ha ha ha, I'm back, I'm back. He turned around excitedly and ran away quickly. In the process, he hugged a healing named Qingxi Qingxua and turned around, and then gradually went away. Feng Chen was a little dazed, but he quickly came to his senses and hurried to the front of Lin Chen and Xiao Yun. However, just as he was about to greet Lin Chen, Feng Chen was obviously a little panicked after noticing Xiao Yun's condition. Because at this time Xiao Yun had completely nestled in Lin Chen's arms, as if she was unconscious. Her whole body seemed to be limp and boneless. If Lin Chen hadn't held her up, the girl would probably have fallen to the ground. Brother, what's wrong with her? Lin Chen glanced at Feng Chen and asked quickly, I don't know for now. Tell me what happened just now. Feng Chen nodded repeatedly. He told Lin Chen everything that happened just now in detail through long story short. That's it. I'm still a little puzzled. Why can't an NPC? But Feng Chen didn't finish his words. Lin Chen quickly picked up Xiao Yun, who had fainted. During the process, the sword in the hand of this young girl NPC fell to the ground with a clang. Brother? Feng Chen quickly picked up the sword. Send her back to her stall. Lin Chen shouted coldly. Chapter 315. After a while, Xiao Yun slowly opened her eyes. She felt her head was very swollen, and there was always something in her throat that she wanted to vomit. She sat up with difficulty and looked around. In front of her was a familiar iron table, and behind her was a huge iron stove. But the stove was not turned on, and the surface seemed cold. Xiao Yun was a little dazed. After turning around, she found that this was not my stall. Thinking of this, she suddenly turned her head and saw a familiar mask. Xiao Yun tried to sit up straight. As time went by, her nausea gradually subsided. The girl just didn't expect that he would bring her back. Thank you. Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Xiaoyun, who was originally planning to say something to Lin Chen, didn't know how to start. Although Lin Chen also had a way to leave the dark area, such as using the Guishu scroll. But after all, she did help Lin Chen once, and he should thank her. You helped me too, Xiaoyun said softly, so we are even now. She wanted to stand up, but her body was still a little weak. After trying several times, she simply stretched her long legs like a loser, and then leaned on the surface of the stove behind her. Lin Chen did not leave, but kept looking at Xiaoyun. To be honest, Lin Chen still couldn't accept that this beautiful NPC in front of him was actually a person on Earth, only 7 or 8 years old. During the silence between the two, some players would come over to Xiaoyun to strengthen their equipment, but Feng Chen, who was standing by, would suddenly come over and trick those players away. Hey buddy, listen to me, this NPC she... Watching Feng Chen quickly drag the player away, Xiaoyun had a black line on his face. Hey, I still have business to do. Lin Chen shrugged. You can't even stand up in your current state, don't think about it. Xiaoyun sighed. She looked around for Elena, and when she saw that the beautiful female elf was not there, she sighed again. Facing the gaze under the mask, Xiaoyun naturally knew that the other party would not be so easy to let go of herself. Okay, tell me. You should have a lot of questions to ask me, but I can't guarantee that I will answer you, Xiaoyun said weakly. As if waiting for Xiaoyun's words, Lin Chen spoke immediately. Why can you leave your stall? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows. Is this the only question? No. Lin Chen whispered. This is the first question. The girl NPC made a very depressed expression. She rolled her eyes. I am the benefactor who just rescued you from Borderland. You can't do this to me. Soon, Xiaoyun felt that he had said the wrong thing. Sure enough, as smart as Lin Chen is, how could he miss the new term in the girl's words? Borderland? Very good, answer my first question first. The next question is about this so-called boundary area, Lin Chen said softly. Xiaoyun held her forehead, thinking that you are asking for too much. Aren't you afraid that the system will kill her? The girl sighed, and said faintly, NPCs in the land of the hunting god can actually leave their stalls for a short time, but the time is limited, usually only a dozen minutes. If they don't return to the stall within the time limit, they will. Xiaoyun remained silent, and Lin Chen took over the conversation and said, Will you die? Almost. I haven't tried it, but it should be like this. Xiaoyun laughed and said. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but the words were swallowed back. Next question. He continued, What is the boundary domain? Pass. Xiaoyun waved his hand. Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, the girl sighed, I can tell you these 3 words, which is the limit. Do you believe that if I tell you the origin of it in detail, the system will instantly wipe me out? At this point, Xiaoyun showed a sly expression. She even raised her head proudly, as if to say, Ask whatever you want, I see if I tell you or not. Lin Chen paused, and he also sighed like Xiaoyun. Opening his mouth, Lin Chen asked the next question. How did you tear open the boundary? Xiaoyun was about to repeat the old trick, but Lin Chen interrupted the girl in a low voice. Don't try to fool me, you even did this move directly, and the system didn't kill you. Will it kill you if you tell the principal? The girl choked. Lin Chen was right. She used the sword to tear open the hole in front of Lin Chen, or in front of the system, so that Lin Chen and Elena were successfully rescued. This proved that this matter was not within the scope of the system's elimination. Seeing the pair of piercing eyes under the mask, Xiaoyun felt a little irritated. I can tell you, but you also need to promise me one thing. Lin Chen was stunned, and then nodded, You tell me. I haven't seen what you look like until now. Xiaoyun pointed at the mask on Lin Chen's face. We should be friends now, right? Do you have to wear this thing and talk to me all the time? Chapter 316. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Xiaoyun to make this request. He wanted to take off his mask. He just wanted to take off his mask. After thinking about it, he seemed to have never taken off his mask in front of Xiaoyun. Even when he was doing business with Xiaoyun or making equipment, Lin Chen always wore a mask. Are you sure? Sure. Lin Chen laughed, and after getting Xiaoyun's affirmative answer, he slowly stretched out his hand and put it on his mask. For him, the main purpose of wearing a mask on weekdays is actually to avoid some unnecessary troubles. On weekdays, the hunting god land is full of good and bad people, and it is not a good thing for him to be too ostentatious. Moreover, as a second-round player, he also wants to find out some real secrets about the hunting god land. Wearing a mask makes it easier for him to move. After all, NPCs cannot see his appearance and attribute values under the mask's hidden ability. But now Lin Chen finds that there is no need to continue wearing a mask. Since the player logs into level 50, and the system forcibly closes the novice village, the entire hunting god land seems to be running forward in an uncontrolled way. No one knows what will happen next. Just as Lin Chen guessed, the great creator has gradually lost control of the land of the hunting god. After this, there is no need for him to continue hiding. Speaking of which, Lin Chen also wants to see how strong he is now. Okay, I promise you. Lin Chen took the donkey downhill and took off the mask from his face. Xiaoyun suddenly became energetic, and her originally weak body actually sat up straight. She stared at Lin Chen's actions. When the mask was removed, Lin Chen's face finally revealed. To be honest, Lin Chen doesn't care about his appearance, not only now, but also on Earth. As a programmer, although Lin Chen is not as bald and pot-bellied as those old predecessors, he really doesn't care too much about his appearance. Strictly speaking, he is usually a slovenly person. It's just that when he pursued Xiao Yuding, it was very smooth. In terms of appearance, although Lin Chen doesn't care about his appearance, he at least has some self-confidence. When his face was fully revealed to Xiaoyun, he suddenly found that Xiaoyun was somewhat absent-minded. This girl seemed to be in a daze, and said nothing, but there was some special emotion flowing in her eyes. It was not until Lin Chen stretched out his hand, and shook it in Xiaoyun's hand, that the girl came back to her senses. What are you thinking about? Lin Chen asked with a smile. He thought to himself that this girl might be old enough. Although she looked like a girl in her 20s, Lin Chen knew that Xiaoyun was only 7 years old before entering the land of the hunting god. Although it was forcibly ripened by the mysterious power, it should not be interested in a greasy uncle like me. No. Nothing. Xiaoyun quickly looked away. In order to hide her emotions, she frantically took out a handful of melon seeds from her pocket. She just ate them carelessly, and she kept glancing at Lin Chen while eating melon seeds. Nothing to see. Lin Chen laughed. If I were your age on Earth, I would be your father, strictly speaking. Lin Chen said jokingly, but when he was about to say something, Lin Chen also remembered something. He ignored the girl's expression like thinking about love, and quickly opened the ladder list to take a look. As expected, his name really appeared in the first place of the ladder list. As for the combat power, Lin Chen moved his eyes to the right, and saw his combat power of 97,000. Seeing this number, even Lin Chen, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but cough. Good guy, I still remember that my combat power at level 80 in my last life was only a little over 80,000. Now I am only level 50, has it already exceeded the combat power of level 80 in my last life? But think about it, my current attack power is close to 100,000, and my health is as high as 80,000. It is normal to get such a high combat power. Moreover, Lin Chen has been ignoring the spirit pet, that is, Xiaobai obtained from the spirit pet master. If he follows the method of upgrading the spirit pet level in the last life, his combat power should continue to increase. Another important point is that the equipment Lin Chen is wearing now is just some ordinary magic equipment. The suit that was strengthened to level 12 in Xiaoyun before has been completely damaged in the battle with Su. If he equips a set of equipment like before, Lin Chen's combat power will definitely break through the 100,000 mark, just like his attack power. 97,000. I still don't quite understand how this combat power is calculated. Lin Chen muttered, and at the same time, he looked down and glanced at the second place. As expected, the second place on the ladder list belongs to Elena. The attack power of this female elf, who took advantage of his bug, has now reached more than 20,000. Combined with other statistics, Elena's combat power value is 41,000. Ranking 1, Programmer, Combat Power, 97070. Ranking 2, Elena, Combat Power, 41050. Lin Chen's eyes continued to move down. They wanted to know how high the combat power of the third place was now. He looked around and found that the third place did not belong to the one who shone brightly among the world bosses named I Want to Break the Sky. The boxing champion is not a weapon master named French Bread. This is the first time I have seen this person, and his combat power has reached 30,000. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seems that there are still some people in the land of the hunting god who choose to wear props similar to the Shadow Escape mask like him. If his guess is correct, the real combat power of this person named French Bread should not reach the third place. According to Lin Chen's estimation, at least the combat power of the hidden person will be as high as Elena. However, it should have reached the ceiling. Lin Chen could state very loudly that no one could surpass his combat power now. His combat power was almost twice that of the second place Elena, and it was no joke. With a general understanding of the current combat power, Lin Chen closed the latter list. He stared at the mask in his hand, hesitating whether to put it back on. Looking up at the girl, who was still secretly looking at him, Lin Chen smiled helplessly. He put the mask back on, still looking at the other party through the hole in the mask. Okay, now you should answer my question. Chapter 317. Seeing that she still couldn't avoid Lin Chen's question, Xiao Yun had to take a deep breath. She carefully put the melon seeds in her hand back into her pocket, and then said in a deep voice, "What's your question?" Seeing that Xiao Yun was laughing, Lin Chen didn't get annoyed and said with a smile, "My question is, how did you tear open the boundary? Can you not answer?" Xiao Yun suddenly spoke in a soft voice, with a deliberately coquettish look on her face. If some players, who have been cheated and scolded by Xiao Yun, see this black shop owner showing this look, their jaws will probably drop to the ground in shock. Gods, when have they ever seen Xiao Yun like this? On weekdays, this guy is a combination of a tigress and Sun Ernyang, a real female demon, but now she actually shows such a little woman's attitude to someone, just like the sun rising from the west. I won't fall for it. But Lin Chen smiled slightly, and still looked at this girl straight. Being looked at by Lin Chen in this way, Xiao Yun felt a little hot behind her ears. She bit her lower lip with her upper teeth and sighed. Okay, I tell you. Xiao Yun gave up. But if I'm killed by the system after saying these words, you can. Don't threaten me, I know my limits. Xiao Yun was really helpless at this moment, she said. In fact, many NPCs in the land of the hunting god used to be players. Lin Chen's eyebrows moved. He knew that he would ask Xiao Yun for some useful information, but he didn't expect that he would fall into deep thought right from the start. Players turned into NPCs? NPCs. Players turned into NPCs? There are two types of NPCs in the land of the hunting god. One is mechanical, something like AI created by the land of the hunting god system. This type of NPC usually appears in dungeons, in the wild, and in ruins. For example, the dungeon's battlefield of death and tree of life in the god sacrificing tower. Needless to say, these NPCs are not the same type as the one Xiao Yun mentioned. The second type is the NPC that Lin Chen could always meet now. Just like Xiao Yun, Ruan, the miniature jar merchant, the dwarf in the White Moon City Mission Hall, etc. Could it be that these people were all players in their previous lives? In his previous life, he always thought that these NPCs came with the land of the hunting god, and sometimes Lin Chen even thought that these people were the natives of the land of the hunting god. However, in the process of searching for the truth in this round, Lin Chen gradually realized that NPCs were also selected like them. For example, Xiao Yun, and the old lady who was a spirit pet user and was wiped out by the system, they, like Lin Chen, are from Earth. But shouldn't they be completely unrelated to players? How are these two terms equated? You mean, you were a player before? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Yun and asked. Yes. Xiao Yun did not deny it, and nodded immediately. But when we first met, didn't you say that you were an NPC in both reincarnations? When did you become a player? First of all, I didn't tell you that I was an NPC in both reincarnations. I just said that during the two reincarnations, I didn't see anyone strengthening the rusty iron sword. Xiao Yun said. Recalling the scene when he met Xiao Yun, Lin Chen was speechless. Soon, he asked again, then you became an NPC at the beginning of the second round? No. Xiao Yun shook her head again, and she looked up at the sky, as if to test whether her next words would attract the attention of the system. I entered a ruin in the first round, but I died in the ruins at that time, and I didn't have a resurrection coin. Lin Chen was stunned. He interrupted Xiao Yun and blurted out 4 words. Mengza Flower Corridor? Xiao Yun obviously didn't expect Lin Chen to say these words. How did you know? Lin Chen was confused again. Could it be that NPCs like Xiao Yun had to die in the Mengza Flower Corridor in the same way as the NPCs in the second round of the game? What secrets does this Mengza Flower Corridor have? It's okay. Go on. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Xiao Yun shrugged. She first glanced at Lin Chen and continued to speak when she saw that he didn't make any extra moves. After I died, I opened my eyes and found myself in a stall. Xiao Yun measured with both hands and motioned Lin Chen to look around him. The second reincarnation was not started at that time. That is to say, when you become an NPC, you are still in the first round. Yes, and after becoming an NPC, many prompts began to appear in my brain. Those prompts instilled information about how to be an NPC into my mind, about how to earn currency from players, how to complete daily tasks, including precautions and special penalties. Prompt sound? Lin Chen, can you NPCs hear the prompt sound? Yes, but it is not on the same channel as you players. It is ringing in our brains, and only NPCs can hear it. The two were silent for a while, and Xiaoyun shook his head helplessly. Although I also want to tell you the tasks assigned by the prompt sound, but I have a hunch that if I tell you, I may not survive. Lin Chen nodded. I understand. Now let's get back to the topic. Why can you tear open the gap in the boundary area? Xiaoyun stretched lazily. Of course I, like you second-round players, also have the power of Guishu. Before she could be surprised, a slender figure suddenly walked in front of Xiaoyun's stall. Xiaoyun subconsciously raised her head and glanced at the female elf Irina, who was walking over. This was not the first time she had seen Irina. This female elf was also introduced by Lin Chen to strengthen her equipment here. But every time she saw Irina, Xiaoyun would take a second look. Having lived on Earth for 7 or 8 years, Xiaoyun had never seen an elf with the appearance of Elena, even though she had been in the god-hunting land for so long. But when she saw Elena again, this time, Xiaoyun felt inexplicably unhappy. She rolled her eyes at Elena without noticing it, and simply turned her head away from her. Elena did not notice Xiaoyun's little move, but walked straight to Lin Chen's side, and sat down very naturally. What's going on? Lin Chen turned his head, and looked at Elena. I tried, it doesn't work. No one works. Lin Chen asked again. No, there is no reaction at all. Yelena shook her head. Well, that's a pity. Seeing the two of them having an encrypted conversation in their booth, Xiaoyun felt angry for no reason. She took a deep breath and asked with a fake smile, What are you two talking about? If you are afraid of being overheard by outsiders, you can talk somewhere else. Hearing Xiaoyun say this, Lin Chen didn't notice anything wrong, but answered very generously. I asked Elena to go to other novice villages to see if she could open a new intersection area, but she failed. Xiaoyun's face twitched, and she turned her head exaggeratedly to look at Lin Chen. What do you mean? Are you going to continue to enter the intersection area? Yes, if possible, I want to go in a few more times, or the more the better. What do you think the intersection area is? A scenic spot? Xiaoyun just felt that she had heard it wrong. Everyone can only enter once, okay. Chapter 318. Although Lin Chen could guess it, he still felt a little sorry when he heard this from Xiaoyun. It would be great if this so-called intersection area could be entered multiple times. In that case, he would grow to be almost terrifying. No, almost truly invincible. After all, the ruins in the intersection area have no levels, and killing them will not increase experience points. He can use the bug of stacking attack power to increase his attack power infinitely. Just thinking about it makes people salivate. Well, that's a pity indeed. Lin Chen sighed. But he quickly reacted and continued to ask, You just said that you also have the power of Guishu? Xiaoyun didn't nod or shake his head, just looked at Lin Chen indifferently. Lin Chen continued, If you also carry the power of Guishu, maybe you can also return to Earth. After hearing this, Xiaoyun laughed dryly. If I can go back, will I still ask you to help me do things? No, I mean. Lin Chen suddenly stretched out his hand to Xiaoyun. I can take you back. Just like Elena, if Xiaoyun held his hand, maybe he could really bring this former player, who had become an NPC, back to the real world. Xiaoyun stared at Lin Chen's hand for a long time, and finally smiled bitterly. I don't want to take this risk for the time being. I can't die. Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help smacking his lips. Yes, Xiaoyun now has her own reasons to live. She can't take any risks now. She must hold on until the land of the hunting god is really shut down. Only then can she return to Earth and her father intact. In the process, she will never allow herself to die in a muddle. Even if Lin Chen can really take her back to Earth. Okay. Lin Chen nodded silently, and then took his hand back. After that, Lin Chen threw some more questions, and Xiaoyun answered them to the best of his ability. It's just that she couldn't answer some tricky questions, or even if she could answer them, she chose to remain silent. A few minutes later, Lin Chen had no more questions to ask. Although Xiaoyun got some information about NPCs, Xiaoyun would keep silent when it came to exploring the deeper aspects of the god-hunting land. Anyway, when you enter the Mingza Flower Gallery again, you should know more. Xiaoyun had almost recovered. She stood up and stretched her shins, and even planned to reopen. Seeing this, Feng Chen, who had been blocking other players from a distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck. It's finally over. My eloquence is almost wearing out blisters. Feng Chen muttered, and then quickly ran to the side of Lin Chen and Elena. You don't have to ask me why I know so many things. Everyone who becomes an NPC from a player in the first round knows these things. They are not secrets between us. Xiaoyun said to Lin Chen, and I am telling you these things now without being punished, which means that the system doesn't mind you knowing these things. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Xiaoyun really did tell Lin Chen everything he knows. Thank you. Lin Chen smiled at Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun rolled his eyes. You should thank me, after all, I almost died to save you. When we return to Earth, I will have a chance to treat you to a meal. Lin Chen said. After that, the three returned to the guild building. After being away for so long, when Lin Chen and Elena, alive. After returning to the guild, the whole guild was in a state of excitement. The most delighted person during this period was naturally Gardenia. This girl had a sad face in a room of the guild building before. When Lin Chen was teleported back to the building, Gardenia ran over after receiving the news. After confirming that Lin Chen was really safe, the girl burst into tears of joy. She stood in front of Lin Chen at a loss, crying miserably. For a moment, Lin Chen really thought he was dead. Okay. Lin Chen didn't know what to do. He patted the girl's shoulder carefully. I'm not dead. Captain! Gardenia hugged Lin Chen and cried loudly in his arms. Feeling the sudden touch on his chest, Lin Chen subconsciously raised his hands and dared not move. He wanted to ask for help from those around him, but it was not just Gardenia. Most of the members of the entire guild were also in a state of ecstasy at this moment. Some people with sensitive tear glands also wiped their noses with red eyes. No one noticed Lin Chen's embarrassment. Lin Chen could only turn his head to look at Feng Chen and Elena. Feng Chen had a silly smile on his face, as if he had just come out of panic. No matter how Lin Chen winked at him, he didn't come back to his senses. The only one who knew Lin Chen's embarrassment was Elena. But Elena turned her head away and didn't look at Lin Chen, even though the female elf saw Lin Chen's eyes in the process. Lin Chen could only want to push Gardenia away in embarrassment. But the girl cried even harder. She hugged Lin Chen's waist even more tightly, crying so hard that her body was shaking. Lin Chen simply let her go. After all, the embarrassing thing for him was that Gardenia's exaggeratedly developed part was touching his chest, but if he put aside his distracting thoughts, he would be able to see it through. Yes, not long after entering the land of the hunting god, Gardenia had been working with Feng Chen and others for so long, and she was also a member of his fixed team, so it was normal for her to show this kind of behavior now. After crying for more than a minute, Gardenia's sobbing gradually calmed down. It seemed that she realized her own loss of composure, and this girl finally let go of her hands that were tightly hugging Lin Chen. She looked up at Lin Chen with red eyes, sniffling constantly. When did Gardenia think that after entering the land of the hunting god, the emotional catharsis was no different from the real world? After crying for a long time, her eyes were also very dry, and even her eye sockets were very painful. Lin Chen reached out and touched Gardenia's head randomly. Are you done crying? Gardenia nodded and said like a mosquito. Okay, I'm fine, nothing's wrong. After comforting Gardenia for a long time, someone from the crowd finally came over. Looking closely, it was Haiqu Tiankong and Shirtai Yinliang, the two guild elders. President. Shirtai Yinliang smiled and said, Fortunately you are back. Our guild is now sea level. There will be many guild activities in the future. We are waiting for you to take us to participate. Yes, President. During the 10 hours you disappeared, some cadres of our guild were assassinated by people from other guilds. We have to get back at them. As the two of them took the lead in their statements, the other chiefs and vice-chiefs of the surrounding halls came over one after another. President. Chapter 319. In the following time, Lin Chen stayed in the conference room in the guild building for more than an hour. Shirtai Yinliang and others strongly requested Lin Chen to hold a meeting on the operation of the guild. Lin Chen, who could not resist the others, had to bite the bullet and hold a meeting. All the cadres of the entire guild were present. During the meeting, Lin Chen gave a general explanation of how the guild would plan in the future. After all, in the guild system of the hunting god land, when the guild reaches the level of C, some special guild activities can be launched. Later in the discussion, the focus of the meeting was naturally on the upcoming guild dungeon. The so-called guild dungeon, as the name suggests, is a huge dungeon held by guilds. If we talk purely about the scale, the size of the guild dungeon is the largest in the entire hunting god land. Except for the World Boss Crusade, the scale of any other dungeon cannot compare to it. Now in front of us is a guild dungeon called Gate of the Gods. I don't think it's a good idea. A deputy hall master said timidly. Our president just came out of a seemingly very dangerous dungeon, and he has to participate in such a large event without stopping? Where is the without stopping? Another deputy hall master beside him rolled his eyes. This event will start in 20 hours, and how can our guild not participate in such a large-scale guild event? I agree to participate. Another person raised his hand and said, after all, this is the first time that the Hunting God Land has held a guild dungeon, and our guild also meets all the requirements for participating in this dungeon called Gate of the Gods. The most important thing is that the rewards that the winning guild can get must be very generous. But are we taking too big a step? Our overall strength has always been forced up by our president and vice president. I think we should be more cautious first, just in case something goes wrong. People had different opinions, and as time went by, there was actually a quarrel on the huge conference table. Lin Chen, who was sitting in the main seat, scratched his head. He felt a little uncomfortable now. This was the main reason why he was unwilling to take over the position of guild president in the beginning. Not only was it busy with work, but it also made Lin Chen feel a little tired. Just like the guild leaders, who were arguing with each other now. For Lin Chen, he was still thinking about opening the gift bags in his backpack, and then exploring the current changes in the land of the hunting god. After all, he had encountered a strange area like the border area, and the land of the hunting god had already begun to change. He didn't really want to waste time in such a place. Shut up. The next moment, Shi Tai Yin Liang gave a low, cold shout. The surrounding voices suddenly quieted down. Shi Tai Yin Liang was originally the president of the guild, so naturally he still had some of the president's authority. What's the point of you quarreling here? Shi Tai Yin Liang glared at everyone first, and when he turned his head to look at Lin Chen, his expression suddenly became kind. President, it's still you who decides. Lin Chen hesitated for a while. In fact, he had never participated in the guild dungeon in his previous life. Although he was willing to participate, he had always protected Zhao Yiding at the time, and that woman was unwilling to participate in such a large-scale event, so Lin Chen had to give up. So Lin Chen was also a layman for such a huge event. Thinking of this, Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at Elena. Elena seemed to have participated in similar events before. Facing Lin Chen's gaze, the female elf nodded. Lin Chen understood, but he hesitated for a while. Finally, he cleared his throat and turned to ask. Brother Chu, how many guilds can participate in this guild copy? Shi Tai Yin Liang quickly replied, a maximum of 10 guilds can participate, and each guild can select up to 150 people. Hearing this answer, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Although he had never formally participated in a guild dungeon, he more or less knew how it worked. In the previous life, only the guild dungeons of B-level guilds were so large. A maximum of 1,500 people participated at the same time. And it was only a C-level guild dungeon? As Lin Chen guessed, the land of the hunting god has developed rapidly in a direction that Lin Chen could not understand. In this case, it should not be a bad thing to participate in this thing. Brother Chu, please sign us up. With Lin Chen's decision, the cadres around him naturally would not have any other objections. Shi Tai Yin Liang also nodded immediately. Okay. Then President, we will go back and prepare first. When you are free, just shout on the guild channel, and all our members will be there. After the meeting, many guild members still looked happy. The backbone of the guild is back, which is undoubtedly a very strong reassurance for them. In the end, only Elena, Feng Chen, and Gardenia were left in the conference room. Seeing everyone leave, Feng Chen came over immediately. Brother, Beauty, what instance did you two go to? Why did it take so long? And why did you need the NPC to help you out? Feng Chen had a look of curiosity and excitement. Gardenia beside him also looked over, her eyes constantly moving between Lin Chen and Elena. Lin Chen thought about it, and found that he seemed unable to explain to Feng Chen and the others about the second round and the power of Guishu. After all, the workload was too heavy. If he had to explain it in detail, regardless of whether the other party could understand it, Lin Chen himself did not have the time. It's a relic of a puzzle nature, so it takes time. Lin Chen was ready to laugh it off. Oh, so that's it. Feng Chen didn't seem to believe it. After all, Irina's current top ranking in the battle power list is enough to explain the problem. Before Lin Chen and the others disappeared, Irina's overall battle power was more than 10,000, but what about now? 41,000. The undisguised battle power of 41,000 suddenly appeared, making it impossible for Feng Chen to believe that the two of them went to a copy or relic of a puzzle nature. They must have entered an area where attack power can be stacked crazily. When Feng Chen thought of this, he felt a little uncomfortable. So he turned to look at Elena. Beauty, how much attack power do you have now? The female elf was stunned and found that it was not only Feng Chen, but Gardenia was also staring at her. Elena was silent for a while, and then said bluntly, 22,000. Gulp. Feng Chen swallowed his saliva very clearly. The next moment, this guy's face was full of envy and jealousy. He turned his head and looked at Lin Chen with tears on his face. Brother, you can't be partial. Lin Chen was immediately black. Okay, I will bring you next time. Chapter 320. After comforting Feng Chen and Jizi, Lin Chen found some time to hang out in the guild's training ground and activity room for more than 10 minutes. After simply completing some of the current affairs of the guild, Lin Chen finally sighed. To be honest, being the guild leader takes a lot of time. In this time, he has basically successfully cleared a dungeon. Brother, shall we go on a quest? Feng Chen said with a smile. The guild dungeon will start in more than 20 hours. Can we take this time to level up? Lin Chen was going to agree, but he remembered something. Take a rest first. There will probably be some changes in the god-hunting land in the next few days. Changes? Feng Chen was stunned. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, then he walked to Feng Chen and patted his shoulder. Xiao Feng, I have a task for you. Brother, tell me. Feng Chen replied without hesitation. Before the guild mission begins, I need you to help me go to the open space in each novice village to see the changes in the aperture. If there is anything unusual about the aperture, tell me immediately. Feng Chen naturally knew what Lin Chen meant, and he nodded. Okay, brother. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Gardenia again. Captain, is there anything I can do? The girl subconsciously stepped forward. Yes, if you are free, I want you to go to some low-level main cities to take a look. If I am not mistaken, with the forced closure of the novice village, the current low-level main cities should be overcrowded. Lin Chen looked at Gardenia. I need you to observe if there is anything wrong in those low-level main cities. Something is wrong. Gardenia didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Yes, I can't say the details. Anyway, it's up to you to judge for yourself. If you think something is wrong, tell me directly. Okay. Feng Chen and Gardenia each received the order as the guild leader and left. Just before Gardenia used the return stone to teleport away, the girl intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Elena beside Lin Chen. After the two left, there were only Lin Chen and Elena in the guild building. The female elf paused and laughed before Lin Chen spoke. It seems that Gardenia has some opinions about me. Lin Chen was stunned. What's wrong? He didn't think of this question at the first time, and immediately raised his head to look at Elena. The female elf didn't say anything, but just looked away awkwardly. It was this small move that made Lin Chen come back to his senses. Ahem. Don't think too much. Lin Chen and Elena were the same in the way they handled this kind of thing. After a few words, a strange and awkward atmosphere began to shroud the two of them. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Chen reacted, but just as he was about to say something, Elena also turned to look at him and hesitated. Mr. Lin, you said? Lin Chen scratched his head. I am going to use the Guishu scroll again, and I want to ask. Okay. Elena immediately replied, I have time. After a while. Earth. The space was rippling, and as two beams of light fell from the sky, Lin Chen and Elena stood hand in hand on a square. The two slowly opened their eyes, and then naturally let go of each other's hands. To be honest, although Elena can breathe the air of the earth normally, she is still a little uncomfortable every time she enters the earth. The female elf's chest rose and fell violently, and it took her half a minute to recover from the suffocation, and the redness on her face gradually faded. Are you okay? Lin Chen looked at her. It's okay. Much better. After saying that, the two also looked around where they were now. The location of the amusement park was different from the last time I returned to Earth. This place looked like a huge open-air square. There were not many buildings around, only a building that looked like a gymnasium behind. And what was different from the last time was that there were actually quite a few people in the square this time. Or rather, there were people everywhere. Mr. Lin. Yelena looked at the people around her, who were gradually approaching with curiosity on their faces, and took out her weapon with some caution. It's okay. Lin Chen shook his head at Elena, and she put the bow back. As these people came over to look at Lin Chen and Elena, Lin Chen was also observing them carefully. They were all small trumpets within level 10. Just by looking at the style of weapons in their hands, and the protective gear on their bodies, Lin Chen could recognize at a glance that they were all the lowest quality equipment, all low-level weapons of level 5 or 6. It seems that with the forced closure of the novice village, these guys who were eating and waiting to die in the novice village were all thrown away by the system. Back to the real world. Soon, many people came to Lin Chen and the others. Huh? How come these two people are different from us? A knight who looked only about level 5 looked at Lin Chen in a panic and said, "They should be wearing equipment from the land of the hunting god, right? Damn, they look so strong. What level are they? Do you think they are level 20? More than that, I think they are level 30. As people were talking, Lin Chen and Elena gradually pushed through the crowd and walked towards one place. Every time they used the Guishu scroll to return to Earth, they would soon be found by Su. There were too many people here, and they needed to get away from them as soon as possible, otherwise Su would smell the scent and come over, and all these people would die. Hey, don't go, why did you just appear in a different way from us? That's right, tell us what level you are. It turns out that everyone who dies in the land of the hunting god will return to Earth. I thought we were the only ones there. Were you also blown back by the explosion? Do we not have to go back to that game world? These people followed Lin Chen and talked a lot. Seeing that Lin Chen and Elena remained silent, some people even started to pull at Lin Chen's clothes. Some even stopped Elena directly. When had these low-level novice village players ever seen the elves? They immediately became noisy. If you don't want to die, get out. Lin Chen shouted in a low voice. He didn't even activate fear and killing intent. Just his eyes startled the players around him. Those who were closer retreated one after another. The player who pulled Lin Chen's sleeve sat down on the ground. Many of them had seen some high-level players in the novice village. Those players at level 20 or 30 would come back to the novice village with a touch of vanity from the teleportation guide in the city to show off. After all, the population base in the novice village is extremely large, and they are all country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Naturally, they would be happy to see the yearning expressions on the faces of these low-level players. But at the same time, the pressure from those high-level players on novice players should not be underestimated. But no matter what, these people have never felt such an exaggerated sense of pressure from a player. I will die. This thought jumped in the hearts of the people around, and many people took several steps back. Without the obstruction of the crowd, Lin Chen and the others walked faster and faster. According to the time, Su should come to the door soon. But just as they were about to leave the square, a loud piercing sound came from the side. Stop! Lin Chen paused and turned to look to the side. There, judging from his clothes, a player who looked to be level 40 walked over with a bad face. I have something to ask you. Chapter 321. What the hell? Another high-level player. People obviously saw this knight-like person for the first time. He carried a huge shield on his back and held a one-handed hammer in his hand. Oh, I really regret it. If I knew that I could return to the real world with the abilities in the game after dying in it, I would have upgraded myself even if I was killed. That's right. With my previous experience playing Legend Attack, I am now at least a level 40 player. It's no use talking about this now. Amid the discussions of the surrounding players, the 40-plus level knight walked over step by step, his armor making a clanking sound as he walked. This person's face was not very good. He looked up and down at Lin Chen. Because the equipment Lin Chen was wearing was a bit out of place, and it seemed that his level was not very high, the knight naturally ignored him and turned his attention to Elena. You are an elf? Elena also ignored him. She was ready to leave here quickly with Lin Chen again. Because from this moment on, the sky above was originally clear and dark clouds were moving strangely. It seemed that it was going to rain. Seeing that Elena ignored him, the knight's face darkened. Elf, this is Earth. How did you get here? He took out a one-handed hammer from his back and directly placed it in front of Elena. Also, why can I still smell the scent of the land of the hunting god on you? The knight was ready to take action at any time. All players who died and returned to Earth should have no connection with the land of the hunting god. Who are you? The knight had no choice but to be cautious. He did not just return to Earth. He was a knight who died in the first round of the battle against the god of fire. He died yesterday morning and returned to Earth. After arriving on Earth, it took him more than an hour to digest all these things. Although it was a bit absurd, when he thought about the skills and item backpack he still had in the game, he felt that he could do anything. Soon, a large number of people began to appear in the originally quiet city and streets. To be more precise, they were players who died in the land of the hunting god like him. Surprised, the knight found that the levels of these people were all within level 10, which puzzled him very much. As the number of people increased, the knight could no longer sit still. He randomly asked a few low-level players and found out the reason. The novice village was closed. He was a little dazed, and obviously did not expect such a confusing situation to happen in the land of the hunting god. A few hours later, the knight was moving aimlessly in the city while enjoying the admiring gazes of these low-level players. During the process, he encountered a very strange thing. On a street corner, he saw some strange monsters made of liquid and gas fighting with a fighter player who still had the unique smell of the land of the hunting god flowing on his body. When he saw those monsters, the knight was stunned at first, thinking that could there be monsters from the land of the hunting god that could come to Earth? With this in mind, he prepared to go over and help. After all, he was level 48, and he could participate in the boss battle of the blazing god. He quickly killed those weird, mysterious monsters that were neither human nor ghost. Although he was very puzzled about the origin of these things, when he came to the center of the battlefield, he suddenly found a huge monster that was several stories high, attacking the fighter crazily. And the attack scene was very huge. Even though he was level 48, he couldn't withstand the attack of the monster. After taking 3 or 4 attacks from the monster with liquid all over his body, he lay on the ground unconscious for a long time. Now it seems that those things are definitely not monsters from the land of the hunting god. They are very strange, just like the evil ghosts. When he stood up again, the monsters disappeared, and all he saw were broken walls and the body of the fighter. The knight ran to the side of the fighter immediately, but when the smell around the body of the fighter gradually dissipated, a few seconds later, the body disappeared in front of him. This scene and experience puzzled him a lot, because the scene was so huge, and many people saw those monsters appearing from the rain and disappearing from the rain. He looked for many witnesses, but the level of those witnesses was very low. They just saw it, but they couldn't explain it at all. After coming and going, the knight came here with full of doubts. But he soon smelled the smell of the hunting god land again in this square. After looking for it, he found that there were 2 people, both of whom had the smell of the hunting god land, just like the fighter who died in the hands of the monster. At this time, the knight discovered that one of the 2 was actually an elf, which made him even more puzzled. Why did the elves appear on Earth? After the elves died, shouldn't they return to their own world? Why did they come to Earth? I ask you one last time, who are you? A level 48 player can create a storm of murderous intent and coercion on Earth by showing off his aura at will. The low-level players nearby retreated one after another. If they didn't want to retreat, this storm of murderous intent would help them stay away. But even so, Lin Chen and Elena remained motionless. Not only that, they actually ignored him, and then looked up as if looking at the dark cloud that was getting closer and closer. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Seeing that the other party could withstand the aura he released, the knight knew that the other party's level should be not low, and he was ready to attack directly to teach the other party a lesson. But just as he was about to use the one-handed hammer in his hand to perform a level 1 flat attack, Elena directly reached out and took the other party's attack. Not only that, another powerful storm emanating from the female elf directly dissipated the pressure caused by the knight just now, and the remaining force was not reduced. This strong wind alone made the knight unconsciously retreat several steps. You? The knight retracted his hand, and he only felt a faint pain in his wrist, which was where Elena's slender jade hand was strangled. At this moment, the knight knew that the gap between him and the female elf was very large. To an absurd degree. As long as he made a move, he estimated that he would not be able to hold on for 2 seconds in the hands of this woman. Before he could continue speaking, the masked man next to the female elf suddenly spoke. Friend, looking at you, have you seen people similar to us? The knight looked ahead with some lingering fear. When the masked man was speaking, the female elf did not move too much, but just stood quietly beside the masked man, as if the real person in charge was not her, but the masked man. The knight breathed heavily, and after a short fight, he only felt that there was a big difference between him and the other party, and they were not at the same level at all. After swallowing his saliva, the knight briefly told the other party what he had encountered before. That's it. I now suspect that you and the dead fighter are the same kind of people. Are you not dead? The knight asked in a low voice. Can you return to the land of the hunting god? Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other. It must be said that this guy has a smart mind. Lin Chen also caught something from the other party's words just now. Level 3 ruins what? Lin Chen said calmly. I didn't expect that a second-round player could attract the pursuit of a level 3 ruin. Elena had seen the horror of a level 3 ruin. The last time she and Lin Chen returned to Earth, they were chased by level 2 and level 3 ruins in turn. Let alone level 2, the overall strength of level 3 ruins is no joke. It's just a pity that the knight said that the second-round player, who was a fighter, did not survive the pursuit of level 3 ruin. At this moment, the dark clouds above have officially covered the sky. A drop of rain fell first. Here it comes. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Elena, do you think there will be a level 4 ruin chasing us this time? Chapter 322. The level 48 knight couldn't help but look up at the sky that was already full of dark clouds. Strange, why did it rain for no reason? Then, the raindrops hit the square under his feet with a crackling sound. Before people could fully react, the water splashed from the raindrops, hitting the ground, and the water flowed continuously along the gaps between the floor tiles, and then flowed down along the edges, forming a small waterfall. No one knew what this heavy rain meant. It came very quickly, and the rain curtain was also very turbulent. It stinks. In the rain, some people who had not yet left the crowd said, covering their noses. It was strange. Why could I smell a strange stench in such a heavy rain? And as time went by, the stench was getting closer and closer. The knight's eyelids jumped. He recognized the stench. The monsters made of liquid and gas that he had seen before seemed to have this smell. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The knight subconsciously began to retreat, and at the same time, he took the shield he had been carrying on his back into his other hand. At this time, the sky above the square was covered with dark clouds, but the surroundings were foggy. The raindrops fell like crazy. It didn't look like rain at all, but more like nylon cloth falling from the sky. The rain curtain and water column formed by these raindrops, without any intervals, appeared through the sky and the earth. Then, there was a sudden thunder, and a very bright light flashed in the rain. Then, people suddenly found that something seemed to appear in the rain in front of them. The black thing slowly approached, and finally it stretched out its limbs, opened the rain curtain like a curtain, and showed its face. It was revealed. It was a huge monster that was more than 10 meters long. Its lower body looked like a spider, but its upper body had an irregular shape. The limbs that kept wriggling around its body were actually moving back and forth on its body. If you look closely, they looked like toothpicks moving back and forth on the surface of a candy. Fuck. What is this? Monster? Have the monsters from the land of the hunting god come to Earth as well? No way. This is obviously a high-level monster. Hurry. Run. People had no idea what the ruins in front of them were, so they naturally attributed everything they saw to the land of the hunting god. But the players standing here had never seen such an exaggerated monster. They were all cowards under level 10, who were sent back by the novice village after it was closed. When they encountered this type of monster, they immediately peed their pants. At this moment, the people around began to retreat continuously. They wanted to leave here as quickly as possible, the farther the better. But before they could run far, some human-like monsters staggered over in the rain, and the raindrops hit them as if they were falling on the surface of mud. Oh no! The monsters blocked our retreat. When he saw the huge spider-like monster in front of him, Lin Chen shook his head in disappointment. Second-level ruins. Now, let alone killing the second-level ruins, Lin Chen even hoped that he could meet more and stronger individuals this time, so that he could stack the power of Guishu. He didn't even want to attack the thing in front of him. Soon, half a second later, the puddle under everyone's feet suddenly exploded, and a huge snake-shaped Su suddenly jumped out. This snake was larger than the spider-shaped Su beside it. But even so, it was also a second-level Su. After these two monsters appeared, Lin Chen and Elena hadn't made a move yet, and the knight standing on the side suddenly shouted, "Asshole!" Lin Chen and the others turned their heads and found that the knight had already taken a fighting stance. He held a hammer in one hand and a shield in the other, and a dazzling luster burst out from his body. "Come and fight me!" The knight roared and launched a provocation. The giant snake opened its bloody mouth and bit down fiercely at the knight's position. However, before the giant snake's fangs touched the knight, a more dazzling light suddenly appeared, and in an instant, a huge beam of light fell from the sky onto the knight. Evil Punisher level 45 skill Heaven Warrior. When this light fell, everyone's eyes could not help but slightly raise. Yes, this knight covered with brilliance has become the same size as a spider or a giant snake. He is like a god of war from heaven, with a dazzling light emitting from his whole body. He holds a sharp blade that emits yellow in his right hand, and the round shield in his right hand is made entirely of red energy. And his whole body, which is 20 meters high, is made of unknown white light. Die! A thunderous voice sounded, and the knight first smashed the giant snake with the round shield in his hand, and then stepped forward and chopped it down with a sharp blade in his hand. Boom! It was unknown whether it was the sound of the step he had just taken or the sound of the blade slashing, but the huge roar almost made the surrounding low-level players unable to stand. The floor tiles under his feet broke into pieces, and a huge column of water rushed up into the sky. In the rain, one of the spider legs of the spider-shaped Su was cut off alive by the knight. After that, the giant snake once again rushed out from the side, but before it got close, It was pressed hard by the shield in the knight's hand. The huge force made the giant snake fall to the ground, and the whole body was pressed to the ground by the knight's tyrannical force. During the process, the sharp blade in his hand was not idle. Whenever the spider wanted to fight back, it would be stirred back by his sharp blade. After a few breaths, the spider also lost its ability to fight. The knight suppressed one under the shield, and the sharp blade subdued one. It was a perfect 1 against 2. Lin Chen, who was standing in the original place, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Huh? It seems that he has some skills. And Elena beside him was even more surprised. She looked at Lin Chen and asked in confusion, Mr. Lin, this move. Why haven't I seen it before? Elena, like Lin Chen, is a second-round player. She has seen all kinds of professions in the land of the hunting god, including some hidden professions that are not seen on weekdays. However, the skill released by the man who should be a knight made her unable to react for a while. Such a powerful skill. Is there such a skill in the land of the hunting god? The level 45 skill of the Punisher seems to be a transformation skill. Lin Chen answered. Elena's beautiful eyes paused, as if she thought of something, but I have seen that skill, it can't be like this. After the skills of the hunting god land return to the real world, they will be adapted to the rules of the real world. Do you still remember the move Wind of the Natural Chasm you fired on Earth last time? After being reminded by Lin Chen, Elena suddenly remembered something. Originally, Wind of the Natural Chasm, which only created a wind wall and did no damage in the hunting god land, caused a momentum on Earth that was comparable to the eye of a typhoon. At that time, with this move, Elena instantly killed a level 2 ruin. If that's the case, the scene in front of us is not difficult to understand. In front, the 2 level 2 ruins suppressed by the knight's heavenly warrior cannot move. As long as they are ready to break free, they will be greeted by the knight's crazy attack. Before the knight is ready to do anything, the sound of something falling rapidly in the rainy sky is heard again. Huh? People looked up and saw a dark shadow above their heads gradually getting bigger. Boom! The noise caused by the falling object even briefly cleared the surrounding rain curtain. People then discovered that the falling figure was actually a huge toad-like monster. The scene caused by the fall was like the collapse of mountains. Another second-level ruins. Come again? Oh my god. Why? Why are there so many monsters? I'm going to die. I'm really going to die this time. In this scene, that should have been extremely chaotic, Lin Chen frowned helplessly. Spider, snake, now toad. He seemed to have thought of something. 5 poisons? If according to Lin Chen's guess about the 5 poisons, toads, spiders and snakes have all come, the next one should be scorpions and centipedes. As expected, it was not just a toad that landed, but a huge centipede-shaped creature was coiled on its back. Not only that, right behind the knight who released the heaven warrior, a chariot suddenly rushed over. It was a scorpion as tall as a building. Chapter 323. Faced with this scene, the air in the rain was filled with an indescribable tension. The knight seemed to have a subtle fear in his heart, which was inadvertently reflected on the shield and blade he held tightly. The spider, who was controlled by his blade, felt this subtle shake at the first time. Its body surface squirmed for a while, and in an instant, it burst out with amazing power, and broke free from the knight's seemingly indestructible sword light, and regained its freedom. At the same time, the centipede on the toad's back suddenly soared into the air like a black lightning. Its body drew a strange arc in the air, and tens of thousands of tiny and powerful feet seemed to step out of an invisible ladder in the air, rushing towards the knight not far away. Boom! Its huge body was surprisingly fast, and it emitted a sharp and piercing hissing from its mouth, accompanied by the sound of its claws and teeth biting, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart, which made people shudder. As a last resort, the knight could only wield a huge sharp blade to face the centipede, but in this way, the giant snake that should have been firmly suppressed was now completely gone, leaving only a layer of mottled snake skin formed by a viscous liquid, lying quietly on the ground, like an abandoned battle robe. At this moment, the knight wearing the armor made of light was isolated and helpless, and the 5 secondary ruins around him surrounded him in the form of 5 poisons. Damn it! The knight cursed in a low voice, and the sound was like thunder. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, lowered his huge head, and shot his eyes at Lin Chen and Elena, who had been standing there. Hey, aren't you going to help? In the knight's opinion, the strength of these 2 people should not be inferior to his own. After all, he had just fought with Elena briefly, and the female elf was definitely not an ordinary person. Hearing the knight's disguised call for help, Elena looked back at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, and took a step forward. He hadn't been active on Earth for a long time, and he still wanted to see what kind of movement he would cause after his attack power reached 99,000. Let me do it. Lin Chen looked at Elena. The female elf nodded tacitly, and put the bow back. Lin Chen stomped his feet slightly, and with a loud bang and splashing raindrops, he soared into the sky, and then without any hesitation, he gently swung his fist, and then hit the centipede closest to Lin Chen without any fancy moves. Pa! The power poured out, and the centipede-shaped Su was almost instantly blown away. Its body was like a balloon filled with black ink being pierced by a silver needle. As it flew backwards, the centipede's body left shocking black grooves on the ground. Boom boom boom. The centipede knocked down various low buildings and structures along the way. The cars parked in the parking lot were immediately turned into flying blocks by the centipede's limbs, and finally scattered all over the ground. When the centipede stopped, thick black smoke continued to emerge from the corpse, and the corpse had already rotted into a pool of liquid. One hit to kill. Huh? The knight felt dizzy. He turned his head suddenly to look at Lin Chen. If he was not mistaken, this man just threw a fist lightly. Flat, before he could digest the scene just now, another loud bang was heard. The knight saw that Lin Chen was using a broken water pipe that flew from somewhere at his feet as a javelin and throwing it at the giant snake. The water pipe was like a red meteor, with a tail flame at the end. Swish! The water pipe pierced through the giant snake's head in an instant, and the huge force even made the giant snake's head explode directly, more like a balloon exploding. The liquid flowed down from top to bottom, and now only the slightly trembling lower body of the giant snake was left. The next moment, the giant toad and scorpion no longer paid attention to the knight, and the two monsters rushed towards Lin Chen like crazy. It seemed that at this moment, they finally remembered that their target should have been Lin Chen from the beginning. But when they were only a dozen meters away from Lin Chen, they could no longer move forward. A gorgeous bow, an arrow flashed in Lin Chen's hand. He should have shot 2 arrows at the toad and scorpion, but for some reason the two monsters were motionless, as if petrified. Just when people were puzzled, the toad and scorpion suddenly turned into liquid and flowed all over the ground. This! Not only the knights, but even some players, who were fighting with the lowest level Su were stunned. Everything happened too fast. In a flash, the mysterious masked man killed all 4 monsters. Now there was only one spider-shaped monster with broken limbs. Lin Chen didn't need to take action at all. The knight killed the other party with a sharp blade. The light faded, and the knight revoked the Heaven Warrior and returned to his original appearance. His chest rose and fell, and he looked at Lin Chen in front of him in shock. The knight wanted to say something to the other party, but when he thought of this man killing 4 monsters easily, he couldn't help but step back for a while. But somehow, the rain curtain around not only didn't mean to weaken, but it got heavier. Okay, my friend. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at him. Next, you can't handle it. Chapter 324. Sure enough, when Lin Chen finished saying that, the entire gray sky turned completely black. The rain was still falling, but everyone's vision seemed to be blocked by something. The knight was the first to react, and a pungent odor drilled into the knight's nose. He raised his head with a little fear and looked somewhere. The main reason why the sky was black was that something so huge that it was beyond words blocked the weak light. The entire square below was its shadow. The players who were running around in the distance had just broken through the siege of those low-level ruins, but now they were stunned. Everyone turned their heads as if they had seen a ghost, and then looked up at the sky. The rain curtain continued to fall, and people felt cold from head to toe. What is that? Just as people were about to discuss, a roar like an ancient giant came from the depths of the black curtain above their heads. Boom! The rain between heaven and earth was shaken away at this time, and an astonishing cold current swept through with a foul smell. Lin Chen stood there, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes fixed on the depths above his head. In the wind and rain, there was a huge monster that was affecting the wind and rain. Mr. Lin, is this Level 3 ruins? Although there was still a certain distance from the huge monster, everyone would not doubt that if this thing could move, it would only take one step to reach the square in an instant. A gleam of light emerged from the black eyes under Lin Chen's mask. He shook his hand, and the handle of the soul-breaking demon sword appeared in his empty palm. This is not the kind of noise that a level 3 ruins can create. As Lin Chen expected, the combined Guishu aura of himself and Elena was enough to attract ghosts of this level. Level 4 ruins. At this moment, accompanied by a series of dull tremors, the huge shadow in front gradually became clear, and then a dark arm that stretched out from the sky suddenly stretched out from the rain, and then made a motion to lift the curtain. Hua la la. The rain curtain was torn apart, revealing the true appearance of this huge monster. Between the towering buildings, a black figure that was 50 or 60 meters tall appeared. This thing had a head like a human, but no facial features. It had a neck and a torso, but no skin. It had all 4 limbs, but its hands and feet were stuck together like jelly beans with no gaps. Its entire body was covered in black liquid. Because rain kept falling on its body, from below, its skin seemed to be an irregular, flowing waterfall. So big. What the hell is this thing? Is the world the end of the world? People only realized at this time that the world had completely changed since they entered the land of the hunting god. Even if they returned to Earth, it would no longer be the Earth they had been on before. The knight, who was full of vigor and vitality, just now seemed to have become a deflated ball in an instant. He felt his legs were a little weak. If he had just faced the 5 poisons that were more than 10 meters tall, he would still have had the strength to fight. But now, a word popped up in his mind like a drum. Run, the farther the better, but unfortunately, the fear poured down from head to toe. Although the desire to survive made him leave here quickly, the fear was like a nail that held him firmly in place. For some reason, the knight turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. How to describe this strange feeling? Under the influence of this huge humanoid monster that looked like Ultraman, he couldn't even move his body, but the guy in the mask actually held a long sword in his hand and walked towards the humanoid shadow step by step. From a distance, it looked like a provocative mantis holding its pincers and confidently walking towards an elephant. The shadow came in strides, and when it landed, the whole earth shook. 1 or 2 unlucky people who were closer were unable to dodge, and were immediately trampled into pulp by the shadow. No! Many people frantically activated their skills to escape, but they could never outrun this thing. Seeing the shadow approaching, a warrior roared and was holding a broadsword ready to fight this thing. This person's level seemed to be higher than the players within level 10 around him, but he had just changed his job. He released Jump Slash and jumped up. The shadow waved his palm and slapped the warrior, who had just jumped up more than 10 meters. Paw! The huge kinetic energy made the warrior's body like a blood-red cannonball, smashing hard into a building in the distance. When people looked through the rain, they could only see a bloody thing stuck in the cracks of the broken concrete. The huge recoil even caused the corpse to tilt the building behind it, and blood poured over the debris and fell all over the ground. Run! Someone screamed like crazy. Don't stand there, run. Everyone finally stopped hesitating. I don't know if it was some kind of healing or the Crusaders released inspiring skills, which caused these people to finally break free from the shackles of fear for a short time. Everyone ran wildly, and the crowd and the entire square rioted. In the chaos, the Phantom had come to the front of Lin Chen. The 2 people approaching each other stopped at the same time. Lin Chen raised his head, and the Phantom lowered his head. The mask and the face without facial features looked at each other strangely. The next moment, the huge Phantom suddenly raised his hands, and the 2 fists made of viscous liquid quickly merged after contact, and finally formed a huge round hammer. Then, under Lin Chen's gaze, the Phantom smashed the combined hand hammer hard. Huh? In the rain, Lin Chen could clearly hear the sound of breaking air. Lin Chen held the sword in his hand and swung it gently. Suddenly, a strong wind blew around him. Countless raindrops turned into a small storm under the strong wind caused by the compression of air. The floor tiles under Lin Chen's feet also broke inch by inch. Something was rising on the spot. Around Lin Chen's hands and the sword, a sharp momentum actually blocked the rainstorm outside, and a vacuum zone formed around his body. In an instant, when the shadow's hand hammer was about to hit Lin Chen shouted in a low voice, swung the sword in anger, and the soul-breaking sword made a sharp sound. Buzz! With a slash of the sword, the dark clouds above his head suddenly disappeared, and the rain curtain disappeared instantly without a trace. There was a beam of sunlight shining down above his head. Chapter 325. The sun penetrated the clouds and fell on the wet ground. The golden light and the blue sword light complemented each other, forming a confusing picture. At this time, the rain stopped, the wind was still, and the whole square seemed to be reborn at this moment. People stopped and looked up at the sudden clear sky, and were stunned for a moment. The knight, who was closest to him, was shaking slightly. It should be said that when the rain stopped and the wind stopped, the coolness around would naturally dissipate, but the knight was looking at Lin Chen in astonishment, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. You? Who are you? The knight spoke incoherently, and it seemed that he would fall to the ground in the next moment. If it weren't for the shield supporting him, he would have fallen down now. He saw it. At that moment, with a deafening sound of the sword, the kinetic energy carried by the sword swung by Lynch and erupted like a volcano, and the invisible slash rushed towards the endless rain curtain and heavy dark clouds above his head. Is that a skill of a high-level warrior? Swordsman's enhanced sword slash? Or Berserker's sky-splitting swing? Or the awakening skills of these two warrior classes? If it is an awakening skill, is this person already level 50? But this knight would never have thought that Lynchen just swung his sword upwards in an ordinary way. If there is any difference, it should be that Lynchen used all his strength. On the land of the hunting god, if Lynchen swung his blade like this, nothing would happen. However, on Earth, a furious sword with an attack power of nearly 100,000, its blade light cut through the black sky like a streak of silk, and wherever it passed, the tyrannical energy gathered to form a slash. The air was split in two, leaving a faint blue crack along the path. When the knife touched the dark clouds and rainstorm, the dark clouds quickly dissipated like snow in the scorching sun, and the rainstorm disappeared for a while to avoid the sharp knife light. The whole sky seemed to be cut open by the knife, revealing the long-lost clarity and brightness. Looking at the huge shadow of the hand hammer, he still maintained the action of smashing down. But as time passed, this huge 4-level ruins with a height of tens of meters began to shake slightly. Crack. 2 seconds later, a neat cut appeared in the center of the phantom, and then a sticky liquid thread was tied between the two bodies, as if the lotus root was broken, but the thread was still connected. But the thread finally broke, and the phantom's body was divided into two halves, left and right, and then collapsed. Boom! This time the crowd felt the rumble of the ground again, but unlike before, they didn't have to flee. It seems the crisis has been resolved, but how was it resolved? Many people were running around just now. They had no idea how the monster that looked like the devil of hell died. Everyone could only look around blankly. Lynchen shook the sword in his hand and stood up straight. He was about to say something to fool the knight, but the next moment, a very faint prompt sound came from his brain. To be honest, it was difficult for me to hear this sound on Earth. After all, this place is different from the land of the hunting god, and the system on the land of the hunting god cannot work on Earth. If he listened carefully, Lynchen indeed heard the voice of an old woman. It was the mysterious old woman who appeared with the black tint. Congratulations, you have killed 4 level 2 Su and obtained 40 points of Guishu power. Lynchen was stunned at first, thinking that there were 5 level 2 Su. But he soon realized that the spider-shaped level 2 Su was killed by the knight in front of him. Lynchen wanted to ask the knight if he would get any reward after killing these Su, but seeing the frightened and shocked face of the knight looking at him now, Lynchen had the answer in his heart. Congratulations, you have killed a level 4 Su, and have obtained 200 points of Guishu power. Hearing this prompt, Lynchen raised his eyebrows. Wow, it is worthy of being a level 4 Su. Killing one actually gives 200 points of Guishu power? You should know that the things that can be exchanged for 200 points of Guishu power are really valuable. This time, Lynchen can even exchange for some artifacts. Congratulations, you have killed a level 4 Su, and you and your second round teammates have obtained an additional 30 minutes of Guishu time. When he heard this prompt, he opened his backpack and took a look. The remaining time written on the Guishu scroll was indeed more than 2 hours. Almost 20 minutes had been wasted just now, but now, because of the extra half an hour, he and Elena still had 2 hours to use. Lynchen looked around, the rain curtain had disappeared, and it seemed that no new Su would appear in the short term. Reaching out and patting the knight on the shoulder, Lynchen put away the sword and turned to look at Elena. Do you have any hints in your mind? Lynchen asked. The two of them did not have the function of teaming up on Earth, so they killed these Su by themselves. I don't know if Elena got the joint reward. Prompt sound? Elena shook her head. No, what's wrong, Mr. Lin? Nothing. Lynchen also figured out how the power of Guishu is distributed. Only those who kill in person can obtain it. Let's go, it's rare to come back again, let's go around. After finding out where they were, Lynchen took Elena to a commercial street. This time there was still plenty of time, a full 2 hours, and Lynchen could also breathe the air on Earth. With a beautiful woman by his side, Lynchen was naturally in a good mood at the moment. The two walked in the corridor of the commercial street. There was a commercial building with the words Wanda Plaza in front of him. The street where he and the female elf were walking was called Wanda Gold Street, and there were shops and stores on both sides. It seemed that every time he returned from the abyss, he would appear at a place he had been to before. The first time he returned to the abyss, Lynchen returned to his job. The second time was to an amusement park that he and Zhao Yuding had visited. This time, when he returned to the square, Lin Chen had come to the CPPCC building behind the square to apply for a house purchase certificate. Now that he knows this rule, Lin Chen will naturally recognize the way. Unlike the previous 2 times, with the novice village being closed by the system, people are now coming and going on the commercial street. Many stores with goods on display have been forcibly smashed open, with glass scattered all over the floor. Some people are flipping the counters back and forth, and zero-yuan shopping is everywhere in sight. From time to time, you can see some people fighting for something. With the abilities and means brought back from the land of the hunting god, these people are no longer fighting small fights, and all kinds of skills and flames are heard. Elena frowned. Mr. Lin, these people are normal. Lin Chen was not surprised by the current scene, as if he had guessed it long ago. I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's not surprising that humans, who have lost the constraints of laws and rules, and gained power do such things. Compared to these chaotic people, Lin Chen and Elena seemed out of place. It seems that the people here have not seen the ruins in the square, so they think that after they return to Earth, whoever has the bigger fist and the higher level is the truth. But if they know what they are about to face, will they still be like this? Lin Chen thought, and suddenly sneered. Chapter 326. Yelena followed Lin Chen. The masked man in front of him seemed to know the place well. After turning a few corners, Lin Chen stopped in front of a store. This is a restaurant with a retro style and decoration. The sign reads XXX Authentic Sichuan Restaurant. Unlike other stores around that were suffering from the zero-yuan purchase policy, this place was well preserved. Except for a broken glass window, there was no excessive damage to the rest of the store. In order to confirm that he was not in the wrong place, Lin Chen turned his head and looked at a decoration at the door of the store. It was a stone decoration with a smiling face and a hunched back. It was carved into the shape of a waiter, and the paint on it had faded a little due to the long time. In the waiter's hand, it was written everyone is a guest. Come in and have a drink, Mr. Lin. This is. Irina asked. I originally planned to take you to see the food on our Earth. Lin Chen looked at the closed shop, but my friend should not have come back here. He resisted the urge to push the door open and silently took a step back. But before Lin Chen left, the door opened by itself. A middle-aged man dressed in the unique outfit of the fighters of the land of the god of hunting pushed the door open and walked out with a burning cigarette in his mouth. If you look closely, you can see that this man has a bald spot on his head and a pair of glasses on his nose. Seeing Elena and Lin Chen standing at the door of the store, this man frowned. Get away, don't mess with me. He waved his wrist slightly and said in a deep voice, otherwise I won't be polite to you. Although the middle-aged bald man had a big belly, the fighter outfit he was wearing was obviously of a high level. Looking closely, the brass knuckles on his right fist should be a level 40 style. Using brass knuckles, he should be a boxing champion. This boxing champion naturally regarded Lin Chen and the others as the villains who smashed the shops around him, with a look of vigilance and disgust on his face. The reason why his store was intact was because he was a real strong man. At level 40, it was easy for him to control these players, most of whom were level 10 or so. Lin Chen, who was originally planning to leave, stopped at this moment. Under the mask, Lin Chen's eyes rarely showed a gentle emotion. Seeing that the two did not leave, the boxing champion took a deep breath of cigarette, and the smoke was slowly exhaled after passing through his lungs. Damn it, if you don't leave, don't blame me for beating you to death. He was used to saying this kind of lines, and what made him most annoyed was that he had indeed killed someone. After returning from the land of the hunting god, he didn't use any light or heavy punches at first. With his level 40 damage panel, he only needed to lightly punch a level 10 person to kill him directly. But he didn't know about this. In order to protect the store behind him, he even used a level 20 skill. With one punch, 4 villains who came to rob and smash were killed directly. And the way they died was to turn into meat paste. The red marks on the wall of the store in front of him were the bloodstains that stuck to the wall after the villains died. Since he had already killed someone by mistake, he didn't mind killing a few more. But just as he was about to say a few more words that he would take action if the other party didn't listen to his advice, the man suddenly realized that something was wrong. His eyes fell on Elena. No, to be precise, they fell on Elena's ears. Elf? The boxing champion murmured, and then unconsciously took a step forward. Hey, you are an elf, right? A player over level 40 would naturally recognize this race. When he was in the land of the hunting god, he even saw some players harassing elves and fighting with them. But the question is not this. Why did he see the elves on Earth? Elves. Will they come to Earth even after death? With this question, the boxing champion saw Lin Chen, who had been motionless beside the elf, take a step forward. The boxing champion paused slightly, and immediately took a fighting stance. Because he had only seen the elves in the intermediate main city after reaching level 40, he subconsciously thought that the two opponents were also above level 40. This was not comparable to those players within level 10. I said, if you get closer. But before he finished speaking, the man under the mask spoke. Brother Bai, long time no see. The boxing champion was startled. The airs he had put on suddenly disappeared, and not only that, he said two words almost without thinking. Xiao Lin? He looked at the masked man in front of him in disbelief and asked again, Is it Xiao Lin? Lin Chen reached out and took off the mask on his face. It's me, Brother Bai. When he saw Lin Chen's face, the middle-aged man surnamed Bai rushed forward excitedly and hugged Lin Chen, then crouched slightly and picked Lin Chen up directly. Ha ha, it's you, kid. Brother Bai, Brother Bai. Lin Chen patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. Put me down, put me down. Lao Bai seemed very excited. After he put Lin Chen down, he turned around and opened the door. Come on, come in, I treat you to a meal. As he said that, he didn't care about much else and walked in first. In the process, he didn't forget to turn around and wave at Lin Chen. Come on, brat. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, and called Elena beside him to walk in together. Stepping into this retro Sichuan restaurant, Lin Chen immediately felt very familiar. He had been to this restaurant too many times before. But even so, Lin Chen still felt like he had traveled back to the streets of old times. In the dim store, a mixture of chili and wooden furniture wafted towards him. The dim light from the antique lanterns and candles burning in the wall lamps sprinkled every inch of space, so that the store could still be seen clearly after the power outage. The ground was paved with simple bluestone slabs. Lin Chen lowered his head and stepped on it. It had been a long time since he had felt this kind of touch. He had always stood on the land of the hunting god. When had he ever felt this solid touch? He and Elena followed the excited Lao Bai through the central area where a large mahogany round table was placed. Lao Bai led the two to the table. He reached out and took out two carved wooden chairs surrounding it, and then motioned Lin Chen and Elena to sit down. Wait a minute, I bring the dishes. Looking at Lao Bai's anxious look, Lin Chen immediately called out. Brother Bai, I don't think it's necessary, we don't have much time. It's okay, I prepared it in advance. Lao Bai chuckled. I've been cooking in the kitchen these 2 days since I returned to Earth. Although the electricity and natural gas are out, there is still gas. Look, I was cooking just now. What a coincidence. As he said that, Lao Bai hurried to the kitchen. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled, and could only let Elena sit down with him. The female elf sitting in the seat looked around with interest. To be honest, there are of course similar restaurants in their elf world, but this type of decoration style makes her very curious. After a quick look around, Elena looked at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, who is he? You mean Brother Bai? Lin Chen smiled. He used to be a senior programmer and my senior at work. A few years ago, he promoted me to the leader of the architecture team and then resigned. After that, he came here to open a Sichuan restaurant. By the way, can you eat spicy food? Elena was stunned at first, and then she understood what Lin Chen meant. Spicy? Ah, is it a certain flavor? Yes, you will know in a moment. As he was talking, Lao Bai was holding a wooden plate with 5 or 6 dishes neatly arranged on it. He ran over quickly and placed the dishes on the table one by one with a smile. The dishes are a little cold, I just used my skills to heat them up. Lao Bai raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen. Would you like a drink? Lin Chen smiled bitterly and asked Lao Bai to sit down first. Don't be busy, sit down. Lao Bai waved at him. No, this is the first time I see you since I returned to Earth, but I must have a drink with you. He quickly took a bottle of mutai from the wine cabinet behind the bar and walked back. Let me tell you, even though we have become players, even though we have mysterious powers, I can still get drunk. Isn't that infuriating? Old Bai laughed and poured a glass for Lin Chen and Elena respectively. Stinky boy, why don't you introduce me to them yet? Old Bai seemed to be really excited. He kept chattering until now, with a very happy smile on his face. Seeing Lao Bai filling the glasses in front of him and Elena with wine, Lin Chen also seemed very relaxed. Elena looked at Lin Chen with some curiosity. To be honest, it was the first time that the female elf saw Lin Chen showing such a relaxed expression during the time she followed him. This is Elena, who is... Lin Chen was thinking about how to explain Elena's identity in detail to the other party. She is the vice president of the Fuda Guild. Ah, her profession is wind catcher. But Lao Bai was slightly stunned. Elena? He seemed to have heard of this name somewhere. But he soon smiled and waved his hand. You are really good, you found such a beautiful teammate in the land of the hunting god. He originally wanted to say girlfriend, but he seemed to remember something. By the way, where is Yu Ting? Lao Bai asked softly. Chapter 327. Lao Bai's full name is Bai Yu Kai, and he should be about 40 years old this year. When Lin Chen entered the programmer industry, Bai Yu Kai was his guide. Lao Bai was considered a mentor and helpful friend to Lin Chen. In the first few years after entering the industry, Lin Chen changed jobs twice with Lao Bai, from a few companies to the game company where he has been working until now. Because of his work, Lao Bai, like other programmers, was bald before he was 40 years old. Due to his own health, Lao Bai resigned and went home to recuperate after Lin Chen took over as the leader of his architecture team. After a while, Lin Chen heard that Lao Bai had opened a Sichuan restaurant and was both the boss and the chef. As time went by, he became a frequent customer of this restaurant. Apart from other things, Lin Chen had eaten boiled pork slices many times at this table. It must be said that Lao Bai's cooking skills were really good. At the beginning, Lin Chen was worried that the store would be so bad that it would go bankrupt, but in the end, the store even gained a foothold in the golden street of Wanda Plaza, and it became bigger and bigger, and even hired more than a dozen waiters and chefs. Lin Chen also joked in front of Lao Bai that if he became bald one day, he would come to cook for Lao Bai. At this time, Lao Bai looked at Lin Chen quietly and asked in a low voice, By the way, where is Yu Ting? In Lao Bai's impression, Lin Chen did have a girlfriend, and a fiancée who was about to get married. He also remembered her name very clearly. The girl had come to the store with Lin Chen several times. The name should be Yu Ting, Xiao Yu Ting. Lin Chen smiled and replied, She ran away with a former friend of mine. Lin Chen replied in an unusually relaxed tone, as if he was talking about other people's affairs. But after hearing this, not only Lao Bai, but also Elena, who was studying how to use chopsticks, was stunned. The female elf was stunned for a long time, and she carefully understood the meaning of the words ran away with friends. Lao Bai was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and then deliberately coughed a few times. Let's not talk about this, come on, eat, and see if my cooking skills have regressed. After saying that, he called Lin Chen and Elena to start eating. The female elf nodded absent-mindedly, and she clumsily used chopsticks to scoop up a piece of tripe with mouthschwing, hesitated for a moment, and gently put it into her mouth. Lin Chen clinked his glasses with Lao Bai at this moment, and the two drank the mutai in the glasses. After drinking the wine, the two of them made a sound of hiss, ah, at the same time. By the way, brat, what is your profession? Me, healing. Heal? Lao Bai laughed, picked up a piece of boiled pork with chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. I remember you are the most enthusiastic about warriors, right? Both of them are programmers, and both are architects in the field of games. For games, they have a common topic that they understand very well. It's hard to explain. Lin Chen smiled and replied. But soon, Lao Bai suddenly became melancholy. Then when did you die? Lao Bai meant when Lin Chen died in the land of the hunting god and returned to Earth. But what Lao Bai didn't expect was that Lin Chen's next sentence also made him stunned. Brother Bai, I'm not dead. Lao Bai thought Lin Chen didn't understand what he meant, and continued, No, I mean how you died in the land of the hunting god. I was in the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks, not dead. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Neither of the two men spoke, and the only sound on the table was the hissing sound made by Elena. The female elf was very spicy, and her shiny white face actually flushed. Not only her forehead, but her skin was covered with fine beads of sweat. It seems that the power brought from the land of the hunting god is not immune to spicy. In order not to bring unnecessary noise to the conversation between Lin Chen and Lao Bai, the female elf held back and made a sound, looking even more lovely and moving than before. Lao Bai was not distracted by Elena's actions, but stared at Lin Chen very seriously. You said you were not dead. What do you mean? Lin Chen took a deep breath. On Earth, there are not many people he can trust, but the middle-aged man in front of him is one of them. Besides, he can't go back to the land of the hunting god, so Lin Chen can just ask Lao Bai to help him sort out the relationship. Irina and I are second-round players. We are returning to Earth now by using a special prop. When the prop's time runs out, we will return to the land of the hunting god. Lao Bai was confused again. In such a short time, Lao Bai seemed to have been in a state of shock. No. Lao Bai took a sip of wine. Why didn't I understand? Second round? Isn't the second round a term for standalone games? The so-called second round refers to playing the game again in its entirety, with a save file inherited. The first time you play a game and complete all the game levels, it is called completing the first round. After completing the first round, inheriting the save file of the first round, and completing all the game levels again is the second round. But shouldn't the Land of the Hunting God be an online game? He had never heard these three words in an online game. Lin Chen also took a sip of wine and told Lao Bai about the second round and the returning ruined scroll and the settings. However, Lin Chen did not mention the bug in his body. After a while, Lao Bai finally reacted. It turned out that the two young men in front of him had gone through 2 reincarnations. Lin Chen even lived in the Land of the Hunting God for 3 or 4 years in the first round, but Lao Bai quickly came to his senses. As a senior programmer, he was very receptive to such things and quickly agreed with Lin Chen's statement. He asked in disbelief, "You mean there will be a monster called Su that specifically hunts down you second-round players?" "Yes." "What the hell?" Lao Bai felt as if he had heard something very difficult to understand. Then, what does Su look like? Before Lin Chen could answer, there was a sudden rumbling thunder outside the house. Then, the sound of heavy raindrops came from outside. Even though he was inside the house, Lao Bai could feel a chill and stench coming strangely. "Speak of the devil." Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile. "Look, Su is already chasing us." Chapter 328. In the restaurant on Wanjin Street, the dim candlelight barely swayed in the old-fashioned lamps, forming a sharp contrast with the storm raging outside the window. The restaurant was already particularly depressing after losing power, and the faint light of the candles was also obscured by the sudden dark clouds outside. The entire area barely outlined the outline of the tables and chairs, as well as the silent figures of 3 diners. Lao Bai lowered his head in thought, occasionally looking up at the window, his eyes flashing with anxiety and vigilance. He wanted to know what Lin Chen and Elena's attitude was. But when he turned around, he found that Lin Chen was still drinking wine in small sips, and the female elf beside him wiped her lips that looked like she had lipstick on them. That? Lao Bai had roughly understood what the Su that Lin Chen mentioned was. If it was really as Lin Chen and the others said, they should be in great danger now. But seeing the two people's appearance, Lao Bai didn't quite understand. Did these 2 young men hide something from him? Seeing the 2 of them acting calm and composed, Lao Bai was a little confused. Outside the window, dark clouds hung low and thunder and lightning struck. Every time lightning flashed across the sky, it was accompanied by deafening thunder, as if the sky was roaring. The heavy rain poured down, and the raindrops were as dense as a waterfall. Even if they were not in the rain, Lao Bai knew how outrageous the rain was. The sound of the rain was roaring and deafening, as if the whole world was submerged in this chaos. "You mean?" Lao Bai calmed down and said, "There are endless Sus standing outside now." "Almost." Lin Chen put down his wineglass and answered with a smile. Lao Bai rolled his eyes at Lin Chen. "You little brat, not only did you cause trouble, but you also dragged your brother into it?" Although he said so, Lao Bai still put on the brass knuckles that he had just taken off for dinner. He really couldn't hear the noise of the noisy crowd outside the restaurant in the rain. Did those people escape after seeing Su? Or, at the same time, outside the restaurant, the rain had enveloped the entire Wanda Plaza and Jean Street in a darkness with no end in sight. Countless shadows were quietly lurking, twisting or stretching, like ghosts in the night, silently surrounding this seemingly isolated restaurant. These densely packed shadows appeared even more mysterious under the cover of rain. Their eyes emitted scarlet light, as if they could sense the faint light in the restaurant. Greed flashed in their red eyes, ready to break through this fragile barrier at any time and devour the people or objects with the power of Guishu. Inside the house, seeing Lao Bai put back the brass knuckles on his hand, Lin Chen waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't worry, Brother Bai, this has nothing to do with you, you don't have to do anything." "What are you talking about, brat?" Lao Bai stretched his muscles and bones. "Although I am curious about how you became a second-round player, since you are in danger, how can I, as a brother, stand by and watch you die?" As he said this, he stood up from the chair, and the magnificent momentum of the boxing champion suddenly spread out from this middle-aged man. "You just sit there and watch this pretty elf girl, and see your brother show you a few tricks." Lin Chen was a little dazed, as if he had returned to the past, when he was still an intern under Lao Bai, and this middle-aged man always rolled up his sleeves and pushed him away from the computer, saying, "TSK, you can't even do this, kid? Let me show you a few tricks." The next moment, Lao Bai had no time to release the buff skill, and all the candles used for lighting in the entire restaurant suddenly went out, and the scarlet eyes It was like countless laser beams, interweaving into a net-like structure and projecting from the top of their heads. The three of them raised their heads and looked at the beams above. Dull roars poured from all directions towards the table inside the restaurant, and some dark shadows rushed over. These ghosts seemed to have penetrated the restaurant from an unknown place. These Su were sharp as knives, but their black and shiny limbs reflected pale light and shadows. Boom! The huge sound fell, and the top of the restaurant collapsed, and the wind and rain poured in, and the black shadow hidden in the rain was like an ink pen hitting the rice paper hard, and the ink was scattered everywhere. Damn it! I spent hundreds of thousands to renovate the shop, and you just demolished it. Lao Bai stood in place. A soft light burst out from this middle-aged fat bald man. A Su rushed quickly from the unknown shadows, and waved its claws at Lin Chen and Elena. The claws broke fiercely at the same moment, and before the Su could react, a big hand grabbed its skin and threw it out. The huge kinetic energy made the Su smash the wall and fly out. It was dark and rainy, so no one could see what was happening inside the restaurant. Some people gathered in the distance, looked around the restaurant in fear. Damn, it suddenly started raining, and what were those things that appeared with the rain? The people on the street were fighting over the ownership of the 0 yuan purchase just a moment ago, using all kinds of low-level skills to respond to each other. When these shadows and rain came, a weird and terrifying atmosphere quickly spread throughout the street. They could only be forced to truce, and then hide in the distance, and watch the restaurant from afar. It seemed that these half-human and half-ghost black shadows were not coming for them. Thousands of black shadows surrounded the entire restaurant. But now, they only saw black shadows being thrown out from the inside of the restaurant very roughly. In just a dozen seconds, the streets were full of strange creatures that were turning into black liquid. My goodness. What the hell is this? One person bravely wanted to move forward, but the next moment, accompanied by the sound of walls and glass shattering, another black shadow was thrown out from the inside of the restaurant and almost hit the busybody. Fuck, go! People also lost interest in watching. No one knew what was happening, but reason told them that staying here and being in the rain was not a good choice. A smaller level 2 Su fell from the sky. This Su, which looked like a human body, landed right in front of Lao Bai like a dancer. In the Su as seen before, the higher the level, the larger their size. This was also the first time that Lin Chen and Elena had seen a level 2 Su of this size. Be careful, brother Bai. Lin Chen reminded him. This kind of individual is level 2, and their strength is not much different from the level 30 players in the land of the hunting god. The limbs of the level 2 Su stretched out on both sides of the body like two swords, flashing in an interlaced manner. And what made Lao Bai feel the coldest on his back was that this so-called Su thing in front of him seemed to be staring at him with non-existent eyes, as if looking him up and down. The scarlet light flashed, and the level 2 Su knew that if he didn't kill the middle-aged man in front of him, he would not be able to touch Lin Chen and Elena. So he rushed over immediately, moving close to the ground. Like a sharp razor, Lao Bai groaned, shook his hands, raised his fist with brass knuckles, and smashed it down hard at Su. His limbs, like a sword, tried to block his blows, but Su couldn't block such a heavy attack. Lao Bai's fist hit the back of the head of the humanoid level 2 Su. Boxing champion level 25 skill Vajra crushing. Under the huge impact, Su's whole body hit the ground heavily, and then bounced back. Lao Bai raised his foot high, then stepped hard on Su's body, and rubbed him hard. It went deep into the ground. After doing all this, Lao Bai lowered his head, and picked up the level 2 Su that had sunk more than 10 centimeters into the ground like picking up trash, and laughed at himself. I originally thought that this failed life would just be spent in a daze. Who would have thought that I could be so awesome? Speaking of which, I have to thank the land of the hunting god for giving a frustrated middle-aged man like me a chance to live again. He threw the level 2 Su in his hand out of the restaurant like throwing a sandbag, and the corpse of Su brought a whoosh sound, and finally smashed into other buildings in the distance with a roar. Chapter 329. What Lao Bai said was right. His life was a bit of a failure. Or rather, he really didn't like the life he was living now. Not to mention that he didn't even have a wife at the age of 40. He had been a programmer for more than 10 years, and his already sloppy image was ruined again. He even spent a lot of money on additional hair after resigning. After opening the restaurant, he lost all his free time. In order to make money to pay back the money for opening the restaurant, he lived with the kitchen and more than a dozen workers all day long. Fortunately, the restaurant business was good, but Lao Bai was so busy that he couldn't even take a break. He said that in the previous world, the meaning of his existence, that it was meaningless. Like everyone else, he just wanted to live a better life, but at such an old age, He didn't know what his life would be like in the end. But who could have known that one day he would appear in another world with everyone on the earth? And as luck would have it, as a programmer, Lao Bai had rich experience in playing games, or more precisely, playing online games. Although Lao Bai is not young, he also has games suitable for people of his age, such as Warcraft, Miracle, or Legend. So he quickly became familiar with the rules of the land of the hunting god. The physical fighter with his body shape made Lao Bai himself laugh for a long time after choosing his profession. Sorry, if you want to trouble me, your lovely junior, you need to ask me, your senior, if I agree. Lao Bai shook his shoulders, as if he had found the true meaning of life for a moment. It seems that I have lived for so long. Even if I am in the land of the hunting god, this moment is the most refreshing. Another level 2 Su fell from the top of my head with the water flow. It was slightly larger, but no longer in human form. It looked more like a roaring motorcycle, and there was a black spear stuck in the front of the motorcycle. Su rushed towards Lao Bai in a strange way. However, Lao Bai just slightly turned sideways, and then snatched the black, shiny spear with his hand. Lao Bai kicked at the motorcycle's body. The whole body of the Su suddenly shook, but its javelin-like limbs were still tightly held by Lao Bai, causing this force to almost tear it in half. After doing this, Lao Bai looked up at the gap in the ceiling above his head. There seemed to be a sniper who was aiming. He couldn't see the exact appearance, but it seemed to be preparing some kind of long-range attack. But the Su couldn't make the next move, and Lao Bai suddenly righted. His speed was too fast, and Su lost the chance to aim. He could only try to throw some kind of attack with a relatively large attack range at the bottom. But he still didn't have time to release it, no matter whether it was a bullet or a shell. A fist suddenly appeared in front of Su's eyes, and the fist stretched out into a palm, strangling a part of the Su, as if strangling its throat. At some point, Lao Bai had already stood at the gap in the ceiling where it was constantly raining, and the javelin in his other hand had already been sent into the body of the remote Su. From below, it looked like two hustle and bustling each other. After doing all this, Lao Bai fell from the sky. His whole body was soaked by the rain. On Earth, at this time, no matter what equipment he was wearing to increase his attack power or defense, Lin Chen could clearly see Lao Bai's muscles stretching and sweat steaming. This middle-aged bald man, who always complained about lumbar muscle strain, now had a sturdy back, like a strong young man. Damn, isn't he so handsome? Lao Bai looked back at Lin Chen and raised his eyebrows. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. He had to admit that Lao Bai was indeed a killer who would kill anyone who stood in his way. But he also knew that from this point on, any Su that appeared again would not be something Lao Bai could handle. But Lin Chen did not expect that the old guy in front of him looked even stronger than the knight he had just met in the square. In this way, Lao Bai was at least level 48, and his equipment and basic attributes were stronger than that of the knight. If it weren't for the accident, Lao Bai might still be able to shine in the land of the hunting god. He died, or rather came back too hastily. Brother Bai, don't be so desperate. The one who will appear later may be a level 3 or 4 Su, which you can't handle, Lin Chen said. Lao Bai sniffed. Maybe. To be honest, although the fight with these level 2 Su just now had a sense of warm-up, Lao Bai could sense a very disgusting and dangerous feeling from these ghosts. According to Lin Chen, the strength of these so-called Su would be linked to the increase in numbers. If this is only a level 2 Su, then I may not be able to defeat a higher level one. But I rarely feel so happy. Even if it's not to help you, I want to continue to feel this feeling this. Lao Bai stared at the door in front of him. This kind of refreshing pleasure. Suddenly, the entire restaurant, inside and outside, and even the entire Wanda Plaza area fell into a brief silence. Except for the raindrops outside and above their heads, they couldn't even hear the sounds of those Su. Lao Bai also realized something. His breathing seemed to be even, and he waited nervously. At this moment, the door of the restaurant was pushed open. Behind the door, in the deepest shadow of the rain curtain, a figure slowly walked out. As he gradually approached the light, the surrounding Su were like cheering audiences one after another. They began to boil, and cheers and whistles came out of the vocal organs that came out of nowhere. These disgusting sounds intertwined together, making Lao Bai swallow a mouthful of saliva. Walking out of the door was a humanoid monster that was 3 or 4 meters tall. It was different from the ordinary ones, or the level 2 ruins just now. This weird thing actually had a face. Not only that, on that cold face, there was a pair of eyes emitting red light. Looking directly at it, Lao Bai couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling chill. When this monster really stood in front of Lao Bai, The overwhelming momentum emanating from it made Lao Bai feel like a thorn in his back, and sweat quietly seeped out of his forehead, soaking his clothes. His body trembled unconsciously. It was a complex reaction of fear, excitement, and fighting spirit. Stinky boy. Lao Bai stared at the thing in front of him and asked Lin Chen behind him, "What level is this thing?" 2 seconds later, a voice came from behind, "Level 4. After a pause, Lin Chen's voice came again, "Brother Bai, let Elena do it." Lao Bai suddenly stretched out his hand. "It's okay, leave it to me." His eyes suddenly ignited with flames. "Let me beat it to death." Chapter 330. The next moment, Lao Bai wiped the tiny beads of sweat from his forehead, then leaned forward slightly, and a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and an unknown smile appeared on his face. A wave of majestic momentum quickly condensed and lingered around his body. Unconsciously, Lao Bai had released all his enhancement skills as a top boxing champion over 40 levels. At this moment, he didn't say anything extra, and rushed forward with all the buffs on his body. Moo! Facing the rushing Lao Bai, the human-shaped level 4 Su actually roared softly, as if warning and threatening. Standing in the back, Lin Chen was slightly stunned. To be honest, it was the first time he saw Su making such a slightly emotional sound. He had just killed a level 4 Su that was as tall as Ultraman, and he also gained a lot of Guishi power after the death of that level 4 Su. But he had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that Su also had emotions? No? Or, the higher the level of the ruins, the more thoughts they have? With this question, Lin Chen whispered to Elena beside him. "Elena, be ready to take action at any time." Elena nodded slightly, her red lips slightly parted. "Don't worry, I take care of it." Shwa. At this moment, Lao Bai's figure smashed the rain curtain falling in the center of the house, and his body suddenly turned into a fiery red light and shadow, like the red tail of a meteorite falling from the universe into the atmosphere. This middle-aged man was heading straight for the level 4 ruins opposite at an extreme speed. Roar. Level 4 Su opened one of the uncoordinated facial features, his mouth. The sound he made was also extremely unpleasant. The next moment, before Lao Bai's men arrived, the sound of breaking through the air first hit Su's face, mixed with the whistling wind. Level 4 Su raised his right hand slightly, and then punched forward like a stab. Bang! A dull sound suddenly came out in this already dilapidated restaurant. 2 different strong forces surged at the junction of the 2 fists, and then accompanied by the sonic boom of the air spreading outward, the shock wave of the explosion blew away all the tables, chairs, and decorations around. Lao Bai growled, releasing all kinds of active and passive skills of the boxing champion one after another. The fist with brass knuckles, and the opponent's more than 3-meter-tall Su fought frantically. The two blended and collided with each other, and in just a few seconds, muffled sounds and dazzling flames appeared frequently, and the movement and scene were like the collision of lightning factors in the clouds, and every collision seemed to stop the air from flowing. Boom! Another sound exploded, and this restaurant on Jean Street had been destroyed beyond recognition by the fight between the two. The entire restaurant has now become a ruin, and the rain falling overhead has made Lin Chen feel no different from being in the rain. But the 2 people in the ruins are still rushing like crazy. Bang 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 bang. The 2 shadows flickered back and forth in the rain. Lao Bai and level 4 Su were both punching each other. At this time, they have fought for more than 100 rounds. As time goes by, their speed is even faster and dazzling. In the land of the hunting god, you can't see such exaggerated and almost suffocating battle scenes. After all, there are only cold numbers in that world. But now on Earth, this exaggerated battle scene where every collision can produce a sonic boom really makes those who are still watching from a distance speechless. Too outrageous. Is this the battle scene of high-level players? Oh my god. This is too exaggerated. A man dressed like a mage looked down at his hands at this time. He was only level 10, and died in the explosion caused by the system closing the novice village. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Not only him, but all the onlookers around him were unable to evaluate the scene ahead. The battle scene between the 2 men could be described as terrible. In the end, the rumbling sound of the collision seemed to be connected into a line, endless and continuous. In the end, Lao Bai and level 4 Su moved and stopped at the same time, but before they could stand firm, they rushed out at the same time in half a breath and launched a fierce attack on each other. The bodies of the 2 people once again turned into 2 torrents, one red and one black, whistling and surging, and then the explosive energy rushed into the air, then penetrated into the dark clouds, and finally collided fiercely inside the dark clouds. Boom! Like the sound of a huge bell, like thunder in the dark clouds, the mutual impact of the forces formed a small gust of wind that fell from the sky, and then turned into a vortex in the ruins of the restaurant, raging wildly, and finally slowly expanded, blowing the clothes worn by Lin Chen and Elena behind them to rip and rip. Lao Bai's breathing has become disordered. Through this simple collision, Lao Bai feels more and more powerless. Unlike his own gradually dying body, Lao Bai can clearly feel that the opponent's attack is still violent. Will this thing not feel exhausted? Or won't it get tired? This place is different from the land of the hunting god. In that place, as long as the stamina bar is not emptied, and there is enough mana in the blue bar to release skills, Lao Bai can also become a perpetual motion machine. But it's different on Earth. The long battle here would make him tired, and his body would be hurt by the Su. His aura gradually dissipated, and it wouldn't be long before he would be the first to lose. Damn, am I really old? He fell into a disadvantage so quickly. Iron Mountain. Lao Bai suddenly knocked Su away with his shoulder, and then retreated quickly. He was breathing rapidly, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But the level 4 Su didn't give Lao Bai a chance to breathe. The black energy was completely transformed into a physical entity, and flowed around Su. The dangerous aura was also whistling out from inside, and outside of the body, constantly pressuring Lao Bai. Crack! Level 4 Su instantly appeared in front of Lao Bai, raised his right arm, and hit him hard. Without time to think about what skill to use next, Lao Bai could only subconsciously raise his hand to protect his head, but he was hit hard by Su. Fuck! Lao Bai felt that his whole body was about to be broken apart by this punch, and he flew backwards quickly. In fact, Lao Bai knew that he was no match for the opponent during the fight with level 4 Su. In every fight, he felt that the opponent's attack was fierce and powerful, and although he frequently counterattacked, he could not cause any damage to the opponent. After a back and forth, his physical strength and energy were lost. Defeat was a matter of time. Lao Bai's whole body suddenly flew towards the table behind him. But just when Lao Bai's body was about to hit the table like a cannonball, his body, that could not be controlled by himself, suddenly stopped. It seemed that Elena reached out to support him. Because he looked up and looked at his side, it was this beautiful female elf that made Lao Bai a little embarrassed to look at, standing beside him. Chapter 331. Lao Bai stood up tremblingly. But just as he was about to say something, another dark shadow suddenly appeared in the ruins in front of him. No one expected that beside the humanoid level 4 ruin, a monster with a scythe slowly walked over. Its irregular head also had red eyes. Against the backdrop of its burly body, like a grizzly bear, the aura and danger it exuded were the same as those of the other level 4 ruin beside it. The two stood side by side, like two walls, standing silently opposite Lao Bai and Elena. Damn, how can we fight this? Lao Bai suddenly laughed. There are actually two of these things? If it was just one person, the 3-meter-tall giant, although I don't know what the strength of Lin Chen and Elena is, if the three of them come together, they may have a chance to fight. But now there is another monster dragging a knife. Its body is also huge, and it is about the same height as the one next to it. Moreover, the sickle in the hand of this new guy is almost as big as its body. In this way, they have no chance of winning. Under the rain, the black bodies of the two level 4 ruins kept squirming. Just by looking at them with the naked eye, one can feel that they are filled with explosive power that cannot be described. Black mist keeps flowing out of their bodies. Stinky boy. Lao Bai suddenly sighed. He weakly touched his pocket, and then tremblingly took out a box of squeezed cigarettes. Run, didn't you say these things will chase you? I feel that as long as the guishu in your mouth is over, this thing will automatically disappear. I will help you hold him back, and you take this girl and run quickly. Lao Bai shook off the water stains on his hands, and then tried hard to take out a relatively complete cigarette from the cigarette box. It was dark around, and he couldn't see what brand the cigarette was. He found a place where the rain would not fall on him, and then he held the cigarette in his mouth with some trembling, and after touching his other pocket, he was stunned for a moment. Damn, the lighter was gone. Damn it, the equipment on these hunting god lands is really unreliable. Even the pockets are so shallow. With a bitter smile, Lao Bai stretched out his hand to take off the cigarette in his mouth. But at this moment, shoo! The flame lit up, and a small ball of swaying fire suddenly appeared in front of Lao Bai. Lao Bai was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously took a look at the origin of this ball of flame. Looking up along the flame, Lao Bai found that it was a transparent arrow, and this ball of fire came from the arrow's tip. If I remember correctly, it should be the initial skill-flowing fire of the archer profession hunter in the land of the hunting god. As expected, the hand holding the burning arrow is very white. The outline of the palm is not too big, the fingers are slender and beautiful, and judging from the delicate skin, the age is not too old. Lao Bai was a little dazed for a moment, but he still subconsciously leaned his head over and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Then he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the thick smoke. It's amazing. If you insist on saying that the earth is better than the land of the hunting god, in addition to satisfying your taste buds, it is this bite that is better than the gods. The taste was inexplicable, but he quickly came to his senses, and Lao Bai suddenly raised his head. Sure enough, he saw Elena waving the transparent arrow in her hand. Girl, you. He really wanted to ask why Elena didn't escape with Lynchen at this time, but for some reason, he asked. Aren't you an elf? How do you know that smoking requires fire? Elena took a step forward and stood between the two level 4 Su and Lao Bai. She said, Mr. Lin told me. Lao Bai nodded in realization, but he suddenly remembered something and his face changed. Stinky boy. Lao Bai looked back at Lynchen behind him. Run. Lynchen seemed to be thinking about something, and was awakened by Lao Bai's voice at this time. He didn't react for a while. Oh, it's okay. Lynchen smiled at Lao Bai. It will be over soon. Lao Bai was a little confused. What does it will be over soon mean? But before he could continue to say anything, the huge monster with a sickle that had been standing in front of him suddenly rushed over. This speed was even more exaggerated than the guy who just fought with him. Girl. Lao Bai quickly growled, be careful. But Elena just looked at him politely, and then not only did she not retreat, but she took a step forward, and her leather boots made a crisp sound in the rain. Lao Bai was a little distracted by Elena's eyes. They were a pair of very beautiful eyes, but also a pair of eyes that had seen too many such scenes and seemed a little indifferent. Even though the sickle monster on the opposite side was huge and extremely fast, the sickle dragged by the level 4 ruins dug deep grooves on the ground, and then it swung out a black arc, with a whistling black gas under the huge force, like a bloody storm from hell. When the fawn-like sickle was about to touch Elena's breathtakingly beautiful face, the female elf turned around and had a gorgeous bow in her hand. Swish. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and Elena made a bow drawing and arrow drawing action. The action was chic and elegant, and the speed of shooting the arrow was so fast that even Lao Bai couldn't see it clearly with his eyes wide open. Ding! The sound of metal colliding sounded, and the sickle that seemed to be about to cut Elena in half was directly hit by a transparent arrow and turned into a black liquid. The huge Su staggered back a step. The next moment it rushed over again, this time intending to use its limbs as weapons, and was determined to tear Elena into pieces. But Elena suddenly held the bow in reverse, and the original bowstring was used as a sharp blade by her at this moment. The female elf actually planned to fight with the level 4 Su in a long-range profession like an archer. When the level 4 Su almost touched Elena, Elena stepped sideways and swung the knife. Swish. Swish. Elena's attack speed was very fast. In a moment, she swung the bow in her hand twice in a row. Then, the level 4 Su that lost its sickle fell down with a bang. Its 3 or 4 meter tall body was cut into 3 sections by the blade made of bowstring. The blade edge was smooth. However, the red light in the eyes of this strange level 4 Su did not go out. Even though there was only a piece of black meat left, its forelimb suddenly stepped on the ground and bit Elena from top to bottom. The attacks that followed did not give Elena a moment to breathe. But Elena did not even have time to turn around. The blade of the knife flipped, and she took a small step back. The knife turned into a bow again. The bowstring shook and an arrow whistled out. The huge force penetrated from bottom to top. The arrow poured into the monster's mouth without bias. The huge kinetic energy rushed up to the sky and nailed 1/3 of its body to the ceiling. It was killed instantly. Everything happened too fast, and Lao Bai still hadn't reacted yet. What happened? Lao Bai could only look ahead blankly. At this time, Elena had already prepared the charge action. The Windcatcher's level 45 skill Eye of the Storm was brewing. The target of this skill was the only remaining level 4 ruins in front. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked out at this moment, and Lao Bai felt a little difficult to breathe. Not only that, the dark clouds above their heads began to stir because of the strong wind at this moment. Those storms were compressing and converging towards Elena's bow and arrow. It was as if the girl was holding not a bow in her hand, but the eye of the typhoon. A hand was placed on Lao Bai's shoulder. Lao Bai turned around and saw Lin Chen's smiling face. Before Lao Bai spoke, Lin Chen said, "Brother Bai, be careful of the strong wind." Chapter 332. Before Lao Bai could fully recover, a hurricane had already exploded in front of him after Elena released the bowstring. When the raging storm pushed Lao Bai's body far away, he turned his head suddenly to see what was happening at the entrance of the restaurant. But he couldn't do it. The gust of wind was too strong. Even if he tried desperately to move his body, it was useless. The storm forced him to lower his head and curl up to ensure that he would not be blown away. Huh? All he could hear was the howling storm, and Lao Bai seemed to be deaf. He didn't know how long it had been, but when the severe pain of being hit by the wind gradually disappeared, Lao Bai looked around with lingering fear. With just one glance, Lao Bai felt dizzy. There were no ruins around, except for some streets in the distance that still indicated that this was still the Golden Street of Wanda Plaza before. There was nothing around. Whether it was ruins or broken walls, they had disappeared without a trace in this moment. The dark clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Everything seemed to be clear after the rain, and the unique freshness of the earth could still be smelled on the tip of the nose. Lao Bai couldn't believe it and stood up shakily. He looked around and found that the Sioux that Lin Chen had just mentioned were gone. The 3 or 4 meter high level 4 Sioux that had been fighting with him for a while was also gone. I think it was blown away by the gust of wind. Lao Bai looked at the female elf not far ahead and didn't know what to say for a moment. On the shoulder, Lin Chen patted Lao Bai again. Brother Bai. Lao Bai turned his head to look at Lin Chen behind him, and he answered in a trance, Ah. Lin Chen smiled. I'm sorry, Brother Bai, the store you spent a lot of money to renovate was demolished just like that. No, it's okay. Lao Bai was still in a weird mood and could only nod his head. After a while, on another street not far from Jean Street, Lao Bai, Lin Chen and Elena were sitting on a bench on the street. The 3 of them looked at the scattered figures passing by nearby and didn't know what to say for a while. After a long while, Lao Bai spoke quietly. How much time do you have left, brat? Lin Chen glanced at the details of the Guishu scroll in his backpack, and then whispered, 40 minutes left. 40 minutes. Lao Bai took the cigarette away from his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. Didn't you just say that killing a level 4 Sioux will increase the time of Guishu? Why are the 2 level 4 Sioux just now not included? That's right. It seems that every time you kill the first Sioux to increase it, the later ones are not included. In other words, if you want to continue to increase the time of returning to the Abyss, you have to kill a level 5 Abyss? Almost. Lao Bai nodded. He took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and handed it to Lin Chen. I almost forgot that you smoke too. Lin Chen was stunned, then subconsciously took it and lit it and put it in his mouth. It's true that I haven't smoked for a long time. Lin Chen, Irina and other second-round players are not quite the same as other people. For normal players like Lao Bai, no matter whether they have reincarnated with the land of the hunting god once, at least they only remember that it was their first time entering the land of the hunting god. From the time the God Hunter land was launched to now, it has only been less than half a month. But for Lin Chen, he has been in the God Hunter land for at least 3 or 4 years. So when he inhaled the smoke and nicotine into his lungs again, Lin Chen felt something different. Well, I can almost analyze something. Lao Bai suddenly said. Lin Chen subconsciously looked at Elena, then looked at Lao Bai. Brother Bai, you say? Lao Bai cleared his throat. First of all, this is your 3rd time using the Return to the Ruins scroll, right? And every time you return to the real world, there will be a corresponding ruins to hunt you down. So I guess the level of ruins is increasing year on year based on the number of times you return to the ruins. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he also guessed this situation. When he returned to the ruins for the first time, he used the Ursaro to kill an individual that was relatively powerful to Lin Chen at the time. I think it should be a level 2 ruins. But at that time, the time of returning to the ruins was not increased when killing the level 2 ruins. The second time was when I came back with Elena. The place where I appeared was an amusement park. At that time, they saw the level 3 ruins for the first time, but the time of returning to the ruins was increased when killing the level 2 ruins. Now, it is the 3rd time to return to the ruins, but I skipped the reward of the level 3 ruins and directly gave the time reward of the level 4 ruins. If we follow Lao Bai's statement, it is not very rigorous. But in the final analysis, this is the special nature of you second-round players. I am more and more interested in people like you. Lao Bai continued, by the way, did you all die in the same dungeon in the first round? Lin Chen and Elena nodded in tacit understanding. To be precise, it was not a dungeon, but a relic called Mengzi Flower Corridor. Relic? Lao Bai was a little confused again. Isn't that thing like a special event, something that can only be encountered but not sought after? Yes, Otherwise the second round players would be running all over the streets. Lin Chen nodded. When he said this, Lao Bai's cigarette had been finished, and he took out another cigarette and lit it. Hiss. He exhaled new smoke. That's right, if I were the system, I wouldn't let so many people become second round players, but I'm wondering, since we are selecting certain people to become second round players, naturally the higher the ability of the selected people, the better, but if we follow this method, wouldn't it be more random? Yes, so far, the only way to become a second round player is to die in Mengzi Flower Corridor. There is no other way. Is that right? Old Bai fell into deep thought. He stretched out his hand from time to time to scratch his bald head, and even dusted the cigarette ash on his head. If the randomness is so great, it can only mean that the system did not deliberately select the second round personnel, which can also explain from the side that even after becoming a second round, the players do not have much advantage. Am I right? Lin Chen laughed. As expected of Brother Bai, you are right. Compared with you, the only advantage of a second round players is memory. We did not bring anything else back from the first round. It's fucked up. Lao Bai smiled bitterly. But the land of the hunting god is still very different from ordinary online games. It is very important and necessary to live again with memories. At least you can quickly integrate into the land of the hunting god and become stronger quickly with a plan, which is much better than as headless flies. This time, Elena nodded. Well, because the second round players were at least level 70 in the previous reincarnation, our experience is indeed more complete. Level 70? Lao Bai was stunned. Yes. Lin Chen replied. Because the minimum entry level of Mengzi Flower Corridor is 70. Lao Bai fell into deep thought again. This time, Lin Chen and Elena did not disturb him. After more than 10 seconds, Lao Bai raised his head. I suspect that some truths may require you to reach level 70 and enter that corridor again to discover. Lin Chen sighed. Level 70 is not so easy to reach quickly. The land of the hunting god is different from other online games. Every 10 levels, you need to kill the world boss within the level range. It's very troublesome. If you hadn't mentioned the world boss, I would have almost forgotten it. Damn, that's something that humans can defeat? Lao Bai suddenly spat on the ground viciously. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Damn, I don't know if you two have been to the challenge field of the God of Fire. Lin Chen and Elena were both silent, waiting for the next words. It's said to be a level 40 world boss, but that damn thing is not something that players of level 40 to 50 can deal with. Lao Bai said seriously. The strength of that thing is too exaggerated, and in the end, that damn thing will explode. When he said the word explosion, Lao Bai's face twitched. Lin Chen understood. He now knew how Lao Bai died. Chapter 333. In short, I still think that the difficulty of defeating that world boss is definitely not what it should be for players below level 50 in the land of the hunting god. Even if all the elite players at level 50 gathered together, they would not be able to defeat it. Lao Bai raised his head and glanced at Lin Chen. Tell me, was this ghost boss so strong in the first round? But when he said this, Lao Bai was a little dazed, as if when he was defeating the god of fire, a player named Programmer seemed to have dealt a very outrageous damage. Hearing Lao Bai's question, Lin Chen laughed. While lamenting Lao Bai's keen sense of the game and senior programmers, he also told the truth. No, in the first round, the god of blazing fire was easy to kill, and it wouldn't self-destruct. Lin Chen said. Look! Lao Bai suddenly cursed. What did I say? Of course, he seemed very excited. If it weren't for the fact that the god of blazing fire self-destructed at the end, how could he be sent back so quickly? Lin Chen also smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect that Lao Bai also participated in the crusade against the god of blazing fire. He suddenly remembered a boxing champion named EP291, but after thinking about it, Lin Chen rejected the identities of Lao Bai and that guy. Lin Chen had seen EP291 when he was in the infinite fire domain. That guy should be a young man. So I think that the incredible strength of the world boss this time has something to do with the second round, or with you second round players. Lao Bai said in a deep voice. Lin Chen did not comment. Lao Bai was right. In the last life, which was the first round, although Lin Chen did not participate in the crusade against Moon Goddess Anna, he was present from the battle against the god of blazing fire to the world boss battle at level 70. However, no world boss could compare to Anna and the others this time. The world boss this time was not only Anna, but also the god of blazing fire. They were just like the players themselves, with flesh and blood. Compared with NPCs, they were sometimes more like players. Speaking of NPCs, Lin Chen hesitated whether to tell Lao Bai about Xiao Yun's experience. After all, Lao Bai, as a senior programmer, had a more sophisticated understanding of the game framework and data than himself. However, after thinking about it, Lin Chen still didn't tell him everything. It's not that he didn't trust Lao Bai, he was afraid. Although he is now on Earth, no one knows whether the system that can wipe out NPCs will sanction Lao Bai and others who are no longer players. As a player, I can seek the so-called truth at will, but if people like Lao Bai, who are no longer players, know too much or reveal too much and are directly wiped out by the system like NPCs, it would be too dangerous. But if I don't tell him, with this very rare information, even Lao Bai can't overinterpret it. By the way, Lao Bai thought of something. I have always wondered why so many level 10 trumpets have died and come back. Lao Bai finally remembered to ask the question that had always puzzled him. It was strange. I had just returned to Earth from the land of the hunting god, and had not yet fully adapted to the silence of the entire city. After a while, an overwhelming number of trumpets came into view. The most ridiculous thing was that none of these trumpet players were above level 10. Lao Bai felt as if he had been struck by evil. Did these trumpets, which should still be hanging around in the novice village, commit suicide collectively? Otherwise, what could threaten them in the novice village? In Lao Bai's opinion, the novice village was the safest place in the entire land of the hunting god, safer than the main city. At least the main city allowed players to duel. Regarding this, Lin Chen gave a helpless bitter smile. The novice village is closed. What the hell? The system forcibly closed the novice village. Now all the novice villages in the land of the hunting god have become empty land. Lin Chen told Lao Bai about this matter in a very systematic way. After all, it was not a secret for today's players, so it should be okay to tell Lao Bai. Not only that, after weighing it for a while, Lin Chen also told Lao Bai about the borderland thing that Xiaoyan had told him about. At this moment, Lao Bai crashed. He didn't react for a while. No, wait a minute, you mean? There will be these ruins in the land of the hunting god? And they appeared after the novice village disappeared? Yeah. This is fucking. Lao Bai suddenly thought of something very scary. You say, the land of the hunting god is not built on. But before he finished speaking, it suddenly became dark above his head. The dark cloud spread, and then the big raindrops fell. The rain came too suddenly, and Lao Bai felt cold all over. No way. Again? Lao Bai looked at Lin Chen in surprise. The surroundings quickly became gray, and the players walking on the street seemed to have experienced the scene just now. When they saw the dark clouds above their heads, they quickly hid. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. It's normal. As long as we don't go back, these things will come to us continuously. This time, Lin Chen took the initiative to stand up and moved his arms. Elena, let me do it. Lin Chen whispered. I will make a quick decision. Chapter 334. Lin Chen's leather boots made a tap-tap sound as they stepped on the stone pavement. Old Bai, who was sitting on the bench, had an illusion that this Lin Chen, his former descendant, who was walking in front of him, should have come from several centuries ago. He was like the ascetics, who shuttled among the missionaries of the last century, who always wrapped themselves in black robes. At this moment, Lin Chen was holding a very eye-catching special prop in his hand. It was an oval object that looked like a goose egg, but the size of a durian. The entire surface of the prop is engraved with special patterns, and the most eye-catching is a fiery red flame pattern reflected on it. Stinky. Lao Bai was stunned for a moment, and changed his words. Xiao Lin, you want to be alone. At this time, I don't know if it's because the rain curtain around is too huge, or because of the constant rumbling thunder above my head, which makes Lin Chen's answer voice very vicissitudes and heavy, like a low subwoofer. It's okay, I just want to try out the power of this special prop on Earth. After saying that, Lin Chen took out the oval sphere in his hand. This was a functional item that he got from the clearance gift pack of the world boss, the god of blazing fire, after he came out of the boundary area. It was called Blazing Embers. But only Lin Chen knew what it was. It was a bomb. A bomb that could cause extremely high range damage. As he said that, Lin Chen walked to the center of the empty street in front of him. More and more ruins began to appear near Lin Chen. Among these strange monsters, some were in the shape of animals, some were like liquid on the ground, some were huge, and some even flew in the air and screamed. There were so many of them, and as far as he could see, there were so many of them. It was as if there was an army covered in black mist standing around him, filling his sight. Compared to just now, the number had increased several times. They wanted to make further moves, squirming frantically and preparing to rush towards Lin Chen, but at this moment, no matter how hard they tried, there seemed to be some special force around them that strangled them, and they could not move at all. Lin Chen threw the burning embers in his hand, over his head, and after leaving Lin Chen's palm, this special prop with a gorgeous shape actually floated directly in the air. At the same time, the endless nests of ruins around them blocked out the sun and sky in the thick fog and rain. They occupied the surrounding buildings like reptiles, and completely submerged the streets like a tide. Lin Chen seemed to be in the border area again at this moment. The densely packed and endless number of them still made his scalp tingle. And now he was on Earth again. That sense of reality magnified a certain sense of fear countless times, piercing Lin Chen's brain. However, Lin Chen just shook his head slightly, and came back to his senses from that special emotion. He smiled softly, as if he remembered that he was no longer the same as before. But Lin Chen could be so calm, but Lao Bai behind him was not calm. He was originally sitting on the bench, but now, he squatted on the bench and kept curling up. If it weren't for Elena being a little far away, he would probably subconsciously grab Elena's clothes. Shaolin, what are you going to do? Even though he had reached level 50 in the land of the hunting god, and even though he had just killed so many Sioux, he still felt suffocated when facing such a large number. But he couldn't say anything. After all, the scene of Elena killing 2 level 4 Sioux in an instant was still vivid in his mind, and now Lin Chen seemed to be showing off his skills, and he had no ability to stop him. At this moment, without the barrier of some kind of power, these Sioux began to move towards where they were standing like marching ants. Lin Chen still had a cigarette, but in his mouth, that was wet by the rain. He spitted it out, and turned around to signal Lao Bai and Elena to cover their ears. Ah? Lao Bai was puzzled. Elena quickly covered her ears as Lin Chen ordered. The next moment, when the dark ruins had rushed to within reach, boom! The surging air waves carried the blazing flames and leaped into the sky without restraint. In a short moment, it seemed as if the most unruly fiery red dancer appeared between heaven and earth, neither simply rising nor sinking, but in an endless posture, wantonly extending their boundaries. In the middle of the road, the blazing fire that blocked the view slowly spread, and every flame was ignited at the same moment. Even Lin Chen had never thought that the burning and explosion of a prop only the size of a durian would cause such a magnificent explosion. It bloomed with brilliant light comparable to a small nuclear explosion. Countless light points were like millions of meteors, colliding and catapulting rapidly in a narrow space, and finally rushed into the sky, leaving behind a series of gorgeous tracks. Just like the movement caused by the self-detonation of the god of blazing fire. The falling rain curtain and the thick black mist seemed fragile in front of the raging firelight, and were swallowed up in almost an instant. The ruins that tried to wreak havoc in the mist were now like snowflakes exposed under the scorching sun, and the brilliant white incandescent light enveloped them, and all the black outlines were nowhere to be seen. Each beam of light turned into a sharp sword blade that accurately cut their bodies, and pieces of charred fragments fell off and turned into dust. The whole world was reverberating with shrill wails, which was extremely shocking. Lao Bai finally understood why Lin Chen asked him to cover his ears. Even if he covered his ears, the sound seemed to penetrate his soul and make people feel cold. However, Lin Chen looked at everything around him with an almost obsessed expression, and a satisfied and happy smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, even on Earth, this prop released by himself would not cause harm to himself. The carnival of fire lasted for a full 10 breaths. During this time, the red light retreated like a tide, and those ruins of any level also turned into nothingness one by one, leaving only ashes to prove their existence. The thick fog and rain curtain were washed away by the raging fire, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear again. Who knows how many level 4 ruins died in this explosion? Chapter 335. The last trace of the firework flickered in the air for a while, before it was completely extinguished. Although the rain had stopped and the sky cleared, the explosion and the fire left a shocking ruin around. The streets that had just been bustling were filled with twisted metal debris and broken concrete blocks, which were piled up in a disorderly manner. The outlines of the surrounding high-rise buildings were no longer upright. Some of the buildings that were closer were tilted and about to fall, while others collapsed completely, leaving only a mess. The air was filled with a pungent smell of smoke and burning, and occasionally one could hear the dull sound of collapse coming from inside the building, which was a sign of aftershocks or the continued collapse of the unstable structure of the building. The weak sunlight above his head had just fallen from the state of dispersing dark clouds, but when trying to penetrate the heavy dust and smoke, it could only cast mottled and weak light and shadows. Lao Bai stood up from the ground in a trance. It seemed that the explosion just now did not hurt them, but everything around them had changed, including the bench under his butt. The vehicles on the street were overturned and crushed beyond recognition, and the sidewalks were scattered with broken glass and twisted metal. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew, rolling up the dust and debris on the ground, and occasionally heard someone shouting hurriedly in the distance. This. Lao Bai wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it when the words came to his lips. He knew that the thing that Lin Chen had just detonated in his hand came from the land of the hunting god, and he also knew that this scene was caused by the prop just now. He also knew that if Lin Chen did not release this thing in order to kill those endless ruins, those ruins would also destroy the city in the process of attacking Lin Chen and Elena. This is an unsolvable problem. Damn it! Lao Bai cursed inwardly. Lin Chen also sighed, and after shaking his hands, he patted Lao Bai on the shoulder. Brother Bai, this should be the last chase. When we return to the land of the hunting god, there should be no such large-scale ruins in a short time. Lao Bai nodded. He knew that what Lin Chen said was right. Although there will still be other second-round players returning to Earth, they will also be hunted down by the ruins. But Lao Bai believes that those people should not be as exaggerated as Lin Chen and Elena. It is estimated that most second-round players are still being chased by level 2 or level 3 ruins, and it is estimated that there are not many people like Lin Chen who are chased by level 4 ruins in turn. Thinking of this, Lao Bai suddenly felt that Lin Chen's return to the ruins from the land of hunting gods was not a good thing for the Earth. But what are these things, and what is their ultimate purpose? Could it be true that one day, the entire Earth will be conquered by the land of the hunting god, and face these endless ghosts? It is a blessing, not a disaster, and it is a disaster that cannot be avoided. Lao Bai finally sighed and said nothing. After that, Lao Bai and Lin Chen chatted about family matters. During the process, he took Elena to visit some women's clothing stores, and explained to the female elf how fashionable women on Earth dress. It's okay. All the shops on the Earth are now ownerless. You can see that there are people smashing and buying things for free everywhere. It's okay to just take a few clothes. Lao Bai patted his chest and said to Elena, Brother Bai, are you sure? Lin Chen beside him couldn't help laughing. You just guarded your own shop tightly. No one dared to approach your shop. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lao Bai blushed. That's because I returned to my shop in advance. There are no shop owners in these women's clothing shops now. It's okay, I go and get clothes for Elena. At first, Elena was a little embarrassed, but women are women after all, and they can't resist beautiful clothes, even if she is from another world. Elena finally chose some clothes to try on, but when she thought that she couldn't bring these clothes back to the land of the hunting god, she gradually lost interest. She tried to bring a sun hat back from Earth to the land of the hunting god last time, but failed in the end. However, this time was enough for Lin Chen and Lao Bai to feast their eyes. TSK Xiaolin, how did you know Elena? You are so lucky. Old Bai handed Lin Chen a damp cigarette and smoked one himself. That face is like a fairy, not to mention her figure. No matter what she wears, she looks good. Brother Bai, you are superficial. Ah, you should also understand me. You know that I have never had a wife in my life, and I speak without thinking. Don't say what I just said in front of Elena. Ha ha, Brother Bai, do you know what the elves are best at? How should I know? Old Bai was stunned. Why are you asking this? Lin Chen pointed to his ears with a smile. In addition to the sense of smell, their hearing is far ahead of us humans. Don't think that they are so far away from Elena, but she heard everything you said just now. Cough, cough, cough. Old Bai suddenly coughed violently, and the cigarette in his hand burned his hand and fell down unconsciously. Sister Elena. Lao Bai quickly clasped his hands together and said to Elena, who was walking out of the women's clothing store, I didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. Elena smiled and shook her head at Lao Bai in a very open-minded manner. It's okay, Brother Bai. In the end, when the countdown to Guishu sounded in Lin Chen and Elena's ears at the same time, the three of them could only say goodbye to each other. Shaolin, where will you appear next time you come back? Lao Bai continued to smoke and asked Lin Chen. I'm not sure, but it should be a place I've been to on Earth before. I can't say for sure. Is that so? Lao Bai exhaled a puff of smoke. It's a pity that you killed a level 4 ruin this time. Next time you return to Earth, there will probably be a level 5 ruin coming to hunt you down. Lin Chen did not comment. Alas, I won't be able to help you then. As he spoke, Lao Bai felt a sense of powerlessness. He didn't say a word, which was that he was worried that the damage to the Earth after the level 5 ruin appeared would be too great. If the ruins were really ranked according to their numerical size, then the destructive power of the level 5 ruin would naturally be even greater. Don't worry, Brother Bai, I can handle it. Thinking about it, Lin Chen also finished a cigarette. Okay, brother, bye. I have to go back to the land of the hunting god. If you are still willing next time, I hope you can analyze some things for me. Okay, no problem. Old Bai smiled and nodded. Go back and level up well, and try to go to the ruins of the flower corridor as soon as possible to find out the truth of the matter. Yeah. After thinking about it, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Since you are back this time, try to find me a master's wife. You are now a high-level strong man of level 40 or 50, and you will probably have many suitors. Stinky boy. Lao Bai knew that Lin Chen was teasing him. But he also thought of something. Oh, by the way, what is your name in the land of the hunting god? Me. Lin Chen replied indifferently, programmer. After that, 2 beams of light fell from the top of his head, landing on the tops of Lin Chen and Elena respectively. Lao Bai was stunned in place, and even forgot to wave goodbye to Lin Chen in a trance. After a while, he suddenly remembered something. Programmer, you are that. But there was no Lin Chen and Elena in front of him. The 2 had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 336. The light faded, and Lin Chen opened his eyes. As expected, what appeared in front of him was not the sky of the hunting god land, but only the internal structure of a gray tint. Along with a familiar special smell in his nose, Lin Chen found that the dark curtain was still in front of him, and there was the laughter of the old man inside the curtain. Oh, the chosen one, we meet again. Are you back after the end of Guishu? Listening to this voice, that made Lin Chen feel a little uncomfortable, Lin Chen sighed first, then reached out and opened the curtain and walked deeper. There was a round table in front of him, filled with all kinds of cards. Lin Chen had chosen a level 70 skill called Tower of Alert and Bloodlust on this table. Now the cards were still all over the table, but the 2 skills he had chosen last time were not on it. Looking up, there were still some display racks that the old woman had displayed last time, with a wide variety of goods on them. After a quick look, Lin Chen saw the old woman walking slowly from the shadows to his side. She stopped beside Lin Chen, her eyes slightly shining. I smell a very strong Guishu power, chosen one. You seem to have gained a lot on this journey to Guishu. Lin Chen did not hide it, nodded and replied, yes, I killed a lot of level 4 Su this time, and I now have a total of 680 Guishu power. The old woman said nothing, just looked at him with a smile. Can I still choose at will? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. Of course, please feel free to choose. The old woman made way for Lin Chen, indicating that he could obtain any item if his Guishu power was sufficient. After carefully looking at the mysterious old woman called that lady by the god of blazing fire, and seeing that she really had no other moves, he came to the round table again. There were 14 cards on the round table, and each card still recorded the level 70 skills of each profession. Of course, Lin Chen had to come to this place first to take a look. After all, he only spent a few dozen points of Guishu power last time to get a very powerful skill. But when Lin Chen wanted to continue to choose, he suddenly found that the price of these cards had changed. Just like the boxing champion level 70 skill named Rage Sky in front of him, it actually requires 250 points of Guishu power. You know, last time he spent a total of 50 points of Guishu power to buy the guard tower and bloodthirst at the same time. Now a skill requires 250 points in order to verify that he was not dazzled. Lin Chen walked around the round table and found that he was not mistaken. Each skill card was marked with a high exchange price of 250 points. It was 10 times more expensive than the last time. Why is this so expensive? Lin Chen immediately raised his head and looked at the old woman. Chosen one, I am a small business here. You have so much Guishu power now, so I naturally can't sell it so cheaply. Lin Chen was a little speechless. He looked at the other party, who was raising the price, with a complicated expression. But in the end, he still didn't get angry. After all, the other party was the designated person of the rules. At least now, he could only follow the other party's rhythm. No matter how unhappy he was, it would be useless. Lin Chen's desire for these skill cards suddenly decreased a lot. He left the round table, and stopped in front of the display stand on one side. But Lin Chen began to be puzzled again. In front of him was the display cabinet with artifacts. What made him a little difficult to understand was, the price of these artifacts did not change like last time. Lin Chen thought the old woman had made a mistake and subconsciously glanced at her, but the old woman still kept smiling and said nothing. Judging from this expression, the other party should have done it on purpose. In this case, Lin Chen did not hesitate too much and immediately selected from these artifacts. Now that he relies on physical attack power as the main means of output, he naturally needs physical weapons. But after hesitating for a while, Lin Chen gave up the weapon and looked at the protective gear shelf on the side. His previous set of Star Summoner's Blessing was completely destroyed in the battle with those endless ruins in the border area. The clothes he was wearing now were all low-quality goods that were pieced together. Compared with the current attack methods, Lin Chen still cared about protective gear. Thinking of this, Lin Chen mainly looked at the most important upper body equipment. However, although the number of artifacts sold here is not small, the variety is really not good. Lin Chen picked for a long time before finding a leather armor that was acceptable. Twilight Cloak Equipment Type, Top, Leather Armor. Equipment Level, 50. Adds 800 Physical Defense. Adds 580 Spell Defense. Adds 10% Health Regeneration Speed. Adds 30 All-Element Resistance. Special Properties. After equipping this equipment, you will have a 50% chance to ignore Stiffness, Curse Status, and Suppression Status. Add 10 to 20% damage to demons and shadow enemies. Adds 3 random magic properties. From now on, you have a chance to store and charge part of the upcoming damage. When the charge is completed, you will automatically release Twilight Flare. The flare will cause real damage equal to your level X120, based on your strength, to surrounding enemy units. Looking at the description of this artifact, Lin Chen couldn't help but hold his breath. It can be said that it is worthy of being an artifact. Wow, 800 points of armor. You should know that my current armor is only 600 points. This piece of equipment can increase it by 800 points, however, Lin Chen was not too happy about some other attributes. For an artifact, these attributes are also ordinary, and there is nothing particularly eye-catching. The only difference between artifacts and ordinary equipment may be that they are automatically punched from the beginning. There are 6 holes for inlaying, indicating that Lin Chen can inlay gems of different properties in it. Lin Chen put it in his hand, and the next moment, he could feel his Guishu power, which instantly lost 50 points. Seeing the reduction of Guishu power, Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the old woman did not cheat. She really only raised the price of the skill card. In the following time, Lin Chen stood there for a long time, and he spent a lot of time again, and finally picked up something from the shelf again. It is also a divine weapon, a broadsword. Rainbow Light Equipment Type, Broadsword. Equipment Level, 50. Add 2000 Physical Attack Power. Add 30% Attack Speed. Add 50 Strength. Main Attributes. Additional magic damage will be added when attacking, and your attack will carry attack special effects. Add 4 random magic attributes. Additional skill Rainbow Light Sword Chi can be released actively. After releasing, a special red sword light will be swung out. The range and damage of this skill are based on your current attack power. When he saw the detailed information of this broadsword, Lin Chen couldn't help swallowing his saliva again. Although his current attack power is close to 100,000, he cannot deny that this is the first time he has held a divine weapon in his hands. The attributes of this broadsword in his hand, named Rainbow Light, are simply outrageous. Take the soul-breaking demon sword in his backpack, for example. The sword has been strengthened to level 12. The additional attack power and basic attack power added together, and the final attack power added is only 1768 points. The basic attack power of Hongguang itself reached a terrifying 2000 points. Although these attack powers were nothing surprising to Lin Chen now, he still felt that the artifact was very high-end. And the most important thing was that this broadsword actually carried an active skill. Hongguang Sword Energy. Lin Chen muttered to himself, "Isn't this just a sword drawing slash?" Before he could think carefully, his Guishu power lost 50 points again. Back and forth, Lin Chen had already spent 100 points of Guishu power to buy 2 artifacts, and now there were 580 points left. Since the skill cards are so expensive, can I buy some more artifacts here? Lin Chen suddenly started to think, should I bring some artifacts to Feng Chenchizi and the others? Thinking about it, Lin Chen began to wander around, as if looking for equipment suitable for Feng Chenchizi. The Chosen One. As if she saw Lin Chen's plan, the old woman suddenly smiled. You can only buy 2 of the same type of things here at a time. You just bought 2 equipment in total, so you can't buy more equipment. After she finished speaking, the exhibition stand in front of her that displayed equipment and artifacts suddenly made a special sound, then sank into the ground and disappeared. Chapter 337. Lin Chen looked back at the old woman with some displeasure. Is this the rule you just set? Yes, here, I can indeed make the rules at will. The old woman smiled slightly. Chosen One, do you seem to have something to say? Forget it, it's okay. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly, then ignored the other party, and then came to another propped shelf. The things on this shelf are all some things with exaggerated prices. There were hundreds or thousands of Guishi power at any time. Even now, Lin Chen felt a little exaggerated just by looking at it. On the shelf, there were Tears of God, Howling Horn of Hell, Frozen Meteor, Mark of Initiation, Fragment of Creation, Heart of God. But the prices of these things were too high, so Lin Chen could only look for some things he could afford now. Soon, Lin Chen found that his 580 points of Guishi power could actually buy 1 or 2 special props. For example, Hell's Howling Horn and Scorpio's Tail Needle. Both items are worth 500. Lin Chen wanted to take it in his hand and look at it carefully, but his hand stopped when it touched the item. He hadn't decided whether to buy it yet. Chosen One, I can act as a guide. The old woman suddenly came over and said with a smile, which item are you interested in? Lin Chen pointed at the Howling Horn, like a bull's horn, and said, what is this Hell's Howling Horn used for? The old woman smiled slightly. A summoning prop. Summon? Yes, as long as you blow this horn, you can summon the evil spirits from hell to help you fight. This is a treasure, and it is expensive for a reason. Lin Chen's face was dark. Isn't this the resurrection of the dead of the necromancer? Lin Chen paused when talking about the resurrection of the dead. Although he also has the resurrection of the dead, it is too different from the skills of a real necromancer. His current skills can only summon a few undead, but if it is a necromancer, they can already summon an endless army of undead. The old woman chuckled at this moment. You can't compare it that way. The evil spirits summoned by this prop are much more powerful than the resurrected dead in some aspects. If you don't believe it, you can buy it and try it. We have a 7-day unconditional return policy. Lin Chen saw the old woman in front of him with a face full of Wangpa selling melons and boasting about herself. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. No, I'd better save the money to buy other things. After saying that, Lin Chen took a look at the items on the shelf, such as Fragments of Creation and Tears of God. Seeing Lin Chen turn around, the old woman reached out and took the horn from the shelf. Chosen One, you can also bargain. If you think it's too expensive, the price can be reduced. Listening to the buzzwords from the old woman, Lin Chen thought for a moment that this guy had lived on Earth before. He frowned and turned to look at her again, hesitating for a moment. 500 points of Guishi power is indeed too expensive. How about 200 points? Deal. The old woman quickly stuffed the horn in her hand into Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen was startled, and then his frown seemed to be bleeding. You? He suddenly sighed, because at this time, his Guishi power had indeed lost 200 points, leaving only 380 points. Lin Chen felt that he was cheated, but it was difficult to get angry. Damn, if I knew that this ghost old lady was so black-hearted, I shouldn't have said 200 points, but 20 points. After sighing, he put the 2 artifacts and the horn in his hand into the backpack and turned to leave. Please take care, Chosen One. We look forward to your next visit. The voice behind him was getting lower and lower. Lin Chen didn't have anything to ask, so he immediately opened the curtain and walked out. Fortunately, after returning to the ruins, the time Lin Chen and others spent on Earth was almost the same as that on the land of the hunting god, so there was still a lot of time to prepare for the next guild copy. After returning to the land of the hunting god, Lin Chen contacted Feng Chen and Gardenia as soon as possible. From Feng Chen's mouth, he learned that in the more than 2 hours since he and Elena left, the newbie village ruins on the land of the hunting god had some minor changes. Brother, in order to verify my guess, I went to more than 70 novice villages in the past 2 hours. Guess what I found? Feng Chen looked at Lin Chen and said in a low voice. Lin Chen had put on his mask again, and his eyes under the mask were full of doubt. What did you find? I found that as time went by, I could hear some scary sounds near the light circle in the center of the open space in the novice village, just like the howling of ghosts. Lin Chen and Elena paused after hearing this. Feng Chen added, everyone watching can hear it. The closer you get to those light circles, the more you can hear something roaring and screaming. Damn, I didn't believe it at first, but when you get closer, you can really hear it. It's creepy. Hearing Feng Chen say this, Lin Chen naturally thought of ruins and border. But now, can the sounds made by the ruins trapped in the boundary be heard even by the players on the land of the hunting god? Any other discoveries? Lin Chen asked again. Yes. Feng Chen nodded immediately. I suspect someone has entered the black hole like you. Lin Chen was in a trance for a while, before he realized what Feng Chen meant. There should be a second-round player like Lin Chen, who entered the boundary area with the power of Guishu on his body. But those people are not as lucky as you and Elena. It seems that they have not come out yet. Lin Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. After a while, he looked at Gardenia. Gardenia, what about you? Did you find anything wrong? Gardenia hesitated for a while, then nodded very seriously. Chapter 338. Gardenia sorted out her thoughts, and then spoke. The number of people in the low-level main city has indeed increased a lot. When I returned to Bywest City, I could hardly squeeze into the mission hall, and most of the players in the main city are around level 20. Gardenia paused and said, so I found a very strange phenomenon. The number of NPCs in the low-level main city has also increased. The number of NPCs has increased? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Yes, although some NPCs do not have specific functions, they can still be seen everywhere and I saw many people I saw in the novice village among those NPCs. You mean, the NPCs in the novice village came to the low-level main city? Feng Chen interrupted and asked. Gardenia nodded. Is there such a thing? Feng Chen focused his eyes on Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that before entering the novice village, he had chatted with a grocery store NPC with a Taiwan accent. That NPC once said something to Lin Chen unintentionally. If this is the case, then, will the NPC have to conduct a personnel promotion? Maybe I will go to work in a high-level main city? Combined with what Gardenia just said, Lin Chen nodded quickly. It is possible. If the NPCs are all workers now, then after the novice village is closed by the system, these office workers will naturally be assigned to low-level main cities to make a living. The system can't just kill them directly. Lin Chen answered. Elena thought of something beside him. Mr. Lin, then. If that's the case, wouldn't there be a lot of NPCs in the low-level main city? I guess, after a while, some NPCs in the low-level main city will be sent to the intermediate main city, and the NPCs in the intermediate main city where we are now will go to the high-level main city to work. So it's really working? Feng Chen laughed. Lin Chen ignored Feng Chen and continued to ask Gardenia, are there any other discoveries? Gardenia was silent for a while, and then really nodded. There is another thing. It seems that people in the low-level main city are complaining that the difficulty of the mission dungeon is too high. I heard that some dungeons have not been successfully cleared yet. Gardenia didn't care too much when she said this, because for them, no matter what dungeon it was extremely difficult. The reason why they were able to reach the current point smoothly was all thanks to Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen, some of them would probably still be wandering in the low-level main city. Lin Chen pondered for a while, and then stopped worrying too much. After all, it had only been more than 10 hours since the system closed the novice village, and there was no exaggerated change in the land of the hunting god. He could only continue to walk and watch. In the following time, Lin Chen did not have any other deliberate things to do, so he really took Feng Chen, Gardenia, and Elena to find a few more suitable copies to brush up their attack power. It was a pity that the levels of the three people were not equal now, and it was difficult to find a copy where all four people could stack their attack power, so in the end, Lin Chen could only settle for the second best and let Feng Chen and Gardenia stack their attack power while upgrading. Soon, time passed quickly. When Feng Chen and Jizi also reached level 50 from those dungeons, Lin Chen finally decided to switch to a dungeon where all four of them could stack their attack power. But in the end, he didn't find a suitable one. Either the number of monsters in the dungeon was too small, so small that it was not as practical as spawning monsters in the wild, or everyone needed to complete the latest main quest, but the process of the main quest for the four people was quite different. At this time, Feng Chen and Jizi began to miss the yo-yo dungeon that Lin Chen took them to last time. Unfortunately, that kind of special relic invitation ticket is not easy to get. After a while, the four people could only start to complete the main tasks first. Lin Chen was naturally the first one to complete all the tasks. He looked at the avatars of Feng Chen, Liliana, and Gardenia in the friend list and found that they were still busy with their main tasks. Bored, Lin Chen naturally came to an NPC stall in the Emerald Paradise. From a distance, Lin Chen heard the crisp sound of cracking melon seeds. When Lin Chen approached, the pair of slender legs were still on the iron table, and occasionally there would be melon seed shells thrown on the ground. Lin Chen stopped in front of Xiaoyun and didn't say anything. It's so late, the shop is closed, come tomorrow. Xiaoyun didn't even stand up, still eating melon seeds. Lin Chen still didn't say anything. Xiaoyun's tone was obviously a little unhappy, but it seemed that he was deliberately suppressing it. Okay, tell me, what are you going to do? Strengthen your equipment, or buying materials? Hurry up and tell me your purpose, and then leave quickly. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. I'm actually very curious. Don't you NPCs have assessments? With your attitude, what benefits will the system give you? Lin Chen's voice didn't sound sad or happy, but it was enough to make Xiaoyun pull back her legs. She stood up quickly, and when she saw Lin Chen's masked face, she was obviously a little uncomfortable. Ahem, it's you. She first subconsciously and carelessly put all the melon seeds in her hand on the table, and then suddenly changed to a slightly reserved look, which made Lin Chen stunned. I'm still a little confused. Lin Chen reached out and picked up a melon seed. Where did you get so many melon seeds? There shouldn't be such things in the land of the hunting god, right? Do you want to strengthen your equipment? Xiaoyun subconsciously put on gloves, and his voice was completely different from before. Lin Chen put down the melon seeds, hesitated for a while, and nodded. I do have 2 pieces of equipment to strengthen, but you shouldn't be able to strengthen them. Chapter 339. Xiaoyun was already fully armed. She frowned at first, then sneered, and her face showed her arrogance again. I am a strengthener. Is there any equipment that I can't strengthen? Lin Chen didn't give Xiaoyun too much explanation, and took out a long sword with red light from his backpack. When the sword was placed on the table, except for the sword body, the surrounding space was emitting a black light. God! Xiaoyun immediately whispered a word. But she reacted quickly, looked around, and then stared at the broadsword in disbelief, her eyes and expression as if she had seen a ghost. You? She raised her head suddenly. Where did you get the artifact? Oh, you still recognize the artifact? Lin Chen also became interested. Did you use the artifact in the first round? Since the current Lin Chen knew that Xiaoyun was also a player before, he has begun to talk to Xiaoyun from the perspective of a player. Xiaoyun said, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Ordinary equipment is nothing more than 6 colors, white, green, blue, pink, red, and purple, and the light emitted by the artifact is black. I can't not know. What's more, I am a strengthener now. Lin Chen shrugged and asked with a smile, then can you strengthen it? To be honest, few people can touch the artifact at level 50. Even if they want to strengthen the artifact, the player's level has reached the level of entering the advanced main city, so it is difficult for strengtheners in the intermediate main city to see the artifact. It's hard to even see it, let alone strengthen it. Yes. Xiaoyun nodded solemnly. It just requires very rare materials, which I don't sell here, and if you want to get it, you need to be at least level 60 to get it in the wild around the high-level main city. At this point, Xiaoyun sighed, and could only touch the broadsword lovingly while returning the sword to Lin Chen. I can't strengthen it for the time being. After Lin Chen took the rainbow light, he didn't say much. He put it in his backpack, and then looked up at Xiaoyun in front of him, who still had a look of pity on his face. After looking at her for a long time, Xiaoyun's face suddenly showed a blush. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaoyun subconsciously took a step back. Lin Chen was helpless. I'm wearing a mask, okay. The look in your eyes under the mask. Xiaoyun said uncomfortably, it's as if you have improper thoughts about me. Lin Chen was even more helpless. You are a 7-year-old girl, I'm not that beastly. I'm 20 years old, okay. Xiaoyun immediately put her hands on her waist unwillingly, and even turned around in front of Lin Chen, showing off her charming figure without hesitation. Is there such a mature girl? Lin Chen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to dwell on this. I have a question for you. As he said that, Lin Chen walked to the inside of the stall, and found a stool to sit down. Xiaoyun was still in the same awkward position as before, and she cleared her throat. What do you want to ask? Lin Chen was silent for a while, and asked in a low voice, what will the novice village ruins look like in the end? After hearing this question, Xiaoyun was obviously startled, and the action of reaching out to grab the melon seeds just now also stopped. Why are you asking this? Xiao Feng told me that the roar of monsters can be heard near the light circles in the center of the open space in the novice village. I just went over to verify it. Lin Chen's eyes flashed under the mask. Tell me, will those ruins in the border area break through the seal? After a long silence, Xiaoyun nodded under Lin Chen's gaze. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. In other words, ruins will eventually rush into the land of the hunting god? Xiaoyun still didn't say anything, as if he agreed. Lin Chen stopped talking. If that was true, the novice village in the land of the hunting gods was actually built on the border area. Although Xiaoyun didn't explain to him what the border area was, Lin Chen should be able to guess something from its name. After a while, Lin Chen continued to speak. If Su enters the land of the hunting gods, how will the system deal with it? Will the creator you keep talking about just sit back and do nothing? Xiaoyun sighed. Don't worry, although the novice village also belongs to the land of the hunting god, it originally belongs to another space. If Su breaks into the novice village from the seal, the system will cut off the transmission channel back to the novice village. At that time, the novice village will become a copy, and no one can go there except in a specific way. Then, Xiao Yun interrupted before Lin Chen could finish his words. Don't ask. I don't want to be suddenly wiped out by the system after answering a few of your questions. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but didn't ask the question in the end. Thank you. Lin Chen stood up and stretched at the same time. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and immediately turned to look at this extremely beautiful girl. By the way, will you go to work in the advanced main city? Soon, a whole day passed in the land of the hunting god. The so-called large-scale event guild dungeon was about to begin. So early in the morning, in the guild hall of the Buddha Guild, all guild members were on standby, and even some scattered personnel, who were rarely seen on weekdays, appeared in the crowd. After some time of expansion, the current Fu2 Guild has 180 members. Although the maximum number of participants required for the guild dungeon is 150, no one wants to miss this opportunity. The crowd was talking in a low voice. There were only 10 minutes left before the start of the dungeon, but so far, only Shirtai Yinliang, Haikwa Tian Kong and Gu Chung were the core members of the guild. The president and vice president of the guild, the head of the Qilong Hall, and the head of the Baihu Hall were not there. As time went by, even Shirtai Yinliang had to check the time frequently. Brother Chu, didn't the president and the others oversleep? Haikwa Tian Kong muttered in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. Shirtai Yinliang rolled his eyes, but soon he also started to murmur. Because he had just sent a private message to Lin Chen and the others, and no one had replied to him so far. You know, Lin Chen and Elena had just disappeared a while ago, and at that time, they had even started to prepare to nominate Feng Chen as the president. Don't let anything go wrong at this critical moment. The countdown for the dungeon was about to begin, and the guild elves above the head also flapped their small wings and appeared above the hall. People finally panicked at this time. The discussion became louder and louder. Damn it, are we going to go to the dungeon? Stop it, if the president and others don't come back, we are not the opponents of those guilds at all. Encourage others and destroy your own prestige. Even if the president and others don't come, I can. Just as people were discussing fiercely, several beams of light fell into the hall one after another. People's voices suddenly stopped. Looking away, they saw Lin Chen, Elena, Feng Chen and Gardenia. Immediately, all the members of the guild were boiling. To be honest, when they saw these four people, everyone's hearts were inexplicably ignited with an inexplicable fire, even though most of these members had never seen the abilities of the two presidents. They had only heard about their deeds from others. At the same time, the voice of the guild elf suddenly came out. Attention, the guild copy is about to start. Please prepare for the participants. Chapter 340. In this reincarnation, the land of the hunting gods held a guild dungeon for the first time. Therefore, including the Fu2 Guild, all the 10 participating guilds did not know what they would face next. Even Lin Chen was participating in a dungeon of this scale for the first time, with 1,500 people, and all of them were from Class C guilds. The overall strength of the players in Class C guilds today should be above level 40. No, it should be above level 45. Under such an average level, such a large-scale event seems confusing. As the light of transmission enveloped everyone's eyes, they could only be teleported away by the system with a hint of trepidation. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen found that everyone in his Fu2 Guild was standing together inside a huge mountain. No, it was not just their Fu2 Guild. Looking around, this mysterious area was almost full of people. All the participants from 10 guilds were present, a total of 1,500 people. These people came from different guilds, and each guild formed its own team. Most of them were confused. What is this place for? There are so many people. Damn, I'm a little nervous. We are going to fight here? Shit, you should know that you have leveled up before coming here. The voices of people discussing became louder and louder, and they also began to be wary of each other. However, many of these people were very stable. Basically, every guild had these people with calm auras. Lin Chen and Elena were among them. And Lin Chen looked around with great interest. Above his head were some unknown giant trees that towered into the sky. The leaves branching out from these giant trees were like dark clouds blocking the sun, so that the light here became stingy and thin, casting mottled light and shadows through narrow cracks and intricate caves. Right in front of everyone was a huge door that seemed to have hollowed out the entire mountain and then was placed there tyrannically. No one knew what was behind this door, so the discussion became louder. However, just as Lin Chen was about to ask Elena some questions about the guild dungeon, Haikwa Tian Kong behind him suddenly shouted in surprise. Lin Chen paused and looked back at Haikwa Tian Kong, only to see that this guy was staring at the formation of other guilds in the distance with his eyes wide open. "What's wrong, brother?" Fengshen asked beside him. "Damn, this guild dungeon is a bit difficult. I have already seen several people in the top 20 in combat power here." Hearing Fengshen say this, Linshen seemed very calm. After all, this was the first guild dungeon held in the land of the hunting god. It was not strange for some big guys to appear in such a large-scale event. "Hey, I thought it was something." Fengshen sneered. "Are those people you were talking about as powerful as my brother Lin?" This? Hai Tian Kong scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and then stopped talking. Time passed quietly, but most of the people present were on pins and needles. There was nothing they could do while waiting, because as time went by, the members of these guilds would inevitably riot and shout. But when they were ready to upgrade to drawing swords against each other, they suddenly found that everyone was in a peaceful state. In this state, they couldn't start fighting at all. So, in boredom, people didn't care about anything else, and they all focused on the huge door in front of them. Under people's anxious gaze, finally, after about half an hour, a crisp sound came, like a huge bell. Ding! Everyone instantly became alert. Even Lin Chen and Elena couldn't help but look at the front with concentration. "What's going on? Are you going to open the door?" People stood up one after another, and took out their weapons in unison. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in the brains of these people. "Attention, the guild dungeon is about to be officially opened. Please prepare all participants." The rules of this guild dungeon are as follows. The venue is a cave type. Please grab the resources inside as much as you want. When the player dies, there will be only one resurrection. The dungeon lasts for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the guild with the most survivors wins. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. People looked at each other in bewilderment, but time was running out. Several guilds stood at the front of the crowd without hesitation, as if they were ready to seize the high ground and rush into the gate in the first wave. "No. I haven't heard the rules clearly yet." "Cave type? What does that mean?" Some confused players looked around. "What are we going to do? Grab things?" "Don't worry about it. Just kill as many people as you can after entering." "Ah, why didn't you say that earlier?" Then, as the countdown ended, a strange sound was heard around, and a crack suddenly appeared in the huge door in front. The next moment, the storm was squeezed out from the crack of the door, and the strong wind whistled out. Everyone stumbled back, and the closest player would have been blown away if he hadn't been supported by his teammates behind him. The dungeon begins. "Let's go!" But before the hurricane completely subsided, all the members of the 3 or 4 guilds that had originally occupied the best positions rushed into the gate. Afterwards, the other guild players looked at each other, and soon stopped talking. They moved their bodies, and ran towards the cave, flashing dazzling enhancement skills. Those people turned into rainbow light, and rushed out. In just a blink of an eye, they were almost all gone. "Brother." Fengshen rubbed his hands and said, "Let's go too." Seeing so many people rushing into the door, the members of the Fu Tu Guild were obviously eager to try, but they were also extremely nervous. After all, in the guilds around them, figures rushed towards the door at full speed, and for a while, the sound of breaking wind was heard all over the mountains and plains. "President?" After all, Lin Chen did not give any orders, and the Fu Tu Guild did not take too many actions. Lin Chen turned around and waved to the members behind him, indicating that they could act as they pleased. "Let's go!" After getting Lin Chen's permission, Shirtai Yinliang and Hai Tian Kong shouted at the same time. The next moment, the members of the Fu Tu Guild also rushed to the door. In the end, only Lin Chen, Irina Fengshen, and Ji Zi were left standing. "Don't worry," Lin Chen said in a low voice. He immediately turned his head to look at Irina. "By the way, have you participated in this type of guild dungeon before?" Irina shook her head. "Just now the system said. This is a Dongfu type dungeon, and I participated in a escape type, but the way to win in the end is the same." "What does K-type mean?" Unlike Elena, who had participated in guild dungeons, Lin Chen was a complete layman in this kind of activity, so he naturally had to know the types of these activities first. The main gameplay of K-type should be exploration. It is said that all kinds of treasures and props can be seen everywhere in the cave. Isn't this just like in novels? Fengshen suddenly interrupted. Have you read fantasy novels? Exploring secret realms, and then the protagonist gets some awesome treasures in the secret realm. Lin Chen, Elena, and Gardenia looked at Fengshen, who felt a little embarrassed. He coughed and motioned Elena to continue. "If you are lucky enough, I heard that you can get artifacts in it," Elena said. "Artifacts?" Feng Chen and Gardenia's eyes lit up at the same time. Yes, but any props obtained here will be dropped after death, so... Got it. Hearing Elena's explanation, Lin Chen nodded. That is to say, we should not only explore as much as possible in the cave, but also be careful of people from other guilds snatching our things. Yes, but if you want to win, you still need to have the most people alive. Lin Chen smiled. Got it, let's go too. After speaking, Lin Chen also ran wildly with a few people beside him, and finally followed the endless crowd and entered the cave. Chapter 341. When Lin Chen and others stepped into the giant gate and officially entered the cave, a smell of extremely oppressive smell and some kind of power fell on their heads. Even Lin Chen could feel that someone poured a basin of cold water on his head. The breath in this world makes people feel a little difficult to breathe. Damn, it feels more and more like this place is built based on fantasy novels. Feng Chen covered his nose and muttered to himself. This kind of place is generally called Inheritance Cave, which is usually left by some kind of peerless strongman, but that kind of strongman himself has long died. But the breath he left behind before his death is enough to cover this cave, and then the cave is full of natural treasures, and so on. Listening to Feng Chen mumbling beside him, Lin Chen could only pat his shoulder helplessly. Okay, stop saying things that others can't understand. However, Lin Chen felt this oppressive feeling, and a solemn look flashed across his eyes. He just felt that this place was somewhat similar to the real world. The first was the body feeling and breathing. This place was completely different from the hunting god land. Although he couldn't feel the pain either, Lin Chen always felt that there was something very inconsistent. After all, he had just returned from Earth with Elena, and he was still very sensitive to this feeling. Lin Chen paused for a moment, and immediately thought of something. Dun Shan, Qilua, and Altair? After the words fell, 3 black shadows lingered around Lin Chen's body, but when they were about to build a human form, it seemed that there was some special force blocking them, and they could never form undead. Sure enough, Lin Chen frowned, and waved his hand to cancel the resurrection of the undead. Let's go walk inside. The 4 of them raised their eyes, and saw that there was a huge stone square behind the cave, with all kinds of boxes and barrels scattered on the square. The players who rushed in were scattered around, and they were concentrating on looking for something in these boxes and barrels. After all, the system said that this cave house contains all kinds of resources and treasures. Although the players don't know what they will find, it's right to explore carefully. Some people didn't stop and rush deeper. Lin Chen was not in a hurry, but simply wandered around a few times, and indeed made a lot of discoveries. As time passed, he found some props in some boxes and barrels. But they were generally some equipment of mediocre value, and most of them were blue equipment around level 45. There are also some miscellaneous props. It is like panning for gold and shit to find some good quality equipment and props in these places. Lin Chen lost interest after just a few glances. However, although Lin Chen looked down on them, there were still many players with low overall combat power scrambling to grab them. After all, they only dared to fish in troubled waters in this place for the time being. If they went deeper, they would not be confident in their own strength. Not to mention whether they could rob those high combat power players. The oppression of this cave alone made them a little overwhelmed. A few minutes later, Feng Chen came over with a taunting puppet consumable in his hand. Brother, I don't think there's anything good here. I don't know why these people are fighting for it. If you go deeper, you can encounter more rare items. Irina also came over and said softly. Then don't be idle, let's go. Lin Chen took the lead. In the depths, 3 passages leading to deeper depths suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen and others. At this time, many people were choosing passages to enter. Fork in the road. Brother, which way should we go? Feng Chen asked. I'm thinking about something. Lin Chen, who was standing still, suddenly said, the system says that the guild with the most survivors wins, which means that the main way of this guild copy is still fighting, right? Well, it should be, after all, only fighting each other can cause the loss of members of other guilds. Feng Chen nodded. Then let's act separately. Lin Chen said, Feng Chen and Shizi, you go to the far left, Elena goes to the right, I go in the middle, and then... Before they finished speaking, several people from other guilds came running behind them. Damn, what are you doing here? Get out of my way! Before they arrived, a fierce voice came from behind. Seeing that Lin Chen and others did not move, a warrior behind them immediately drew out his broadsword with a hint of impatience on his face. Damn, are you deaf? I kill you. The sword flashed, and before the people around could react, the warrior, who was still talking just a moment ago, lay straight on the ground. There is no such thing as near death in this area. Players only have 2 lives in total. If both die, they will be forcibly teleported back to the land of the hunting god. There is no way to re-enter the dungeon. This person's first life was given here. The people behind him were stunned. They were still taking out their weapons a moment ago, but now they were a little confused. They retreated while looking forward vigilantly. Lin Chen was holding a pitch-black broadsword in his hand. He was the one who swung the knife just now. What the hell is going on? How did the third player die in an instant? The third player's HP is at least 13,000. There's something strange about this guy. Let's go first. The remaining four were just about to leave, but Elena immediately raised her bow and shot a few arrows. The players, who were planning to return by the same route, immediately lay on the ground in a daze. Seeing this scene, Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at each other. Oh, I'm so envious. Not only Lin Chen, but even Elena can kill players over level 40 instantly. For Feng Chen and Gardenia, it's really envy and jealousy. I don't need to say more next, right? After Lin Chen said that, he walked towards the central passage with the pitch-black sword. Elena didn't say anything, and walked towards the passage on the far right as Lin Chen arranged. Just when the female elf was about to enter the passage, she glanced at the pitch-black broadsword in Lin Chen's hand. After a moment of trance, she still entered the passage. When Lin Chen and Elena disappeared from sight, Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at each other again. Alas, it's just the two of us left again. Feng Chen sniffed. Let's go, brother will protect you. Chapter 342. When Lin Chen walked into the passage, he could see people who had come in before. These people were looking around greedily in the stone caves on both sides of the passage. Lin Chen looked at the densely packed caves and caves on both sides of the passage with interest. Each cave was not big, and the largest area inside would not exceed 100 square meters, like a small house after another. There were many props scattered in the house, and there were also many containers for hiding props, such as wooden barrels or ceramic jars. Lin Chen searched for a while, and then lost interest. Although the quality of the props gradually improved as he went deeper into these places, they were of no use to Lin Chen now. After searching for a long time, Lin Chen also found a skill cooling potion. At least this thing can still be used. Lin Chen did not encounter any obstacles along the way. After all, most of the people who appeared here so far were searching carefully, and they had not yet fought each other for props. Soon, Lin Chen walked towards the exit of the passage with the black rainbow light in his hand. As he went deeper, the pressure inside the passage became stronger. Lin Chen looked up and saw that his health bar was decreasing unconsciously. It was losing 50 points automatically every second. However, with the equipment Lin Chen was wearing and some specific props, Lin Chen's health recovery speed was very exaggerated. Every time his health was lost, it would be replenished instantly the next moment. He kept his HP full all the time. It was just that the pressure from the surroundings made Lin Chen feel very uncomfortable. If Feng Chen stood beside him now, he would definitely call it space pressure in the tone of a fantasy novel. His speed was still not fast or slow, he just felt that the length of this passage was really not short. The further he walked, the more he found that the distribution of the surrounding caves began to be even, and Lin Chen finally saw some players fighting for the props obtained in the caves. After walking for a while, Lin Chen finally stopped. He was standing in front of a special cave. Unlike other caves, this cave actually had a heavy stone door. And judging from the structure outside the cave, its area should be very large. The outer part of the cave was visited by many players, but none of them could open the stone door. After mumbling a few words, they looked for another place. Lin Chen touched the surface of the stone door with his palm with interest, and the next moment, he felt a special force pushing Lin Chen's hand out. However, because of Lin Chen's high attack power, he was not pushed away. Yo! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and then without much hesitation, he raised the rainbow light in his hand and chopped it down immediately. Dang! A tremor sounded, and after a moment, the stone door that looked extremely heavy suddenly shook, and then slowly opened under Lin Chen's gaze. The sound of the stone door opening suddenly attracted the attention of other players around. You know, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't open the door just now. Not only that, when they approached the stone door, they would be directly pushed by the ghost energy in the door. Is the door open? Come on, let's go and have a look. Damn, there must be some good treasures. Do you think there will be purple equipment? Pink equipment is fine. The equipment level here is around level 45. Just think about it. Level 45 pink equipment is exciting. The players gathered around immediately approached the huge cave. But when they were less than 1 meter away from the door, Lin Chen suddenly turned around and said coldly, "Get lost." There were 13 people present, Except for a young-looking woman who was stopped by the shout, the other 12 people obviously didn't take Lin Chen seriously. Why are you pretending? You were lucky enough to open the door, and you plan to enjoy it all by yourself? Someone frowned and looked at Lin Chen from head to toe. They saw that Lin Chen's equipment was quite mismatched. Except for the broadsword that he seemed to be holding in his hand, they could hardly tell what Lin Chen's profession was. Only in front of the blurry ID above his head, the words for the guild were clearly written. Every player who participated here would have the name of their respective guild written in front of their ID, even if they were carrying items that could hide attributes. You have to know that these guilds come from all corners of the land of the hunting god. No one has ever heard of the Food 2 guild from the Emerald Paradise, but who can come here is not the leader of the sea-level guilds. Immediately, a swordsman took out his weapon. No, don't do it yet. These people are not from the same guild. When the leader was holding a sword and preparing to go over to cause trouble for Lin Chen, his teammates beside him grabbed him. Don't be a snipe and a clam. As he spoke, he gestured around with his eyes. The swordsman holding the sword also remembered something, and looked at the others around him with lingering fear, and then took a step back. The person beside him whispered again, "This cave may have some tricks. Let this man go over and try it out. If there is no trap, then wait for him to come out." And then, as he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture on his neck. The swordsman's eyes lit up, and he simply ignored Lin Chen and followed the others, staring at Lin Chen in front of him like watching a play. Lin Chen naturally knew what the people at the door were planning, but he ignored them and stepped directly in. Then, a beam of light shot out from all directions inside the cave, illuminating the entire cave. The cave was made entirely of luminous stones, and soft rays of light were emitting from the surface of these stones. Lin Chen looked up and down, and his eyes first locked onto the northwest corner of the cave, where there was a stone platform with densely packed high-level blood bottles and blue medicines piled on it. Around these bottles and jars, there are also pills of various sizes. Lin Chen walked closer and took a look. These pills were as big as a newborn baby's fist, and each one was smooth. Under the surrounding light, it was actually shining. Wow! Even Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Bone strengthening pill, essence reinforcing pill, body casting pill, soul forging pill. These pills are also consumables. Most of them have the effect of increasing the upper limit of attack power for a short time, increasing the upper limit of physical strength, or increasing the next skill within the effective time without consuming magic power. This kind of thing is basically a consumable item that you will encounter frequently after reaching level 50. It is indeed a new thing for the current players of the land of hunting gods. Isn't this too much? Lin Chen looked at the pills covering the stone platform, and still felt a little incredible. These things that fill the table like beans are usually worth a lot of money in the auction house. At this time, Lin Chen also discovered that the bottles and jars next to these pills were actually high-quality blood medicines and blue bottles. Their function of restoring blood bars and blue bars is several levels stronger than other potions. The onlookers standing at the door behind him couldn't help but gasp when they saw these high-end consumables. So many high-level blood bottles. Wouldn't it be enough to replenish half of the blood if you drink it? Hey, do you want to make a move? If you don't, this kid will put all of them in his backpack. Some people have already started to prepare to take action directly. No hurry, wait a little longer. Anyway, even if he takes them all, as long as he is killed, these things will all drop. Listening to the conversation at the door, Lin Chen did not hesitate. Without saying a word, under those fiery eyes, he put all the consumables on the table into his backpack. After doing all this, Lin Chen finally became interested in this guild copy. Chapter 343. Then Lin Chen continued to tinker in this room for a while. In other areas of the cave, Lin Chen pulled out a level 48 purple scepter from under a table. After all, he was a healer, and the scepter was a weapon he could use. After pondering for a while, Lin Chen decided to put the scepter in his pocket. Although he didn't need it, it was not bad to give it to Gardenia. After all, Gardenia was a more violent output character, a saint cultist, and a purple quality scepter would add fuel to her combat power. But Lin Chen was in trouble again. If he still brought Gardenia and Feng Chen to stack their attack power, Feng Chen would be like a fish in water, but Gardenia, who ranked in the top 20 in the combat power of the entire hunting god land in the previous life. Would she have to fight with physical attack power like him? However, after thinking about it, he didn't care. It depends on what Gardenia thinks about this matter. After all, she is a complete weirdo. It is obviously a healing, but her normal attack has reached 100,000. If it is a critical hit. After walking around for another 2 minutes, there is really nothing in this cave that can catch Lin Chen's eye. He was ready to leave. But just as he thought, the people at the door would not let him go easily. Wait a moment. The first swordsman holding the sword finally spoke first. He deliberately said slightly instead of slightly, and then there was a hint of viciousness on his face. Lin Chen stopped in front of the group of people. There was only a threshold between him and the others. He was inside, and the others were outside. They had been waiting to see if Lin Chen would trigger some kind of mechanism because of what he took. But now that Lin Chen was about to walk out, and there was no mechanism triggered, it was time for them to take action. Killing people and stealing goods. You can't leave after taking something. That's not a good thing. The swordsman chuckled. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Show us what you just took, or else. What else? Lin Chen suddenly laughed. He thought it was great to have someone tell him a joke in a place like this. Seeing that Lin Chen was not panicking at all, the group of people were obviously a little stunned. Combined with the get out that Lin Chen had just said to them, when he turned around, could it be that this person was some big shot? Sure enough, a few people noticed something was wrong. After all, Lin Chen had been wearing a mask, and some powerful bosses did like to hide their attributes on purpose. Although the highest level of players in the land of the hunting god is only level 50, the combat power has begun to be very unbalanced. Some powerful bosses can slaughter all of them by themselves. Seeing someone leave, the swordsman in the front obviously sneered. A bunch of cowards. He cursed, and immediately lost the intention to bargain with Lin Chen. He stretched out his hand to grab Lin Chen's collar. If the other party didn't know what was good for him, he would not continue to threaten him. Anyway, the main purpose of this guild copy was to fight each other. It was just that if Lin Chen could hand it over himself, he would not have to do it. Under the mask, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly raised up, and they collided with the swordsman's eyes. Fear and murderous intent. The swordsman was stunned at this moment. His hand was still about 5 centimeters in front of Lin Chen's chest, motionless. If you look closely, he is even shaking slightly. As time went by, he trembled more and more, until his lips began to tremble, and his face turned pale. Hey! The teammate beside him noticed something. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen stopped talking and took a step forward. The swordsman immediately made way for Lin Chen to leave. Everyone around was stunned to see this state. The swordsman was arrogant just a moment ago, but now he was as obedient as a dog. Seeing the swordsman lowering his head without saying a word, his pupils kept shaking, the teammates beside him realized that something was wrong. He immediately pointed at Lin Chen's back as he was about to leave and shouted, "Stop right there." But Lin Chen turned a deaf ear to him. The man immediately pulled out a bow from his back and put an arrow on it. Swish! He shot an arrow at Lin Chen, with a green glow flowing on his shoulder. It was the hunter's scorpion tail skill. The arrow hit Lin Chen's back, causing him to stop. Everyone subconsciously looked up at Lin Chen's health bar, but they only felt dizzy, as if the health bar hadn't moved at all. Taking another look, it was indeed that his health had not decreased at all, and he was still at full health. Lin Chen grinned under the mask. You guys did it. After saying that, he took out the black broadsword in his hand, as if he was planning something. Hey. What is this guy doing? Why does it look like he's using a skill? What skill has this kind of action? The swordsman's draw the sword. I always have a bad feeling. The next moment, Lin Chen just swung his sword horizontally. Then, the blood-red blade light was across the passage, and then spread forward quickly. Swish! After the blade light passed by, the remaining 9 people in front of them had no room for resistance, and they collapsed immediately. Then, in less than half a breath, everyone's corpses disappeared directly on the spot. But the blade light did not disappear at all. It had no power left, and it flew forward for almost 20 meters before it was wiped out. However, during the flight, this blade light still harvested the lives of almost 10 people. In the end, only 2 members of the Fuda Guild stood there in a daze, raising their hands in surrender, looking a little confused. This place cannot cause teammates to be harmed by members of the same guild, so they were not affected by the rainbow sword chi just now. Lin Chen put away the broadsword, did not say anything more, turned around and continued to walk towards the exit of the passage. Chapter 344. After walking out of the passage, the pressure on his shoulders became heavier. Not only that, the blood volume on his head was decreasing by 200 per second. Lin Chen's health recovery speed was still abnormally fast. He didn't need to release the sage's healing hand at all. The restrictions here could not threaten him. He raised his head and looked around. This was a huge hall made of stone. Like the passage behind him, many people came out of the other 2 passages one after another. Soon, Lin Chen saw Elena coming out from the side. The female elf was still holding a bow in her hand. When she saw Lin Chen, she subconsciously came over. "Where are Xiao Feng and Gardenia?" Lin Chen asked. "I don't know. They probably haven't come out yet." Elena also looked around and answered softly. Lin Chen nodded. Thinking about it, it was true. The current attack power of himself and Elena was extremely exaggerated. Not to mention himself, there were not many people in the land of the hunting god who could take Elena's attack safely. In addition, Elena listened to Lin Chen's advice and used the guild contribution points to learn the special skill Blood Desire. At this moment, the female elf's health is also surprisingly high. It can be said that she can fight and fight. In comparison, Feng Chun and Gardenia's speed will naturally be slower. However, Lin Chen did not worry too much. Feng Chun and Gardenia walked together, and there should not be many people in this dungeon who could cause trouble for them. Thinking of this, Lin Chen carefully looked at the hall. The size of the hall actually made Lin Chen raise his eyebrows. The exterior of the cave seemed to be built against the mountain, but the interior was really a different world. Lin Chen had no doubt that if he walked aimlessly inside, he might get lost. And what Lin Chen was most concerned about was that there were various stone houses above the hall. They looked like the dilapidated temples he had seen in TV dramas before. Each stone house stood alone in place, and there was a door on the stone house. There were at least hundreds of houses like this. In addition, many very tall pillars can be seen in sight. Let's go and take a look in front. Lin Chen held the black rainbow light and walked forward with Elena. As he officially stepped into the hall, Lin Chen saw countless perennial fire pots jumping with flames. There seemed to be some special fuel in them. Although the fire was not strong, it lit up the entire hall. These fire pots were hung on the surface of those towering stone pillars, and the stone pillars were carved with special patterns and totems of different styles. There were pictures of some violent beasts dancing wildly, some obscure paintings, and some weird creatures were vividly placed on them, which made people dazzled. Lin Chen also stopped in front of a pillar and looked around with a frown. He always felt that these strange things looked familiar. There are things under these stone pillars. When someone shouted, Lin Chen also subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the bottom of the stone pillar. Sure enough, he saw a small wooden box. He opened the wooden box and found a skill book in it. Druid level 52 skill summon Stormbringer. Not only here, it seems that there is a small wooden box under every stone pillar, and there are almost 50 advanced skill books in the wooden box. Skills below level 40 are not valuable, because they can be purchased from their respective skill instructors NPCs, but starting from level 41, those skills can no longer be purchased from NPCs, and can only be obtained by killing monsters, dungeons, and activities, and then circulated between players. And skill books around level 50 are even rarer. Such things are not easy to come across in the land of the hunting god in a short period of time. At least now, a high-level skill book can also be sold at a high price. Lin Chen didn't think much about it, and put the skill book into his backpack. Although he and the people beside him didn't need it for the time being, the skill book of a druid over level 50 could be sold at an auction house for a considerable price. After that, Lin Chen and Elena looked back and forth at the surrounding stone pillars with interest. As more and more people entered the hall, riots were inevitable, and large-scale fighting finally began in the hall. Because from this time on, treasures that could be used to fight for life appeared. Not only skill books, but also some stone houses even had people shouting and holding purple equipment of around level 50. I looked at the time, and only 20 minutes had passed so far, and there was still some time before the end of the dungeon. In addition to the casualties caused by the players fighting each other, there were also extremely frightening mechanisms inside the hall that could take people's lives at any time. Although this place was a hall, under the cover of stone houses and stone pillars, the stone bricks underfoot would sometimes suddenly change their shapes strangely. Its structure was intricate, and many places were dangerous and hidden with murderous intentions. A few players just took a wrong step, and the sharp sword blades suddenly sprang out from the ground and stabbed at their lower bodies. Ah! Fuck! These sword blades can almost instantly consume half of the player's health, and their attack speed is very fast. Soon, some people were stabbed to death by the traps under their feet in the surprise of not being able to dodge in time. While Lin Chen was looking for props, countless arrows, poison needles, or countless hidden weapons were shot from the stone pillars, the outer surface of the stone house, and even the soles of his feet and the top of his head. Although he was a little irritated, Lin Chen also cracked them one by one, and directly used his body to resist those that he could not crack or dodge. With his current HP, He wouldn't die even if he was hit by all the traps and hidden weapons here. After such a difficult search, Lin Chen and Elena also reaped a lot of rewards. Many special props and equipment were packed into a backpack. They didn't stop until they smelled a special smell. Lin Chen and Elena noticed the smell almost at the same time. They looked in the same direction. There was a dark stone house in that place, and the smell that made them very familiar came from that stone house. Sue. The two looked at each other and said in unison. Chapter 345. Lin Chen and Elena were standing at the door of the stone house. Behind them, various players were avoiding traps and fighting each other frantically, with various skills and firelight echoing each other. Mr. Lin, should we go in and take a look? Against this background, Elena asked Lin Chen with a serious look. Lin Chen nodded. I don't know why I smell the smell of ruins in the guild copy, but I always feel that this kind of stone house is specially prepared for us second-round players. If this is the case, we must go in. Then, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and pushed open the stone door. He was fully prepared in the process. If some mechanism was triggered, or if someone rushed out of the stone house with his fangs bared, he could react instantly. But the stone door was easily pushed open by Lin Chen without any obstruction. And the scene in the stone house was revealed without reservation. As the black fog and the imperceptible cold current came out from the house, Lin Chen's eyelids also jumped. He and Elena took a step back at the same time. After they stretched out their hands to disperse the smoke that only appeared with the ruins, they looked inside. They were overjoyed, because in the stone house, the ground and the walls were densely covered with all kinds of dazzling pharmaceutical materials: bone jade flower, blood ganoderma, body tempering fruit, fierce poison hemp, creek spirit grass. Pharmaceutical materials that Lin Chen could name, and those that he couldn't name were everywhere, and the quality was not low. The so-called pharmaceutical materials are the necessary materials for making pills, potions, and some consumables. For example, the pills that he had just obtained in the cave in the passage were basically made of these materials. The high-quality materials that appeared before them were enough to make more high-quality consumables at certain NPCs. Not only these pharmaceutical materials, but also a large number of black stones, or iron ingots, could be seen in other places. When Lin Chen saw these things, he immediately became uneasy. Divine Weapon Essence. Those special stones that glowed and flashed were materials specially used to strengthen divine weapons. If Xiaoyun got this thing, he could strengthen Hongguang. Strange. Lin Chen frowned. The smell of Su still lingered in his nose, but there was nothing else in the room except these props and materials. Not to mention Su, there was not even a trace of a trap. Lin Chen took a step inside with a little caution. Still nothing happened. Since this was the case, Lin Chen would naturally not leave these things alone. It seems that this trip was not in vain. Lin Chen immediately stepped into the door. Elena followed him in. As second-round players, Lin Chen and Elena both recognized the value of these things and immediately put their minds at ease. They put these materials into their backpacks tacitly, but because they had obtained too many props outside just now, they had to discard the extra equipment and props that they didn't need. But just as they were picking up props and materials very seriously, a heavy sound suddenly came from behind them. Boom! Lin Chen and Elena turned back at the same time. They suddenly found that the stone door behind them was closed. The whole stone house suddenly became quiet, as if the sound insulation inside was very good. Lin Chen couldn't even hear the sound of fighting outside. In the whole room, except for Lin Chen's own heartbeat, the only sound that could be heard was Elena's breathing beside him. This scene made Lin Chen even more curious. Catching a turtle in a jar? He really didn't expect that this whole stone house was actually part of a mechanism. Use precious materials and props as a lead to attract players to enter, and then close the door. But if this is true, why didn't the other stone houses just now have this situation? And what is the smell of Su flowing out of this house? Lin Chen walked to the door and stretched out his hand to push the door, but the door did not move at all. Lin Chen frowned, raised the rainbow light, and chopped the surface of the door fiercely. Ding! The sound of metal colliding was heard, and Lin Chen's sword blade even caused Lin Chen's palm to hurt due to the reaction force. He looked down at his palm and saw a drop of blood flowing out of the wound. The stone gate in front of him stood still, but there were violent ripples on the surface, and after a few seconds, it returned to calm. Lin Chen was shocked. No! He suddenly remembered that in the land of the hunting god, he could not feel pain in this way with full blood, and he was not under the cursed state, so it was even more impossible for him to feel pain. Thinking of this, Lin Chen even released a purification on himself, but even so, the slight pain in his palm still made Lin Chen frown. Could it be that the room they were in was not on the hunting god's land? Mr. Lin. At this moment, there was a trace of fear on Elena's beautiful face. She pointed at Lin Chen, or more precisely, at the back of Lin Chen. Lin Chen could feel the wind coming from the ends of his hair behind his ears, and couldn't help but look back. A person with long hair like a waterfall stood behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen was startled. He had never thought that there was a person standing behind him, and what gave him goosebumps the most was that he had never noticed it. The rainbow light in his hand was raised almost subconsciously, pointing directly at this very strange-looking person. He should be a man. He has a handsome face like a man, but he has very long hair, which has been dragging on the ground. Looking down, this person's whole body is covered by a loose robe. His height is not too tall, and there are no other special features. He looks like a real human. But why does a human who looks neither male nor female appear in this place? What are you? Lin Chen asked coldly. He didn't think this thing was a player. No player would look and dress like this guy. A few seconds later, the other party looked at Lin Chen and Elena. I am the pioneer. The man just said 5 words, but it was enough to shock Lin Chen and Elena. Because it seemed that there were 2 people living in this man's body, the words that came out of his mouth seemed to have been specially processed by a computer, mixed with 2 completely opposite tones of men and women. These 2 tones blended together, it made people's scalps numb. Pioneer? Yes, I and this stone house are attracted by the Guishi power you 2 carry, and by your identity as second round. Listening to what this half-man, half-woman guy said, Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other. Can I understand that you are some kind of high-level Su? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Level 5 Su, or level 6 Su? Su? The man smiled slightly. No, nowadays, except for the novice village and the border area that have been closed voluntarily, no Su can gain a foothold in the land of the hunting god, let alone level 6 Su. Even the level 10 Su king can't do it. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and whispered, besides the ruins, are there other things that can be attracted by the power of Guishu? Of course not, but I am very curious about what kind of second-round player can use a mere ordinary attack to hit the stone door to create ripples. I came here specifically to take a look. This person spoke without sadness or joy, but between the lines, Lin Chen suddenly thought of someone. A person who always appeared with a tint and looked like an old woman. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Tint, stone house. Old woman, hermaphrodite, could it be that he and the old woman are the same type of people? Chapter 346. Seeing the complex expression on Lin Chen's face, the strange man who called himself a pioneer said softly, Huh? Why, judging from your expression, you seem to have seen me before? After saying that, he began to look Lin Chen up and down, and finally set his eyes on the black broadsword rainbow in Lin Chen's hand. The whole stone house began to fall into a sudden silence. Lin Chen shook his head, and took the initiative to say, Sorry, this is the first time we meet. But why do you look so familiar to me? The pioneer suddenly thought of something. Ah, I remember. A few days ago she told me that there were a few players who were very concerned. You are one of them? Lin Chen was not sure whether the other party was talking about was an old woman, so he could only keep silent. Well, among the people she mentioned, there was a healer with very high attack power. It should be you. The pioneer reached out and touched the stone door, as if he still couldn't believe it. Just a normal attack can cause such exaggerated damage. When did you guys appear in the land of the hunting god? Seeing that Lin Chen did not answer, he continued, I have been busy maintaining the seal of the boundary area these days, and I really neglected the land of the hunting god in this reincarnation. Seeing that this person has been talking to himself so far, Lin Chen and Elena both looked serious. Since this person appeared, there is no blood bar on his head, and he exudes an unusually ominous aura. Even Lin Chen feels suffocated by the oppressive feeling emanating from his body. If the guess is correct, the sense of oppression that can be seen everywhere in this copy comes from this person. The surroundings fell into a strange atmosphere. However, this pioneer has been standing at the door, and Lin Chen and the others can't leave at all. After a while, Lin Chen finally spoke again. Excuse me, what are you going to do by appearing in this guild copy? The pioneer stared into Lin Chen's eyes. Everything is mostly born for selection, and this time is naturally no exception. Since we are so predestined, I can give you a chance. Lin Chen felt that the man in front of him always spoke in a confusing way. The terms he said were very difficult to understand, such as pioneer, seal, selection, or fortune, which made Lin Chen subconsciously look at Elena beside him. But Elena was also confused, and this female elf was not doing well at the moment. According to what the pioneer just said, he had been maintaining the seal of the boundary. Although he didn't know what the seal was, he did have an unusually strong smell of ruins. After all, the border area is full of ruins. She and Lin Chen had stayed in the border area for more than 10 hours. In a short period of time, they were already infected with the stench of the ruins, let alone people of this level. This smell made Lin Chen's nose a little dry, let alone Elena, who has an outstanding sense of smell. What fortune are you going to give me? Don't worry, it won't be worse than what she gave you. At least it's better than the artifact in your hand and the breakthrough pearl on you. Lin Chen paused. Let's not talk about the rainbow light in his hand that was bought from the old woman's tent with the power of Guishu. It's impossible for anyone else to know about the breaking realm bead. After all, the old woman used a method similar to time hourglass to stop time, and there were only 2 people present at the time. But the other party directly pointed out that both of these things were obtained from the old woman. Since he knew that the person on the other side was a person of the same status as the old woman, he gave up the idea of fighting with the other party. Lin Chen put down the broadsword in his hand and looked at the other party nervously. She is responsible for the players, NPCs, and Guishu in the land of the hunting god. The pioneer finally moved away from the stone gate, and I am responsible for maintaining the seals of the land of the hunting god, the real world, and the border area, and also designing the dungeon of the land of the hunting god. No matter how different the work is, we are all working hard for my lord to select powerful people. In this regard, I will naturally help without reservation. After saying that, the pioneer suddenly waved at Lin Chen. Immediately, a special black light penetrated into Lin Chen's body from the surroundings. Lin Chen subconsciously looked at his body and asked cautiously, "What did you do to me?" Creation. Lin Chen stretched out his hands and looked at them carefully in front of his eyes, ready to see what changes would occur in his body. During the process, the pioneer continued, "I am different from her. She has thousands of faces and thousands of changes, and the power she gets from my master is mainly attribute, while my power is integrated, mainly yin and yang power. Everything in the world and the universe is made up of attributes and yin and yang, which are eternal and unchanged." Speaking of this, the pioneer waved his hand again. This time, a white light shot into Lin Chen's body in the same way. One black and one white all poured into Lin Chen's body, and he finally felt something special in his body. He first felt a heat, and then an extreme chill. The power of yin and yang is the unity of opposites. From a macro perspective, it represents the most basic opposites and related aspects of all things. Yin is cold and dark, yang is hot and light. This oppositional relationship can also be transformed under certain conditions. You don't have to say these, I don't understand. Lin Chen interrupted him. What are you going to do to me? He could feel a piercing strangeness emerging from his body, and from the outside, his whole body began to show 2 colors, one black and one white, but these 2 colors actually changed back and forth on his skin and clothes, as if he was being illuminated by a projector beam. Soon, black and white began to merge, forming something like a black hole on the surface of Lin Chen's body. The surrounding air suddenly paused at this moment, and the next moment, it all gathered on Lin Chen's head. It seemed that he was a little unhappy to be interrupted by Lin Chen, but he soon felt relieved and said indifferently, "In biology, yin and yang naturally have special meanings. The fortune I give you now is precisely to transform your original body. Whether it is orcs, half-orcs, elves, humans or other races, the flesh you brought from the real world is too fragile." As he said this, he waved his hand again, without caring about the pain Lin Chen was enduring. Another stream of white light poured into Lin Chen's body. He seemed to have injected 2 streams of white yang, but only 1 stream of black yin. With the yin and yang not equal, Lin Chen only felt that his body was burst by the yang at this moment. Chapter 347. The entire area around Lin Chen's body has now transformed into a pure white vortex, and the black hole that is approaching a white tone is filling the entire house. In the end, this unequal energy even began to overflow from the stone house, as if it was going to burst this pitiful space. Gudong dong. Sometimes, a dull sound would come from the surface of Lin Chen's body or inside his body, as if firecrackers were exploding in his body. Crack, pop! In just half a breath, the energy that was urged out was sucked back by some force, and rushed madly into Lin Chen's vortex. In the end, the black light around Lin Chen gradually dissipated, and was being swallowed by the white light. Lin Chen couldn't bear it, and fell to his knees. This yang, which seemed completely different at the beginning but had become extremely violent now, drilled into his body, and then tore his flesh madly. Even if he had a steel body, he couldn't resist it. But even so, Lin Chen still maintained his sanity. He used the rainbow light in his hand to support himself from falling to the ground, but his whole body was covered with goosebumps, and the sweat on his forehead had gathered together, and finally turned into beans as big as beans and fell to the ground. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? Elena was at a loss at this moment and wanted to support Lin Chen, but the temperature of Lin Chen's body was very high, and this place did not seem to be the place of hunting gods, so that as long as she touched Lin Chen's body, the female elf could feel the extreme heat. Huh? The pioneer completely ignored Elena, and was very interested in Lin Chen's condition. With such an unbalanced yin and yang, you can still hold on until now. And Lin Chen also heard the other party's words. He tried to raise his head, his voice trembling, but his tone was chilly. What did you do to me? After a while of silence, the pioneer suddenly raised his head and looked at Irina beside Lin Chen. At this time, the female elf looked at Lin Chen very nervously, and her beautiful face was full of deep worry. Seeing the pioneer looking at her, Irina's beautiful eyes also carried a very strong anger and murderous intent. As if thinking of something, the pioneer smiled faintly. I said, I will give you a good fortune. After saying that, he waved his hand again, and this time, he still injected the white energy of yang into Lin Chen's body. Shoo! At this point, Lin Chen suddenly couldn't make any sound. His body seemed to be burned from the inside out. At the same time, there were huge explosions around him. A large amount of water vapor rose from the surface of Lin Chen's body, and his clothes burst inch by inch. Ah! His whole body finally couldn't bear the weight, and collapsed to the ground. Lying naked on the ground with a strong body, Lin Chen's eyes finally slowly lost focus. But his body still continued to emit white light, but it was a little weaker than before. At this point, the surroundings finally became quiet. The female elf Elena quickly knelt on the ground, then hugged Lin Chen's head tightly to prevent it from hitting the ground. When she touched Lin Chen's body, Elena suddenly felt that it was not so hot. Mr. Lin. Elena tried to call several times, but Lin Chen seemed to be dying, and seemed to be in a deep coma, and he couldn't wake up. Elena had never seen Lin Chen become like this one day. She finally raised her head fiercely, and stared at the pioneer in front of her. What did you do to him? Irina first gently laid Lin Chen's body flat, then took out her bow and arrow from behind, drew the bow and aimed at the other party. Answer me. Irina's face was as gloomy as water, and her tone was icy. However, in response to the female elf's threat, the pioneer smiled very inappropriately. All things have spirits, and yin and yang are in harmony. He was infused with too much yang and no yin harmony, so this kind of thing will naturally happen. The bowstring was pulled tight. Don't you represent yin and yang? Why don't you give him yin? As she spoke, Elena had already made up her mind. This so-called pioneer did not even dare to act rashly against Lin Chen, but she could not care less. If she did not take any action, Lin Chen would not live long. Why not give him yin? The pioneer suddenly laughed, and his laughter sounded very strange among the mixed voices of men and women, which made people's scalps numb. Because there is already a ready-made yin in this room, and using it to blend is much better than what I give. Elena looked around in confusion, but there was still nothing around. Where did the yin come from? Where is the yin you are talking about? But before she could finish her words, the pioneer had already disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. He disappeared so cleanly that even the smell of Su disappeared with him. For the sense of smell of the elves, no matter how much it disappeared, she should be able to smell the aftertaste. But now the pioneer and the smell he brought disappeared together, leaving Elena standing there at a loss. The only thing that could prove his existence was the wind that flashed past her. At this time, she lowered her head and glanced at Lin Chen, who was lying on the ground with a pale face. He seemed to be completely unable to withstand the external pure power. At this moment, a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The female elf seemed very flustered. Yin, where is the yin? But just as she was panicking, she was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, could it be? Yes, she knew what the ready-made yin that the weirdo who claimed to be a pioneer just now was talking about was. Isn't he the yin? But what does he mean by harmony of yin and yang? Instantly, Elena's face, which was originally very worried, turned red in half a breath, and her beautiful pointed ears were as hot as irons. The girl seemed to be thinking about something. She couldn't have not understood the yin and yang things that the pioneer said, but the girl was obviously a little at a loss. Rather than saying that it was harmony of yin and yang, it would be better to say that Lin Chen's yang energy was too strong now. The female elf bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, staring blankly at Lin Chen, who seemed to have lost consciousness lying on the ground. He really looked like he was dead. But when she looked down and saw Lin Chen's lower body, her shame reached its peak. While hesitating, Lin Chen's nose started bleeding again. Elena was shocked. Lin Chen's condition was not optimistic, and he couldn't hold on for too long. She seemed to have finally made a decision. The female elf lowered her head and began to take off the clothes of Lin Chen, who was lying on the ground in a dying state. After that, Elena took a deep breath and did the same to herself. During the process, Elena didn't dare to look at Lin Chen. Chapter 348. At the same time, outside the stone house. On the main hall, many figures began to walk out of the 3 passages and then appeared. Most of these players had searched the passages thoroughly. Now that they came to the main hall, they began to gradually look for their guild members, and then gradually gathered together. However, compared with the number of players who had just entered the cave, the number of players who could come here was only half of that at the beginning of the dungeon. The fighting had already begun, and casualties naturally occurred without surprise. There were many casualties in almost every one of the 10 guilds. At this time, many members of the Fuda Guild came over one after another behind Feng Chun and Jizi, and soon a group of high-level members such as Shirtaiyan Liang, Haikwa Tiankong, and Guqing also gathered. Master, where are the president and vice president? I don't know. Feng Chen shook his head. More and more members gathered. Like other guilds in other places, the Fuda Guild also suffered a lot of losses. Feng Chen looked back, but although there were losses, compared with the other 9 guilds, the casualties of the Fuda Guild were still acceptable. How many brothers were lost? Feng Chen asked again. About 35 brothers were teleported back to the land of the hunting god. Gu Cheng beside him answered in a low voice. Feng Chen nodded. Although the overall strength of the members of the Fu Tu Guild was not very strong except for the senior leaders and cadres of the guild, Feng Chen and Jizi were not idle along the way. As long as someone showed signs of attacking them, they would kill them on sight. Lin Chen and Elena probably did not hold back, so the losses of other guilds were naturally greater. Now, what's going on? Haikwa Tiankong looked around nervously, the bowstring in his hand still pulled to the full. Not sure, let's wait and see until Brother Lin and Elena come back. Feng Chen replied. Most of the hundreds of players were wounded, everyone's health bar above their heads had lost a lot, and the blue bar was even more uneven. Even now, there were still many healers frantically adding blood to their respective guild members. But compared to the ordinary members, who were in such a mess, some of them seemed to be at ease and strolling leisurely. Including Feng Chen Jizi, these people were the great gods in each guild. At this time, a young female mage named Lonely Leaf with full status, with the title of Twilight Guild on her head, looked back and forth at the other players around her, and soon her eyes gradually became fiery, because she could see that under each stone pillar, there were boxes hidden one after another, which were full of high-level skill books, and there were also those stone houses located around. And the number and quality of treasures inside were estimated to be even higher. Brother Go, this is not the deepest part of this dungeon, is it? Beside her, the man she called brother put the huge tower shield in his hand on the ground. He was a 2-meter tall man, a knight, with a flat head and a very eye-catching scar on his face. The knight's name was Society's Brother Go. Hearing this name, he must be an earthling. Brother Go smiled coldly. It doesn't matter whether it is the deepest part or not. Now that everyone is almost gathered together, there will be a melee. I will protect you when the time comes. Anyway, there will be no teammates to hurt you. Just kill as much as you want. The young mage named Lonely Leaf smiled sweetly. Okay, it would be nice if the president was here. Gogu patted the girl with his hand. The president and Sister Tong have their own things to do, but the president should also attach great importance to this guild dungeon, so he asked you to come here. With you here, it's more than enough. The girl smiled very confidently. Then Gogu, you must protect me well. Don't worry, you won't lose a drop of blood. Finally, when all the players in the 3 passages came, this huge hall once again became a noisy and bustling place. Some players, who had just arrived earlier, also gave up searching for treasures, and returned to their respective guilds. Although there were a lot of treasures here, no one dared to continue searching. If they were not careful, they might attract players from other guilds to kill them during the treasure hunt, which would not be worth the loss. The 10 guild members present each occupied a corner, and as if they had agreed, no one took the initiative to attack. However, this peaceful state did not last long. Soon, 6 guilds could not hold back and began to run towards the stone pillars and stone houses frantically. Afterwards, these people began to fight for treasures or kill each other in the front. In just half a minute, The flames of war in the hall were directly ignited by the members of the 6 guilds. Players rushed to find props and equipment that suited them. As long as there were other guild members who blocked their way, they would use their swords and skills without reservation. The hall was instantly in turmoil. Among them, there were 4 groups of people who seemed a little out of place. Although the members of the 4 guilds also wanted to go over and get a share of the spoils, their leaders did not move, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly. These people just looked at each other warily, especially the few people standing at the front of the crowd. Their eyes had completely different meanings, each with their own hidden agenda. Damn, I just saw. In the Fu-Tu Guild, Hai Tian Kong, who had been standing beside Feng Chen, looked nervously in a certain direction. What's wrong? Feng Chen was stunned. Xiao Feng, look over there. Do you see the little girl named Lonely Leaf? Following Hai Tian Kong's fingertips, Feng Chen naturally saw the very sweet-looking girl, who was holding a red long staff in her hand, a purple wizard hat on her head, and a blue and red floral skirt. Judging from the style, it should be a level 50 wizard short robe. Lonely Leaf? Feng Chen muttered to himself. Now she is ranked 2nd on the battle power list. Hearing the 2nd place on the battle power list, even Feng Chen was stunned. When did the 2nd place appear? He quickly opened the ladder list, and sure enough, he saw a name called Lonely Leaf on the battle power list. She appeared in the 2nd place without bias, and the 1st place was Elena. Although the battle power list is a bit unreliable, as long as you wear some masks like Shadow Escape, you can hide your identity, but this 2nd place still has some gold content. That social idiot next to him is also a tough guy. The voice of the world suddenly popped up, 10th on the combat power list. This is the first time I have seen a pure tank profession like Crusader in the top 10 of the combat power list. Hearing these words, Feng Chen looked up at the tops of these people in surprise. Twilight. Although it was the first time I heard this name, I could already feel that this guild was not simple through this personnel configuration. Not only this Twilight guild, but also some tough characters can be seen in the other 2 guilds. Gu Cheng also echoed beside him. As expected, they were able to find the top 20 in the current battle power list among the other 2 guilds. As expected of a large-scale event like a guild dungeon, it actually attracted so many awesome people. Just as Feng Chen's eyes kept moving, he suddenly saw the girl named Ez from the Twilight Guild, who actually smiled at him. For some reason, Feng Chen nodded to the girl. Brother Feng, who are you nodding to? Gardenia asked quietly behind him. That Lonely Leaf. Do you know her? No. Feng Chen stretched his neck. I don't understand how this little girl's fighting power can be so high. Feng Chen's face gradually condensed into a serious look. He just looked at the fighting power of this girl. It was 39,000. Only 2,000 points less than Elena. Lonely Leaf. Lonely Leaf. Feng Chen muttered a few more sentences. He had never seen this name before, but how did a person of this level achieve this level? Elena followed Lin Chen to use the special method of stacking attack power to reach the 1st place in fighting power. But what about this little girl? Could it be she also has similar means? Chapter 349. The 4 guilds stood there without making any moves, and seemed to be trying to find out each other's strengths and weaknesses, so they chose not to take the initiative. The breath of these people was frozen, and they seemed to be thinking about something. But everyone knew that the battle was about to break out, and it was just missing an opportunity. Gudong. Hai Tian Kong swallowed his saliva, and he looked at Feng Chen and GZ nervously, and then looked around blankly. It would be great if the president was here. Vice President is also fine. The life-threatening pressure around him made him breathless. He saw someone was releasing buff skills for himself, so he quickly threw a few to himself. But just when these people had begun to release buffs for themselves and their teammates, everyone found that something was wrong. They were ready to fight each other at any time, but the next moment, a huge roar suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Even the people from the other 6 guilds, who were fighting each other, looked to one side blankly. It seemed that a few players accidentally triggered a mechanism in the hall while fighting, and then opened something. Crack! It seemed that something was opened above their heads. Huh? What happened? Everyone looked up. Lonely Leaf had just given himself several passive skills that increased attribute bonuses, but now, a powerful force descended from the sky, and then swept out from the center of the hall. The huge impact mixed with a light curtain forced the surrounding people to retreat continuously. Immediately, 3 black feathers floated down from the top of their heads. That is it some special prop? Everyone held their breath almost at the same time, looking at the 3 feathers with doubt and passion. The shape of the feathers was exactly arc-shaped, and the 3 feathers were connected head to tail to form a circle, and then slowly floated about 1 meter above the ground. After a while, under the gaze of everyone, one of the feathers first lit up, then separated from the circle, and moved slightly a few meters towards the crowd. Then, a line of words appeared on the top of the feather. Reward, choose one of the artifacts. People didn't react for a while. When someone unconsciously read out these words, everyone, including Feng Chenchizi, widened their eyes. Among them, the lonely leaf grabbed the dog brother beside him. Dog brother, artifact, artifact? I saw it. The knight who was shaken by the leaf also had his eyes shining. Grab. Who would have thought that there would be such an exaggerated reward here? Artifact? It's a joke. A large part of the people here have never even seen a purple suit. Now they are told that as long as they get that feather, they can get an artifact. This opportunity is like replacing a shotgun with a cannon. No, it's a nuclear weapon. Damn it, charge. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was boiling with excitement. Even the 4 guilds that had not taken any action could not help but be excited. That was an artifact, something that was enough to shake everyone's composure. Everyone made a judgment at the same time. Hundreds of people no longer cared about other things. At this moment, they rushed to the feather like flying cannonballs. 3 feathers, if each one is something like a divine weapon, then they must fight to grab it. However, just when they were about to touch the feather, the ground suddenly shook. Then, in full view of everyone, a huge humanoid monster fell from the sky. Roar! The few players who rushed to the front were immediately slapped away by the monster like slapping flies. What is that? The player who was rushing forward stopped immediately and stared blankly at this monster that looked exactly like a chimpanzee. It was 10 meters tall and looked like the protagonist in the movie King Kong from the 2000s. Soon, a line of words appeared on the top of the gorilla's head. Boss, guardian of the artifact. Then, there was a line of scarlet blood bars. During the process, the gorilla did not leave the feathers at all. Based on this, as long as someone rushed into the gorilla's attack range, they would have no choice but to die. Damn it, I said it's impossible to get the artifact so easily. It seems that we can only kill this boss first. How about we attack together and kill this boss first? A player who looked like a warrior laughed and suggested. Everyone hesitated at first, and then nodded. Afterwards, they didn't say much and attacked at the same time. At the other end, around a stone house, a player with low health looked at the people who were fighting the boss, and then rolled his eyes. A bunch of idiots. So many people are fighting for 3 feathers, it's strange that they can get them. Not only is there no envy on his face, but he sneers at the players who are fighting the boss. Now that no one is fighting with him, it's the best time to search for treasures. Is the artifact so easy to get? A bunch of idiots, I don't believe it. There are so many stone houses, don't they have good treasures? This stone house. Why is there mist coming out? This player was looking at a stone house, not far away in confusion. It was strange that there were countless stone houses around, but only this stone house had a different shape. Moreover, from time to time, there was a fragrance and an indescribable smell accompanied by water mist and steam coming out from the crack of the stone house's door. If he smelled carefully, he could also smell the body fragrance of a woman that could only be smelled in the real world. And if he listened hard, he could hear the sound of mosquitoes and flies from time to time. He tried to put his ear against the stone door, but it didn't seem to be the sound of mosquitoes and flies, but more like the intermittent voice of a woman. Is there someone in this room? Chapter 350. Inside the stone house. Elena sat slowly on one side. She put on her equipment in silence. Her face was complicated and she said nothing. Her originally beautiful face was full of redness. Besides the dense sweat on her forehead, there was no special change. The female elf gradually breathed steadily. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Chen lying on the ground. She hesitated for a moment and put the mask on Lin Chen again. Lin Chen had recovered from the state of being worse than death just now. He lay quietly on the ground, breathing steadily. If you listen carefully, you can still hear a faint snoring. I don't know how long it took until Lin Chen woke up. Elena just looked at him silently without saying a word, her eyes full of rich and complex colors. At the same time, she was also very careful, as if she was afraid of disturbing Lin Chen's rest. Just thinking about what happened just now, the female elf couldn't help but lower her head subconsciously. At this time, Lin Chen suddenly coughed, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. Fuck. My head hurts. It's not just the head. Lin Chen feels that his limbs don't belong to him, they seem to weigh 1,000 pounds, and in a trance, Lin Chen can only move his head. After calming down, he tried to stabilize his body, and then slowly supported himself on the ground and sat up. At the same time, the light in Lin Chen's eyes gradually flickered. Because the mask was just put on him by Elena. Compared with the land of the hunting god, this place is more like a real world, so it is not worn firmly. When he stood up, the mask fell off, revealing Lin Chen's slightly dull expression. He looked a little isolated from the world. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes subconsciously, and felt that the room was full of mist, just like a steam room. Lin Chen was about to stand up, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. His body was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. He couldn't do anything except move his arms. Lin Chen murmured subconsciously, while digging for memories in his brain. How could he become like this? After a while, Lin Chen's short-circuited brain started working again, and he remembered. A very strange person appeared in his mind, speaking with a mixed voice of male and female. The person who called himself a pioneer. Elena. Lin Chen called out hurriedly. He remembered that there was a guy who called himself a pioneer, and said he would give him a chance. He didn't know what happened in the process. He vaguely remembered that when he fainted, Elena threatened the other party with a bow and arrow. If he guessed correctly, the other party was a game GM somehow. They must be some kind of system administrator. He couldn't even compete with these people, let alone Elena. After calling out in a hurry, Lin Chen suddenly saw the woman sitting next to him. Elena's face was flushed, and she looked at him with complicated and somewhat embarrassed eyes. Seeing Elena appear beside him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he soon found something wrong. Elena's expression was a little strange. Lin Chen was stunned. Not only was her face strange, but the overall state of this female elf was a little different. There was thick mist around her and himself, and he could smell some ambiguous smells at the tip of his nose. The female elf seemed to have sweated a lot, and some hair had already stuck to her face. The female elf, who was already beautiful, now added a bit of mystery and charm. Then, he couldn't help but look down at himself. Embarrassment and surprise came over him. He was not wearing any clothes. Lin Chen hurriedly opened his backpack, and with a flick of his hand, a set of equipment was summoned by Lin Chen and put on. Why is this happening? Could it be that the damage of the equipment and clothes on his body just now has been reset to 0? Although the other protective gear is not very good equipment, there is a magic top called Twilight Cloak on his body. Why is even a magic top damaged? What on earth had he been through? And why was he naked? Did you see everything? Lin Chen coughed, quickly put the mask back on, and glanced at the female elf with some embarrassment. But what Lin Chen didn't notice was that after hearing this, Elena's face changed, and her rosy face became even redder. No, I didn't see it. Elena's voice was like a mosquito, and she lowered her head even lower. Ahem. Lin Chen tried to stand up, while clearing his throat to change the subject. He was so embarrassed at this moment. Why did he ask such a stupid question? He was lying on the ground just now. It would be strange if he didn't see it. In order to hide his guilty conscience, Lin Chen could only not look at Elena. By the way, Lin Chen turned his back and asked in a low voice, "Where is the pioneer?" "Gone." "Oh, okay." Lin Chen scratched the back of his head and forced himself to calm down. What the hell is going on now? A person, who looks like a system administrator, suddenly appeared, said to give him a good fortune, and disappeared after making him so embarrassed. But what is destiny? "Mr. Lin, how do you feel now?" Irina's voice came from behind. I felt like I had a dream. It's a bit strange to say, it was a very warm dream, and it felt very wonderful. I felt like I was in an unusually warm sea. Okay, stop talking. Irina said quickly. I mean, do you feel any difference in your body now? If Lin Chen turned his head now, he would probably see that Irina's face was as red as a furnace. Lin Chen shook his head. It was strange to say that he remembered that he was almost tortured to death by the two kinds of light, one white and one black. He could still remember the feeling of being in agony, but now, as time went by, Lin Chen now only felt that a very heavy feeling was surging in his body, and he was filled with power in his every move. Could this be the so-called good fortune? But he didn't have any other feeling. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but open his attribute panel. His health bar and attack power were the same as before he entered this dungeon. His attack power was nearly 100,000, and his health was more than 80,000. His double defenses did not change much either. Even after the artifact top on his body was damaged, his double defenses were reduced to more than 800 respectively. What exactly is the so-called good fortune? Thinking about it, Lin Chen took another look at his detailed attributes. Among the detailed attributes, there are the character's resistance values to various attribute attacks, such as fire resistance, lightning resistance, wind resistance, ice resistance, and so on. The higher the resistance value, the less damage the attack of that attribute will cause to him. Lin Chen glanced at his fire resistance. It was written on it, Fire Resistance, Immune. Chapter 351. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he even forgot to breathe for a moment. With a touch of excitement, Lin Chen's eyes moved down. On the page, it was not only fire resistance, but also wind resistance, lightning resistance, and ice resistance. Nowadays, the 4 most common attribute resistances in the land of the hunting god are all written with the word immune. What does this mean? This means that I have become the nemesis of the magic profession. Fuck. Now, if a mage attacks him with a fire attribute attack, even if Lin Chen doesn't wear any equipment and stands there to let him burn, except for the basic spell damage of the attack, the rest of the fire attribute damage will not make Lin Chen lose even a drop of blood. After a short period of suffocation, Lin Chen took a deep breath. After that, Lin Chen carefully looked at the other attribute resistances. In the end, he found that except for the 4 major attributes of fire, thunder, wind, and ice, the rest of the attributes did not change. But this is already very amazing. After all, the attribute attacks of mages and other professions within level 50 basically include these 4 attributes. Attributes like darkness, light, earth can only be accessed at a higher level, and poison, which can only be used by specific professions. In other words, if Lin Chen encounters a mage within level 50, he will be invincible. After all, not everyone can use ordinary attacks as a means of attack like Lin Chen. You can't let a wizard come to fight with you in close combat with a staff, unless someone knows the bug of the rusty iron sword. If you put it that way, it's really a great fortune. Lin Chen murmured to himself, Pioneer. If I see him again, I have to thank him. Just as Lin Chen was in a trance, the stone door in front of him suddenly made a clicking sound, like the sound of a mechanism operating. Then, a ray of light penetrated from the outside. It seems that I can go out now. After that, Lin Chen was naturally in a good mood. He turned his head and looked at Elena, who was still sitting on the ground. Let's go out. After that, he stood up first and stretched out his hand to help Elena up very naturally. But he didn't notice that when Elena held his hand, the female elf's body trembled imperceptibly. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen always wanted to ask about the female elf's condition. Ah. Elena was startled. No. It's okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Lin Chen frowned. Maybe the atmosphere in this stone house is a bit like the real world. It should be better after we go out. Yeah. The two walked to the door. When Lin Chen was about to push the stone door open, a player outside the stone door suddenly retracted his hand on the stone door and was startled. Oh my god, there are people in this room? Lin Chen exerted a little force with his right hand, and the stone door was pushed open, revealing the bustling hall outside. As the stone door was completely opened, a thick and warm steam broke free from its restraints and surged out of the stone house. They intertwined in the air, forming a piece of hazy water mist, just like the rolling clouds in the fairyland. This sudden water vapor caught the player, who was testing the stone door with his hand off guard. His face suddenly changed, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and his body turned sharply, like a startled bird, quickly retreating under the cover of the water mist, his eyes fixed on the front. Who is it? Damn, how come there is a very nice body fragrance in this mist? The next moment, crisp footsteps were heard in the mist. Strange. The door of the stone house was closed. Why did someone come out of the door? And it was a man and a woman. Other stone houses cannot be closed again once the stone door is opened. Why is this stone house different? While being alert, he saw Lin Chen and Elena coming out of the stone house. Lin Chen, who was in the lead, waved his hand to dispel the mist, and slowly walked out of the mist holding Elena's slender jade hand. He ignored the nervous member of the other guild standing in front of him, and looked at the hall. He found that the hall was already crowded. Not only that, these people were fighting a gorilla-like boss. It's so lively. At this moment, the feelings in the stone house before were swept away. Although this copy was not the hunting place, it made Lin Chen feel different again compared to the feeling in the stone house that seemed like the real world. The pain in his body disappeared, and numerical value began to replace the sense of touch and body, making him feel a little dazed for a while. Feeling the switch between the two worlds, Lin Chen and Elena did not care about the frightened low-health player, and walked towards the rioting area in the distance. In the center of the hall, the gorilla-like boss, who was more than 10 meters tall, was at the end of his strength. In less than 10 seconds, a girl waved her staff, and a ball of fire was guided by her to fall from the sky and hit hard. The boss, who originally had 20,000 HP left, was wiped out by this fireball. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and subconsciously glanced at the girl protected by the night. Moving his eyes upward, he saw the words Twilight Guild written above the heads of these people. Twilight. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other and shook their heads to indicate that they didn't have much impression. I had never heard of such a guild in my previous life. But when Lin Chen's eyes passed over the swaying feather after the boss died, he couldn't help but be startled. Reward: choose one of the artifacts. Even though they were far apart, Lin Chen and Elena could see the words on Feather's head at a glance. No wonder so many people gathered here to kill the boss with a common hatred. It turned out that they were fighting for the artifact, and it was a self-selected artifact. When the boss died, all the players completely rioted. They rushed to Feather like crazy. This scene reminded Lin Chen of the scene after the school cafeteria opened for lunch when he was in school. Moving his sight, Lin Chen also saw Feng Chen and Shizi in the crowd, running towards Feather. This guild dungeon is really expensive, Lin Chen said. He turned his head and glanced at Elena. What level is your weapon now? Elena had been holding Lin Chen's hand. She was staring at her and Lin Chen's hands blankly. At this moment, she was slightly stunned. Ah? It's a level 45 purple suit. Well, I change it for you. Chapter 352. In the hall, all the players' eyes were bloodshot. They rushed to the feathers regardless of everything. Some jumped into the air, some rushed forward, and some started killing. Do it! Instantly, the bigwigs in the major guilds no longer hesitated, including Feng Chen Shizi, and a man called Lonely Leaf. They all rushed forward and rushed to the black feathers. The artifact is mine! A roar resounded through the hall, and then a berserker running in the front shouted loudly, and his whole body surged up. An endless murderous aura swept up, and the other guild players running behind him paused slightly. In a short moment, the black feather was grabbed by the berserker. Ha ha ha. The laughter did not last long, and a ball of fire suddenly bombarded from a distance. Swish. The flames hit him hard, and a huge flame shot up into the sky. With a scream, the warrior died instantly. The people who were closer were slightly stunned. The warrior's HP was at least more than 10,000. A fireball killed him instantly. During the process, people could not help but look at a knight more than 2 meters tall who was running towards them with heavy steps. Behind him, there was only a girl, the Lonely Leaf. Grab. Grab and run. But he couldn't think so much at this time, and he didn't have time to sigh. An assassin shouted and turned to grab the feather. But he had already exerted his maximum speed. A martial master, another job transfer of the fighter, suddenly jumped up, stepped on the air in midair, and immediately produced a roaring sonic boom, as if flying in the air. After half a breath, the martial master stood in front of the feather. But when he was about to grab the feather, a broadsword blocked the two of them. What's your profession? The one who rushed over was none other than Feng Chen. He didn't hesitate, and slashed with a knife. The blood-red knife light was several meters high, and he slashed at the martial artist mercilessly. The martial artist's eyelids jumped, and he seemed to know that he couldn't take the knife head-on, so he quickly retracted his hand holding the feather and retreated violently. Martial artist's primary skill stepped back. His figure flashed backwards, and after taking a small step back to avoid the knife light, he still wanted to reach out to grab the feather. But at this time, the flame that had just killed a berserker in an instant flew over again. The martial artist cursed inwardly and quickly dodged, but Feng Chen, who was standing there and had no time to dodge, was not so lucky. Fuck. Boom. The fireball hit Feng Chen hard, and his body suddenly retreated several steps. The blood bar above his head rapidly decreased, and finally stopped at 1/4 of the blood. Damn, a fireball took 3/4 of my blood? Feng Chen looked at his blood bar with lingering fear. His blood volume was close to 30,000. He had been brushing up his attack power with Lin Chen for so long, and he also learned blood desire. But now, he had so much blood, and was almost killed in an instant. Girl. Feng Chen turned around and called out in a low voice. Gardenia came over and released several skills at Feng Chen. His health was rapidly increasing. In the distance, Lonely Leaf looked at Feng Chen in disbelief. It was the first time she saw an outsider who could support her fireball. Yi Zi, the president is right. It seems that there are many strong people hidden in the land of the hunting god. The dog brother beside him whispered. The girl named Lonely Leaf also frowned, but soon relaxed. It's okay, just cast a few more fireballs. In a short time, several big guys exchanged simple blows, but no one could get the upper hand from the other. The atmosphere in the hall became weird again. Hundreds of people stared at the feather they surrounded. No one spoke during the process. In this situation, you can't be impatient. No one knows who will get the feather in the end. People's eyes were all on the young mage named Lonely Leaf, with a subtle vigilance on their faces. They had actually seen the girl's ability. Every time she released a fireball on a player, it was enough to kill them instantly. And the gorilla boss's remaining 20,000 HP was also killed instantly by her fireball. But thinking of this, people turned their heads and looked at Feng Chen for some reason. This guy was not a simple character either. He could withstand the girl's fireball and not die, and he was also a warrior. But just when they were on guard against each other. So modest? Then I won't be polite. A hearty laugh came from around the feather, and then, under the gaze of everyone, a very thick dark green mist spread out at some point, and then people saw a figure reaching out and grabbing the feather in the mist. Everyone present was shocked by this sudden change. When the mist dissipated, a masked man was carefully looking at the feather in his palm. Who is this person? Who is this person? In the player group, a member of a guild called Love World stepped forward and pointed forward and shouted angrily. When he looked up at the guild name above the person's head, he slightly stepped back. Footy Guild? The berserker who just took the fireball seemed to be from the Footy Guild. But no matter what, now that the feather has been taken by that person, no one can sit still. That's a divine weapon, and it's a divine weapon that you chose yourself. Don't let that guy escape. Someone yelled, and the anger quickly spread in everyone's heart. Many people were ready to rush forward. But when everyone thought that the masked man was going to run away with the feather, he didn't move at all, and looked very calm. It was as if he was welcoming these people to attack him at any time. His appearance made those who were about to rush over pause slightly, and their steps stopped. No. This man is a bit strange. Facing so many people, he doesn't seem to be afraid. In the crowd, the young mage Gu Du Yezi raised her beautiful eyes, and looked at the figure of the masked man, with a hint of curiosity. What a strong aura. Before she could continue to say anything, someone started to rush over with a roar. Put down your things for me. At the same time, the member of the Twilight Guild standing next to the young mage also wanted to step forward. But he was grabbed by Brother Go. Go. Brother Go? A deputy hall master of the Twilight Guild looked at Brother Go in confusion. Don't worry, this person is definitely not an ordinary person. You should pay attention to the group of people in the Buddha Guild. The people of the Twilight Guild looked at the area where the Buddha Guild was located in a daze. It would have been better if they hadn't looked at it. After looking at it, they were stunned. None of the people in the Futu Guild were ready to go over to help. Logically, the one who got the feather was one of their own members, but looking at the expressions on their faces, they actually showed sympathy to those who rushed over. It seemed that the person standing in the distance was not a player wearing a mask, but something more powerful than the gorilla boss just now. Let's wait and see, Dog Brother said in a deep voice. After that, he and Yeezy looked forward with the crowd. The person who rushed over saw that the other party did not run away, and immediately snorted coldly. At such a close distance, even if the masked man wanted to escape, it was too late. One man, one sword, cut him. The swordsman who rushed to the front was holding a sword high at this moment. He was about to swing the sword down with a look of ecstasy on his face, but at this moment, an unprecedented breath suddenly swept out from the masked man like an undercurrent, instantly freezing the eyes of Kwansha, who were burning with killing. The man's heart trembled. The breath coming out from the other party contained a deep and heart-pounding, murderous aura. It was a feeling of extreme terror that seemed to be condensed from an evil ghost crawling out of an endless abyss, surpassing the wailing of thousands of dead souls, and pointing directly to the slaughter of all things. Hoochie. The people rushing in the front were basically members of the same guild. They were all affected at this time, but it was too late when they realized it. The murderous aura and fear easily tore their hearts apart like a raging sea, and it crashed into the deepest part of their souls. More than 20 people were shaken almost at the same time, and even standing seemed to become difficult. The swordsman at the front stared at the masked man in front of him with his eyes wide open, looking at him in disbelief. Under the mask, it seemed as if a pair of eyes were looking at him through the hole. He seemed to be looking at a demon returning from hell. Dang. The sword fell from his hand, and fell to the ground. The sound was like an alarm bell, causing the other players, who were rushing over to break suddenly. Chapter 353. The hall fell into an unprecedented silence. People looked at each other, puzzled by what was happening before their eyes. A masked man suddenly appeared and took away the artifact of his choice in front of everyone, and even shocked more than 20 people with just one look. What the hell? What's wrong with those people? Someone looked ahead nervously. Why are they all motionless? But just as he finished speaking, those people finally moved. All of their weapons fell down, and then their bodies collapsed to the ground one after another. Some people even retched at their feet as if they had lost their souls. A special icon appeared above their health bars. Frightened state? Go-Gu frowned. This abnormal state is even rarer than the cursed state. The female mage beside him raised her head. Go-Gu, can players use the frightened state? It's hard to say. Maybe the hidden profession witch doctor can. Maybe rune master can? Go-Gu still shook his head. But I can't understand this person's outfit at all. The robe on his body should be the cloth armor of the mage, but the lower body is the greaves of the warrior. If I'm not mistaken, the shoes seem to be the 40th level blue outfit of the knight. Damn, it's weird. How can a player wear equipment of different professions? Brother Go, you must be joking. Yeezy felt that she had misheard. Only a level 10 trumpet can wear equipment within level 10. How could what you said happen to a level 40 or 50 player? But Brother Go did not speak, but raised the tower shield nervously. Yeezy, listen to my instructions, and then use maximum firepower without holding back, and try to kill him instantly. Seeing Brother Go's serious look, Yeezy did not say anything more, but just clenched the long staff in his hand. Lin Chen glanced at the crowd of people around him, and he laughed coldly. Is anyone going to rob? After saying that, Lin Chen glanced around, and in front of him was a group of people who wanted to move forward but hesitated. For a while. Just as Lin Chen was about to move his feet, he seemed to notice something, and the mask moved to the location of the Twilight Guild, where a girl was guiding a certain skill. The big man beside the girl seemed to move his lips, and the next moment, a ball of fire suddenly shot out from the crowd of the Twilight Guild. People were shocked. The girl mage named Lonely Leaf finally made a move. You know, this fireball can deal 20,000 damage. Lin Chen did not dodge, and stood there calmly. Is this person crazy? Back off, back off. Don't get affected. People quickly retreated while staring at Lin Chen's direction. The fireball exploded directly when it hit Lin Chen's body, and a stream of fire several meters high rose up immediately. But it was not over yet. Just as everyone was staring at the figure in the fire, another fireball followed. 2? No, 3. Yes, after someone shouted, people finally saw 2 more fireballs following closely behind at the location of the Twilight Guild. Boom, boom. 3 fireballs exploded in succession, directly covering the location where Lin Chen was, and a pillar of fire appeared out of thin air. Gone, definitely dead. Someone has already expressed his opinion. This person still suffered from the information gap. He should not have seen how outrageous the damage of the female mage was, otherwise, he would not have chosen to bear it head-on. At the Fu-Tu Guild, Shi Yin Liang subconsciously took a step forward, his face suddenly changed. But Feng Chen beside him held him back. Feng. Don't worry, Brother Chu. Feng Chen shook his head seriously. It should be fine. My brother Lin's method is the most exaggerated I have ever seen. Since he did not choose to hide, he must have his reasons. But Shi Yin Liang just saw the scene of the fireball exploding on Feng Chen. 20,000 damage, 3 fireballs, who can withstand it now? But in the end, he still did not choose to go forward, but just followed Feng Chen and looked ahead. The flames crackled, and the fire attribute damage caused by the 3 fireballs lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. Just as people were about to receive the feathers that had become ownerless again after Lin Chen's death, Lin Chen's body stood there unharmed. The flames gradually faded from his feet, and Lin Chen even moved his neck. People were stunned. The health bar on the head of this masked man was only 1/20th down? What? Go-Gu and Yeezy were surprised at almost the same time. If I'm not mistaken, my 3 fireballs only caused their basic damage. The fire element damage is almost nothing. Impossible. Yeezy seemed to have seen something out of this world, and her fair face was gradually filled with shame and anger. Impossible. She shouted and threw 2 more fireballs at Lin Chen. Boom. Boom. But this time, Lin Chen did not stand still. On the contrary, he actually walked towards Yeezy step by step, facing the fireball. The flames exploded on Lin Chen's body again, but Lin Chen was like a demon in the fire. His steps were not affected at all, and the blood bar above his head was almost motionless. No. No. Impossible. Yeezy's face seemed to collapse. Just when she was about to continue to release, Lin Chen had already arrived in front of her and Go-Gu. Both of them slowed down their heartbeats. Lin Chen looked up at Yeezy and said, Are you wearing a level 20 ring quenching ring? Lin Chen's voice was unusually low. I remember that this bug was fixed by Xiao Tang at that time. Tell me, do you know each other? Smile? Chapter 354. Light Smile is Tang Yu's ID. Whether in the previous life or this time, Tang Yu has always been called this name in the land of the hunting god, and even his social accounts on Earth are all these two words. Lin Chen once asked Tang Yu why he was called Light Smile, but Tang Yu said that this was a continuation of the non-mainstream culture when he was in school. I remember that Tang Yu complained that Lin Chen was a bit old-fashioned. He was only 1 year older than him, but he always had to use a network name like Programmer. That was so tacky that it was rubbish. In life, as his junior, Lin Chen also took good care of this young boy. When the two of them worked overtime together on weekdays, Lin Chen would take the initiative to help Tang Yu take on the work so that he could go home earlier. Every time Tang Yu said he would treat me to chicken legs, but even if he forgot, Lin Chen didn't take it to heart. In the entire game company, only Lin Chen and Tang Yu knew about the bug description of the quenching ring. I vaguely remember what Tang Yu said to me at that time. Brother, this quenching ring has a bug. It seems that after the mage wears this ring, as long as he uses Fireball to kill a monster called Calamarics, the Fireball will stack elemental damage. Fireball? Isn't that the initial skill of the mage? Yes, a level 1 skill. I remember that the tempering ring is a level 20 equipment. After reaching level 20, the mage can already learn Earth Fire Art, right? This skill is much stronger than Fireball in terms of damage and endurance. At that time, there were still mages who continued to use Fireball. Although the triggering mechanism is a bit harsh, it is indeed a tricky bug, but rest assured, leave it to me. If I am not mistaken, the girl named Lonely Leaf in front of me should have used this bug to make Fireball achieve such exaggerated damage. After all, apart from the elemental damage of fire, the basic spell damage caused by the girl's several fireballs only hit less than 5,000 HP on him. For his current HP of more than 80,000, this amount of HP can be ignored. How could she have thought that Lin Chen now had obtained a good fortune from the pioneers? Lin Chen is immune to the most popular elements in the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen brushed off his clothes, and his eyes, under the mask, were unusually sharp. Tell me, is Qian Xiao also a member of your guild? Faced with Lin Chen's pressure, the girl hesitated. Just as she was about to speak, the knight standing next to her replied, Sorry, we don't know any Qian Xiao. Yizi paused, and looked up at Gogu imperceptibly. Gogu was looking at Lin Chen with a normal expression, and didn't say much. He just reached out, and pulled Yizi behind him. Not only that, Lin Chen could notice that Gogu was silently taking out a shining one-handed hammer from his back. The starlight that only appears after strengthening +10 is shining on the surface of the one-handed hammer. The surroundings became a little quiet for a while. In the hall where the fight for the feathers was in chaos just now, the players looked at each other in confusion. Some people were ready to take out their weapons and continue to fight, but more people were still alert and motionless. What's the situation now? Should we continue to grab the feathers? No. These guys are not easy to mess with. Didn't you see just now that the fireball that can instantly kill 20,000 HP hit the masked man and almost didn't lose any HP? I don't know what went wrong. I don't think it's that mysterious. These two people must have some special props. As long as we rush forward, they should. Let's wait and see. There are still 2 feathers. We can grab them later. Lin Chen, seeing that no one came to disturb him, also raised his head and looked at the knight. This guy's height is really surprising. He is more than 2 meters tall, which is enough to make Lin Chen look up slightly. After a while, Lin Chen smiled. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Qian Xiao and I are colleagues in the real world. If you know him, please say hello to him for me and say, My name is Lin Chen. The other party did not answer him, especially the knight. If it weren't for Lin Chen's words just now, he might have just attacked. Lin Chen raised his hand and patted the knight's shoulder, then looked meaningfully at the girl behind the knight. The girl mage seemed to be shocked by Lin Chen's words about the quenching ring. She lowered her head for a while, and didn't know what she was thinking. But if you look closely, Lin Chen can find that the girl is carefully stroking the ring on her other hand with her fingers. Relax. Lin Chen said this, and walked towards the team of the Buddha Guild. Yelena had already stood beside Feng Chun and Jizi in advance. When everyone saw Lin Chen approaching, they subconsciously surrounded him. Brother. Feng Chen showed his big white teeth. What did you two do just now? Lin Chen was about to say something, but Elena beside him interrupted him. By the way, what is the situation now? Feng Chen paused, and he didn't react for a while, and didn't know how to answer. Then he quickly remembered something, and he turned around and looked at the center of the hall. There were 2 feathers floating in the air. Ah! We are fighting for feathers. Look, there are 2 more feathers, and I don't know what special reward props they are. Lin Chen and Elena looked at the center of the hall together, and then the 2 looked at each other. But what puzzled Lin Chen was that when Elena saw Lin Chen's eyes under the mask, she quickly looked away. Brother, are you going to start killing people? Feng Chen, who did not notice this subtle movement, asked excitedly. He had a feeling that even if there were so many people here, as long as Lin Chen was willing, the only ones who could stand in the end would be the members of the Fu-Tu Guild. Don't worry, I will take action if necessary, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. 1 minute later, under the gaze of everyone, another of the 2 feathers in the center slowly floated up. Pay attention. People stared at the front nervously, and many people were retreating slightly, fearing that a new boss would appear like just now. Boom! After a loud noise, a huge black stone platform slowly rose from the bottom of the hall with a mechanical sound. The stone platform was huge, and it was estimated that nearly 100 people could stand on it. But what people were most concerned about at this time was not the stone platform, but the center of the stone platform, where there were 12 cushions for people to sit cross-legged. People looked at it one after another, and no one knew what was going on in this copy. They thought a new boss would appear, but they never thought of what these things were used for. Just as people were talking about it, a line of words appeared on the surface of the stone platform. Number of people to be rewarded, 0/12. At this point, everyone was stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, and they all rushed to the stone platform, and then rushed to the futon regardless of everything. Only by sitting on the futon can you get the qualification to receive the reward. Seeing this scene, the group of Buddha Guild members where Lin Chen was did not hesitate. They looked at each other, and then rushed over frantically. Chapter 355. As time went by, the stone platform was already crowded. Players who stepped onto the stone platform attacked each other, using their skills, and all kinds of dazzling lights and explosions rang out one after another. In less than half a minute, when no one had sat down on the vacant cushions on the stone platform, the number of players present had already decreased by nearly 100, and some even fell to the ground like deflated balls after being killed. Let's go too! Dog and Yi Zi no longer hesitated and rushed to the stone platform. The moment Lin Chen stepped onto the stone platform, he naturally encountered indiscriminate attacks from the players in the chaos. Although he had just obtained the feather in front of everyone, at this time, the members of each family had already been bloodthirsty. Except for his teammates, everyone was consuming their blue bars without hesitation. However, facing this situation, Lin Chen would not show mercy. Several cold lights flashed, and the iron sword in Lin Chen's hand flashed slightly. The shadow of the knife passed by, and the souls of the players who rushed up were scared, but it was too late. Lin Chen's high attack power made them have no second chance at all. They were immediately chopped off the stage by Lin Chen in a single encounter, and never got up again. After doing all this, Lin Chen walked towards a cushion without any hindrance. During the process, he also sighed a little. This copy is really interesting. So far, even in the previous life, he has never seen a copy of this mode. From beginning to end, they have encountered a monster in this copy, and it is a gorilla who is responsible for guarding feathers. The rest of the fighting was all caused by the players themselves. But think about it, after all, this is a guild copy, and its main purpose is to allow participating guilds to compete. When Lin Chen was about to sit down, a buzzing sound suddenly came into the ears of the players. People came back to their senses from the fighting. They subconsciously looked up or down, and saw countless blades and hidden weapons attacking around the huge stone platform. Fuck, traps! People only remembered at this time that this hall was full of various traps. They had just suffered near those stone houses and stone pillars, but now they had forgotten about it. Spears, blades, poison arrows, these hidden weapons as small as flies and mosquitoes were densely packed and attacked Lin Chen and the other players around him indiscriminately. Get out of the way! The players were already struggling to resist each other's attacks, and now they had to beware of the traps on the stone platform. People have personally witnessed the terrible damage of these traps. As long as they were hit by a few knives, the negative states alone would be enough to make them drink a pot, not to mention the number of traps so dense. Fuck him! Countless blades came like a violent storm, as expected. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, heart-wrenching screams began to be heard from the stone platform. Players with lower combat power were almost killed by hidden weapons in an instant, and some players with slightly higher levels could not withstand the dense rain of hidden weapons. At this time, they were trying to run down the stone platform regardless of everything. But it was too late, because there were other players who were unaware of it. They were still rushing to the stone platform one after another. How could they have thought that someone would run down from the stone platform? The next moment, everyone was covered by hidden weapons. At this time, the players who were hurt by the hidden weapons suddenly looked ashen, because these hidden weapons could make them feel extreme pain. Cursed state. At this time, Dog Brother, who had climbed onto the stone platform, frowned and looked at the poisoned dagger piercing his chest. The piercing pain that only comes from being stung by a scorpion came over him. He frowned and protected the young mage beside him. Heal. Someone noticed something. Use purification. Release purification. Some people's health bars above their heads haven't completely disappeared yet, but they have already collapsed to the ground and can't get up due to the pain attached to the cursed state. For a moment, the players present were desperately rushing to the stone platform just a moment ago. But now, they are actually fleeing under the stone platform. Lin Chen, Elena and others were also stabbed by hidden weapons, but Lin Chen and Gardenia raised their hands very tacitly and released a few purification on the people beside them. But when they were about to add blood to the rest of the Futu Guild, they found that there were less than 20 people standing on the entire stone platform. These people all have purification protection, and the curse attached to the hidden weapons can't do anything to them for the time being. But everyone's health is not very good. Among the people present, except for a small number of people, the health bars above the heads of the rest are very sparse, and even 2 or 3 people are struggling to stand in place. The hidden weapons finally stopped at this time. The 20 people on the field looked at each other. After all, there were only 12 cushions on the stone platform, and someone had to be eliminated. Then, there was another round of fighting. After a while, all 12 cushions were successfully distributed. However, the price of seizing the cushions was really shocking. Not only the 12 people on the stone platform, but also the surroundings of the hall below the stone platform were all lying on the ground. Some of the corpses were slowly disappearing, indicating that they were resurrected, but some of the corpses had not disappeared, which proved that they had no right to continue in this guild copy. After this copy was over, they would be uniformly teleported back to the land of the hunting god. At this time, Lin Chen, who was sitting on the futon, looked around. Half of the people sitting on the futon turned out to be members of his own Futu Guild. Lin Chen, Elena, Feng Chen, Gardenia, Shirtai Yinliang and Gu Cheng, the 6 people were close to each other, and were clearly separated from the other 6. Brother, what will happen next? Feng Chen, who was beside him, was a little nervous and asked in a low voice. Before Lin Chen spoke, a beam of light slowly shot down from the top of his head, and finally landed directly in the center of the stone platform. At this moment, whether it was the 12 people on the stone platform or the onlookers below, they all raised their heads and looked at the beam of light, and then they were all stunned. At this time, a figure actually walked out of the light. Chapter 356. The figure that emerged from the beam of light was completely enveloped by strong light. The light around its body made it so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. If they forced themselves to look, they could only feel piercing pain and dizzy nausea. But even if they closed their eyes, everyone could see through their eyelids the outline of someone walking in the middle of the mat. Feng Chen felt dizzy, and had to lower his head in order not to look at the light and shadow. Brother, what's going on? Everyone present did the same thing as Feng Chen, sitting on the mats with their heads down. The young mage named Lonely Leaf even covered her eyes with both hands. Only Lin Chen was an exception. He still squinted his eyes, and tried to observe the secrets in the light and shadow. But as time went by, he felt his eyes swelled and hot tears flowed unconsciously from his eyes. Don't look. The female elf grabbed Lin Chen's hand. She seemed a little anxious and unconsciously pressed harder and harder. Feeling his hand being held so tightly by the slender palm, Lin Chen lowered his head unconsciously. He shook his head hard, trying to dispel the dizziness just now. Seeing Lin Chen lower his head, Irina, who was holding Lin Chen's hand, relaxed a little, but she never let go. What is this thing like this person? Lin Chen closed his eyes and turned to face Irina. He remembered that Irina was the only second-round player in their group who had participated in the dungeon guild. Although the types of dungeons in each guild were different, the rewards should be similar. In other words, Elena may have experienced this kind of scene. Elena's voice sounded softly in his ears. I don't know. When we cleared the guild dungeon in the last life, our guild was not the winner. I just watched from afar in other places. I have seen this kind of thing, but I remember that someone tried to see its appearance clearly and ended up going blind and becoming a madman. Can it affect the mind? Lin Chen seemed to understand why he felt dizzy after looking at it for a long time. Yes, you can't stare at it, be careful. The surroundings fell into a brief silence. 10 seconds later, they seemed to hear someone talking in their brains at the same time. This feeling was extremely strange, as if there was a speaker in their skull that was turned on. Rewards are being distributed. Please do not get up from the mat. Everyone dared not move, and could only wait silently. After about 10 seconds, Lynchen suddenly raised his eyebrows. Not only him, the 12 people around him began to hear various prompt sounds. Congratulations, you have obtained Experience Capsule Large X2. Congratulations, you have obtained the item Gem Fusion, which allows you to fuse gems to obtain higher level gems. Congratulations, you have obtained the Job Change Book. Congratulations, you have obtained Extra Attribute Points X50. Congratulations, you have obtained the Pioneer's Gift Suit. These prompts startled the 12 people present. They didn't expect to be given so many rewards, but it was understandable after a calculation. After all, compared with the artifact selection of the first feather, these items were still a little bit inferior. But Lynchen and Elena didn't think so. As second-round players, they noticed a special item in these rewards almost at the same time. Gem Fusion Device. This thing is a good treasure. It can fuse some low-level gems, and then obtain higher-level gems. For example, put in a few lowest-level diamonds, and then fuse them into an ordinary diamond. You should know that this method can only be done by spending a lot of money at the gem merchant in the high-level main city. But if you have a gem fusion device, you can do it anytime and anywhere without paying any fees. As for the last set called Pioneer's Gift, Lynchen looked away and opened his backpack to take a look. It was a set of level 50 purple equipment, from tops to rings, and the additional attributes were very powerful. With this set of equipment, except for some special means, ordinary players can walk sideways in the same level. But Lynchen was interested in the name of this set. Pioneer's Gift? Pioneer? What does that hermaphrodite mean? Is he not only the GM of the Hunting God Land, but also the operator of this guild dungeon? But what does it mean that he specifically found me, and then gave me a special opportunity when Lynchen was confused? Lynchen is still a little concerned about what happened when he was unconscious in the stone house. Thinking of this, Lynchen could still feel that Elena's hand holding his was trembling slightly. But somehow, Elena didn't let go of Lynchen's hand, and Lynchen subconsciously turned over his palm and held the girl's jade hand in his palm. The shaking hand suddenly calmed down, and the female elf lowered her head even lower. After a while, when all the rewards were distributed, the strong light finally gradually weakened, but even so, people could only squint their eyes and look forward carefully. The figure wrapped in the light was also not to be looked at directly. Although it was no longer as dazzling as before, the 12 reliable and closer people still did not dare to stare at it carefully. In a trance, people saw that the figure suddenly moved. Everyone held their breath and dared not move. The light and shadow walked step by step to the place where the last feather was, and it bent down slightly and picked up the last feather with its hand. Then it stood up and held the feather high. The sound that just sounded in the skull sounded again. But this time, it sounded in the hall and in the minds of all players in the dungeon. Dungeon countdown, 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, the guild with the most survivors is considered the winner, and this reward is a guild-specific reward. Just when everyone was a little confused, the voice came out again. Countdown. Start. The next moment, a beam of light suddenly exploded, and people only felt their eyes dazzled, and then everyone saw that they were standing in the center of the hall again without knowing when. Lynchen and others subconsciously looked around, and the stone platform just now had disappeared, and the figure shrouded in the light was also gone. There were people all around, and every player had a look of surprise on his face. Some of these people were groping in other areas, or searching in stone pillars and stone houses. They only felt a beam of light passing by, and then they were teleported here. Some people subconsciously turned around and wanted to leave, but there was a glass-like barrier that completely sealed off the hall. Just as the system voice said just now, no one could get out before the countdown ended. What should we do? What else can we do? Wait for the president's order and kill them all. After a few seconds of silence, people finally determined the final rules of this copy. Fight! Immediately, everyone showed the weapons in their hands. Chapter 357. Lynchen has figured out all the rules of this guild dungeon called Dongfu. But no matter how things change, they still have to fight and fight to decide the final winner. He looked around and saw that there were only 600 people in the hall now. Some of them were lost when they first explored, and some were lost when they entered the hall to snatch items from each other. In the end, more people were killed by hidden weapons in order to climb onto the stone platform. If not every player has one chance to revive, the number of people standing here now would probably be even less. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked back at the members of the Fu Tu Guild behind him. There are about 90 people, which is the guild with the most people in the hall now. The second is the Twilight Guild, with the 2 people named Dog Brother and Leaf sitting in charge, and the number of people in their guild remains at around 85. As for the other 8 guilds, there are only more than 400 people in total, and each guild has only 50 people on average. The countdown for the fight has officially begun. The surrounding players looked around for a while, and then someone finally couldn't help it, and then shouted, and after blessing himself with a lot of buff skills, he began to attack other guild players, who were relatively close. "Let's go too." Feng Chen activated Rage, he shouted, and chopped at some players, who rushed over. "Go!" Then, the whole hall began to riot. After all, the final rule is to fight each other. No one wants to stand there, and be slaughtered by others. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, it is better to cooperate with their own members. 10 minutes is enough for them to reverse the situation. For a moment, flames shot up into the sky, and shouts of killing rose up. Irina and Lin Chen had already let go of each other's hands. At this moment, the female elf took a step forward and took out her bow and arrow. But when she was about to make a move, the female elf still subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen beside her, as if asking for Lin Chen's opinion. Lin Chen shook his head at Irina, indicating that he would do it himself. The female elf hesitated for a moment, then put away the bow and arrow and stood back. No matter what the reason, Irina also wanted to see how Lin Chen was going to clear the field. After following Lin Chen on the road of adding attack power, the longer the time passed, the more curious Irina, a second-round player, became about Lin Chen's strength. However, Lin Chen usually wore a mask. Although he would take it off occasionally, they could not always pay attention to Lin Chen's combat power. This led Irina to want to know what Lin Chen's strength was now. Especially after Lin Chen had killed countless ruins in the boundary area. Under Irina's gaze, Lin Chen took out a prop from his backpack. It was something that looked like a bull's horn. Elena thought about it for a long time, but couldn't remember the origin of this horn-like prop. Then, she saw Lin Chen take off his mask and blow the very strange-looking horn with his mouth. Woo! As Lin Chen's deep and long horn sound resounded throughout the hall, it seemed as if the entire space was trembling at this moment. An ancient and evil aura suddenly spread and instantly enveloped the hall. People only felt their hearts skip a beat, and then a very strange chill could not help but creep up their backs, and some people even had goosebumps all over their bodies. What? What the hell is going on? Why is it a bit chilly? People even forgot to fight each other, and could only look around blankly, as if something was hiding in the shadows, and would rush out to bite them at any time. The sky above suddenly became gloomy, and the interior of the hall began to darken. This appearance like a dark cloud made everyone dazed, as if lightning and clouds would appear above their heads in the next moment, and then intertwine wildly. Something is wrong. Look there. Someone noticed something and screamed. Someone looked in the direction of the man's fingertips, and the space in a certain place began to distort, as if it was being torn apart by some invisible force, and then a crack leading to another world was revealed. From the crack, the first thing that came out was a thick cold white mist, which entangled and rolled, covering the already weak light in the hall. Then, twisted and hideous figures slowly crawled out of the crack. This discovery immediately made everyone's face change. Didn't we fight each other? Why are there more monsters coming out? People immediately thought that this was a part of the dungeon, but they didn't understand it even more. Is it necessary to use this method as a catalyst in the hall at this time? But some people felt that something was wrong. Just now, they heard a very low horn sound. It was definitely not an auditory hallucination, and now these monsters crawling out from the other space are definitely not accidental. After these twisted monsters emerged from the crack, they immediately assembled on the spot. After a moment, evil spirits wearing black armor, holding sharp sickles, and with green flames flashing in their eyes appeared one after another. As time went by, some monsters with bat wings, sharp teeth and claws, and bodies as big as mountains also appeared one after another. There were also demons with twisted faces, holding chains and whips. Their presence made the air freeze, and the breath of fear filled the hearts of every player. Looking around, the whole hall was filled with these evil spirits. At a glance, there were as many as 500 of them. Lin Chen looked at the top of his head at this time. Wow, after blowing the horn once, the blue bar above his head was directly emptied. And what surprised him the most was that his health bar actually lost 1/3. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and looked at the horn in his hand. This howling horn called Hell was bought by him at the cost of 500 points of Guishi power. Oh no, the old woman gave him a discount at the beginning, and finally only charged him 200 points. But even so, Lin Chen knew that this thing was not a low-level item. At least a divine weapon was only sold for 50 points in that tent. And now, looking at the numerous evil spirit soldiers in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little dazed. In the last life, he could only see such a scene in the skills of those necromancers, and now, regardless of the combat effectiveness of the evil spirits he summoned, just this kind of pomp and circumstance, 500 points of Guishi power, is worthy of the price of this item. Damn! What are these? When the evil spirits roared and screamed, charging towards the players, someone finally realized something was wrong. But they couldn't resist the attack of these evil spirits at all. Their attack power was ridiculously strong. An ordinary evil spirit warrior just chopped himself with the bone sword in his hand, and a level 48 crusader was left with only half of his health. How did they know that these evil spirits inherited 10% of the attribute value of the releaser? And Lin Chen's 10% attack power is close to 10,000. Although these evil spirits don't have much health, if they are not focused on and killed instantly, this knife will kill 10,000. 500 evil spirits can easily kill these players. Xiao Feng. Lin Chen walked to the side of Feng Chen, who was in a daze, and patted his shoulder. Go call our members back, and leave them to these evil spirits. Feng Chen turned his head, and looked at Lin Chen dully. Brother, these brothers are you, did you do? What do you mean by brothers? Lin Chen was speechless. These are all summons. You can treat them as Shield Mountain and Chilua with a time limit. In the hall, every roar of these evil spirits that emerged from the cracks was accompanied by a deafening roar, and every swing was accompanied by a destructive force, easily cutting off other guild players, who stood in front of them like scarecrows. For a while, screams came one after another. Chapter 358. This chaotic scene lasted for about 5 minutes. During the process, Lin Chen did not stare at the battlefield like others, but kept looking at the top of his head. He had just drunk a bottle of advanced magic potion, but his mana bar had just been filled up, and before he could react, it began to be visibly depleted again. But Lin Chen did nothing at all. He just stood there with the horn indifferently. Lin Chen lowered his head in surprise, and looked at the evil spirits waving bone swords and claws in front of him. If he was right, in order to continue to maintain these evil spirits, he would need to consume his mana bar. No even health bar. When Lin Chen found that his health was decreasing unconsciously, he couldn't help but frown. So much consumption? This horn was so exaggerated. If Lin Chen's health was not enough and his backpack was full of blue bottles, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain these evil spirits. In this way, the cost of summoning such a large army of evil spirits is really not small. But the effect was also immediate. Such a large number of evil spirits almost cleared the entire hall within 5 minutes. Apart from the trembling members of the Fu Tu Guild standing beside Lin Chen, only a few people could still stand on the entire field. Among them, Brother Go and Yi Zi from the Twilight Guild were watching these monsters that could not be killed at all. Brother Go, cover me, I will cast 2 more fireballs. Yi Zi gritted his teeth and said, don't waste the mana bar. Brother Go held a shield, smashed a demon with a hammer, and then stepped back. These things can't be killed. Even though their blood bars have been emptied, they will get up again in less than 2 seconds. Yes, when these evil spirits appeared, the players were a little panicked, but not enough to scare them. After all, they had fought hard in the land of the hunting god to reach this level, and they were not ordinary people. Even though the attack power of the evil spirits was frighteningly high, their health was not high. As long as they could kill them before being killed by the opponent, there would be no danger if they were cautious. But they never expected that when these evil spirits died, their bones would reassemble in the next moment, and then 2 seconds later, a brand new evil spirit would stand in people's sight again. Facing such an immortal evil spirit army, Go Gu is an extremely powerful knight for still being able to stand still. When Go Gu and Yi Zi were the only ones left on the field, these evil spirits suddenly stood straight as if it was a certain time, and then gradually disappeared, as if they had never existed. A wisp of white cold air floated by, and even the crack that had just appeared in the void was healed. After a while, the whole hall was silent, and not a single evil spirit was left. Gudong. The sound of a member of the Buddha Guild swallowing saliva was clearly audible. This. Some people were slurring their words, and were completely unable to explain the scene just now. Even if some people saw the horn in Lin Chen's hand, they could not associate these things with Lin Chen. Feng Chen stared at Lin Chen. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Chen put on his mask again, put away the horn and patted Feng Chen on the shoulder. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Lin Chen walked in front of Gogu and Yi Zi. Gogu subconsciously took several steps back. The man in front of him was too mysterious. Not to mention the evil spirits he summoned, the way he just withstood the damage of the fireball was enough to make Gogu and the others feel terrified. Without waiting for them to say anything, Lin Chen smiled at them. Don't forget to say hello to Qian Shao for me when you go back. After saying that, Lin Chen had a rather ornate iron sword in his hand. If he was not mistaken, it looked very similar to the rusty iron sword. Before Gogu and Yi Zi spoke, a cold light flashed. Gogu seemed to have expected Lin Chen to attack. He immediately raised his shield and released the knight's level 50 awakening skill. Supreme Sanctuary. With Goji's roar, the air around him seemed to solidify, and a protective shield shining with a faint golden glow suddenly unfolded, tightly wrapping him and Yi Zi. Supreme Sanctuary, as the awakening skill of the Knight's Job Transfer Crusader, can not only give oneself and teammates a large amount of armor and magic resistance during the skill release, but also temporarily resist various elemental damage and negative states from the attack. At the moment of releasing the skill, the Crusader itself can even gain 5 seconds of invincibility. 5 seconds of invincibility was enough for Gogu and Yi Zi to seize the opportunity to counterattack. The next moment, Lin Chen's iron sword had already swung, and the moment the tip of the sword collided with the golden protective shield, a dazzling light and a deafening roar burst out. However, the iron sword did not penetrate the invincible state of Supreme Holy Land, but was bounced away by an invisible force, and the sword body trembled slightly, showing some signs of weakness. So you are already level 50. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, but his expression remained calm. He knew that within 5 seconds, even if his attack power reached 100,000, he could not hurt it at all. Yi Zi now! Gogu shouted. The young mage, who had been hiding behind him, had already released a skill that she had been chanting for a long time. The next moment, Spellbinder the level 50 awakening skill Annihilation was released. Lin Chen was stunned again. Wow, the people around Qian Shao also benefited a lot from him. They both learned Awakening. When a strong and pungent special smell filled the air, Yi Zi's eyes suddenly opened, as if 2 bright stars were blooming in the night sky. She waved her hands gently, and the originally calm air suddenly became restless. A powerful magical energy gathered around her, forming a complex and mysterious rune array. In an instant, the rune array suddenly burst into dazzling light, and a deep dark energy surged out like a tide, rushing straight towards Lin Chen. This energy formed a sharp contrast with the golden light of the Supreme Holy Land. One black and one gold, intertwined and collided in the air, erupting with a more violent roar. Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Gogu secretly congratulated himself for his accurate judgment. He knew that his defense alone could not withstand Lin Chen's attack for a long time. This man was too mysterious. Even the president of the Twilight Guild, Qian Shao, was not as intimidating as this man. In the 5-second gap gained by his awakening skill, as long as Yi Zi's annihilation hit him, he might be able to fight back. When the huge energy exploded in front of Lin Chen, Gogu suddenly adjusted his posture, ready to give Lin Chen a fatal blow when the Supreme Holy Land was about to collapse. But Lin Chen did not retreat at this moment but advanced. The next moment, it was as if a hymn from heaven sounded. A light more sacred than Supreme Holy Land appeared. Lin Chen also released his own skills. Sage level 50 awakens Universal Law of Holy Light. Activate. The white light that transcends the mortal world suddenly bloomed, and the entire hall seemed to be purified. All shadows were exposed in front of this sacred power. Lin Chen was surrounded by brilliant holy light, and every ray of light was extremely dazzling, making him look like a sacred messenger descending to the world. The negative energy and chaotic aura that had been expelled by the explosion of annihilation dissipated under the illumination of the holy light and turned into nothingness. 5 seconds had passed, and the invincibility effect of Supreme Holy Land had disappeared. Gogu widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. You are healing? Without giving the two a chance to continue talking, Lin Chen swung his knife violently. The two fell straight down. When only the members of the Fu Tu Guild were left on the scene, prompt sounds began to appear in everyone's minds. Because there is only one guild member left in the dungeon, the countdown ends early. Congratulations, the winner of this guild dungeon is Fu Tu. The winning prize will be distributed to the guild elves of your guild in a special way. Please go to the guild building to collect it. After this prompt sounded, everyone could see that the last feather suddenly turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared. This event is over, the dungeon is being closed, and teleportation is in progress. After a while, everyone could see that soft light was rising around their bodies, just like the figure in the light just seen. The surviving Futa Guild members on the scene began to look like that, and everyone could only see each other's outlines in the light. After a sound like a loud bell coming from a distance, everyone disappeared on the spot. Chapter 359. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen found himself in the guild hall of the Buddha Guild. The members who were not selected, or were sent back early in the dungeon gathered around nervously. After learning from Feng Chen that the winner of this guild dungeon was the Buddha Guild, the whole hall was boiling. They danced with joy, and many of them jumped up and down with their arms around each other's shoulders. However, they soon began to discuss everything that had just happened in the hall, and as they talked, the topic of everyone's conversation inevitably focused on Lin Chen. After coming to their senses, they finally knew that the evil spirit army was summoned by Lin Chen. Although they didn't know how Lin Chen, a sage, could do such a thing, seeing is believing, and they had to believe it. In the end, the members in the hall looked at Lin Chen with different eyes, and they were filled with extreme admiration, as if there was a fire burning. In order to appease these guild members, who were as fanatical as fans, Lin Chen had to start changing the subject. Everyone, let's take a look at the guild's rewards first. As soon as the words fell, the guild elf of the Futa Guild descended from the sky. People raised their heads, waiting for the little elf with its wings flapping to land on their heads. The noisy hall suddenly fell silent. Congratulations, everyone. Our guild won a great victory in the guild dungeon this time. I have received the reward from the system. Next, I will distribute the reward to everyone. The guild elf turned a circle in the air, and then it suddenly opened its arms, and made a gesture of scattering flowers. The next moment, all the members who participated in this guild dungeon were upgraded to the next level. Fuck. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the top of their heads in amazement. They obviously didn't expect such a reward. But it's not over yet. As the guild elves began to repeat the action of scattering flowers, people could clearly see that their backpacks had more props and equipment. Oh my god, wait, I throw away the things I don't need first. The members immediately began to open their backpacks, and pack them up in a hurry. In their joy, they even forgot to talk about Lin Chen. The freed Lin Chen patted Elena's shoulder calmly, and the female elf looked up at him in confusion. Lin Chen looked around, and saw that no one was looking at him. He waved to Elena, and asked her to follow him out. When Elena followed Lin Chen out of the hall, Lin Chen threw a black stone to the female elf. Elena took it in a daze, and immediately saw the item in her hand said artifact, self-selected. She remembered that this was the first feather that Lin Chen had snatched from many players in the guild dungeon. Mr. Lin, I can't take this. Elena was about to return the stone in her hand to Lin Chen. It's too valuable. Just use it, I don't need it. I really can't take it, this is an artifact, we are both second-round players. You should know what an artifact means. If you get the blessing of an artifact, you will become stronger. Swish. The iron sword in Lin Chen's hand disappeared, and he drew out the dark broadsword rainbow light. Speaking of which, Elena had seen Lin Chen draw out this broadsword in the dungeon, but she still observed it so closely. Lin Chen handed it to the female elf and said, I already have the artifact. In fact, I called you out to ask a question. Elena didn't say anything, waiting for Lin Chen to ask, but she still didn't put away the artifact of her choice in her hand. She was ready to return the stone to Lin Chen at any time. Lin Chen retracted the rainbow light. He was silent for a while, then asked, How much Guishu power do you have? Yelena did not hesitate, and immediately opened her page to take a look. A total of 530 points. So many? Lin Chen was also a little surprised. But soon, he was relieved, remembering that in Lao Bai's restaurant, Elena killed 2 level 4 Su with her own hands. A level 4 Su is 200 points of Guishu power. Adding the previous gains, 530 points is reasonable. Then, what have you exchanged so far? Lin Chen asked. Exchange? Elena blinked in confusion. Yes, I exchanged this rainbow light with the power of Guishu. Lin Chen took the rainbow light back again. Elena looked at her own power of Guishu in confusion, then closed the page and shook her head in astonishment. Mr. Lin, although I heard that the power of Guishu can indeed be exchanged for things, I don't have a way to exchange things so far. Can you tell me how you exchanged for artifacts? Lin Chen was about to speak, but he couldn't say anything. He couldn't say that he would enter a tent when he came back from Earth, and he couldn't say that an old woman similar to a game GM set up a stall in the tent to sell props and equipment to him. But if Elena didn't meet that old woman, why could he? Lin Chen was silent. He could guess that it might be because of the bug mechanism in his body that attracted the other party, just like the hermaphrodite who appeared in the stone house just now and claimed to be a pioneer. But if Elena doesn't meet the old woman, how can she spend the Guishi power on her body? This matter is a bit complicated. Save your Guishi power first, and take it one step at a time. Lin Chen paused and added, those things are good things. After a few seconds of silence, Elena still handed the stone in her hand to Lin Chen. But Lin Chen still insisted, take it. Feng Chen, or Gardenia needs this more than me. I am very grateful that I can be with you, and add so much attack power. Elena didn't dare to look at Lin Chen's eyes under the mask, and could only stare at Lin Chen's chest. I really can't have it. Lin Chen was a little dazed. He felt that this scene was a bit like some old-fashioned TV dramas. Don't worry, they follow me. I won't treat them badly, but this is specially for you. Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something. Although I don't know what happened in the stone house, I can be safe and sound must have your credit, but I asked you. But you refused to say. Before he finished speaking, Elena suddenly retracted her hand. She interrupted Lin Chen in a panic. I take it. Lin Chen paused, still not reacting. I take it. Elena, thank you. The pretty face of the female elf turned red, and she turned and ran away. It was the first time that Lin Chen saw Elena so shy. You know, her usual personality is a calm-faced iceberg beauty. In terms of temperament, she belongs to the category of queen. In addition, she has a beautiful face that is proud of all the elves. Lin Chen has never seen her act like a little woman. And looking at the back of the female elf, she looks like a shy girl thinking about love. What's going on? Lin Chen was confused again. Looking at Elena's very strange behavior, he now wants to know more and more what happened in the stone house. Chapter 360. In the following time, Lin Chen spent some time in the guild to deal with some guild affairs, and used the newly obtained guild contribution points to learn some new special skills. However, most of the skills are still to serve their own auxiliary abilities. After all, Lin Chen now has no shortage of attack methods. On the contrary, he cares more about endurance. Back and forth, Lin Chen spent nearly half a day in the guild hall. When he left the guild and returned to the main city, the sky of the hunting god land was already dark. However, Lin Chen hardly stopped and came to Xiaoyun's strengthening booth very familiarly. Xiaoyun seemed to be used to it. When she saw Lin Chen coming, she still quickly retracted her feet from the table, but she was no longer as flustered as before. Long time no see. Lin Chen spoke first. Long time, it's only been half a day since we last met. Xiaoyun extended his hand enthusiastically, and invited Lin Chen to eat melon seeds. Lin Chen shook his head, then took out the artifact rainbow light from his backpack again, and placed it right in front of the girl. The moment she saw Hong Guang, the girl's eyes still lit up, but she quickly looked up at Lin Chen. Didn't I say that I can't strengthen it for the time being? As he said that, Xiaoyun gently stroked Hong Guang's sword body, as if feeling the texture of this artifact-level sword. You also said that as long as you have the materials, you can strengthen it. Yes, but do you have divine weapon essence? Maybe I really have it? Then take it out, and let me see it. When she said this, Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen with a somewhat playful expression. After all, in her impression, divine weapon essence, this kind of strengthening material can only be obtained after reaching the advanced main city. Currently, the level 50 players, who are still active in the intermediate main city, have no channels to obtain such things. Although Xiaoyun was very surprised that Lin Chen could take out a divine weapon, she would not believe that Lin Chen could also take out the divine weapon essence. Wait a minute, I look for it. After saying that, Lin Chen sat down on the iron table and rummaged through his backpack. Xiaoyun was a little helpless, but she didn't want to dampen Lin Chen's interest, so she just stood there and grabbed a handful of melon seeds from her pocket. Are you sure you don't want to eat? No. You're not here to have fun with me. Xiaoyun ate melon seeds. Don't bother, although the number of customers here is very small, I'm not depressed enough to need you to tease me. Lin Chen still didn't answer, then suddenly turned around and put a heavy special stone on the table. Dong. Here, take it. Lin Chen motioned Xiaoyun to look at the stone on the table that was still shining. When the stone appeared, Xiaoyun's words stopped abruptly. The girl stared at the stone, and the expression on her face froze. You? The melon seeds in her hand fell to the ground, and she didn't have time to care. She almost subconsciously picked up the stone with a special shape. Holding it in the palm of her hand, the stone with an unusually messy appearance was even glowing slightly inside. First, see how many pieces of divine weapon essence are needed to strengthen the rainbow light to level 5. Lin Chen spoke to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun moved his eyes to Lin Chen in a daze. Where did you get it from? In order to verify something, the girl even reached out and took off Lin Chen's mask. What are you doing? Lin Chen took a step back. But the girl still took the mask off Lin Chen's face, and then Lin Chen's level was displayed above his head. 51. Yes, Lin Chen is now level 51, but how did he get the divine weapon essence? Lin Chen put the mask back on. Okay, I've seen it. It's time to work. Xiaoyun felt that she had just been rude, and after she came to her senses, she smiled a little embarrassedly. Let me see. Wait a minute. After saying that, Xiaoyun put on her gloves very skillfully, and then carefully placed the artifact into the furnace behind her. When the rainbow light poked into the weapon entrance of the furnace, the whole furnace suddenly made a low hum, and then a thick white smoke came out of the furnace's nozzle. Then the girl did not hesitate at all and quickly put the magic weapon essence on the table into the material adding port on the other side of the furnace. Shoo! A strange sound was heard, and the huge furnace turned red, accompanied by a creaking sound, as if it was working overloaded. A few seconds later, Xiaoyun turned his head and looked at Lin Chen again. Are you going to strengthen to level 5? Well, how much magic weapon essence do you need? It will cost 30 yuan to upgrade to level 5. Yes. Lin Chen answered very straightforwardly. You know, when he entered the stone house, he and Elena looted all the magic weapon essences in the stone house. Now there are 45 pieces in his backpack. If he hadn't given some to Elena, Lin Chen should have more. Seeing Lin Chen taking out so many magic weapon essences from his backpack, Xiaoyun's expression was wonderful. What did you do? This feeling was like she couldn't accept it, as if she knew that a good young man, who usually abided by the law, suddenly robbed a bank. Of course, I got it through the regular channels. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see what other materials are needed. At Lin Chen's urging, Xiaoyun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then neatly put the remaining 29 pieces of divine weapon essence into the material adding port. After a few seconds, the girl turned her head again. I have almost all the materials here but the money. How much does it cost? 300 gold coins. Mr. Duo? Brother, this is a divine weapon, a level 50 divine weapon. Do you think it's still ordinary equipment? But to be honest, this is the first time I've seen so much money required to upgrade to level 5. I should say, it's worthy of being a divine weapon. Then wait for a while. Lin Chen turned around and was about to leave. Where are you going? Go to the pocket jar merchant to get money. Lin Chen didn't even turn his head. Xiaoyun was left with a confused look on her face. She repeated, go to the pocket jar merchant? To get money? Chapter 361. It was getting darker. Although the NPCs in the land of the hunting god did not say closing the stalls, there was indeed a feeling of closing the stalls at night. At night, players can increase their physical strength by sleeping, and monsters in the wild will become stronger at night, which makes the entire main city seem quieter than during the day. The number of players walking in the main city will naturally decrease, not to mention Xiaoyun, a swindler who has a bad reputation among the player community. The stove was still running, and smoke was constantly coming out of the stove nozzle. Xiaoyun stood in front of the stall board and spit out the melon seed shells. She looked at the time again, thinking that if Lin Chen didn't come back, she would pull the artifact Hongwang out of the stove. Wait 5 more minutes. 10 minutes passed. Xiaoyun had finished eating the melon seeds, and she took a deep breath. Then she turned around, put on her gloves, and put her hand on the hilt of Hongwang. Just as she was about to exert a little force, Lin Chen's voice came from behind her. What are you doing? The girl paused for a moment, turned her head, and saw Lin Chen standing in front of the iron table. Judging from the direction of his mask, Lin Chen should be staring at her hand. You've been gone for too long. Xiaoyun rolled his eyes, and then let go of her hand. But before Lin Chen could speak, Xiaoyun's expression suddenly changed. Because Lin Chen didn't come back alone, there was a tall woman standing behind him. To be precise, it was a female elf. Elena took a step forward and stood very quietly beside Lin Chen. The two of them leaned against each other. The female elf said nothing during the process, but just looked at Xiaoyun with some curiosity. Elena had no reason not to be curious, because from the moment Xiaoyun saw her, the female elf could keenly perceive that the other party's breath was disordered, and then she could see that the other party stared at her with a somewhat unfriendly look. This feeling was very strange. To be honest, so far, as a second rounder, Elena had never noticed this state in an NPC. At this time, Lin Chen spoke. I'm going to get some money. He generously handed 300 gold coins to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun wanted to ask how Lin Chen got so much money, but she felt upset and didn't want to talk to him. Oh! Xiaoyun still stood there without moving, just looking at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. Lin Chen was a little confused. What's wrong? Go on. Not enough money. Xiao Yun took out another melon seed from his pocket and began to eat it coldly. Lin Chen was stunned. Not enough? You just told me that it would take 300 gold coins in total. Why are you raising the price now? The 300 gold coins I mentioned are just the money for strengthening. In addition to the essence of the magic weapon, other very rare materials are also needed. Do you have these materials? Xiao Yun answered bluntly. If you don't have them, you must buy them from me. Would I give them to you for free? Hey, you're being so rude. We're friends. Why are you still fussing with me? Are we friends? Lin Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Then at least I went to Earth to work for you. I also risked my life to rescue you from the boundary. Hearing Xiao Yun say this, Lin Chen was speechless. Okay. He took a deep breath. Then tell me, how much more money do you need? We're still short of 50. I give it to you. Lin Chen handed over another 50 gold coins. Can we start now, aunt? Who is your aunt? Why are you so angry all of a sudden? Lin Chen was puzzled. Did I? What do you think? After arguing, Xiao Yun stopped paying attention to Lin Chen and started chanting some kind of spell. Then, flames suddenly shot up from the furnace. Boom! Iron flowers rushed from the top of the furnace to the sky like scattered meteors, and then fell sparsely, mixed with countless flying fireflies like light spots. Then Xiao Yun pulled the rainbow light out of the slot of the furnace, and in the process, the rainbow light suddenly made a very crisp sound of a knife. Swish! Xiao Yun threw the rainbow light on the iron table, and no longer had the covetousness and appreciation for the artifact just now, and was ready to send Lin Chen away. Okay, take it away. Lin Chen subconsciously held the enhanced artifact with both hands and shouted unhappily, Be gentle. Although he said so, after Lin Chen saw the properties of the rainbow light after being enhanced, the anger that Xiao Yun had just choked him just disappeared immediately. Equipment name, Rainbow Light, Artifact, add 5. Equipment type, Sword, two-handed. Equipment level, 50. Professional requirements, Warrior, Berserker, God of War. Break the World Beat is enabled. Add 2000 attack power. Add 2200 additional attack power with Divine Weapon Enhancement. Add 4200 in total. Add 30% attack speed. Add 10% additional attack speed with Divine Weapon Enhancement. Add 40% in total. Add 50 points of strength. Additional effect. Additional magic damage will be added when attacking, and your attack will carry attack special effects. Additional effect of magic weapon enhancement. Attack will have a chance to trigger true damage. Add 4 random magic attributes. Additional skill Rainbow Sword Chi can be released actively. After release, a special red sword light will be swung, and the range and damage of this skill are based on your current attack power. Additional effect of magic weapon enhancement. The sword chi range is expanded by 100 yards, and it has a flame burning effect. Enhancement effect. Rage skill level plus 3. Enhancement effect. The damage caused by physical skills increases by 20 to 25%. Enhancement effect. You can add additional holes to this equipment. Additional hole slots. 2. Add 1 random magic attribute. As expected of a divine weapon enhanced with divine weapon essence, it was only enhanced to level 5, and the added attack power was actually twice as high as the basic attack power of the main body. You should know that the soul-breaking demon sword was enhanced to level 12 at that time, and the additional attack power bonus was less than twice. And these various effects produced after the enhancement also made Lin Chen's mouth dry. Although it cost 350 gold coins, after seeing the finished product, the money was worth it. Lin Chen closed the property page of Hongguang, and then pulled Elena over. Come on, please help strengthen her bow and arrow. Her bow and arrow is also a level 50 artifact. As he said this, Lin Chen signaled Elena to take out the artifact obtained from the special props of artifact, self-selected. Elena also cooperated very well. She took out an extremely gorgeous longbow from her backpack. This bow is made of silver. In addition to the relatively smooth handle with a soft structure, the upper and lower bow pieces are decorated with white scales. There are even small white feathers on the string grooves at both ends of the bow, which looks like 2 pairs of wings. Level 50 artifact, Featherfall. Elena smiled and tried to put the bow in her hand on the iron table. But Xiao Yun suddenly turned around and said, "The stall is closed, come back next time." After saying that, regardless of Lin Chen and Elena's expressions, she sat directly on the chair, her feet lazily resting on the table, and then folded her gloves to cover her eyes, pretending to sleep. Closed? Lin Chen was a little helpless, and was about to say something. Elena pulled Lin Chen's arm and interrupted him. No. We have enough materials and money, and your bout can be strengthened to level 5. Lin Chen still didn't want to give up. It's okay, I can go to other main cities to strengthen, such as Fenghuabishui Island. That's too troublesome, wait a minute, I talked to her. Lin Chen was about to turn back. Mr. Lin, haven't you figured it out yet? Elena was very open-minded, she smiled. This girl is jealous. Chapter 362. Jealous? Lin Chen looked back at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, who was lying on the chair pretending to sleep, carefully removed the gloves on her face and glanced at Lin Chen, but she happened to bump into the eyes under Lin Chen's mask. The girl immediately closed her eyes, pretending that she saw nothing. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the female elf beside him. No. No way, she is only 7 years old. 7 years old? Yes. Lin Chen simply told Elena what Xiao Yun had said to him. Although Xiao Yun now looks almost the same age as Elena, when she was on Earth, this girl was only 7 years old. However, after hearing these things, Elena smiled. Mr. Lin, but now Xiao Yun is the her in the land of the hunting god, not the her on Earth. The female elf continued. At least she is now a living adult woman, both physically and mentally, isn't she? There's nothing wrong with what you said. So, it's normal for her to be jealous of you. Cough cough cough. Lin Chen is not a fool with low EQ. He seems a little unnatural, especially when it comes from Elena's mouth. So, Mr. Lin, do you still want me to strengthen my equipment here? Elena suddenly became a little talkative, so that there was a subtle playful expression on her beautiful face. Forget it, let's go to the Fenghuabishui Island you mentioned. After Elena went to another intermediate main city alone to strengthen the artifact, Lin Chen did not stop, and went straight to a teleportation guide NPC. This was a man in a white coat, leaning against a wall, with a special device next to him, and strange patterns carved on the surface of the device. Seeing someone coming, he stood up and bowed to Lin Chen in front of him. Honorable Chosen One, where are you going? As he said that, he pointed to the device beside him, and asked Lin Chen to stand on a special stone. When you are ready, tell me your destination. However, Lin Chen did not move, but remained silent for a while. After a while, he asked, Excuse me, can we still go to the novice village? Hearing the word novice village, the NPC suddenly showed a complicated expression. He pondered for a while, then shook his head. Sorry, Chosen One. We just received a system prompt that the novice village has been unable to be teleported normally since this afternoon. If you want to go, you may have to wait for further notification. Lin Chen seemed to have guessed the result, and he nodded. That is to say, the ruins have broken through the border area and officially entered the novice village. The NPC suddenly raised his head and looked at the pupils under Lin Chen's mask very seriously. But the night was too dark, and the NPC did not notice how different those eyes were. Oh! The NPC asked tentatively, You know ruins, so you are a second-round player. After all, only people like the second-round players have the opportunity to know ruins, but ordinary second-round players are unlikely to know border area. Could it be that this person has entered the border area? How did he survive, and return to the land of the hunting god in such a chaotic land full of ruins? Yes, but I don't intend to ask you questions here on purpose, so you don't have to worry about being wiped out by the system. Lin Chen said, as he reached out and patted the NPC on the shoulder. I just hope you can tell me when the novice village becomes a dungeon. Tell you? The NPC was obviously stunned by Lin Chen's words. How can I, an NPC, tell you a player? You NPCs can leave your stalls within a limited time. When the novice village officially becomes a dungeon, you should receive a system prompt. If you can't find me, go to the flower bed at the turntable in the city and find an NPC named Xiao Yun. Tell her about this. Thank you for your help. After saying this, without waiting for the other party to agree to him, Lin Chen turned around and left. Only the teleportation guide was left standing there motionless. The next day, Lin Chen, Elena, Feng Chen and Jizi stood in front of an exit of the main city and ate experience capsule large. After that, all four of them had reached level 50, and Lin Chen and Elena were even level 52. However, they still planned to complete the main quest as soon as possible. After all, if they wanted to gain a lot of experience points nowadays, apart from some special activities and dungeons, only the main quest could allow them to continuously upgrade. It was not possible to participate in large-scale activities, such as guild dungeons anytime and anywhere, so they could not neglect it. Especially Lin Chen, he really wants to reach level 80 now, and then go to the Mengzi Flower Gallery near the highest level main city to take a look. I think you two should learn the awakening skills first. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at Feng Chen and Gardenia. But the two shook their heads repeatedly. Brother, don't say anything. This time my sister and I will go with you no matter what. Wherever you two go, my sister and I will go. Feng Chen touched his nose and looked at Lin Chen very seriously. Even Gardenia nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I just hope that the captain and sister don't think that brother Feng and I are light bulbs. After saying that, Gardenia stuck out her tongue at Lin Chen and Elena. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other helplessly. Okay, let's finish the main quest first. In the next few hours, Lin Chen led the three people to move back and forth in the main city quickly. Because their main quests were almost at the same stage, after forming a team, everyone could complete the main quests at the same time. And with the exaggerated attack power of these four people, the main quest was as simple as a child playing house. The main quest that would have taken a whole day, or even longer to complete, took the four of them just 4 hours to complete. If the quests were all about killing monsters, they would have been faster, mainly because they spent a lot of time on traveling and teleporting. After that, Lin Chen and Elena had reached level 53, and were only 1/5 of the experience bar away from level 54, while Feng Chen and Gardenia had also reached level 52. So leveling up is so easy. Feng Chen looked at his level with satisfaction while carefully examining a level 50 pink broadsword that had just exploded from the main boss. It's a pity that there are too few monsters, and there is not much attack power added at all. What a pity. Just as Feng Chen was sighing, everyone's footsteps gradually stopped. They were standing in the wild, surrounded by a very desolate desert area. In the land of the hunting god, there were many such extreme areas. At this moment, in this sparsely populated area, a group of people were slowly walking towards Lin Chen and his four companions. When the group of people were less than 10 meters away from Lin Chen and his four companions, they finally stopped. The leader wore a mask like Lin Chen, and behind him were some people who looked unfriendly. Huh? Feng Chen was stunned. What are you doing, brothers? The other party did not leave, and while Feng Chen was talking, they even took another step forward. What the hell? Someone is here to pick a fight with my brother Lin. Feng Chen was immediately happy. Chapter 363. There are 18 people on the other side, and judging by the number of people, there should be 3 fully staffed teams. Looking closely, the number distribution of this group of people is very clever. Each team has a knight, 2 healers, 2 main output, and a control profession. Lin Chen even saw a hidden profession such as weapon master. His eyes flickered over the heads of these people, and Lin Chen also dispelled the idea that they were from the same guild. They were more like a team specially put together for some purpose. Without waiting for Lin Chen and the others to speak, the masked man in the lead took out some kind of prop from his backpack, then shook his wrist, and a piece of rice paper unfolded. You must be Elena. After saying that, the man pointed at Elena beside Lin Chen and asked in a deep voice. The female elf had a gloomy face, and there was a hint of murderous intent on her extremely beautiful face. It's me. After saying that, Elena took out the bow and arrow behind her, and then took a step forward. In Elena's understanding, in the second round, there is a kind of people in the land of hunting gods, called bounty hunters. This group of people will accept the bounty through the bounty order function, and then run around the world, specifically hunting targets for money. This group of people should be here to collect the bounty. But she never thought that the bounty order function would only be activated after entering the advanced main city. Very good, very good. The masked man seemed to look at Elena carefully, and then made some kind of decision, and then slowly turned the rice paper over so that Lin Chen and others could see it clearly. The next moment, the man suddenly knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, "Please be my woman." The people behind the masked man suddenly took out all kinds of small things for celebration, and suddenly all kinds of petals and ribbons were flying all over the sky. Elena was stunned. Lin Chen and the other two were also stunned. It was only then that they saw that the person was holding a love note. Feng Chen and Jizi didn't know what it was, but second-round players, like Lin Chen and Elena, knew more or less about the love note. Especially Lin Chen. When he was in the first round, he had thought about using this thing to propose to Zhao Yuding in the game. But he never thought that he would see this special item again in this life. Brother. Feng Chen approached cautiously. What is this? For proposing. Lin Chen replied. Proposing? Feng Chen was shocked. Damn, can we get married in the land of the hunting god? To be honest, Feng Chen still knew too little about this game, but when he thought about it, it seemed that the games he played on Earth all allowed marriage, and how could a special world like the land of the hunting god, which was a culmination of all the best, lack this kind of gameplay? How do I do it? Feng Chen was extremely interested, and didn't even care about Elena's current embarrassing situation. Lin Chen scratched his head. In the land of the hunting god, as long as you have 10,000 friendship points with the opposite sex, you can use the love pose to propose to the opposite sex. If the other party agrees, you can hold a wedding. However, the highest level of the land of the hunting god is only over 50, and marriage can only be carried out after entering the advanced main city after level 60. So if you agree to the proposal at this time, the two parties will be judged by the system as love, equivalent to fiancé and fiancée. Damn, this is so exciting! Feng Chen's eyes gradually widened. Then, what are the benefits? I haven't tried it, but I heard that there are many benefits, and you can also get exclusive achievements and exclusive titles, it seems. Lin Chen thought for a while. It seems that you can also learn several special relationship skills, which are very practical. Listening to the discussion between Lin Chen and Feng Chen behind her about the marriage system, Elena in the front was ashamed and angry. Although she was often courted by all kinds of people in her previous life, and there were endless love posts, but she had never felt so uncomfortable as today. Damn it, Mr. Lin is standing behind me, this guy actually. Get lost. Elena didn't give him any face at all, and immediately said coldly. The people in front of them, who were making a fuss, were also a little embarrassed, and couldn't help but put away the small salute in their hands. The masked man kneeling on the ground immediately put his hand in front of his chest. Beautiful lady, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart, please give me a chance to get to know you. Don't worry, my profession can help us quickly fill up the friendship level, and then when we reach the advanced main city, we can directly hold the wedding. Elena didn't say anything, but the hand holding the bow and arrow was gradually turning white because of the force. The other party was still relentless. I know you are the first in the current combat power ranking, and I also know that you have high standards, but I am confident that I can match you. When he said this, Lin Chen behind him also looked at the group of people carefully. Except for the guy kneeling on the ground, the equipment of the group of relatives and friends standing behind him was not low-level stuff. On the contrary, many of them were wearing equipment that was actually shining with stars. That is the light effect that will be emitted after the equipment is strengthened to level 10. And the level of this group of people is all level 50, which makes Lin Chen more concerned. Moving his eyes left and right, Lin Chen finally set his sights on the weapon master standing on the left side of the masked man in this group. This person was not wearing a mask, and the name on his head was very conspicuous in everyone's sight. The blood-red name was French bread. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately opened the latter list. Sure enough, on the current battle power list, this French bread ranked 5th. He remembered that after coming out of the border area, he saw that this French bread was only ranked below Elena. But the battle power on the hunting land changed rapidly, because there were props that could hide attributes, which led to one side singing and another coming on stage. But even so, this French bread also ranked 5th, with a battle power of 33,000. If that's the case, this weirdo who knelt on the ground to propose marriage should have a higher battle power. I say it again, get out. The shame on Elena's face disappeared, but the killing intent was even stronger. Chapter 364. The masked man kneeling on the ground was a little embarrassed. He even looked at his companions beside him in a bit of a loss. After a while, he finally stood up, and put the love card in his hand back in a sullen manner. Oh, don't reject me so hastily. Give yourself a chance to get to know me? He was still unwilling to give up, and wanted to get closer. When you get familiar with me, you will know how perfect a partner I am. Yelena had already started to draw the bow and arrow, and a transparent arrow had already condensed into shape. The other party had no doubt that if he took a step forward, the arrow would hit him. The masked man, who was about to continue speaking, finally changed his tone, and the aura around him changed. Ms. Elena, what do you mean? Even if you want to reject me, you don't have to be so exaggerated. Not only him, but also the onlookers took a few steps forward with unfriendly faces. In such an atmosphere, Feng Chen and Gardenia also subconsciously switched to combat mode, especially Feng Chen, who had already grasped the broadsword in his hand, ready to release rage at any time. But Elena remained unmoved. Her crosshairs were always aimed at the masked man. As long as the masked man dared to take even one step forward, a conflict would be inevitable. In such an atmosphere, Lin Chen quietly walked to Elena's side and stood side by side with her. The eyes of the group of people on the opposite side began to shift to Lin Chen, or to be more precise, the mask on his face. They all recognized this mask, which was the same one worn by the man who was the leader of the other party's courtship. Shadow escape mask. Generally, those who wear this kind of prop are basically some big guys who deliberately hide their own attributes. Everyone, stop making trouble here. Feelings are something that cannot be forced. Elena has no intention of becoming friends with your friends, so please go back before things get awkward. Lynchen spoke in a calm tone, but only Elena noticed that when Lynchen spoke, he was slightly showing a very serious alert. Yes, Lynchen's current state was like something extremely dangerous was approaching. This feeling made the female elf a little concerned. After all, although these people in front of her did not look like a mob, and she could even see a character named French Bread ranked 5th on the list, for Lynchen, these people were no different from Lonely Leaf and Dog Brother he met in the guild dungeon. What is he on guard against? Lynchen reached out and gently pressed down Elena's arm, then continued to speak to the front. Looking at your attire and rank, you should all be big shots. I don't think you will get upset with us over such a small matter. After hearing Lynchen's words, someone in the other crowd laughed coldly. A small matter? No, this is not a small matter, but our eldest brother's lifelong event. We brothers came here today with the determination to get this done. The other person also grinned. He stared at Lynchen and raised his eyebrows. Why, are you afraid that we will outnumber the majority? That's not the case. What a joke. Except for this Elena, who is currently the number 1 on the battle power list. What do you think the 3 of you have that deserves our attention? Let me tell you, everyone here has a battle power of more than 20,000. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Fengchen was slightly stunned. He immediately opened the ladder list and took a look. Sure enough, he found all the names of these dozen people in the top 100 of the ladder list. Except for the masked man and French Bread, the other dozen or so people are also tough guys. The lowest one is a character ranked 89th on the ladder. Although Fengchen himself is also in the top 100, if a fight really breaks out, he can only hold back 1 or 2 people, but with so many people rushing forward, he can only rely on Lynchen. Thinking of this, Fengchen didn't have anything to worry about. After all, Lynchen was standing in front of him, and Fengchen suddenly felt like a fox borrowing the power of a tiger. It was hilarious. Fengchen was actually a little worried about the large number of people on the other side. Maybe it was because he hadn't acted with Lynchen for a long time recently, and he actually forgot that the person standing in front was his brother Lin. Fuck you, why are you pretending? This is my sister-in-law. When will it be your turn to come and steal my love? As he said that, Fengchen took a big step forward. He didn't mind the trouble and pointed at Lynchen and continued to say to the person in front, "This is my brother." Fengchen kept calling her brother and sister-in-law, which not only made the faces of the other people change slightly, but also made Elena herself a little uncomfortable. She wanted to turn around and talk to Fengchen, but Fengchen was standing on the other side of Lynchen. As long as she turned her head, she would see Lynchen. The female elf was a little embarrassed and didn't say a word. The masked man on the opposite side was a little confused. He first stared at Lynchen for a while, then turned his head and stared at Elena. Elena? Is he telling the truth? Elena still didn't speak, but her face was gradually flushed. Fengchen said again, "Are you deaf? Don't think you can do whatever you want in the land of the hunting god. I tell you, no matter in the real world or anywhere else, those who destroy the happiness of other people's families are all stupid idiots. How can you talk like that?" The masked man on the other side immediately got angry. Then let me ask you, are Elena and this person married? Fengchen paused, and suddenly didn't know how to respond. Married? No. The man continued to get excited. Since they are not married, has Elena ever received his love letter? Fengchen was silent again. That's it. The masked man looked at Elena again. That means Elena is still single now, and I still have a chance. The real world is so open, in fact, even if she is married, I don't plan to give up, let alone she is not married. As soon as these words came out, Fengchen immediately showed a look of contempt. Damn, you are so shameless. Whatever you say. The masked man was not annoyed. Let's compete fairly. I am happy to accompany you. It seemed that he was preparing to make a good impression in front of Elena. So far, this masked man has been very restrained. During the process, he wanted to explode several times, but he was suppressed by himself. Otherwise, Fengchen just scolded him twice, and he would have attacked him. After that, the masked man looked at Elena again. He continued to search in his backpack, and then he actually took out a rose. Beautiful lady, if you feel it's too abrupt, can you add me as a friend first? Seeing the rose in this person's hand, Lynchen was very upset. Where did this guy get these strange props? Let's not talk about the love post which can only be obtained after level 60. How did he get this rose? Roses are special items, and their main effect is to increase the friendship between you and the designated player. A rose can increase 100 points of friendship, which is very useful for players who want to increase their friendship. Lin Chen turned his head slightly and looked at a place not far away. The eyes under the mask almost narrowed, and Lin Chen even showed a hint of murderous intent. Yes, Lin Chen had been paying attention to that direction from the beginning, and there seemed to be a person standing there. A person wearing a long robe and very long hair, who looked neither male nor female. He was looking at this place from a distance, and when he saw Lin Chen looking at him, he actually nodded slightly to Lin Chen. Chapter 365. Lin Chen naturally recognized this person. In the guild dungeon, he and Elena were trapped in a stone house. This man who called himself the Pioneer had given him a chance. Now Lin Chen's body is immune to the damage of the 4 elements, which was done by him. Lin Chen, who should have been grateful to this man, was a little nervous. Because this man was not a simple NPC, but a system GM who was superior to NPCs and players. In some cases, he and the old woman were the rules of the land of the hunting god. If that's the case, why is he here? Is he here to find me? But not many people can detect Lin Chen's emotions. They are still making a fuss, trying to get Elena to accept their leader's courtship. Give me a chance, Elena, I'm really obsessed with you. Although this is the first time we met, I'm already in love with you. This man has been holding a rose in his hand, as if he wants Elena to give him an explanation. We can start as friends, and then slowly develop feelings. It's okay. I can wait for you to fall in love with me. Elena looked at him coldly. The man felt his scalp tingling, but he was also a stubborn person, and did not back down. Elena, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave. After more than 10 seconds, Elena finally took a deep breath, as if the female elf had made a decision. She put away the bow and arrow expressionlessly, and then looked at the other party. You want an explanation? Yes. The man nodded immediately. Okay, I give you an explanation. After saying that, Elena suddenly held Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen, who had been paying attention to the pioneers, was shocked. He turned his head to look at the female elf, but Elena didn't look at him. Lin Chen could only feel the female elf's soft palm sweating. Elena, what Feng Chenjuo said just now is true. I already have someone I like. Even if I want to accept a love letter, I will only accept his. Is this okay? The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The first person to come to his senses was not the person involved, but Feng Chen, who had been standing beside Lin Chen. At this moment, this guy was like a fan who had eaten sugar, showing an expression of double ecstasy. Ha ha, brother, can I really stop calling Elena beautiful now? I have to call her sister-in-law from now on? Compared to the jumping Feng Chen, Gardenia said nothing behind them, just pursed her lips and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, the rose in the other person's hand seemed to wither. I know. He stood up, then stretched out his hand very gloomily to take off the mask on his face. Then, a fat face full of pockmarks was revealed. If you look closely, you can see a few thick black nose hairs sticking out of the nostrils. The man looked to be about 35 or 36 years old, with dark skin and small eyes like green beans, which looked very out of place on his face. He stretched out his hand to smooth his big back hair. Now that you've seen my face, have you changed your mind? He didn't seem to give up, and even threw a wink at Elena. Lin Chen could feel Elena holding his hand slightly harder, and her killing intent became stronger. This brother who felt extremely good about himself held the rose in his mouth, and then made a very greasy gesture. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Elena was trying to calm herself down. The idea of wanting to kill the other party on the spot even covered up the shyness of holding Lin Chen's hand. However, Lin Chen was slightly startled when he saw the name above this person's head. The other party's name is Ban Mianzhuang. Lin Chen has a deep impression of this name. In the previous life, the 9th place on the ladder list was a witch doctor named Ban Mianzhuang. Could it be him? You know, the current ladder list is too watered down, and all kinds of people like to wear shadow escape masks, which makes the combat power list a bit ineffective, but it was not the case in the previous life, especially when he reached the 9th place on the ladder list in the 80th level range, which was enough to show his strength. But Lin Chen never thought that. The one called Ban Mianzhuang was not a woman, but a greasy middle-aged uncle. He soon remembered something and took a look at the current ladder battle power list. Sure enough, he saw this Ban Mianzhuang, who appeared below Elena and was the second on the current battle power list. Even that lonely leaf was stepped on by him. He was very curious about how these people achieve such combat power. But Lin Chen's attention quickly moved away from Ban Mianzhuang, and then continued to look at the distance. The pioneer still stood in the distance, with no intention of leaving. Seeing that Elena was still unmoved, Ban Mianzhuang finally lost her temper and sighed. "Brother." Behind him, a soldier said in a low voice, "Just kill this guy and rob him directly." "Yes, brother, if you kill this guy, Elena may hate you, but you can't say whether she will like you in the future. If you can't do it, I will help you." Another person also said, "Brother, do you need help?" Seeing the people behind him talking in a flurry, Ban Mianzhuang suddenly stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture. "Forget it." He threw the rose in his hand on the ground. "I dare to love and hate, I can't do such a despicable thing." After saying that, he turned around very casually. "Brothers, let's go." But just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around again. "Elena, I will not give up, as long as you are not married. I will always wait for you." As he said that, he even threw a wink to Elena. Elena shuddered. "Go!" Ban Mianzhuang waved his hand and put on his mask again. But at this moment, the pioneer that Lin Chen had been vigilant against came over at some point, and happened to block the path that Ban Mianzhuang and others had to pass. Although Ban Mianzhuang behaved very gentlemanly in front of Elena, he looked at the androgynous person in front of him very viciously at this moment. "Get out of the way, don't block the way, I'm in a bad mood now." But the pioneer ignored him at all, and continued to walk slowly towards where Lin Chen was. "Damn, who dares to bully me?" After saying that, Ban Mianzhuang immediately raised his hand, ready to use a skill on the hermaphrodite in front of him. But the pioneer just waved at Ban Mianzhuang, and the next moment, the greasy middle-aged uncle disappeared. The teammates beside him were startled and immediately took a fighting stance. What's going on? Where's my brother? Hey, you damn she-male, where's my brother?" People looked at the androgynous person in front of them in astonishment, and some were even ready to take action. But the pioneer ignored them, and walked on his own. The pressure made everyone present feel something was wrong. "Retreat! Retreat!" The first one to react was the French bread. After shouting, he fled in panic. The others hesitated for a moment, and then they also scattered. After doing this, the pioneer walked in front of Lin Chen and Elena. He stared at Lin Chen, and then said with no joy or sadness, "We meet again." At the same time, Earth. Ban Mianzhuang still stretched out his hand to release skills, but the surroundings were no longer the desert of the hunting god land, and there were no Lin Chen, Elena, and others in front of him, but high-rise buildings that belonged to Earth. There were also some level 10 players walking on the road in front of him. At this time, seeing Ban Mianzhuang appear, many people gathered around. "Hey buddy, how did you die?" Ban Mianzhuang blinked. What happened? Chapter 366. Lin Chen could sense that Elena's hand was trembling slightly at this moment. Turning his head, he saw a very complicated expression on the side of the female elf's face. Some fear, some indescribable shame. When the female elf was about to withdraw her hand, she suddenly found that Lin Chen was holding her hand tightly. Then, Lin Chen stepped forward and stood in front of Elena. "Yes, we meet again." Lin Chen looked at the unknown person in front of him. "How should I call you, Lord Pioneer?" The pioneer did not express anything. He first glanced at Lin Chen, and then set his sights on Elena. "Are you satisfied with the fortune I gave you?" "Of course I am satisfied." "Lord Pioneer, you didn't come here just to listen to my thanks. You seem..." The pioneer's voice was still a strange mixture of male and female, but there was no joy or sadness in his words. "Are you dissatisfied with me?" Lin Chen was silent for a while. "To be honest, I don't know why I am dissatisfied with you, but I always feel that you have bad intentions." "Then you really misunderstood me." "Really? Then tell me now, what happened in the stone house at that time?" Hearing Lin Chen's question, before the pioneer could answer, Irina beside him interrupted immediately. "Mr. Lin." Lin Chen was stunned and turned his head again, but Irina still didn't want to look at him, and even deliberately avoided Lin Chen's eyes. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked. "Nothing. I'm actually very curious why he came to you." Although he was very curious about Elena's appearance, she did say something that Lin Chen was more concerned about. This pioneer actually killed Ban Mianzhuang, who is currently ranked 2nd in the current battle power list, directly in order to find him. Does the GM of the land of the hunting god have the right to arbitrarily decide the life and death of players? Thinking of this, Lin Chen finally turned his head and looked at the expressionless pioneer in front of him. "Master Pioneer, please tell us why you are here?" The pioneer was silent for a while, then sighed. He waved his hand slightly, and his loose robe fluttered in the wind. After a moment, everything around him began to gradually solidify. A subtle and mysterious fluctuation filled the air, and then the whole world seemed to be paused. The sun stopped flowing, and the golden light solidified in the air. In the desert area where everyone stood, the dust particles stopped their endless dance, maintaining their last moment's position and posture, like a carefully arranged sculpture. The wind that swept the yellow sand formed a yellow ribbon, as if it had a shape. The whole world became unusually quiet and peaceful. Lin Chen and Elena turned their heads to look. Not to mention the players in the distance, the movements of Feng Chen and Gardenia behind them were quietly frozen, and the surprise, astonishment and vigilance on their faces were preserved, like silhouettes in a movie painting. This was not the first time that Lin Chen had seen this method. But he knew that this was not the effect of the prop time hourglass, but only the method of this pioneer. It was exactly the same method used by the old woman in the battlefield of Death Dungeon. Only the three of us know the following conversation. The pioneer looked at Lin Chen and Elena, and suddenly raised his mouth. One yang and one yin, not bad. Not bad. Lin Chen felt that his judgment was not wrong at this time. He always felt that he could detect a very strong dangerous aura on this kind of GM, whether it was this pioneer or that old woman, it was the same. They are extremely mysterious, making people shudder. But even so, Lin Chen was very restrained. He knew that even if he had 100,000 attack power, if he were to fight against such an existence, his fate would be the same as that half-face makeup. So Lin Chen and Elena didn't say anything, just held hands and looked at the pioneer. The pioneer paused and finally spoke. The seal has begun to loosen this round. It is very likely that I won't be able to hold on to level 100. What? Do you mean? Lin Chen frowned. The pioneer looked at Lin Chen and did not continue to speak. This scene made Lin Chen curious. He suddenly thought of something and laughed in disbelief. No way. Don't you have some things you can't say? Lin Chen was immediately amused. Are you also like the NPCs? If you say too much, you will be punished by the system? In fact, there are system GMs who are willing to take the initiative to tell Lin Chen some secrets of the land of the hunting gods, which makes Lin Chen very concerned. After all, some NPCs, such as Xiaoyun, are afraid of being wiped out by the system, so they speak in a basically the same way as the Riddler. But now it was different. The one standing in front of him was a being that was superior to the NPC. If the other party was really a person like the system GM, could they really fight against the system rules? The pioneer ignored Lin Chen and continued. So I want to know how many people like you are there. People like me? Lin Chen pretended to be stupid. What kind of people? The pioneer waved at Lin Chen, and the next moment, a rusty iron sword floated out from around Lin Chen's body, and then was held in the pioneer's hand. There is an invisible attribute entry on it. Can you read it for me? The pioneer held the hilt of the sword and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was more certain that the pioneer was a GM at this time. When he first met the old woman in the tent, she could also see the bug entries of the iron sword in the ring. He did not answer the pioneer, but took the iron sword from her calmly. I hope to get an explanation from you. I really want to know how people like you can do this. The pioneer looked around Lin Chen and said, a sage who changed his job from a healer has an attack power close to 100,000. This is impossible. It turns out that there are things you don't know. Yes, we are at best the managers of the land of the hunting god, not the designers. We act according to the rules, and naturally need to abide by the rules, but it is obvious. The pioneer suddenly reached out and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, speaking in a gentle tone, like an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. Your special method is outside the rules. You can also say that you are cheaters. So you want to punish us cheaters? No. The pioneer shook his head. Even if you are cheaters, you have a reason to exist. Since the rules allow you to exist in the land of the hunting god, even we can't forcibly punish you. It's so funny. You just killed that half-face makeup in front of us. You are wrong again. Kill and punish are two different things. He is not a second-round player. Killing him will only make him never return to the land of the hunting god. Sanction is to directly erase the traces of your existence, whether in the real world or the land of the hunting god. Hearing this, Lin Chen thought of the spirit pet master who died in front of him. The old woman was completely sanctioned, and she would never return to Earth. She was truly dead. So I just want to know how you guys managed to do these things by breaking the normal rules of the game. As he said that, the pioneer pointed at the iron sword in Lin Chen's hand. What if I don't tell you? Actually, even if you don't tell me, I can find the answer in other ways, but I don't like to be so troublesome. I don't have much time. After a pause, the pioneer said in a serious tone, believe me, as an administrator, my starting point is always for the land of the hunting god. And the real world. Ah. Lin Chen sighed, and after hesitating for a long time, He finally spoke. Do you know what a bug is? Bug? Well, this is a computer term. In the field of games, a bug usually refers to a loophole or defect in a game program. As long as you find a way to trigger the bug, you can use the bug to cheat. You mean there are loopholes and flaws in the land of the hunting god? The pioneer seemed to have heard something very outrageous. Yes, I have such a high attack power now, because I took advantage of the bugs of the rusty iron sword and the lucky ring. Impossible. The pioneer seemed to mutter to himself. How could there be loopholes in the land of the hunting god designed by the great creator? Any system will have loopholes, let alone a world of the scale of the land of the hunting god. Although I don't know how many sets of code need to run to build such a world, I always feel that the designer of the land of the hunting god is an extremely great programmer. It is not an exaggeration for you to call him the creator. Chapter 367. After learning from Lin Chen that there were loopholes in the land of the hunting god, the pioneer seemed to need a lot of time to digest this matter. He paced back and forth in front of Lin Chen and Elena, and his face, which had originally been expressionless, was showing a look of doubt and sigh. For a long while, he seemed to force himself to accept this setting. If what you said is true, I want to know, how many loopholes are there in the land of the hunting god, and how many people have used these loopholes? It was as if from this moment on, the roles of Pioneer and Lin Chen were swapped, and Lin Chen was the administrator of the system. Are you asking me how many cheaters like me there are in the land of the hunting god? Yes. You are asking too much. Lin Chen put away his iron sword and shook his head very seriously. Not to mention the entire land of the hunting god, even the bug I am using now was created by accident. There are trillions of players in the land of the hunting god. It is normal for others to find out the nature of the bug besides us. You overestimate me. Lin Chen still had some reservations. He didn't create these bugs by accident. Not only that, he added these bugs to the background code himself, and he can use more than one bug. In addition to stacking attack power, Lin Chen can also use the special bug skill of Resurrection of the Dead, and use the bug to earn gold coins at the Pocket Can Merchant. Since the other party didn't mention the other two bugs, Lin Chen would not be stupid enough to tell them all. But is he going to tell the other party that the land of the hunting god is actually a game on Earth? Want to tell others that he can modify game data? And judging from the appearance of this pioneer, he doesn't seem to know as much as the old woman in the tent. Lin Chen thought for a while, and gave up. Since even the system administrator can't figure it out, it won't be of much use even if he tells it. It's better to hide this secret. Who knows, it may be very useful to him in the future. After listening to Lin Chen's words, the pioneer sighed again. Unfortunately, I don't know as much about the current operating rules of the hunting god land as she does. If that's the case, it's time for me to go find her and ask for clarification. After saying that, the pioneer seemed to have no intention of continuing to ask Lin Chen, and looked like he was ready to leave. But Lin Chen took the initiative to stop him. Wait! The pioneer looked up. What? Can I ask you a few questions? Ask them. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, hesitated for a while, and asked, What do you mean by the seal starting to loosen? The pioneer did not avoid the topic, but changed his answer. You too should have been to the border. Yes. Then do you know what my job is? Lin Chen was silent, waiting for the next words. My job is different from hers. I told you last time that she is responsible for the deployment of players and NPCs in the land of the hunting god, as well as the return of players in the second round. The pioneer paused and continued, and I am mainly responsible for maintaining the seals of the land of the hunting god, the real world, and the border, and designing some copies and ruins for the land of the hunting god. After a moment of silence, the pioneer changed the subject, but starting from this round, the seal at the junction of the three parties has become looser. Some time ago, the closure of the novice village was because the Sioux broke through the seal and poured into the junction area. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, and felt a little cold on his back. As expected of a system GM, if Xiaoyan had said this, she would never dare to say it. Sioux, what on earth is it? Lin Chen finally couldn't help asking. But the pioneer did not answer. Although I can answer this question, if I answer you, Genesis Fragment will no longer be necessary. These things need to be figured out by you players. Hearing Genesis Fragment, Lin Chen subconsciously glanced at his backpack. There was a piece of cloth-like item torn into pieces inside. It read, Genesis Fragment January 9th. Item quality, ? Item description, a piece of fragment torn off from Book of Genesis. There are 9 pieces in total. When all the fragments are collected, Book of Genesis can be reactivated. From the Book of Genesis, you can know the origin of the land of the hunting god and the truth of everything. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Now he knew that no matter whether he asked the NPC or the system GM, he needed to collect the fragments of creation and activate the Book of Genesis to know the truth about the central secret of the land of the hunting god, or the origin of the ruins. Do you have anything else to ask? The pioneer looked at Lin Chen. No more. Lin Chen shrugged. Since you have mentioned the item fragments of creation, what else can I ask? Just collect the Book of Creation and see it clearly. Yes. The pioneer nodded and finally prepared to leave again. However, after walking a few steps, he thought of something and turned to look at Lin Chen. After a while, the leveling limit will be lifted in the land of the hunting god. At that time, you should upgrade as much as possible. Your time, or our time, is running out. Lift the leveling limit? Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something. You mean? At that time, you don't need to kill the world boss, and you can directly upgrade from level 59 to 60? He just hummed, then waved his hand, and the time around him was no longer frozen, like a paused movie being replayed. And the pioneer disappeared without a trace. Lin Chen and Elena stood there in a daze for a long time. If Feng Chun and Gardenia hadn't come over and called out, they would have continued to be in a trance. After coming to their senses, Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, and the hands they had been holding were also covered with sweat. Chapter 368. When everything around her was calm, Elena suddenly thought of something, and was about to let go of Lin Chen's hand. But Lin Chen grabbed it back the moment the female elf's soft hand withdrew. Elena was stunned at first, and her whole body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at Lin Chen, but he was wearing a mask, and the female elf could not see Lin Chen's expression at all. Lin. Being held like this by the other party, Elena thought of the things that happened in the stone house before, and a blush quickly spread from behind her pointed ears. Die. The whole face was covered with sweat, and her hands were completely soaked with sweat as if they had been washed in water. And what made Elena feel the most ashamed was that she had just said in front of the player called Ban Mianzhuang, "I like him." These words. Lin Chen was not deaf. How could he pretend not to hear? Thinking of this, Elena's face became even redder. Wow, beauty, sister-in-law. Feng Chen didn't know how to address Elena now, so he simply combined beauty and sister-in-law together. There should be no way to catch a cold in the land of the hunting god. Why is your face as red as Guan Eri? Elena didn't know what Guan Eri was. To be honest, she didn't even listen carefully to what Feng Chen said. She just turned her head away and ignored him. But from beginning to end, Lin Chen had no intention of letting go of his hand, even though their hands were already uncomfortable with sweat stains. After a while, Lin Chen finally spoke. "I take you to kill monsters." Feng Chen just wanted to continue to joke with a playful smile, but after hearing this, his eyes lit up again. Before being surrounded by the group of players led by Ban Mianzhuang, they had already completed the main quest of level 50. To take on the next round of the main line, you need to reach level 52. Although Lin Chen and Elena have reached that level, he and Gardenia are still hovering at level 50. Feng Chen originally thought that Lin Chen's next sentence was for him and Gardenia to learn the awakening skills. Really, brother? Let's go! Feng Chen rubbed his hands and took out the rusty iron sword. Which dungeon should we go to? Not to the dungeon, go to a wild place with more monsters. Wild. Feng Chen was a little puzzled. The number of monsters in the wild can't be more than the monsters in the dungeon, right? Lin Chen, I know. Feng Chen blinked, somewhat unsure of what Lin Chen was planning. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen continued, but monsters in the wild can increase friendship. Friendship. As soon as these three words came out, Lin Chen felt Elena's hand in his palm move slightly, but she didn't pull it out, letting Lin Chen hold it. Feng Chen was a little confused at first, but he was not stupid. He quickly figured out something from the fact that marriage required 10,000 friendship points. Combined with the fact that Elena had just said something in front of them that was no different from a confession, Feng Chen immediately came to his senses. Understood. No more words. Let's go. Feng Chen wanted to carry a plaque that read, "I hold a banner for Brother Lin," and the beauty on his shoulder. Gardenia behind him whispered something a little uncomfortably. I won't go. I want to learn the awakening skills. Originally, he planned to return to the city after saying this, but the next moment Feng Chen grabbed Gardenia's wrist. Hey, did you forget that you can become sworn brothers to increase friendship? When can we learn awakening? Let's go. No, brother Feng I. The girl was grabbed by Feng Chen, and then followed Lin Chen and Elena. Soon, Lin Chen and the other three came to a place that looked very beautiful. In addition to countless strange areas on the land of the hunting god, most of the time, the players can see basically black tones. Broken walls and ruins can be seen everywhere, and it is not an exaggeration to say that everything is dilapidated. But even in this world full of strangeness, there are many beautiful places. Just like playing games in the past, in addition to some players who play the game step by step and abide by the rules, there are also another type of people called Scenery Party. At this time, Lin Chen and others stepped into an area where Scenery Party players flocked to. This place has a beautiful name: Flower and Butterfly Valley. The location of Flower and Butterfly Valley is no longer measured by distance from the Emerald Paradise. When they came here, they even paid the teleportation NPC 3 times the usual price. Wow! Gardenia, who had been feeling depressed all the way, couldn't help but open her eyes wide when she saw the flowers and butterflies fluttering in front of her. Even Elena, who was beside Lin Chen, couldn't help but take a few more glances. As a second-round player, she naturally knew this place, but she didn't expect Lin Chen to choose to come here. Is this the wilderness? Feng Chen, a grown man, looked around in disbelief. According to his understanding, wilderness is basically a place full of all kinds of monsters, but here, apart from flowers and butterflies, there seems to be no danger at all. At this point, Feng Chen could even see many players walking among the flowers and butterflies in the distance. They looked like tourists who came to enjoy the flowers in the real world, and they seemed so calm. But Feng Chen and Gardenia found something a little wrong. That is, the players were not wearing protective gear, but fashion with basically no defense value. Wow, these people are really romantic. In order to blend in with this place, they dared to come out wearing only fashion. As he spoke, Feng Chen was about to walk into the flowers. But Elena suddenly called him. Wait a minute. Feng Chen was stunned, and he and Gardenia turned back at the same time. Beautiful sister-in-law, what's wrong? Feng Chen blurted out. Elena obviously didn't get used to this very strange name from Feng Chen's mouth. She could only ignore it as a default, and then spoke. You are not allowed to enter the Flower and Butterfly Valley wearing equipment. If we walk in like this, the flowers and butterflies will turn into monsters and attack you. Hearing what Elena said, Feng Chen was stunned. He looked at the flowers and butterflies in front of him again, and he really couldn't figure out how these things turned into monsters. Damn, is this true? Feng Chen raised his eyes and looked at the players wandering in the flowers again. Sure enough, every one of them was wearing fashion. I was wondering how these people dared to wear only fashion. So this is what happened. Unlike ordinary protective gear, special equipment such as fashion has no value at all. Their only use is to look good. But as a grown man, he and Lin Chen were the same. Even if these useless costumes were dropped, they would not even take a second look. Moreover, the costumes were all of white quality. Unless they were deliberately looked for, they would fall on the ground and mix with other equipment, and many people would not notice them. Mr. Lin. Elena finally mustered up the courage to look at Lin Chen, with a hint of reluctance in her tone. Are we going to kill monsters here? Gardenia also looked at Lin Chen with some reluctance. To be honest, it was the first time that Gardenia saw such a beautiful scenery in the land of the hunting god. The flowers and plants, the dense butterflies flying in the sea of flowers, looked so beautiful. Occasionally, there were a few female players wearing very beautiful fashions walking through the flowers, which was quite interesting. Lin Chen scratched his head. In other words, he came here to kill monsters, because according to the level, if he wanted to increase his friendliness, he could only kill monsters that were not less than the team's average level of 5. The monsters in this place are all level 48, which is completely suitable for them. The most important thing is that there are a lot of monsters here, but seeing the two girls, Gardenia and Elena, looking at him like this, Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that he had a sense of guilt for destroying the beauty with his own hands. Before Lin Chen could speak, Feng Chen beside him said in a nonchalant way, Anyway, it will be refreshed here when the time comes, so what are you afraid of? After saying that, he waved the rusty iron sword in his hand, pretending that he couldn't wait to stack the attack power. But he regretted it right after he finished speaking, because not only was Gardenia staring at him, but Elena also looked at him expressionlessly. Sorry, I shut up. Feng Chen very cooperatively put away the iron sword in his hand, and even searched in his backpack for a while, and then found a piece of clothing. Seeing this, Elena glanced at Lin Chen again, with a hint of request in her eyes. Even with a mask on, it was the first time that Lin Chen saw Elena looking at him with such an expression and posture. At this time, she was slightly raising her head, and she actually looked a little coquettish. Lin Chen laughed. Then let's go in and take a rest first. We find a new monster spawning location later? After getting Lin Chen's answer, Elena suddenly showed a smile that made Lin Chen a little dazed. The background was an endless sea of flowers, and Elena's smile perfectly interpreted smile like a flower. Chapter 369. After Lin Chen met Elena, he basically never saw this kind of smile on Elena's face. On weekdays, this female elf always looked cold. Even when she was with him, she would show shyness, but she never smiled like this. Lin Chen only felt Elena let go of his hand, and then in Lin Chen's trance, the female elf and Gardenia changed into beautiful clothes, and then stepped into the sea of flowers in front. In that gorgeous sea of flowers, Lin Chen automatically ignored those players who cast their eyes on Elena and Gardenia, and also ignored the awkward appearance of Feng Chen, the rough old man, walking clumsily on the flower and butterfly path. Even Lin Chen ignored Gardenia, who was standing with Elena. It seemed that at this moment, the eyes under Lin Chen's mask were only for this fairy, who seemed to have walked out of a fairy tale. Her figure was perfectly integrated with the natural scenery around her. The dress she changed into was a light and feathery gauze skirt, with the most gentle color of spring as the base, an elegant pink and blue interweaving, like the clouds reflected in the sky at dawn. The skirt swayed gently in the wind, and every ripple was full of vitality and vigor, and the delicate lace was like the edge of a petal blooming in the morning dew, delicate and dreamy. Lin Chen couldn't help but secretly praise the designer of this fashion in his heart. There are clothes that fit so well in this world, especially the thin silver-studded belt tied around Elena's waist, which not only outlines her graceful figure, but also adds a bit of aristocratic elegance and extraordinariness. At this time, a gust of wind blowing from the sea of flowers swept Elena's hair. Elena carefully protected her carefully woven complex braids, which were interspersed with a few wild flowers just picked from the sea of flowers, which complemented her outfit. The eyes of the female elf looked even deeper and brighter under the background of this outfit. She turned her head and saw Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, are you coming?" Lin Chen was stunned without realizing it. Hearing the invitation of the female elf, he subconsciously took a step back. But Elena suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Lin Chen's hand, and tried to drag Lin Chen into the sea of flowers. Lin Chen quickly came to his senses. He quickly opened his backpack, found a set of fashion that he had been reluctant to throw away before, and put it on. During the process, Elena stretched out her jade hand, and took off the shadow mask on Lin Chen's face. He was dragged into the sea of flowers by Elena. At this moment, Lin Chen seemed to be about to remember the scene when he and Zhao Yuding first came to this place in his previous life. In the vague memory, it seemed that he and Zhao Yuding had walked through this sea of flowers together. But no matter how he remembered, in the end, he would only be firmly attracted by the woman in front of him, who was holding his wrist and looking at him while retreating. He didn't want to think about the past anymore, and let Elena lead him further and further, getting deeper and deeper. After an unknown amount of time, the four of them left the Flower and Butterfly Valley. Because Lin Chen suddenly received a message from a friend named Shirtai Yin Liang. After the four of them walked out of the sea of flowers, and put on their protective gear again, Lin Chen replied, "What's wrong?" In the private chat with his friends, Shirtai Yin Liang continued to answer, "President, you may not believe it, but it's really a ghost. An NPC who should have been standing near the flower bed turntable actually left the stall and found me." Lin Chen was stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and asked, "NPC? Is it a man or a woman?" "Female. She looks very attractive. Oh, by the way, it seems to be an NPC responsible for strengthening equipment. She stuffed me with a handful of melon seeds before leaving. I know who it is. What does she want to talk to you about?" "She didn't come to see me. She said she came to see you, but after searching around the main city, she could only let me bring you a message." "You say?" The girl said that the novice village dungeon is now open. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and he almost subconsciously raised his head to look at the three people around him. Shirtai Yin Liang continued, "I still don't understand what this sentence means. President, why do I remember that the novice village should be closed? Where is the copy? But I wanted to ask more, but the girl walked away very arrogantly. I have to say that the girl is not only good looking, but also has a good personality." Shirtai Yin Liang kept chattering, but Lin Chen no longer needed to listen to the rest of the words. He closed the page and laughed. "Okay, it seems that we can't increase the friendship for the time being. We have business to do." Lin Chen stood up after saying that. "Brother, what business?" Feng Chen asked hurriedly, "Can the attack power be stacked?" Lin Chen didn't answer, but just laughed. "Let's go, follow me to the novice village." Chapter 370. When they returned to the main city, and came to the front of the teleportation guide NPC, Lin Chen and others suddenly heard a familiar system prompt in their brains. Attention, the special event has been opened. The copy transformed from the novice village is open to the public. Entering the copy can obtain a large amount of gold coins, experience points, and Guishi points that can be exchanged for props. Players can teleport through the teleportation guide NPC. The crowd stopped more than 10 meters away from the teleportation NPC. They looked at each other. Feng Chen and GZ were even more confused by the prompt sound. How could the novice village, which had been closed by the system, be changed into a dungeon? And what can be obtained in it? Guishi point? Guishi point, what is it? Feng Chen almost blurted out. But originally thought that Lin Chen and Elena could explain it, but Feng Chen found that their expressions were a little serious. Because Lin Chen and Elena, two second-round players, never thought that the land of the hunting god would actually use the power of Guishi at this time. Is the qualification issued to all players? They will not doubt what the so-called Guishi points are. That is the Guishi power that the second-round players can obtain by killing high-level Su after returning to the real world through the Guishi scroll. But now even ordinary players can get access to this kind of thing. Mr. Lin, is it true that the time for the hunting god land is running out, as the pioneer said? Elena turned to look at Lin Chen and asked seriously. Who knows? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows at the NPC in front of him. Go and ask. After that, Lin Chen brought the three people to the familiar teleportation guide. We meet again. Lin Chen said straight to the point. Xiaoyun has already found me, but with this system prompt sound, I don't think I need to let you notify. The teleportation guide smiled at first, but after hearing what Lin Chen said, he gradually stopped smiling. You mean, you players heard the prompt sound of the novice village turning into a copy? Yes, all the players should have heard it. At this point, they could already see some players approaching this side. Some people even waved to the NPC, and asked the NPC to help them teleport to the novice village from a distance. The system prompts of the NPC and the player group were not interoperable. It was obvious that the NPC was somewhat surprised by this kind of news. You are not the only one who is confused, we are also confused. Lin Chen moved closer. Let's talk about the rest later. Now we need to go to the novice village. The teleportation guide hesitated for a while, then nodded. Because the NPCs in charge of teleportation had also received their internal information that the novice village dungeon had been opened. If any player requested to enter the novice village, they must satisfy them as long as they had enough money. Okay, 1 gold coin per person. Lin Chen was stunned. 1 gold coin per person. Yes, this is set by the system, which is equivalent to an admission ticket. Not only Lin Chen, in the following time, the NPCs asked every player who came here and prepared to go to the novice village to get a gold coin ticket per person. This is gold coins. Although the players who come here are all between level 45 and 50, it is not necessarily a good deal to buy a ticket with 1 gold coin. After all, no one knows what this dungeon is for, how dangerous it is, and how to play it. You should know that other dungeons will have some clearance strategies, but this new dungeon is completely in the state of being developed, and no player has entered it yet. I have a bad feeling that this dungeon must be very dangerous. And I've never heard of a dungeon opening that needs a notification sound. So it seems that except for the world boss, no dungeon has this treatment. Well, that makes sense. After all, I've never seen a dungeon that requires a ticket. Generally speaking, this is similar to the ruins, but the ruins don't cost money. These are all small matters. The most important thing is that the ticket is too expensive, just 1 gold coin. People began to talk about it, and as time went by, more and more people gathered around, and the noise of talking and talking also made the NPC a little dissatisfied. Dear Chosen, if you are not ready to teleport, please leave. This is not the entrance to the dungeon. After this, Lin Chen also became interested. Isn't this the entrance to the dungeon? No, I am only responsible for helping you teleport to the waiting area of the novice village. If you are ready to enter the dungeon, you need to wait in the waiting area for the special NPC to operate. Everyone looked at each other again. But soon, Lin Chen handed over 4 gold coins. Then please help the 4 of us teleport. When the light of the transmission faded, Lin Chen and his 4 companions found themselves standing in a conference hall. There were actually quite a few tables and chairs inside the hall. What surprised Lin Chen and his companions the most was that there was a podium at the front of the huge hall, and behind the podium, there was actually a huge blackboard. It looked like a multifunctional university classroom. In a trance, beams of light fell from the side, and more players came here. However, looking at the appearance of these people, most of the players were puzzled. Obviously, they didn't know where this place was. Brother, why does this place look like the layout on Earth? Feng Chen walked over and whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Feng Chen was right. As Earthlings, they were very familiar with the layout and structure of the hall around them. Even the hundreds of tables and chairs distributed in the room were very common styles on Earth, and there was also a podium and blackboard in the front, which looked very inconsistent. Do you remember that we entered a copy called Zombie King before? Lin Chen replied. The copies in the land of the hunting god are all kinds of strange, and it's not strange to see things from our Earth. Feng Chen suddenly thought of the dungeon they had entered before. It was in that dungeon that they first met Elena. In that dungeon, everything was very similar to Earth, with tall concrete buildings and cars everywhere. The only difference from Earth was the zombies all over the city. As they talked, more and more people gathered around them, and soon hundreds of people appeared in the hall. In the end, they talked so much that they turned this place into a vegetable market. What's going on? Didn't we say we were going to enter a dungeon? What is this place? Why are these wooden chairs so awkward to sit on? Why is the dark wall in the front so small? What are we going to do now? Waiting for someone. People were talking to each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. However, as time passed, some players with bad tempers even started to prepare for a fight here. In this stalemate, an old man appeared. Although the old man walked slowly, he walked very steadily. He came around from the other side of the blackboard, leaning on a cane in his hand, and said something to everyone. Dear chosen ones, please be patient. The old man had a faint smile on his face. His voice was not loud, and he only looked around. When this old man appeared, he was like a huge magnet, attracting the attention of everyone present. In the crowd, Lin Chen was stunned. He seemed to have seen this old man somewhere. After thinking about it, his eyes gradually widened. Village chief? Yes, this old man was the village chief in the quest hall of the novice village, and the first quest-type NPC that all players saw after entering the land of the hunting god. Chapter 371. As the old man gradually approached, the tense atmosphere in the hall gradually loosened, and the confrontation between the players began to slowly dissipate. Because the person who came was an NPC with no health bar on his head. Although I don't know what the situation is now, the appearance of an NPC means that it is related to the dungeon that is about to begin. When Lin Chen knew the identity of this old man, he couldn't help but ponder carefully for a while. If all the NPCs in the land of the hunting god are actually selected from the real world like the players, then the NPCs, who originally worked in the novice village, will naturally not die directly with the closure of the novice village. In addition to going to work in the low-level main city, some of them will also be assigned to other places by the system. For example, the old man in front of me, before the novice village was closed, he played the role of the novice village chief. His main task was to explain the rules and background of the land of the hunting god to the players, who reached level 10, and then opened the portal to throw the players out of the novice village. I just don't know what role he played this time. As the old man formally walked to the podium, he bowed to everyone, then smiled and continued. Dear chosen ones, I am the guide responsible for entering the dungeon for everyone present. Maybe some of the chosen ones present have seen me. I used to be the village chief in novice village number 9527. People looked at each other, and almost no one recognized the old man. After all, they came from all corners of the world, and there were even various races present, including humans, orcs and elves. Naturally, they would not have any impression of this human village chief, who belonged to the 9527th novice village. However, the old man did not dwell on this topic for too long. He continued, I will explain the precautions of this dungeon to you. As he said this, he bowed to the group of players again. The players finally began to take it seriously. Since the other party was the guide and narrator of this dungeon, they were relieved. Compared with some clueless dungeons, it was as important for an NPC like the old man to explain the precautions to them as a clearance strategy. At this time, Lin Chen and Elena bowed to the old man almost at the same time as a return gift. Immediately, the players present also returned the gift. They were all high-level players around level 50, and there were many well-known figures on the leaderboard. But Elena, who is currently the number 1 in the battle power list, returned the gift, so how could they continue to be arrogant? Seeing the look of the crowd, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, please take a seat. The players hesitated for a moment, and then once again followed Elena, who had already sat down, and they all sat on the nearest chairs. The next moment, the old man finally began to explain the dungeon. Dear Lords of the Chosen, I will explain the rules of this dungeon as briefly and clearly as possible. Everyone was silent, waiting for the next words. The old man turned his body aside, and tapped the blackboard behind him with his finger. In an instant, the entire blackboard was suddenly rippled, and then a picture appeared on the blackboard. In the picture, a huge commercial district with tall buildings appeared. Seeing this picture, many players from Earth could not sit still. They stared at the tall buildings in the picture with wide eyes. Obviously, they did not expect that this copy would be such a scene. Earth? Earth? Someone covered his mouth directly. His eyes were red. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the woman, who almost cried. She was a level 50 healer, and she was staring at the picture and couldn't stop sobbing. It seemed that he had never thought that he would see the buildings of Earth in the land of the hunting god one day, and he was stunned for a moment. No, this is not Earth. The old man shook his head. This is just a copy designed by the great administrator. Please don't classify it with the real world you live in. Hearing the old man's words, many voices of discussion disappeared again. Elena looked at Lin Chen carefully, and when she saw Lin Chen looking at her, the female elf spoke. Mr. Lin, could the manager he mentioned be the pioneer? Lin Chen did not deny it. It's possible. After all, the androgynous pioneer said that he was responsible for maintaining the seal and designing the dungeon of the hunting god land. Speaking of this, Lin Chen wanted to know what type of dungeon this was, and whether the monsters inside were related to ruins. After explaining that the dungeon had nothing to do with the earth, the old man continued to signal everyone to look at the blackboard. In the picture, the streets and squares of the entire business district were full of vitality and life, and colorful neon lights flashed on both sides of the narrow streets. If there were people in this picture, it would look more real. But apart from these buildings, the screen was empty, so it looked very inconsistent. The screen then switched constantly with the old man waving his hands frequently, and pictures appeared one after another on the blackboard. Bustling streets, wide shopping malls, busy roads, except that there were still no people. All kinds of pictures flashed by one after another. Hey, old man, why are you showing us this? An orc asked in a muffled voice. The old man smiled slightly. I just want you to get familiar with the structure of the dungeon first, because when the dungeon starts, you need to find a prop where these pictures are, and then bring it out. People were startled and immediately began to discuss. At this time, Feng Chen raised his hand. Old man, are there any monsters in there? Of course there are. The old man laughed. Not only are there, but there are a lot of them. Hearing this, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he finally spoke. Lin Chen, are they Su? When this was said, not only the old man, but at least 5 or 6 of the hundreds of players present were startled at the same time, and then looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored these players. After all, in his opinion, among these high-level players, it is impossible that he and Elena are the only 2 second-round players. It's just that he didn't expect that there would be 5 second-round players in this waiting area. The old man on the podium was silent for a while, then nodded. Yes, countless ruins. Chapter 372. Weak? What do you mean by weak? Kidney deficiency. Someone asked loudly, causing some confused players to laugh. The old man on the podium was not annoyed. He knew that although there were countless copies transformed from the novice village, his copy was just one of countless copies, but even so, there should be second-round players present. Since there were second-round players here, they must know the existence of the ruins. The old man continued to point to the blackboard behind him. When the chosen ones enter the dungeon, the system will give you a vague landmark. According to the landmark and the chosen one's own improvisation, they can find the item under the siege of countless monsters, and then return to the dungeon entrance to clear the dungeon. The man who just shouted out kidney deficiency asked loudly again. What do you mean? The main task of this dungeon is to find things? The old man finally raised his eyes, and looked at the man who was talking. He was a level 50 swordsman, with a very long sword on his waist. Judging from the quality, it should be a level 48 purple sword. Not necessarily. If the chosen ones are sure to kill all the monsters in the dungeon can be closed naturally. The scene suddenly became quieter, because they could sense a chill in the old man's words. Finally, another person raised his hand and asked, how many monsters are there? For these high-level players present, the number of monsters in a dungeon usually stays within a certain range. Even if they are already level 50, they rarely encounter dungeons with more than 500 monsters. If there are more than 500 monsters, the scale of the dungeon is no longer suitable for a team of ordinary players to fight. But now, people are really unsure, because the number of players participating in the dungeon is really too many. There are more than 400 players sitting in the hall alone. Come to think of it, except for the dungeon of the world boss, it seems that there is no other dungeon that can support so many people entering at the same time. Seeing the players whispering to each other, the old man shook his head very honestly. Sorry, I don't know these things, so please forgive me for not being able to tell you. After that, The old man explained the precautions to the players around him in coordination with the constantly changing blackboard, including but not limited to how to obtain special props to pass the dungeon, the special characteristics of monsters, and the special landforms of the dungeon site. In this way, everyone waited in the same place for about 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the old man finally closed the blackboard that switched the screen, and then looked at the more than 400 players in front of him seriously. "Chosen ones, if you are ready, please follow me." After saying that, he turned his head, and then under the gaze of everyone, he gently pushed open the blackboard. The blackboard and a whole huge wall suddenly turned into double doors. With a sound of creaking, a dim light shone in from outside. The players no longer hesitated, stood up immediately, and walked forward. The scene that just appeared on the blackboard suddenly caught their eyes. For Earthlings like Lin Chen, the scene in front of them was so familiar that they felt as if they were back on Earth. A faint light penetrated the thin clouds, and then sprinkled lightly on the street under the dilution of the clouds and mist. The players walked out of the conference hall, their steps were solemn, and their expressions were serious. But when people walked out of the conference hall, they could not move forward. There was a transparent water curtain barrier in front of them. At this moment, the barrier was shaking slightly. A player poked it with his finger, and the entire barrier was immediately rippled. Looking forward through the transparent barrier, the various dilapidated buildings and the oppressive sky above made everyone frown. Even though the dungeon had not officially started, a special tense atmosphere was spreading in the air, and people took out their weapons. Dear chosen ones, there are still 5 minutes of preparation time. You can release the buff skills for yourself and your compatriots. The old man stood in front of the interface, turned around and said to the players, "I don't know if it was the fear of the unknown, or if this dungeon was dangerous enough, but everyone started to release buff skills like crazy without thinking." For a moment, the colorful lights where more than 400 players stood flashed back and forth, looking like police lights. Damn, so formal? I'm already nervous. A shadow who changed from an assassin took a deep breath, holding a weapon shaped like a dagger in his hand. I'm kind of regretting coming here. I've never seen so many players participating in a dungeon at the same time. Other players around him echoed, "It's not a world boss. This is just too big a scene." Isn't it? Even with Elena, the number 1 on the battle power list, I'm a little nervous. Yes, hurry up and hug her thigh. Take me one, take me one. After discussing, someone immediately ran to Elena and Lin Chen, and then attentively released several buff skills to Elena. Don't push me. Feng Chen was pushed to the back by a boxing champion who was trying to get close to him. He immediately pulled the boxing champion by the collar and pulled him back. Are you sick? But the boxing champion didn't get angry. He could see that Lin Chen, Feng Chen and Gardenia were Elena's teammates. If he wanted to get help from someone like Elena, he couldn't get along with these people. Sorry, Elena, are you still short of teammates? Give me one? But Elena didn't look at the boxing champion from beginning to end. Her sight was focused on Lin Chen, except for the area behind the barrier. A few minutes later, a burst of excited shouts rang out in the crowd, and everyone's eyes were immediately focused on the barrier in front. The barrier is open. When the water curtain turned into bubbles and exploded, a nauseating stench suddenly surged from the area in front. This smell even formed a storm that rushed over from the front. The next moment, everyone present unconsciously stepped back a few steps. Except for Lin Chen and Elena, even the few second-round players present were shocked by the violent and pure smell of Su. Elena was already used to the smell coming from Su, but some elves in the crowd, who had never seen Su, were not so lucky. Their noses were sensitive, and when the smell came, they immediately covered their noses tightly, as if they had inhaled poisonous gas. Even Feng Chen and Gardenia couldn't help but frown. Brother, why have I smelled this smell before? Feng Chen covered his nose and looked at Lin Chen. Feng Chen had indeed smelled this smell. He was with an NPC named Xiaoyuan to look for Lin Chen and Elena. At that time, it was also in the novice village. Xiaoyuan used a long knife to slash the ground. There was a cave entrance, and Feng Chen saw Lin Chen and Elena in the cave entrance. Later, he heard Lin Chen say that they had entered a place called Intersection Domain. But Feng Chen would not make a mistake. This smell was the same as the one he smelled at the entrance of the Intersection Domain cave at that time. Exactly the same. At this moment, all the players stared at the front, but no one was the first to step forward, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Damn, a bunch of cowards. A loud piercing sound was heard, and then a swordsman carrying a katana was seen in the crowd. He was the one who said kidney deficiency. He did not hesitate, and walked forward immediately. The rest of the players looked at each other. After all, with the first person taking the lead, they also took steps one after another. Lin Chen also said, "Let's go too." Chapter 373. But when everyone just stepped into the barrier that disappeared, suddenly, everyone's brains emitted a very sharp electric sound. It was like wearing a pair of headphones with leakage, so everyone couldn't help but cover their ears at the same time. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. "Fuck, what the hell?" Someone immediately covered his ears and shook his head. "Mr. Lin, what's going on?" Elena subconsciously looked at Lin Chen. It should be that the system prompt sound is disordered. Lin Chen scratched his ears. After all, this was a novice village before, and it became what it is now after the transformation. So don't forget, this is the place closest to the border area, and the pioneer also said that the seal of the border area can no longer be suppressed, so this place is strictly speaking not a complete hunting god land, which can also explain why there will be a special dungeon guide after entering the dungeon. Well, I almost understand. Elena nodded. But Feng Chen beside her looked confused. "Brother, sister-in-law, what are you two talking about? I don't understand at all." Lin Chen patted Feng Chen's shoulder helplessly. "It's okay, just follow me when the time comes." This special noise in the brain lasted for a few seconds before gradually calming down. But even so, everyone could still hear some very low, continuous subtle prompt sounds in their minds, which sounded like random codes after the broadcaster broke down. However, if you can tolerate this subtle noise, like electricity, you can ignore it. At this moment, the players can no longer care about the sound in their heads. Everyone stares at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. What the hell? In front of them, countless corpses piled up like a mountain. These corpses formed by various races made the air full of disgusting smells all the time. As they went deeper, they could even see many corpses of special races and creatures that they couldn't even name lying in various corners. The distance was far, and the transparent barrier blocked the players' vision, so they couldn't see clearly. However, walking on the broken road, enduring the stench everywhere, everyone was shocked and speechless. A female mage looked around in horror, her eyes full of confusion, and said, "What on earth is this place? It's so scary." No one answered her, and some second-round players in the crowd became more and more serious as they walked. Because the smell of Su became very pungent, if they guessed correctly, they should run into those Su very soon. Immediately, they tightened their weapons and switched to fighting mode. In the crowd, Lin Chen and the female elf beside him looked at each other, and then the two nodded as if in tacit understanding. This action made Feng Chen confused again. "No, brother, sister-in-law, what deal have you two reached? Can you take me to play?" Lin Chen whispered to Feng Chen and Gardenia. "There are no monsters in this place for now, and the system has already sent us the vague location of the prop, so let's not waste time and go to the planned location first." "Brother, are you sure?" "Yes, follow me." After saying that, Lin Chen suddenly started, and a dark green mist flowed around his side imperceptibly. The next moment, after being blessed with movement speed, he suddenly burst out with an unexpected speed. Lin Chen's body was like a cannonball, facing the front. Swish! He rushed out with a roar, and his speed was so fast that people were stunned. Lin Chen was right. This place was no longer a copy of the hunting god land. This place had a part similar to the real sense on Earth, so in people's eyes, Lin Chen seemed to disappear in an instant. His body even drew a black arc in the air, like a flash of lightning. As Lin Chen rushed out first with the momentum of King's Domain, the female elf Elena did not hesitate. The speed of this extremely beautiful woman was equally terrifying. On her perfect figure, all the strength of her body was condensed and exploded at this time. Then, Elena's body also drew a sharp arc in the wind, sprinting forward at a speed almost the same as Lin Chen. "Brother, wait for me!" Feng Chen did not hesitate. He looked at Gardenia and immediately ran, with Lin Chen and others taking the lead, and the swordsman, who had been deep in the game from the beginning, the players present finally stopped hesitating. The bodies of these high-level players were like cannonballs, accompanied by short sonic booms. The bodies of more than 400 players disappeared quickly, leaving only after images one after another in the original place. After a while, the footsteps of many players finally stopped. According to the location set by the system, they stood in front of a special building complex. It looks like the fortress in some movies. It looks really depressing. In front of them was a combination of countless low buildings and tall buildings. They seemed to be built on the mountain. Looking up, there was a very narrow passage extending up among these buildings, and on both sides of the passage were those narrow but tall buildings. In the sight, The passage that was very eye-catching in these chaotic buildings stretched to the feet of the players, but no one knew where the other end of this passage was hidden in the building complex. As time went by, more and more players came here, and finally all the players seemed to be standing in this place. Why did you stop here? Some players, who came later, were curious about what so many people were going to do standing here. Looking forward through the crowd, what stopped everyone from moving forward was a very dilapidated iron door. A door that seemed to collapse with just a slight push. Originally, someone was going to push open this door. After all, the location marked by the system must pass through this special fortress. But now no one has opened this door. To be precise, someone stopped the person who pushed the door. Damn it, are you sick? This is a must-pass place. How can you get through if you don't push the door open? A soldier standing at the door frowned and stared at the man on the side. Originally, he planned to kick open the iron door and then cross the fortress along the passage, but was stopped by a masked man on the side. The man was wearing a mask and was holding his chest with his hands at this time, staring at the group of players with interest. People recognized him. He was the one who rushed into the depths with Elena at the beginning. But people don't know why this person wants to stop them from opening the door. Are you sure you are ready? Lynchen asked in a low voice through the mask. What? The man was stunned. Behind this door is the monstrous ruins. So are you really ready? The player frowned and glanced at Lynchen. He said, What are you talking about? How can we find the props if we don't push the door? Are we going to wait for the props to grow legs and run over by themselves? Lynchen shrugged. It's up to you then. Although the man hesitated, he still cursed lunatic and put his hand on the surface of the iron door. As he exerted a little force, a chill surged from behind the door. He had an illusion that he was not pushing an old iron door, but the seal of another world. He seemed to see the awakening army, the broken gas and liquid wriggling monsters staring at them with scarlet eyes, ready to tear them apart at any time. The player shuddered. He didn't know why such a picture appeared in his head, and he immediately retracted his hand. But it was too late. The door had been pushed by him and slowly collapsed. Boom! After the dull sound, everyone heard an indescribable roar. Then, heavy rain poured down. Chapter 374. After the rusty iron door was pushed open, the dust splashed by it after it fell to the ground had not yet disappeared, and the dark clouds gathered above the head threw down heavy rain. That was really rain, the rain that could feel cold when hitting the face. It would flow down people's faces, and finally fall to the ground in raindrops. The players subconsciously followed the raindrops, and looked at the ground. Many female players stretched out their hands, and tried to make their hands touch the rain. Although there were rainy days in the land of the hunting god, the feeling of being caught in that kind of rain was compared to now. It was a world of difference. Why do I feel like I'm in the real world now? Someone even shuddered. What a disgusting feeling. I have goosebumps all over my body. As they spoke, everyone subconsciously focused their eyes on the only passage that ran through the fortress. No one knew where the other end of the road was, but this end was being stepped on by the players. In such a depressing scene, the players finally couldn't sit still. They began to release buff skills to themselves and their teammates again, and the light effects of the skills flashed one after another in the rain. It turns out that the players were right to be alert. Because when the rain was getting heavier, some people with sharp eyes had seen something coming out from the other end of the passage. Something is coming. But before the words were finished, the faces of the players standing slightly in front suddenly turned pale. People finally understood where the unknown sense of oppression came from. Monsters. There were monsters everywhere. 10, 50, 200, 5,000, tens of thousands. Countless monsters made of black liquid and mist are gathering together, forming a terrifying black tsunami, crushing the fortress, and then rushing towards them violently. In the crowd, there are several second-round players. When they see the monster tide rushing in front of them, they can't help but swallow their saliva. Ruins. So many. Although they have returned to the real world through the Guishu scroll, and have also met these ruins in the real world, they never thought that one day they would see these things in the dungeon of the land of the hunting god, and never thought that there would be so many. Damn, there are so many monsters. In the crowd, the swordsman who had mentioned kidney deficiency cursed in a deep voice at this moment, but then he actually drew out his long sword and took a step forward. The people around him also took a deep breath. Following the swordsman, most of the players here did not choose to flee, nor were they frightened by such an exaggerated and strong Su aura, but stood side by side tacitly. Looking at this posture, they are ready to fight hand-to-hand with the Su like a tide. Lynchen groaned, and then couldn't help but look up to these players. For him and Elena, Although these tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of ruins rushing over were indeed very spectacular, they had killed more in the border area before, and for Lin Chen, these things were not a concern at all. But the 400 or 500 people who appeared here now were unlikely to resist these waves composed of ruins, because the number of these ghost things was too large. As the tide got closer, some people saw the weird appearance of the Sioux, but no one retreated and fled. As expected of high-level players, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and also wanted to see how these players fought with such a large number of Sioux. As the Sioux approached, Lin Chen finally saw the appearance of these Sioux. Just as he guessed, these endless Sioux had no levels and health bars. They were so numerous that not a single one could stack attack power. He sighed, and put away the rusty iron sword in his hand. At this time, the roars of the ruins finally came out completely. Their bodies, whose faces could not be seen clearly, were filled with unspeakable bloodthirstiness and madness. As they ran, their limbs kept changing. Sometimes they looked like humans, and sometimes they became monsters similar to four-legged beasts. Their bodies collided with each other, and were disturbed by the raindrops above their heads, like endless mud, and it was running, living mud. This road that ran through the fortress and the mountains behind it was completely occupied by these black ruins. The buildings on both sides of the road kept collapsing, and then the ruins were covered by thick ruins before they completely collapsed. They jumped and jumped in the crowded passages and in the gaps between the buildings, moving around and rushing towards the player group like a flood. However, because the road was too narrow, many ruins would be tripped by debris and their own kind when they were running. They stumbled and fell to the ground, but the endless stream of ruins behind them would continue to trample them. Black slime splashed on the former's body. Suddenly, the ruins piled up like a stack of arhats, as if they were getting higher and higher, but they were also collapsing towards the players, higher and higher, closer and closer. When the ruins were less than 100 meters away from the player group, someone in the crowd finally stood up. Not one person, but 6 wind catchers came out directly. These wind catchers pulled their bows and arrows in tacit understanding. Shoot! The next moment, the 6 people released wind of the natural moat at the same time. As the bowstrings in the wind catchers' mouths trembled, the huge kinetic energy of the hurricane was released at the same time. 6 blue arrows flew out like balls with arcs. Then, when the light wrapped in the hurricane moved in front of the ruins, it suddenly turned into a huge translucent barrier. The barrier formed by the natural wind released by the 6 wind catchers at the same time was very large, completely blocking the steps of these ruins, and making them trapped inside this man-made invincible barrier. Under the boundless gray sky, the rain was getting heavier, but people were always shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere of depression. With a low and endless roar, like the roar of a giant whale surging in the deep sea, the sea tide composed of a suffocating number of ruins approached at an almost instantaneous speed, as if it could devour all life in a breath. They crashed into the hurricane barrier like crazy, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the barrier. At this time, thanks to the wind of the natural chasm, the people present were able to observe these extremely terrifying things so closely. On the other side of the barrier, these monsters either retained the outline of human form, but their faces were completely changed, their eyes were empty, or they were beast-shaped monsters of various shapes, with fangs exposed and claws like hooks, or they had no shape at all, only the basic state. The sharp limbs drew deadly arcs on the surface of the barrier of the wind of the natural chasm, and each collision was accompanied by a harsh sound of metal collision, which was the unique weapon of the ruins. The sound of collision and friction between them. The dark knife marks crisscrossed on them, and the flowing scarlet and black liquid was soon washed away by the rain. Damn, is this a copy? The land of the hunting god is becoming more and more like a horror game. As people talked, they subconsciously opened the scarce potions and pills in their backpacks. Not only the skills, they needed to raise their strength to the highest level as much as possible before the wind of the natural moat was broken. Because everyone knows that once the wind of the natural moat disappears, it is time for them to fight these ghosts. Hundreds of thousands of Zus continue to attack the seemingly fragile, but extremely tough air wall. They advance one after another, fearless, as if they can break through this barrier as long as there is a slight chance. In the chaos, more and more Zus continue to climb up by stepping on the bodies of their own kind, until they reach a jaw-dropping height of more than 10 meters or 20 meters. From this perspective, it looks like a piece of glass covered with countless ants. Chapter 375. Finally, under the impact of the waves of the ruins, the first crack began to appear on the wall of the barrier made of the wind of the natural chasm, which was a sign that the wind of the natural chasm was about to disappear. As time went by, The cracks began to spread all over the barrier. Give me a quick death. Although the players were terrified, they were also excited and eager to try. Come on, come on. I can't wait. These players were surprisingly in step at this moment. No matter what profession they were ready. As long as the wind of the natural chasm disappeared, all kinds of group skills would be thrown out. Everyone stared at the wind barrier that was gradually breaking, their eyes narrowed into a thin slit. Finally, the wind wall finally disappeared. Go! The ruins that were lying on the wind wall a moment ago fell heavily, but before they could fall, they were knocked away by the ruins that followed one after another. In an instant, hundreds of players seemed to be driven by the same will and waved their weapons in unison. An irresistible huge kinetic energy suddenly tore through the air, as if the vitality of the world was shaken by this instantaneous explosion. The huge kinetic energy stirred up the air, flames, hurricanes, poisonous fog, ice, shock waves, sword energy, all kinds of attack methods poured out. This is not just a battle, but also a feast of vision and senses. Various elemental attacks intertwined together, turning the battlefield into a chaotic and gorgeous vortex. Players were in it, not only had to accurately release their own skills, but also had to maintain balance in this turbulence. Their eyes gradually revealed a hint of madness. When had they tried to kill in this way? Most of them immediately had bloodshot eyes. Boom! The dull roar broke the silence of the battlefield like the roar of an awakened ancient god, and then, bang, bang, bang. Countless explosions followed one after another, and colorful lights bloomed in the group of Su, like gorgeous fireworks. Su's body was shattered in these explosions, and his limbs and arms flew all over the sky with blood rain, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. However, the number of Su was beyond imagination. They seemed endless. Even under such a fierce attack, they still continued to come one after another, coming from all directions like a tide. Lin Chen, who stood still, was amazed. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. The average level of more than 400 players was close to level 50, and some of them had learned awakening skills, so all kinds of group skills were released indiscriminately, and elemental fluctuations soared into the sky. The range and lethality of the spells made him stare wide-eyed. Huge holes appeared one after another on the ground and in the air. Among the flying limbs and corpses of the ruins, Lin Chen even saw that the void was distorted. Where's the knight? Use taunt. What are you thinking? Fuck you. Are your eyes in your crotch? I can't bear it any longer. Can you give me some strength? Where's the mage? Use awakening. Beat him to death. These players screamed at the top of their lungs. Then, accompanied by dense explosions, 2 or 3 mages released the 50th level awakening skill Heavenly Fire of Elementalist. As if an atomic bomb dropped from the sky, the fiery red sun. It fell into the dense group of Su with a roar, accompanied by a huge explosion. Under the shock wave, the area was instantly turned into a sea of fire. In such a scene, the knight standing in the front finally couldn't stand the high temperature and moved back. The high temperature caused by prairie fire made them feel like they were being roasted. It's strange to say that in the land of the hunting god, they would not be affected by the skills of their teammates at all. However, when everyone's attention was focused on killing Su, Lin Chen, who had been standing in the distance, suddenly stood up straight. Elena and the other 2 beside Lin Chen also looked at him tacitly. Mr. Lin, do we need help? Elena asked. No need. Lin Chen shook his head. These ruins have no levels and attributes, and they won't add attack power if you kill them. Then, let's go deeper. Are you looking for the place marked by the system? Feng Chen also came over at this time. But Lin Chen still shook his head. I'm not looking for props. I'm looking for the ruins with levels and health bars on top of their heads. Now that I'm here, it would be a pity if I can't add attack power. After saying that, Lin Chen went upstream and actually walked towards those ruins rushing over. Feng Chen was delighted and immediately understood what Lin Chen meant. Then the 3 of them did not hesitate and quickly followed Lin Chen. In the chaos, Lin Chen's body was like a lone boat going upstream against the huge waves. No matter how exaggerated the aftermath of the explosion in front of him was, no matter how terrifying the torrent formed by those ruins was, Lin Chen didn't care at all. He just held a broadsword named Rainbow Light and slowly moved forward. He walked slowly, as if the road under his feet led not to an army composed of endless ruins, but to a walk in the fields. He was as quiet as a traveler enjoying the scenery. Roars, roars, explosions, and skill sounds intertwined, fireballs, sword lights and slashes that cut through the air kept ringing in his ears. Accompanied by the fall of ruins in pieces, the distorted air became sticky beside Lin Chen, and the chaotic light was imprinted on Lin Chen's mask. But even so, Lin Chen seemed to be out of it, even though some of the Sioux had already noticed him. Roar! Instantly, dozens of Sioux turned around and rushed towards Lin Chen. Elena and others behind Lin Chen immediately took out their weapons. But the next moment, Lin Chen very calmly swung a knife at these Sioux. Swish! A scarlet knife light swept across horizontally, the skill of the artifact Rainbow Light Rainbow Sword Chi. This sword energy was like a ripple in the air, and it passed through the body of the Sioux very naturally. And those Sioux that had been rushing towards Lin Chen just a moment ago could no longer move. After a moment, they turned into pools of black liquid that flowed all over the ground. Lin Chen ignored the interference around him, and continued to walk leisurely. Feng Chen and others behind him looked at the hundreds of Sioux that were killed by Lin Chen casually with a knife, with lingering fear, and then hurriedly followed him. Under the firelight and rain curtain, the players who had been fighting with Sioux did not see that Lin Chen and others dared to go deeper against the torrent of Sioux. The figures of several people flickered in the firelight, as if they were integrated with the black curtain. Chapter 376. On both sides of the extremely long street, shops were ablaze, and the fire attribute skills released by the players continued to rise, following the endless ruins body and turning into a raging fire dragon, devouring the damaged fortress and broken walls. Even though it was still raining overhead, it could not put out the raging fire. The air was intertwined with the smell of scorched earth and blood. Lin Chen and others shuttled through it very calmly. When the waves formed by the ruins came, Lin Chen just waved his broadsword slightly to isolate the catastrophe-like tide from the outside. The figures of the four people led by him seemed particularly lonely in the chaos. What a pity, these things not only can't increase attack power, but also can't increase the power of Guishu. Lin Chen said helplessly after swinging the last knife Rainbow Sword Chi. The roars of the ruins gradually became sparse, until the four of them passed through the block shrouded in despair, past the abandoned fortress, and even came to another city. From this time on, there were no ruins around, and it was unknown who was stronger in the battle between them and the player group. In front of him was a vast expanse of scorched earth, and everywhere he could see were broken building fragments, some of which had turned into gravel. Compared with the fortress just now, this desolate land was more like a dead city. Lin Chen and his four companions stopped. They found this place based on the coordinates in the system's brain, but when they really arrived here, there was nothing around, only a figure standing on the scorched earth in front. Brother, there is someone. There really is a person in front, but if you look closely, this figure will become a little weird with the sparse raindrops on his head. He is like a human figure made of water, and every drop of rain will splash ripples on his body. The next moment, a blood bar suddenly appeared on the top of this person's head, followed by his name. Level Ruins. When seeing the name of this ruins, even Lin Chen frowned. Question mark? Feng Chen was startled. There are such monsters in the land of the hunting god? Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, but they both saw doubts in each other's eyes. Although they had made sufficient psychological preparations in this copy, they were still a little confused. For example, the ruins in front of them, the question mark on its head, looked very strange. The next moment, Elena immediately took out the bow and arrow, and then shot an arrow at the ruins without hesitation. Swoosh! The arrow rushed forward with great force, and the strong wind on the arrow even dispersed the surrounding rain during its flight. But when the arrow was about to hit the Sioux, it suddenly stretched out its hand and grabbed the arrow without any fancy moves. Boom! At this time, huge kinetic energy spread out from the body of the Sioux, and the power carried on the surface of the arrow suddenly disappeared. The storms lingering around the arrow gradually dissipated and finally died down. Elena's eyes widened in disbelief, and she wanted to draw her bow and shoot another arrow. He caught Elena's arrow with his bare hands and was unharmed. What kind of strength does this Sioux have? Seeing Elena preparing to attack again, Lin Chen grabbed the female elf's arm. Don't worry, look, Lin Chen said in a deep voice, staring at the front. Although the Sioux not far away still maintained the posture of holding the arrow, the name above its head began to change. The question mark of Level Ruins was rolling. Level 1 Ruins, Level 2 Ruins, Level 3 Ruins. The number was slowly rising, and finally fell on 5, and when 5 was rolling towards 6, it was just a little bit away, but it still fell back to 5. This discovery made Lin Chen a little curious. Could it be? This ruins was testing Elena's strength. This made Lin Chen realize that the ruins in front of him were like a boxing scorer on Earth. People could hit a special machine to have the machine's display mark the person's strength value. Thinking of this, Lin Chen subconsciously glanced at the rainbow light in his hand. But the next moment, the monster in front of him with level 5 ruins written on his head suddenly squirmed, and after a twitch, it suddenly rushed towards Elena. To be honest, let alone Elena, even Lin Chen has not fought with level 5 ruins on Earth so far. When he was on Earth, Lao Bai once guessed that if Lin Chen and Elena returned to Earth next time, they would attract level 5 ruins. But who would have thought that he would see it in this dungeon today? Seeing the level 5 Su rushing at him like a rocket, Feng Chen suddenly drew his sword and blocked Elena. He shouted, "Don't hurt my sister-in-law." He swung a blood slash at the Su in front of him, but the Su ignored him and continued to fight Elena. Afterwards, Feng Chen watched his blood slash and himself pass through the body of the Su. Fuck. Feng Chen turned his head quickly. He just felt that he was blown by a gust of wind. This Su seemed to have no entity at all. Seeing this, Lin Chen, who was standing in front of Elena, also subconsciously swung his knife forward. Like Feng Chen, the rainbow light in his hand seemed to pass through a puff of smoke and could not touch this Su at all. Exclusive monster? Lin Chen was startled and immediately turned to look at Elena. Be careful, only you can kill this Su. As soon as he finished speaking, before Elena could react, Su suddenly approached, his body twisted like a snake, and all kinds of sharp claws emerged from his limbs and swung at Elena. Wheels of death whizzed through the air, and the surrounding air was instantly split in two by the sharp claws. The roar was deafening, like thunder in the sky. The female elf's pupil shrank. She had no time to draw the bow and arrow. She could only stretch her body and retreat quickly, while cleverly avoiding the sharp edge of Su. During the retreat, the female elf immediately released a skill. Lean back and shoot. Then an arrow was shot out with hot dark energy. After that, Elena didn't care whether the arrow hit the opponent or not. As soon as she landed, she disappeared in the black light the next moment. Her whole body seemed to be hidden by some energy. Seeing this, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Ranger's level 40 skill hunting shadow? As a wind catcher, Elena actually used the ranger skill, but Lin Chen came to his senses after a moment. It makes sense. Elena is also a second-round player. In addition to various bug methods, Lin Chen now has all kinds of weird trump cards. In this case, Elena certainly has her own killer move. After being hit by Elena's previous arrow, Su's whole body retreated several steps, and the part hit by the arrow turned into liquid as if hit by a huge force. But the next moment, Su came back with even more exaggerated killing intent than before. Irina's figure hidden in the rain and shadows was looming, and Su had no time to react. He saw cold arrows suddenly shot out from unknown corners. Duo. The whole body of level 5 Su instantly opened up the dark limbs that covered the sky and the sun, and those wings that were like intertwined blades suddenly opened up, like a peacock spreading its tail. The arrow shot by Irina was blocked by Su's blade, and sparks flew everywhere. The sparks from the fierce collision between the arrow and the blade formed countless fiery red lines. Next, Su finally found Elena's position and charged forward again, but Elena also showed the almost terrifying fighting qualities of a female elf. Whenever she was caught by level 5 Su, she quickly distanced herself from them and responded with a violent storm. The battle between the two gradually escalated to white-hot, from the ground to the air, and then to the ground. Every confrontation was shocking. The deformed and huge claws of level 5 Su grabbed Elena's head fiercely, trying to take it away in one fell swoop. Elena finished guiding and shot a storm arrow from top to bottom. Its force was so strong that it could tear the void apart. The iron arm of the level 5 Su covered with scales clamped the huge arrow shot by Elena. Crack. What was shocking was that it used this as an axis to flexibly roll in the air, and its other claw went straight to Elena's throat like lightning, showing wisdom and skills far beyond ordinary Su. At this moment, Elena suddenly turned into a beautiful dancer. She moved to the left suddenly, and after dodging Su's attack, a storm suddenly appeared out of thin air on her other hand. Windcatcher's few melee skills windward hand. With her slender fingers together, Elena slapped Su's body fiercely. Immediately, the blue storm turned into energy and enveloped level 5 Su, and the opponent's attack was slightly suffocated at this time. In this brief gap, Elena suddenly raised her foot and kicked at level 5 Su's abdomen. Boom! The huge impact made level 5 Su fly backwards directly, knocking away the ruins and broken walls along the way, and flew hundreds of meters away. Feng Chen and Jizi were completely stunned. They had been in the land of the hunting god for so long, but this was the first time they had seen a battle. Could it be fought like this? It turned out that this game was not just a matter of you hitting me with a sword and I hitting you with a sword, nor was it just a simple stacking of numbers. The battle between Elena and level 5 ruins just now had undoubtedly refreshed their understanding of the land of the hunting god. The two looked at Elena in a daze. At this time, the female elf slowly retracted her long legs that were raised high, like a ballet dancer's curtain call. Chapter 377. In the series of fights just now, Elena killed level 5 Sue cleanly and neatly, which made everyone stare at Elena. Even Lin Chen stared at the female elf, and met Lin Chen's gaze, which made Elena's face suddenly blush. Damn! Sister-in-law, you are so strong! Feng Chen exclaimed sincerely. And Gardenia beside him kept her mouth wide open. From this time on, the girl began to face up to the gap between herself and Elena. Thinking of this, Gardenia carefully glanced at Elena's side again, where Lin Chen was giving Elena a thumbs up, and the female elf was a little embarrassed by Lin Chen's action. Hey sister, how can your sister-in-law be so powerful? Feng Chen poked Gardenia at an inappropriate time. The girl immediately came back to her senses, and then nodded repeatedly, yes, too strong. What's wrong with you? You've been depressed these 2 days. Nothing, I won't be in the future. While the four were talking to each other, with a thunder, the dark clouds above Elena's head suddenly dissipated. Then, a ray of sunlight fell, directly covering Elena, like a stage artist under the spotlight. This scene seemed very strange. Among the 4 people in the group, the heads of the other 3 were still covered with dark clouds, and they were raining all the time. Although the rain was not heavy, it still made Lin Chen and the other 2 soaked. Elena was completely bathed in the sunlight. No matter how she moved, there was always sunlight falling on her head, and the rain and dark clouds seemed to be hiding from her. Mr. Lin. Irina cast a questioning look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen pondered for a while, and seemed to have found some explanation. According to my guess, you just killed not only a level 5 ruins, but also a specific level boss of this dungeon. If you don't kill it, you may not be able to continue the subsequent tasks. Thinking of this, without waiting for Irina to nod, Lin Chen continued to ask, by the way, did you hear any prompt sound? For example, telling you how much Guishi power you have obtained or something like that. After all, if she had killed a level 5 ruin, Elena should have been able to gain at least a few hundred points of ruin power if it was on Earth. But Elena thought about it, and shook her head, no. That's a bit strange. Lin Chen raised his head again, and looked at the top of his head and Elena's. After a pause, he no longer hesitated. Let's go, continue to move to the marked point. The 4 continued to move, and the desolation around them still made people feel very depressed. In their sight, after leaving the fortress, they soon came to a relatively large shopping mall. However, the amusement facilities that have not completely disappeared here have long been damaged. They are like forgotten pearls, inlaid in the heart of a huge and deserted shopping mall. The 4 people marked the locations according to the system sent in their heads, and every step they took was in the melody of silence and desolation in the amusement park. I feel more and more that this copy is built according to a city on Earth. Feng Chen kept looking around. Brother, sister-in-law, do you still remember the special copy of Zombie King? I feel that this place is more terrifying than that place. Among the 4 people, except Gardenia, the other 3 had seen the city full of zombies, but here, the zombies disappeared, and instead there were countless ruins. These things were even more terrifying and disgusting, and their unknown nature carried a chilling aura. If it weren't for Lin Chen and Elena standing beside him, Feng Chen probably wouldn't dare to move forward. Crack. Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at a corner almost at the same time. In the gray atmosphere, through the rain falling overhead, Feng Chen could see a carousel standing quietly on the ruins in the distance, and the rusty frame left traces of being eroded by the wind and frost of the years. But the weird thing was that when Feng Chen looked at it, the facility actually moved. Hua la la hua la la. A piercing sound sounded, and then the wooden horse began to turn, and the lights on the facilities were even lit, and then weird music sounded. La la la, la la la, I am a little expert in selling newspapers. The smell of decay and death in the air became stronger and stronger, and the space was shrouded in dead silence and weird music. Feng Chen and Jizi subconsciously leaned close to each other. They looked at the scene in front of them with rapid breathing, and they felt more and more that this hunting god land was a fucking horror game. Damn. Damn it. Feng Chen immediately took a big step forward, and then angrily used the level 40 skill sky-splitting swing on the carousel. Suddenly, a very long horizontal blade flashed across, accompanied by a crisp breaking sound, and the entire carousel suddenly stopped turning, and then it was split in 2, the fracture was flat and smooth, and the upper part could not bear the weight and finally collapsed. It was really just an ordinary carousel. After being cut off, the cut surface was empty, Without even a trace of an unknown person left, only the cold wind passed through the hole, making a whimpering sound. You scared me. Feng Chen touched his face heavily. Playing tricks. The designer of this dungeon has a bad taste. But at this time, Lin Chen, who was walking in the front, suddenly turned his head and looked at the way he came. Brother, don't be so startled, you scared me to death. Feng Chen was walking behind Lin Chen, and when he saw Lin Chen looking back, he almost scared him to death. Lin Chen looked past Feng Chen in the direction of the fortress. What's wrong? Elena asked softly. It seems that the players have killed all the ruins at the Iron Gate, Lin Chen said. Chapter 378. A few minutes later, a group of 8 people were walking on the charred open space. Their bodies were covered with sticky black liquid, which was the blood of Su. 4 of the 8 people were walking in the front. They were all second-round players of the land of the hunting god. However, compared to the past, this copy made them very uneasy. One of the women who was in a state of contemplation suddenly raised her head, and then her whole body trembled. At this moment, she seemed to sense a very terrifying breath, which was crawling and hiding in a corner in front. Soon, everyone saw a black monster standing in the open space in front of them. It was a humanoid Su, whose entire body was constantly fluctuating under the influence of the rain falling on its head, and everyone subconsciously looked at the top of the Su, which had a line of words written on it, Level Su. The 8 people looked at each other, and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. This copy is getting weirder and weirder. Can anyone tell me why this Su that I met in the real world appears here? Moreover, what is this thing in front of me? Why is there a question mark on its head? The person who spoke was carrying a long sword. He was the swordsman who said kidney deficiency before. At this moment, he spat on the ground with a very unhappy expression. Although the other 7 people also wanted to say something, no one knew what would happen next. Could this thing with a question mark on its head be the boss of the dungeon? But for these second-round players, they all knew that ruins had levels, but they had never seen their levels be a question mark. It shouldn't be the boss. After all, the coordinates set by the system are not in this place. It should be an elite monster in a certain level of the dungeon. Another player behind him answered in a deep voice. Then don't waste time, chop this thing up first. The swordsman raised his long sword and walked forward with confident steps. I think we should be careful first, this dungeon is too weird. Go home and suck your milk, kid. The swordsman glanced at the man with disdain, then drew out his sword and walked towards the shadow. Among the second-round players, this swordsman is very confident in his strength. Although he is still far behind Elena, he ranks 17th on the battle strength list. In addition, he has many trump cards that belong to second-round players. It should be easy to deal with a Su that does not look like a boss. Soon, he stood in front of the black shadow, but the other party did not move, like a sculpture. Brother, why don't we just ignore it and go around it? The voice of the little devil came from behind again, and the swordsman couldn't help but sneer. After returning to Su, he had killed 2 level 3 Su in the real world. Would he be afraid of this thing? Thinking of this, the swordsman didn't hesitate at all, and raised his sword to chop it down. However, the blade of the sword didn't touch Su's body at all, but stopped less than 5 centimeters away from its head, and it could no longer move. The swordsman was startled, and then he saw that his sword was held by Su's hand. Then, they suddenly discovered that the top of the shadow's head began to change. The question mark that originally read, Level Ruins, was constantly moving. A few seconds later, the question mark disappeared, replaced by a number 4. Level 4 Ruins. Before the swordsman could fully react, the next moment, Level 4 Ruins suddenly moved, its entire body leaped forward, and then hit the swordsman's chest hard with its body. Bang! The swordsman felt as if he was hit by a siege vehicle. He felt dizzy, and the next moment his entire body flew backwards, and then hit the ruins of the broken walls in the distance hard. Everyone was stunned. They subconsciously picked up their weapons and prepared to fight, but the level 4 ruins seemed to ignore them. It let out a low roar and continued to chase the swordsman. The swordsman suddenly stood up from the ruins. He shook off the debris and gravel on his body and was about to curse, and then he saw the ruins rushing towards him like a hunting falcon flying close to the ground. Damn it, do you think I'm a vegetarian? He drew his sword, his eyes cold. Swordsman's level 45 skill hard flow blade force extreme swordsmanship. At this moment, his body slowly lowered, his right leg bent, his left leg stretched straight, and the swordsman's abdomen almost directly touched the ground. Looking at this posture, he seemed to have transformed into a lion ready to hunt, and the fierce and sharp breath lingered around his body, and then gushed out from the inside. A special light spread out from his body, within a range of 5 or 6 meters, and finally formed a strange flow body on his back. The swordsman's breath also constantly drove this visible fluid energy to slowly move behind him. This breath emerged from his body and the surface of the sword in his hand at the same time, and finally formed a more fierce torrent. He suddenly raised his head, ready to attack, and the body of Su was close at hand. He stood up suddenly, holding the long sword in his hand, and he swung the sword from top to bottom fiercely. Ding! In a flash, the swordsman's long sword met the opponent's blade without any fancy, and the edge flashed. When the two blades clashed, bright sparks burst into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, and both were shaken back by the huge force. Although the swordsman's figure seemed to stagger, he stabilized his steps with incredible agility, and then he moved quickly with a very smooth step. His short riot even directly smashed the surrounding rain curtain, turning the rain into mist and spreading. Neither side hesitated for a moment, and as soon as their figures were fixed, they intertwined again like two lightning bolts. In just a few seconds, the open space seemed to have turned into a fierce arena. Every intersection of swords and shadows was the ultimate interpretation of strength and skills. Every swing and release of skills seemed to split mountains and break peaks. With the skill hard flow blade force extreme swordsmanship, the sword in the swordsman's hand seemed to have life in his hand, extremely flexible. He skillfully reversed the handle of the sword, the blade was hidden under the shadow of the sleeve, and his body slightly tilted in a rhythm that was almost dancing. When he passed by the level 4 ruins, the seemingly casual swing actually contained 1,000 pounds of force, accurate and deadly. 10 seconds later, the swordsman released 5 or 6 skills one after another, but these skills were connected very smoothly under the transformation of extreme swordsmanship, and it seemed that there was no sense of frustration at all. In the distance, more and more onlookers were planning to help. At first, there were only 7 people watching the excitement, but as time went on, the number of people here doubled, and finally reached more than 100 people, but even so, no one came forward to help. Because they couldn't help, they tried. When the swordsman repelled the level 4 Su, someone rushed over to help the swordsman quickly kill Su, but it was useless. The attacks of others were like a drop in the ocean. In the entire open space, only the swordsman's attack could hit the opponent. All the other people, and all their skills would pass through Su's body, as if Su had no entity. There is no other way. We can only let this young man with kidney deficiency come by himself. It must be said, this man is so strong. Yes, this is the first time I have seen someone do such an exaggerated operation in the land of the hunting god. Is this the world of the big guys? In the eyes of the onlookers, this is not just a battle of game values in the land of the hunting god, but a feast of vision and perception. Their movements are so fast that they are difficult to catch. The trajectory of the sharp blade is like an ink painting drawn in the void, which actually has a special beauty. In the middle of the open space, the swordsman was almost moving at high speed close to the level 4 Su, and then constantly changing the position of the long sword in his hand, but no matter how he chopped and used skills, Su could take it. The sword used by the opponent was longer and more. After several fierce battles, the swordsman couldn't help but feel an indescribable annoyance in his heart. Although he could see that the opponent's health bar was quickly draining, he was also not optimistic. As time went on, the opponent's offensive became more and more intensive, and each blow carried a destructive force that suffocated him. Swish. Finally, relying on the proficiency of the profession of swordsman gained through 2 rounds, the swordsman suddenly squatted down when the opponent swung his sword. Success or failure depends on this one move. Feeling the blade whizzing past his head, he actually drew his sword back into the sheath. When the light flashed, he took a step forward and was about to dive into Su's arms. This move scared the crowd of onlookers around. But before they could exclaim, the swordsman suddenly shouted, "Die!" The swordsman suddenly pulled out the sword from the scabbard from bottom to top. The power exploded completely at this moment, and even the air stagnated. The swordsman's level 48 skill extreme sword art rising dragon slash. The blade in his hand was like an awakened dragon, suddenly unsheathed and swung, bringing a strong airflow that tore through the air, and swept away the surrounding rain curtain. After 3 or 4 seconds, the rain curtain fell again, and the swordsman actually gasped violently in the rain. It was really a ghost. Isn't this place a copy of the land of the hunting god? Why do I feel so tired? Just like being in the real world. Also, if he couldn't kill the opponent like this, he didn't have much else to do. The rising dragon slash just now was his strongest skill at the moment. Although he still had awakening skills to use, he couldn't use them at all, because he didn't have time to stop and drink a bottle of blue medicine during the fight with this level 4 ruins. What made him most upset was that the swordsman's awakening skill would almost drain all his magic points once. You know, if you use the awakening skill at the beginning, it might not be so difficult. The swordsman raised his head with difficulty, and found that the level 4 ruins in front of him finally fell down after retreating a few steps. At this point, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the sword in his hand also dropped. Damn, is this the level 4 ruins? It's so hard to fight. After saying this, the swordsman suddenly felt a beam of light falling from the sky and hitting him, and then there was no cloud above his head, and it was raining all around, but only the 1 acre and 3 points of land where he was unusually clear. What the hell? The swordsman muttered. Chapter 379. Someone came over and helped the swordsman up. Can you still stand up? When 2 or 3 people helped him up, the swordsman felt his muscles aching and even his legs were shaking. This feeling was very strange, as if his body function stopped working in an instant after the adrenaline subsided. The more this happened, the more he felt that he was in the real world. He only had a quarter of his health left, and the blue bar was empty. At this time, a healer came over to add blood to him. After his health was full, the swordsman tried to move his body. Much better. Although he could still feel the fatigue in his body, when his health was full, at least he felt much better than before. He turned around and saw that more and more players were gathering in the open space, and soon 200 people came one after another. The swordsman looked at the place where the level 4 ruins died with lingering fear, and then waved to the players around him. Let's go, lest some ghost thing appear again. Everyone looked at each other, nodded subconsciously, and then walked according to the coordinates set by the system. However, as they continued to go deeper, a large number of players felt that the atmosphere around them was a little strange. They thought that it was terrible to snipe so many monsters at the iron gate in front of the fortress, but when they came to a place that looked like a commercial street, the feeling of being in a horror game directly gave them goosebumps. In the distance, there was even a carousel that was cut off by someone. At this time, the parts were scattered all over the ground, but they could hear unpleasant music coming from it. La la la, la la la, I'm a newspaper seller, home. The voice was intermittent and very strange. This seems to be an amusement park on Earth. A human player frowned. Are all the amusement parks on Earth so scary? An orc immediately asked, what kind of people are these amusement parks for? For ghosts. You? The Earthling suddenly didn't know how to answer. How far are we from the coordinates set by the system? Not too close, at least it has to cross this commercial street. I just hope nothing suddenly pops up. But as they were about to leave the commercial street, the sky above them slowly turned dark red, the rain that had been falling started to get heavier, and large dark clouds rolled in from the distant horizon, the blood-red color hidden inside these dark clouds. This color reflected in the puddles in the scorched earth on the ground, dyeing the entire land dark red and black. The players stopped at the same time. No one dared to move forward. Don't do it. Some people backed off and frowned. According to the plot of the TV novel, something very dangerous must be happening ahead. Looking at the gray area ahead, more than 200 players hesitated. It was as if there was an endless abyss ahead, and once they entered it, they would never get out. There is no way. The coordinates set by the system are ahead. If you want to pass the dungeon, you can only move forward. I don't dare to go in either. This dungeon is too weird. I've been having goosebumps so far. It's obvious that there must be a boss ahead. It's mainly because it's too dark. It's scary. Looking at the chaotic sky above, the swordsman suddenly turned around and shouted to the back, is there a rune user who can use a skill? The crowd suddenly became quiet, but soon, a player raised his hand. I do it. After saying that, he placed the end of the special weapon in his hand against his palm, and then released a skill. Soon, the weapon in his hand began to emit a faint light. It was dim at first, then gradually expanded. The light beam spread from the surface of the weapon to the heel of the rune user, and finally penetrated into the ground and spread into a rune halo. The glowing rune slowly rotated on the ground, and a special wave was jumping in the halo. These lights appeared and disappeared, like countless fireflies. Swish! The rune user raised his hands high, and the halo suddenly disappeared, and then turned into a ray of light that pierced straight into the sky. When this light rushed into the air like fireworks, it suddenly turned into a ball of white light and exploded. It was like a flare was hanging in the air. It immediately lit up the lights below. All right, the rune master said. Thanks. With the lighting, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd continued to move forward, led by the swordsman, and a few second-round players walked in front. In the middle was a group of players with levels between 48 and 50, and behind them was a group of lower-level or female players and healing teams. More than 200 players walked along the way unimpeded. With the flares above their heads, they didn't seem so scared anymore. As time went by, they finally left the huge commercial street and came to a desolate scorched earth. Fuck. People stared ahead with wide eyes. The players were standing at a junction. Behind them was the commercial street they came from. Although it was extremely dilapidated and had a horrible atmosphere in the rain, it also had a special, civilized atmosphere in some ways. However, at the other end of the boundary was an area that seemed to be forgotten by the world, hell. The desolation and despair of the scene came to the fore. The charred earth spread out at the end of the sight. The strong smell of sulfur in the air was not only pungent, but also pierced the soul. The ubiquitous black mist enveloped everything in front. As long as they continued to walk 1 more meter forward, they would leave the ruined commercial street and enter the scorched earth hell. Wait, wait, wait. The player walking in front immediately said in a deep voice, I think it's better to wait for everyone to come in together. I agree. The swordsman actually agreed at this time. He was also scared. Immediately, the group of players looked back and saw that there were still about 200 players fighting with the army formed by the ruins. If they had to wait for them to come to support, they didn't know how long it would take. But if they didn't wait for them, even so many people couldn't overcome the creepy fear in front of them. It seemed that they had unknowingly been hit by a negative debuff called Fear State. Just as the crowd was hesitating, a sharp-eyed elf player pointed to the front. There's someone there. As he said that, the players immediately followed his fingertips and looked. Sure enough, they saw a masked man walking slowly in the hell in front. After seeing this man, everyone was almost stunned. Is it him? They recognized this man, the masked man who sat next to Elena at the beginning, and he was the one who stopped people from pushing down the iron gate. Chapter 380. There are people ahead, should we go over? Everyone was delighted to see Lin Chen on the scorched earth ahead. However, when someone was about to move forward, he was stopped by his teammates. Wait and see. As they spoke, the players focused their attention on the 4 swordsmen in front of the crowd. After all, they had just seen the swordsman's abilities, and few people on the scene had his abilities. If the swordsman took the lead, they would naturally follow. The swordsman looked ahead, and when he saw Elena beside Lin Chen, he relaxed his frown. Since Elena, who ranked first in the battle power list, was also in front, he had more to rely on. After weighing the pros and cons, he took the lead and took a few steps forward. The other players followed him one after another, when they saw the swordsman taking the lead. As they stepped into this desolate scorched earth one after another, the air around them was so heavy that they could not breathe normally. The cold wind rose quietly, and some special energy kept shuttling between the ruins, making them feel scalp numb. At this moment, the second-round players in the crowd finally felt something was wrong. But they couldn't stop and retreat. The players behind them kept coming over, leaving them no room to leave. The reason they retreated was that they sensed the atmosphere in this desolate land. It was exactly the same as the real world. No, it can even be said that this is the real world. Their senses were infinitely magnified, and their skin could clearly feel everything here. There was a disgusting wind blowing, and they even shivered. But why? Why did they come to a place similar to the real world without using the returning scroll? What kind of setting is this dungeon based on? Damn it, let's make the best of it. A second-round player swallowed his saliva and gritted his teeth. We could only move forward with gritted teeth. People seemed very nervous. No one knew what they would encounter next, so they could only force themselves to move forward. At least get to Elena's side first. Suddenly Lin Chen, who was at the front, stretched out his hand to the crowd and made a stop gesture. The next moment, Elena also reacted quickly. She raised her longbow and tapped the ground with one end of the bow. The clear sound broke the silence. Stop! Upon hearing the order, everyone stopped at the same time. The surroundings fell into a dead silence, and only invisible fear spread in their hearts. What's going on? Someone lowered his voice and looked around from time to time. I don't know. At this moment, a dark outline slowly emerged from the dark shadows in front of him. It was like an evil ghost crawling out of the underworld. It approached step by step, and then completely appeared in the sight of the crowd. It was a figure wearing a tattered battle robe, with a mottled and rusty helmet tilted on his head. It seemed like an undead warrior who had traveled through the ancient battlefield, but it looked weird because of the hands that had transformed into sharp tentacles. The tentacles drooped and lightly touched the ground, leaving a series of thin scratches. On the top of the monster's head, there was a single word written, Su. The players were startled. Most of them didn't know what Su was. They only knew that from this moment on, they finally saw the monster appear. The swordsman at the front of the crowd held a cold and sharp sword in his hand. He moved his neck and found that the pain was disappearing. He then moved closer to Lin Chen and Elena step by step. Until he walked to Elena's side alone, the female elf looked at him in surprise. But the swordsman ignored Elena and passed by her and continued to move forward. He looked coldly at the monster in front of him, and then left Elena with a lonely and arrogant back. Damn, Mr. Shinshu is so handsome. A group of players behind him immediately exclaimed. Isn't this guy called Undertaker? Why do you all call him Mr. Shinshu? At this time, the Undertaker had come to Lin Chen's side. Facing the approach of the monster in front, he was not afraid, but a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Hey kid. The Undertaker glanced at Lin Chen beside him. Are you and Elena teammates? Lin Chen was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that a young man would run to his side. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Can I assume that you deliberately ran so far forward to leave a good impression on Elena? Oh. Lin Chen became interested. Why? I don't think you need to do this. Elena is the real #1 on the battle power list. Unless your battle power is higher than Elena's after taking off the mask, your behavior will appear very childish. After all, it would be a great shame to die in front of Elena, so you'd better not show off. That makes sense. What about you? Me? Yes. What are you doing all this way? You can't compete with me. The Undertaker carried a sword and pointed to his head. Look at my head. I am protected by the holy light just like Elena, so I have the capital to show off my strength. Lin Chen glanced at the holy light above the swordsman's head. It seemed that he, like Elena, had also killed A-level ruins. Seeing the arrogant expression on his face, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, and did not continue to talk to him. He just looked at the shadow filled with black mist in front of him silently. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything, the Undertaker shrugged, and then he actually started to move forward again. As he walked, he put down the sword on his shoulder, and used the level 45 skill Heart Flow Sword Force Extreme Sword Technique. The posture was set, and the killing intent spread, the Su in front. Sensed this provocative breath, and his body shook. The originally staggering steps instantly turned into a crazy sprint. The speed was so fast that it was like a wild horse running away, and like an arrow shot from a bow, heading straight for the Undertaker. The air was filled with a strong smell of death. The Undertaker seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He raised his sword and chopped towards Su. Crack. The sound of metal and bone colliding rang out. The Undertaker's sword skills were precise and swift. With one slash, not only the tentacles were broken, but also the broken armor was not spared and was cut in half. Then, the sword light was like a weave. After the blessing of extreme sword skill, every swing of the Undertaker was accompanied by splashes of black blood, dyeing the ground black. Su's head rolled in inertia and finally fell powerlessly on the scorched earth. The Undertaker shook off the blood on the blade lightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rubbish stuff. But before he could celebrate, Feng Chen, who was not far from Elena, suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Duty, be careful." The Undertaker reacted very quickly. He responded almost at the same time as Feng Chen's voice sounded. His sword rang low, and he stabbed the shadow behind him accurately with a gorgeous backswing. Swish. Another Su fell under the sword of the Undertaker. It was still holding the sharp thorn tightly in its hand, but because it failed to swing it out in time, it gradually turned into a dark liquid. The swordsman became more and more excited as he fought. Although he felt that this area was no different from the real world, it was thanks to this feeling that he, a second-round player who had experienced Guishu several times, felt like a fish in water. After all, he had experienced fighting with the ruins in the real world, so he was able to deal with it with ease. In the player group in the distance, several other second-round players looked at each other, then they also gained some confidence and walked forward with their weapons. With each swing of the Undertaker's sword, the rustling sounds around became more and more dense, as if countless pairs of eyes were peeping in the darkness, and countless pairs of footsteps were wandering among the ruins. The Su gradually walked out of the shadows, and the encirclement was quietly formed. Looking carefully, two high-level Su-like spiders appeared from the shadows. The bones of the Undertaker suddenly cracked, and his cold eyes flashed. Damn it, it delayed me from showing off in front of Elena. The Undertaker's body seemed to be infused with invisible power at this moment, and his bones burst out with low and powerful echoes, which was a sign that he seemed to have released some skills. The sword seemed to have life in his hand, and the Undertaker's whole body became twisted at this moment. He suddenly opened his eyes, and thousands of lightning seemed to burst out from his pupils. Swordsman level 50 awakening skill. Thunderbolt flash. Two high-level ruins rushed at the same time, and at the same time, the body of the Undertaker disappeared. Boom! A huge thunderous sound rang out, and the Undertaker reappeared half a second later, but he was already 10 meters away, with his back to the spider. He half knelt on the ground, and then made the action of drawing the sword into the sheath. The black blood dripping from the blade dripped slowly, and aroused a strange reaction when it touched the ground, just like the sound of molten iron entering the water. Paw! The long sword was sheathed, and the bodies of the two spider-like Sioux behind him were melting at an alarming speed. They seemed to have been struck by countless thunderbolts in a short period of time, and their bodies were festering and burning like crazy. Finally, the flesh and blood turned into black mist and sticky black water that soared into the sky. The organs that looked like bones gradually disintegrated in the process. In the end, the two high-level Sioux were left with only a pool of black liquid that exuded an ominous smell. Chapter 381. The players were completely shocked. In fact, it was not only the group of players who had not yet reached level 50, but even Feng Chen was stunned. Although he had reached level 50, he and Gardenia had not had time to learn the awakening skills of level 50 so far in order to participate in the dungeon. Feng Chen had only heard that awakening skills were very cool, but he did not expect them to be so cool. Fuck. So cool? The awakening of the swordsman was very much to his liking. I thought that the awakening skills of the berserker, who mainly killed with big moves in the land of the hunting god, would definitely be more powerful. Thinking of this, Feng Chen couldn't wait to go back and learn the awakening skills. At this time, the swordsman Undertaker standing near the shadow exhaled violently. He stood up from the ground. After calming down, he opened his backpack, took out a bottle of blue potion and drank it all. When the blue bar above his head, which had been emptied, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, he glanced at Lin Chen behind him with a little amusement. Seeing that Lin Chen ignored him, he raised his eyebrows at Elena, who was further behind. After a while, Elena was a little confused. What is this person doing? Why does he look like he is showing off in front of me? But Irina only feels that this person is very weak. Does he need to awaken to deal with the two Sioux just now? Seeing that there was a slight fluctuation on Irina's face, although it was a little far away, the Undertaker should be able to see that Irina was admiring him. He raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin Chen provocatively again. But when he was about to say something, a strange voice suddenly came from the shadows. Pa! The Undertaker and everyone around him were stunned for a moment. Pa! 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 It was as if someone was clapping slowly in the shadows. The sound was full of rhythm, as if praising the Undertaker's bravery. At this moment, tension and anxiety spread among the crowd like a plague. The Undertaker, who had come to his senses, had a serious expression on his face, and immediately shouted loudly, trying to use his aura that had not yet dissipated to dispel the ubiquitous strange whispers and the black fog that invaded his soul. Get out! However, his shouting did not seem to work completely. Although the strange sounds temporarily subsided, they were replaced by a more direct threat. The fog dissipated, and from the shadows, a huge army composed of high-level Sioux appeared silently in front of everyone. People suddenly felt their legs go weak and couldn't help but panic. And Lin Chen's eyes hidden under the mask seemed to light up at this moment. He clearly felt how terrifying the configuration of this high-level Sioux army was. If I am not mistaken, the lowest level of the army in front is also level 3. And the strongest. It is estimated to be stronger than the level 5 that just fought with Elena. Is the level 6 Sioux on the scene? Lin Chen finally felt a little excited. Dozens of high-level Sioux stood at the forefront of the army like prehistoric beasts. They have different shapes, but all of them exude a suffocating and terrifying atmosphere. Among them, the most eye-catching is the Titan giant with a height of tens of meters. It is like an unshakable iron tower. Even from such a distance, everyone can clearly see the cold light in its scarlet eyes. But Lin Chen ignored it, and kept his sight on the front of the group of high-level Sioux. There were 7 black shadows that were almost the same size as adult men. The aura flowing from these 7 high-level Sioux was the same as the level 5 Sioux that Elena had just killed. And the leader among these Sioux was a figure that looked like a normal human. If his guess was correct, this guy should be a level 6 Sioux. A level 6 Sioux, with 6 level 5 Sioux. Lin Chen roughly looked at the army in front of him, plus more than 60 high-level beasts. At this point, Lin Chen couldn't help but shudder. What a big deal. If he and Elena, who exploited the bug, hadn't entered this dungeon, how could they fight against these things with just the players who followed the rules in the land of the hunting god? There is only one answer: death. Chapter 382. At this moment, all the players' eyes widened, and the shock reflected in their pupils was definitely not fake. A sudden gust of wind suddenly hit the faces of the players, carrying an indescribable smell in the wind, which was disgusting, but extremely mysterious. In a trance, people seemed to hear someone laughing, and the laughter was carried to everyone's ears by the wind. Accompanied by the low laughter mixed in the wind, the surrounding gloom and mist seemed to encounter an invisible sword, retreating and dissipating into the invisible. On the scorched earth that seemed to be on the other side of the endless abyss, the figure that looked like an emperor slowly came into the public's view. His figure was not huge, but just like an ordinary person. However, with every step he took, the heavy pressure was like a towering mountain, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Is this the boss? It was probably laughing just now. Some people immediately felt their breathing become rapid, sweat seeped out of their hands, and the sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. Lin Chen's hands also clenched into fists involuntarily, and the rainbow light between his fingers glowed coldly in the dark rain curtain. His eyes were fixed on the body of the level 6 ruins under the mask. Every inch of its skin was covered with fine black scales, and those scales were shining with a cold and strange luster under the weak light above its head. Especially the pair of red eyes on the squirming face. At first, they were like two burning flames, but in the blink of an eye, the red flames faded, replaced by a deep cold light, flickering in the darkness, making all the players who saw it feel a chill in their hearts. What the hell? The Undertaker frowned immediately. So high level? Is it a high-level ruin? As for the observation of these ruins, he was not as detailed as Lin Chen, and all the ruins in this place had only one word written on their heads, Su, so they had no idea what level the other party was. The Undertaker only knew that this guy had an extremely exaggerated sense of oppression. Even he was a little nervous. For some reason, the Undertaker involuntarily took several steps back. After retreating to Lin Chen's side, the Undertaker coughed awkwardly. I'm not afraid, I just have some. No need to explain. Lin Chen interrupted him. I'm not interested. The Undertaker wanted to say something, but at this time, the Su in front and the Su group behind it began to move. With the appearance of this Su who seemed to be wearing fish scale armor, the Su group that was originally ready to move around suddenly became quiet. They all prostrated on the ground, making low and pious roars, as if expressing the deepest respect and submission to their king. The air was filled with a heavy and murderous atmosphere, so heavy that it almost solidified. Every slight sound seemed to be a stone thrown into this oppressive space, causing ripples, making people worry whether this extremely dull pressure would suddenly explode in the next moment and swallow everything. The Emperor like Su slowly raised his head at this moment, and there was actually a kind of emotion flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen was startled. He and the mortar beside him were closest to those ghosts, so he could clearly see the other party's emotions. Arrogance. Yes, Lin Chen actually saw arrogance in the eyes of a Su. The next moment, the Emperor of the Su gently raised his hand, and the players on the opposite side were shocked. The fear was unprecedentedly strong. Everyone's attention seemed to be pulled by invisible chains. Then, everyone's ears echoed with a cold low shout that penetrated the eardrum. Get out! As soon as this word came out, the space seemed to tremble, and the murderous aura that was enough to make the world pale in comparison spread in the air. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of oppression surged like a tide. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything was silent. Then, a shock wave suddenly erupted from where the ruins were, sweeping away all obstacles and directly destroying the broken walls and ruins along the way. Those broken and shattered building fragments were as fragile as paper at this moment, and instantly turned into powder, along with the charred ground, and disappeared under this force. The storm raged and arrived in front of everyone in an instant. The Undertaker standing at the front immediately widened his eyes. He didn't even have time to exclaim, and then quickly released some skills, while protecting his body tightly. At this time, he could only rely on instinct and reaction, mobilizing all the strength and skills of his body to resist this terrifying impact. They still underestimated the spread of this shock wave. Not only the Undertaker, but also he, Yiliana Feng Chenjizi behind Lin Chen, and several other high-level players were also affected by this shock wave. Swish! Almost at the same moment, the weapons in the hands of these players made a low sound. With a violent surge of various enhancement skills, various lights burst out from their bodies, like mushrooms after rain, and then weapons of different shapes quickly pierced into the depths of the scorched earth, like a stable anchor, firmly locking their bodies and resisting the air pressure that was enough to tear them apart. The surrounding air trembled violently under the agitation of this force, and the hurricane that had lost its direction could only blindly follow this destructive force. Damn it! Save me! I can't hold on any longer, ah! The shockwave passed along the way, and the players standing at the back could not escape the fate of being blown away. For a moment, hundreds of players, as long as they were standing on the scorched earth, were all covered by the shock wave. For a moment, every player on the scorched earth was blown all over the place, and some even flew backwards and disappeared. However, some players with higher levels or stronger combat power could use their own means to support themselves, because at this time, they found that the values they were proud of in the land of the hunting god were of no use at all. Now, those who can stand in place are all players with very strong comprehensive strength, otherwise they will be swept away by the storm no matter how far away they are. The howling wind gradually weakened after half a minute. The residual power of the shock wave also slowly dissipated. When the surroundings were completely quiet, the players, who could still move normally now, raised their heads and looked forward with lingering fear. Although these people were not blown away, when they looked at the ground below, they suddenly found that they had been blown back to the other end of the intersection. They looked at the floor tiles under their feet in horror, and then looked at the scorched earth in front of them with fear. This boss is chasing us away. Not only ordinary players like them, but also high-level players on the scorched earth were thrown to the ground. Many of them retreated dozens of meters. Some players with considerable abilities retreated a shorter distance, but they also retreated nearly 10 meters. Even the Undertaker retreated 7 or 8 meters. But the next moment, something even more shocking happened to everyone. Unlike these players, Elena, who is currently ranked first in the battle power list on the land of the hunting god, was not blown out of the boundary. Although the female elf also retreated, she only moved 1 meter away compared to them. There was a gully in front of Elena's feet, which was formed by her long boots plowing the ground. She actually retreated only this short distance under the shock wave, but this is not the point. After all, everyone knows that Elena is the first in the battle power list. The point is, Lin Chen, who was wearing a mask, did not move at all. Chapter 383. Lin Chen waved his sleeves to disperse the dust in front of him. Because the shock wave just now was too exaggerated, the scorched earth became even more devastated, and thick smoke floated in the air. Even with a mask on, Lin Chen could smell a pungent smell. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the hideous face of the level 6 Su appeared in front again. The Su, who looked like a king, suddenly opened a huge mouth on his face. In his mouth, the tongue-like mouthparts were wriggling as if they had life. I don't know whether it was the movement of its throat, or the soul-stirring roar of this tongue-like mouthparts. Roar! This roar penetrated the air, and turned into a rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's heart, making people feel palpitations. As a result, they took several steps back. No. No. Some people began to retreat. This place is too weird. I really don't have any temper at all. You guys play. I'm leaving. I don't know if the sense of oppression brought by this level 6 ruins is huge enough, or if this copy's sense of reality. It was strong enough that many players began to retreat at the same time. Hey, if you leave like this, how can we fight? Fight? What the hell? Someone ran and looked back and said, this thing can't be fought at all, you're on your own. With the roar of the level 6 ruins, the originally silent ruins around seemed to have awakened the dormant beast instincts. They all stood up and roared at the level 6 ruins in the same earth-shaking way. The sounds overlapped and intertwined into a prelude to death. At this moment, the air was filled with not only fear, but also an indescribable oppression, like a unique ritual, a declaration that this forbidden land could not be violated. However, in the face of this overwhelming momentum, Lin Chen seemed unusually calm, and even whispered to himself inappropriately, if I am not mistaken, we have come to the territory of the ruins. As he spoke, Lin Chen also unconsciously lowered his head to look at his feet. He stepped on a piece of charred land, which was extremely hard, but had a black texture, just like the obsidian in the game he played in the real world before. At a glance, it looked like a piece of scorched earth after being burned by a fire. While thinking, Elena walked to Lin Chen's side. Mr. Lin. Although the female elf's voice was soft, it was clearly heard by Lin Chen. Not only him, Elena had never encountered this type of high-level Su, it seemed. To be able to speak. The word go just now, she and Lin Chen should have heard it correctly. What Elena was most concerned about was that it was not only the level 6 Su in front of her who could speak, but also 8 guys who looked like level 5 Su around it, and more high-level Su around it. Look at the players. Elena looked back and saw more and more players were fleeing. Now, there were less than 100 people standing there. The situation was not optimistic. Lin Chen patted the back of Elena's hand, signaling her not to worry. Elena, who should have blushed, was still frowning at this moment. She didn't know how to fight next. Even if Lin Chen was very powerful, It was unknown whether he could deal with the level 6 ruins in front of him, who looked like an emperor. If he could, there were other high-level ruins that were eyeing him and increasing in number. Elena had no way to deal with them all. This is bad. But Lin Chen smiled slightly, and suddenly called out to the air. Dun Shan? My lord, Dun Shan is here. The next moment, Dun Shan's figure quietly appeared beside Lin Chen, and his voice was full of extreme respect. After seeing Dun Shan appear, the eyes under Lin Chen's mask actually had the same arrogance as the level 6 ruins in front. If he could summon Dun Shan and other undead followers on this land, Lin Chen would have no fear. Look at the group of Su in front. What do you think? Lin Chen's eyes swept over the increasing number of Su in the shadows, and finally locked on the level 6 Su, and asked indifferently. And Dun Shan patted his chest very politely. Nothing to be afraid of. Lin Chen smiled slightly when he heard it. In that case, then all come out. After the words fell, Qilua, Altair, Wang Dachui, Roaring Brother, and Qiyu appeared beside Dun Shan. When all the undead followers appeared, Lin Chen could finally make a qualitative assessment of this copy. Different from the land of the hunting god, different from the real world, and different from the borderland. In summary, this copy is between real world, land of the hunting god and borderland, and belongs to the fourth world. Although I don't know how this copy works, Lin Chen can summon Dun Shan and others here, which means that this place is at least based on the rules of the land of the hunting god. After all, he can't release undead followers in the real world and the borderland. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out a horn like a bull's horn from his backpack. However, Lin Chen did not blow the horn, he just shook his head, and still held the artifact rainbow light in his other hand. He walked very steadily to the front of the level 6 ruins and the ruins. Finally, Lin Chen stopped in front of the level 6 ruins. Under the mask, a faint and contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, with an attitude of I will go even if there are thousands of people. In the sharp contrast between this lone person and the surging ruins on the opposite side, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Seeing this, Dun Shan and his followers did not hesitate and immediately followed behind Lin Chen, revealing their weapons. As long as the opponent made a move, they would rush forward. The 8 high-level Su beside the level 6 Su seemed to be touched by Lin Chen's calm momentum, and they all let out low and angry roars, with anger mixed in the sound waves. Roar. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Fight? Chapter 384. At this time, as if provoked by Lin Chen, the level 6 Su made a low sound, but no one could understand what it said. Immediately, countless Su suddenly rushed out from the shadows behind it, among which nearly 100 high-level Su took the lead. The sense of oppression turned into a strong wind, making Lin Chen's clothes rustle. Several high-level players not far behind wanted to run over to help, but when they were about to run to Elena's side, the female elf stretched out her hand to block their way. Elena? The Undertaker asked subconsciously. People were a little surprised. Shouldn't the female elf in front of them be the teammate of the man? Now the ruins have launched an attack. If Lin Chen doesn't go to help, he will definitely die. But the female elf slowly turned her head, and there was an extreme and sharp killing intent in her eyes. It was as if they didn't listen to the advice and passed Elena, this female elf would kill them on the spot. Facing the current number 1 in the battle power list of the hunting god land, no one dared to disobey Elena, and several players could only unconsciously take 2 steps back. The Undertaker, who was leading the group, was completely confused about the current situation. Not to mention Elena's weird behavior, didn't the masked idiot know what he was doing? So many high-level players were rushing over, did he have to fight against so many things alone? Hey! The Undertaker suddenly shouted to Lin Chen through Elena. You're crazy! Do you know what those are? You die? Lin Chen did not retreat. Facing the high-level ruins rushing over like a tide, he just raised the horn in his hand and put it in front of his mouth. But when Lin Chen was about to blow the horn, the ruins rushing in front of him suddenly stopped. If you listen carefully, Lin Chen and many players heard a voice of wait a minute before these ruins stopped. Following the sound, it was indeed from a level 6 Su. The Su that were less than 10 meters away from Lin Chen were ready to rush over, but facing the order of the level 6 Su, none of them dared to act rashly. So many Su were like dogs tied up with chains. Lin Chen looked at the level 6 Su that was walking towards him with some curiosity. To be honest, Lin Chen could not determine that it was a level 6 Su. After all, there was only a single word Su on the top of all the Su, but apart from the level 6 Su, Lin Chen could not think of what level it was for the time being. The level 6 Su who walked to the front of the Su slowly raised his head. On that strange and sticky face, a pair of scarlet pupils once again revealed a trace of emotion. At this moment, he looked at Lin Chen, who was 10 meters away, and spoke. Leave here, leave. The other players were fine, but as second-round players, they were all sweating coldly at the scene. Su. Speaking? Really speaking, even Elena couldn't help but breathe quickly. However, Lin Chen, who was facing the Su at such a close distance, smiled slightly. He shrugged at the level 6 Su. What if I don't? Level 6 Su seemed to understand, and he raised his head again, but at this moment, the army of Su behind him began to slowly move forward. This looked like a general deliberately showing off his soldiers after the negotiation broke down. Seeing this, Dun Shan and other undead followers hurriedly came behind Lin Chen. They lined up in a row, and the weapons in their hands were shining. Lin Chen smiled slightly at this moment, and then shook the horn in his hand very playfully. It seems that you are going to compete with me to see who has more people, right? Then don't regret it, Lin Chen said. Then, he stretched out his arms, and stretched out his two hands. One hand took off the mask on his face, and the other hand put the horn in his mouth. Accompanied by a dull horn sound, the surrounding air suddenly became sticky. Portals and space cracks appeared abruptly from the surroundings. After that, one evil spirit after another climbed out of these doors. A complex light seemed to flash in the eyes of the level 6 ruins again. It seemed to understand Lin Chen's intention to some extent. No wonder. The player in front of it was so arrogant. The level 6 ruins did not retreat, and behind it, the army formed by countless high-level and low-level ruins slowly advanced like a black tide. Shield Mountain and other undead followers quickly gathered behind Lin Chen, and then, the evil spirit army was everywhere. Neither side took the initiative to attack. Whether it was the evil spirits or the Su, they were shouting wildly at each other through some special line. The roars were one after another, and the scalp of the listeners was numb. After taking off the mask, Lin Chen's mouth curled up a playful smile, which was both an expectation for the good show that was about to be staged, and a faint mockery of the Su group's overestimation of their own capabilities. He gently shook the ancient horn in his hand. The horn seemed to contain some mysterious power. Every shake seemed to cause the surrounding air to fluctuate. It seems that you have made a choice. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Are you really going to fight me? Chapter 385. On the vast scorched earth, under the gray sky, the whole world was suddenly filled with an invisible clamor. What was awakened was not only the army of Su and the evil spirits everywhere, but also another thing that was independent of the two. Behind Lin Chen, the evil spirit army walked out of the cracks and portals wearing tattered battle clothes, staggering, but with a might that should not be underestimated. The air was filled with the breath from another world, which formed a sharp contrast with the silence around at this moment, as clear as the boundary between life and death being ruthlessly divided. Both sides, Lin Chen and the level 6 Su standing in front of Su, and the warriors under their respective command, all let out low and warning roars in their throats at the same time. Their figures stretched out in the afterglow of the rain curtain, like ghosts shuttling between the ruins and scorched earth. All around, the ruins piled up, dust was everywhere. In the chaos, Lin Chen's eyes met the empty eyes of level 6 Su from a distance. Fuck. The expression on the Undertaker's face was extremely wonderful, and the sound of him swallowing saliva in his throat was clearly audible. Not only him, but also the high-level players, who were still standing on the scorched earth, were also extremely shocked. What item did the man who took off the mask use? Or was he a hidden profession? Necromancer? But some of these people were lucky enough to see the ability of necromancers. A level 50 necromancer could not summon such a large army of undead, and the most important thing was, these things were not undead at all. It was clearly written on their heads that evil spirit. What was this? At this time, someone seemed to notice the changes in Lin Chen's head after he took off the mask. In front of the health bar, the originally unclear ID gradually became clear. Programmer? Someone muttered to himself, as if he had heard this name somewhere before. Someone immediately opened the battle power list, because in their impression, this name should be found on the battle power list. But no one knew since when, as if after entering this copy, they could not see the latest battle power ranking after opening their own ladder list. It was like a mobile phone losing Wi-Fi. This made people even more confused. They were very interested in this name, but after thinking for a long time, they couldn't think of where they had seen it. The Undertaker wanted to ask Elena, who was not far away, but seeing that the female elf didn't want to pay attention to him, he tactfully moved closer to Feng Chen. After a pause, the Undertaker still asked, "Hello, Feng Chen Zhujiu." Feng Chen realized that this person should be talking to him, and turned his head to look at him. What is the item in this person's hand? Why can he summon so many evil spirits? Feng Chen shrugged his shoulders. His expression was just as interesting as that of the Undertaker. Not to mention these outsiders. As a member of Lin Chen and Elena's fixed team, he himself knew nothing about Lin Chen's method of summoning evil spirits. Although he had seen this trick in the guild dungeon, Lin Chen had never told him about it until now. He didn't intend to ask specifically, so Feng Chen shook his head very honestly. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Why does this ability look so much like a necromancer? But I see he looks like a healer. The Undertaker was still not giving up, frowning and saying, It's strange, how can a healer hold a warrior's broadsword? Look at the equipment he wears, it's weird, leather armor and cloth armor, it's weird. Seeing Feng Chen didn't answer, he continued to talk. Most importantly, what's the matter with those guys around this guy who look like us players? Why don't they have health bars above their heads? They are obviously players. Why do they look like monsters? I've already said it. Feng Chen shouted impatiently. I don't know, stop asking. The Undertaker looked embarrassed, but he still had a lot of questions. Just as he was about to continue asking, there was a sudden movement in front. Speaking of which, it was the first time that Lin Chen had a verbal communication with Su, so when he said that sentence just now, Lin Chen was a little curious. He wanted to know whether this thing that could speak human language could understand what he meant. However, judging from the current situation, the other party should understand what Lin Chen meant. At this point, the roars of the countless thus beside and behind the level 6 Su shook people's eardrums, and the evil spirit army behind Lin Chen was also eager to try. Seeing this, Lin Chen spoke coldly. Shield Mountain. Shield Mountain beside him immediately responded, In! Lin Chen said in a deep voice, Go forward. Shield Mountain understood, and immediately moved forward slightly. At the same time, he raised the one-handed hammer in his hand high, and then smashed it hard on the shield in his other hand, making a sound of dong dong dong. This scene is like a march with drums beating. This provocative gesture is like a bomb exploding in the water. The Su in front can't help it, and rush over frantically. 7 level 5 Su of different sizes howled, and charged towards Lin Chen's location. The smell emanating from the Su filled the entire scorched earth. For a while, the roar shook the sky and the rain, and the momentum of the army's attack was even greater than that of the iron gate of the fortress. Facing this scene, Lin Chen had been waiting for a long time, and he waved his hand. All troops charge. As the words fell, the howling of the evil spirit army behind him was also deafening. As the blood bar above Lin Chen's head began to slowly drain, the evil spirit army officially rushed towards the army of Su. The two dark torrents collided fiercely at this moment, and the roars resounded through the sky one after another. The roars and explosions filled the entire area, and the flying limbs and debris intertwined in the air to form an extremely strange picture. Kill them! Huang Dachui suddenly jumped out of the evil spirit army. He jumped up with a two-handed hammer in his hand and smashed it hard into the group of Su. Then, it was Brother Roar and Chi Yu who charged forward. Without the cold values of the land of the hunting god, the two were like two siege vehicles on this scorched earth. They only used one encounter to rush the opponent's army into a mess. But soon, their attack was blocked. The level 5 ruins from the ruins blocked their way. However, as Lin Chen's undead followers, even Huang Dachui, Brother Roar and Chi Yu, the three undeads of slightly lower quality, have 50% of Lin Chen's attributes. The attack power of the three is as high as 50,000, even if it was a level 5 Su, as long as they couldn't consume the health of Huang Dachui and the other two in a short time, they were not afraid of the opponent at all. When Huang Dachui and the others were each blocking a level 5 Su, Chilua suddenly came from behind them. She held a bow in her hand, and was drawing the bow, and putting an arrow. Altair. Chilua tightened the bowstring, and said to the shadow beside her, Catch the leader first, go and kill the leader on the opposite side. That's what I meant. In the shadow, an assassin suddenly jumped out. However, when Altair was about to attack the enemy, two very agile individuals suddenly appeared in the enemy's level 5 ruins, and the two ruins stopped Altair from the left and right. The sharp blade stabbed at him fiercely, and Altair raised the dagger in his hand to block it. The huge force made him retreat 2 steps, but he quickly recovered, turned his whole body suddenly, and then stabbed out fiercely. Swish! His dagger stabbed fiercely into the body of the level 5 ruins with a negative state, but he had no time to make other moves. Another level 5 ruins came over with a huge sharp blade that covered the sky, and Altair had to retreat quickly. Damn, these things have a lot of health. One sword can't kill them at all, Altair said solemnly. Boom! But the next moment, Chilua finally released the Wind Catcher skill Wind Ray, which was guided by Chilua. This huge arrow wrapped in an endless storm blew away everything in front of it. Countless Su's bodies flew into the air and fell like dumplings under the hurricane. But in an instant, 2 level 5 Su blocked Qilua's way. They were extremely large. One of the Su was tens of meters tall. It seemed to hold a huge hammer in its hand and smashed it down at Qilua. However, Qilua was extremely fast and dodged it with a backward shot. The huge hammer immediately switched targets and smashed towards Altair. However, the assassin's speed was even more exaggerated than Qilua's. He missed repeatedly, and the huge level 5 Su let out a deafening roar. The shouts and screams around came one after another, and the black blood left on the Su, and the skeletons of those evil spirits were sprayed and scattered wantonly. Lin Chen and level 6 Su stared at each other indifferently in this riot, as if all of this had nothing to do with them. Chapter 386. Lin Chen did not move, and level 6 Su did not move either. There seemed to be an invisible veil between the two sides, and they seemed to be testing each other, so no one took the initiative. This scene had a different flavor in the eyes of other players. Lin Chen and level 6 Su were like two chess players who met their opponents, slowly laying out their positions on the intricate chessboard and letting the legions behind them fight each other. Finally, after seeing such a scene, many players began to come back one after another, holding their weapons in their hands, as if they were ready to return to the battlefield. What do you mean we go help? Yes, don't be deserters. However, some players, who had not left in the first place, sneered. This is really funny. You are the ones who ran the fastest just now. Now that the situation has stabilized, you run back and ask for help. Do you think they need your help? The faces of those players, who had fled just now, suddenly turned red. Just when they were about to say something, they found that Elena suddenly turned around and stopped them from going to help. Elena stood between the player group and the battlefield. Although she was alone, no one dared to cross her. Boss, don't we go over to help? Someone said eagerly. Yes, Elena, I think these monsters are not strong, otherwise they would not be stopped by one person. Before this person finished speaking, Elena's extremely beautiful eyes glared at him. Soon, a berserker came over to Elena, with a wind-dust turbid wine on his head. After Feng Chen walked to the side of the female elf, he mercilessly shouted at the people who were about to go over to help. You all don't want to live anymore? Don't you have any idea whether these monsters are strong or not? People were choked by Feng Chen's words, and some were about to speak up to refute, but a rumbling explosion suddenly sounded in the battlefield in the distance. Suddenly, all kinds of broken limbs and body parts flew all over the sky, and those sticky liquids and skeletons were scattered everywhere. Do you still want to go? Feng Chen suddenly sneered. You guys who were just scared away by the boss's shout, are you sure you want to go over there? After saying that, Feng Chen and Elena exchanged glances. Then we won't stop you, please go. But when Elena and Feng Chen really made way, the players hesitated. They looked at the chaotic battlefield in the distance, and took several steps back for a while. Seeing this, Feng Chen sneered. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. As time went by, because the Howling Horn of Hell, this item was somewhat special, the strength and number of the evil spirit army it summoned was proportional to the user's mana and health. So although the number of the army under Lin Chen's command was not inferior to the opponent, its high-end combat power was slightly dim. Except for the undead followers such as Shield Mountain, Qilua Altair, and Huang Dachui that he summoned, the rest of the evil spirit army was not good enough when facing the enemy. Even if the evil spirit army could not be killed at all, as long as Lin Chen's mana and health were enough, those broken skeletons would be restored and become immortal. But among those ruins, there are so many high-level ruins that often several evil spirits cannot stop one ruin. This caused the number of his army to decrease rapidly, and the recovery speed of the evil spirits could not match their speed of death at all. Seeing this, Feng Chen in the distance suddenly became a little uneasy. He glanced at Elena beside him. Sister-in-law, should we? No. Elena shook her head. We don't need to go over either. As if she had absolute trust in Lin Chen, Elena stood between the players and the battlefield from beginning to end. Feng Chen opened his mouth. Although he was also ready for battle, he did not act rashly. Lin Chen. While looking at the level 6 ruins in the distance, he calmly took out a bottle of high-level magic potion and poured it into his throat. When the mana bar was full, Lin Chen cast a healer's healing hand on himself. After all, the evil spirits summoned by the horn really cost mana and blood. In order to sustain his life, he could only take the initiative to add blood to himself. However, after he threw away the blue bottle that was drunk up, he finally opened his attribute page and took a look. When he saw that his attack power had not increased at all so far, Lin Chen finally sighed. Yes, The main reason why he did not ask Elena Fengchen and so many players to come to help was that he wanted to do a test. He wanted to know whether the ruins in this copy could allow him to stack attack power. But the result was not satisfactory. Whether it was Shield Mountain, Chiluo, or Altair, these three undead followers would also use the rusty iron sword and the moon-chasing bow to kill low-level ruins when dealing with other level 5 ruins. But without exception, Lin Chen's attack power will not increase even a little. It makes sense. Although there are health bars and names on the heads of these ruins, there is no level mark. According to the description of the bug entry for stacking attack power, Lin Chen must use critical hits to kill monsters that are not lower than his own level 3 to stack attack power. But so many ruins at the moment have no level at all, the bug will naturally not work. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer needs to continue the experiment. He was going to start clearing the area. At this point, Lin Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at where Elena was. You guys keep going deeper. Lin Chen's voice fell into everyone's ears. Leave it to me. Except for Elena, Fengchen and Jizi, everyone else, including the second-round players such as the Undertaker, were stunned. Although it was unknown what props Lin Chen used to summon so many evil spirits, his current situation did not seem to be very good. Lin Chen, who had resisted the exaggerated army of the ruins alone, seemed to have reached the end of his strength. His health bar was rapidly draining, and the speed of the resurrection of the undead evil spirits could not keep up with their speed of death. According to this situation, Lin Chen would soon be defeated. In this case, how dared he say such a big thing? Just when the players were confused, Lin Chen continued, according to the coordinates set by the system, you only need to cross this scorched earth, and you should be able to find the special copy props and see how to activate the props. Irina and the other two did not hesitate at all and nodded immediately. However, the mortar standing behind Irina and the others hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Chen. Then, what about you? From this moment on, the Undertaker had already seen that this man named Programmer was a genuine master. Even if the battle power list could not be updated in this copy, if he appeared in the outside world, he would definitely be above Elena. So after raising the question, this second-round player still carefully put away the sword in his hand, and indirectly recognized Lin Chen's decision. Lin Chen smiled softly. You guys are standing here, but I can't show my skills properly. Hearing this, the Undertaker immediately understood something. Is he going to switch to the killing state in this dungeon? The players in the second round exchanged glances in tacit understanding, and then no longer hesitated, followed behind Elena and the other two, preparing to move to the coordinate point. Let's go! Elena took the lead and strode forward, followed by Fengchen and Gardenia, and then the Undertaker and the other second-round players. Seeing this, the ordinary players were a little confused. They didn't know whether to advance or retreat, and they didn't know what to do. What should we do now? What else can we do? Since this great god can stop the monster tide, we should do as he says. Damn, he's so cool. I have to give him a thumbs up. Someone gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, and then quickly followed behind Elena and others. Afterwards, more and more players joined Elena and others, and they were ready to cross the battlefield and then pass through this vast scorched earth. But just as this large group of players passed by the battlefield, the level 6 ruins that was facing Lin Chen from a distance suddenly moved. Leave! It roared, and then suddenly turned into a black lightning. Under the rain curtain, its speed was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom in the air. Boom! But its body had just moved less than 2 meters when it suddenly stopped. The level 6 ruins had a look of doubt in its eyes. It raised its head slightly, but found that Lin Chen's whole body was covered by a dark green mist. At this moment, Lin Chen's speed seemed to be faster than its own. At this moment, Lin Chen had a very peaceful smile on his face. Don't worry, I will send you on your way after they all leave. Chapter 387. Roar! Level 6 ruins no longer spoke to Lin Chen. It seemed to have abandoned its ability to speak human language, and its entire person suddenly changed. A strong pressure that covered the sky, and the sun rose up into the sky. This pressure from the bottom up even lifted the rain falling from the top of the head back. The entire battlefield turned into a dust-free land like a vacuum zone, and the temperature of the entire world dropped by dozens of degrees. Under the overwhelming pressure of level 6 ruins, the world seemed to be shrouded by a strange magnetic field, and the net woven by the special black energy carried destructive power and disordered violence. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the vacuum, and it was a strong wind. It turned into a sharp blade, whistling from all directions, trying to tear apart all obstacles. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Wow! He couldn't help but exclaimed. To be honest, after returning to the ruins so many times, and even entering the intersection area once, Lin Chen had never seen such an exaggerated power in the ruins. Lin Chen even thought that this kind of ghost thing would only fight with the blade split from its body and the strange limbs. But when he saw that the other party had such an exaggerated method, Lin Chen was a little unresponsive. And at this moment, Lin Chen was more certain of one thing. That is, this copy is not the land of the hunting god at all. Compared with the cold values of the land of the hunting god, the power caused by this ability is more like that on Earth. Swish, swish, swish. The endless storm finally rushed in front of Lin Chen with endless blades. But he quickly came to his senses. Facing such a situation, he was not panicked at all, but more calm. Lin Chen first took a step back lightly. The next moment, a layer of light green breath suddenly surrounded his body. As he moved, the surrounding storm seemed to change color. The temperature that had dropped sharply began to warm up, and a gentle warmth filled the air. Just as the storm that covered the sky and the sun was about to ravage Lin Chen raised his right hand high, and then suddenly dropped it. Sage level 45 skill mantra of redemption released. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and the raging hurricane suddenly stopped. All the wind blades and all the violence were restrained by an invisible force at this moment. Then, a completely opposite gentle force surged like a tide. It was different from the chaotic and violent energy of the level 6 ruins, but it came with a steady and orderly rhythm, like the most ancient law between heaven and earth. After this force spread out, it first completely suppressed all the previous shocks and chaos, and then melted the shock waves and pressure of the level 6 ruins that were enough to shake the world. Strictly speaking, this skill called Redemption Mantra is Group Purification. In the land of the hunting god, after this skill is released, all the negative states of all friendly units in an area, one by one, and all the enemy skills being guided in the area will be purified. Drop. Within level 50, this skill can be regarded as the most unsolvable auxiliary control skill in the land of the hunting god, without a doubt. But it's not over yet. Lin Chen raised his hand again, and then waved it slightly. Fearful killing intention. The next moment, the 6th level Su couldn't help but lower his head, and a kind of awe and submission from the depths of his soul gradually rose. In its eyes, there was a trace of disbelief and shock. In this area, the 6th level Su showed an unprecedented attitude of submission to the man in front of him for the first time. Lin Chen stood quietly in front of the level 6 ruins, accepting the nod from the high-level ruins. However, soon, the level 6 ruins took the initiative to break through the negative state of fear and killing intent, and then rushed towards Lin Chen. Just like other ruins, he seemed to be ready to start close combat with Lin Chen. At the same time, on the surrounding battlefield, except for the undead followers such as Shield Mountain, who were still fighting with many level 5 ruins, the evil spirit army summoned by Lin Chen had been completely defeated. Countless low-level ruins were finally liberated, and they followed the footsteps of the level 6 ruins and fought against Lin Chen almost crazily. From a distance, Lin Chen stood alone, and in front of him was a black sea that blocked out the sky and the sun. Lin Chen's mouth curved up, and seeing that there were no players around, he changed his state to killing mode. Then, he continued to release skills. Alert Tower Release. In the normal neutral state, the Arrow Tower will not actively attack monsters. Unless a monster attacks Lin Chen, or Lin Chen attacks a monster, then the Arrow Tower will follow Lin Chen to shoot arrows. But facing so many Su, Lin Chen would not just sit there and wait. He switched to the killing state. The Arrow Tower would attack indiscriminately. No matter teammates or enemies, all units except Lin Chen would be attacked by the Arrow Tower. This was the main reason why he wanted all the players to leave. The next moment, the Arrow Tower finally started the first round of volleys. Swish, swish, swish. The 360-degree arrow volley without dead angles was like a big net, directly nailing dozens of Su that rushed over to the spot. Before their bodies turned into pus, the next round of volleys followed. Duo. The rain of arrows was like a meteor across the sky, descending suddenly with an unstoppable force. The sound of them cutting through the air was sharp and piercing, and the arrow net they wove in the air accurately covered every Su shadow that rushed forward. The Su that tried to break through the defense line had no chance to struggle under this overwhelming rain of arrows. Their bodies trembled and twisted under the penetration of the arrows, and finally fell down powerlessly, turning into pools of rancid pus and rising black mist. As time went by, the density of arrows became denser, and the speed became faster. They intertwined in the air to form a curtain of death, covering every inch of space. No matter who tried to dodge or who accidentally entered the range, they could not escape this catastrophic blow. Lin Chen stood indifferently under the arrow tower, and then he drew out the artifact Rainbow Light. The exclusive skill Rainbow Sword Chi belonging to Hung Wang is guiding. Chapter 388. The sword of Hung Wang is rapidly turning red, like a branding iron. The heart-pounding energy surged from all directions to the surface of Hung Wang's sword, and immediately made Level 6 Su aware of something wrong. Level 6 Su roared, and just as it was about to rush over to stop Lin Chen's action, it was too late. Hung Wang's sword chi accompanied by Lin Chen's fierce swing of the broadsword, it was officially released. The sword energy swung out from the sword was no longer simply red, but a mixture of flames and brilliance, as bright as the gorgeous aurora. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to be crackling like an ignited fuse, and a heat wave accompanied by a sharp sword intent swept over all the Su who tried to rush forward without fear of death. The first to be swept by the sword energy was the gradually growing body of Level 6 Su. It seemed so small in front of this force. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, but it could not dodge. Boom! The rainbow sword energy accurately hit the body of Level 6 Su. Under the impact of the sword energy, some kind of dark defense was instantly covered with cracks like fragile glass, and then shattered. The sword energy continued to penetrate, directly piercing through the armor of Level 6 Su, and left a shocking wound on its dark body. Black liquid and energy sparks splashed everywhere. Level 6 Su let out a deafening wail, and its huge body seemed to tremble in pain. Lin Chen's current attack power is as high as 100,000 points, and the skill attached to the artifact, Rainbow Sword Chi, can cause even higher damage. Although there was no critical hit, this knife was enough to cut the opponent's health by 120,000. The surrounding area, which looked like fallen wheat ears, was the best proof. But even so, Level 6 Su did not die. I think it was because if he was cut by a knife, it would be unfair to the so-called Level 6 Su. But Lin Chen did not stop. He quickly stepped forward and tried to pierce the body of Level 6 Su with the rainbow light. At the moment when the rainbow light was about to pierce it, two black spikes suddenly sprang out from the body of this ghost thing. Their surface was completely black, and they pierced straight with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Lin Chen subconsciously moved his body away, and the two spikes actually pierced into the sky. However, Lin Chen, who borrowed inertia, straightened his body slowly, and the violent energy condensed crazily on the surface of the broadsword's blade. A pressure was forming, and before it could pierce, the wind pressure formed by this majestic force exploded and scattered. But the body of Level 6 Su was like mud, and could not take shape at all. It was transformed into a human form and irregular posture at times. No matter how Lin Chen swung, he could not cause any damage to it. "You can't hurt me." During the process, Level 6 Su said with a grim smile. "Oh really? You can't avoid it," Lin Chen said coldly. Then, when Level 6 Su was about to escape, he felt that his whole body suddenly couldn't move. No, to be precise, he didn't dare to move. Right below 6 Jishu's head, the two daggers in Altair's hand stabbed out simultaneously. They converged into a line and pointed directly at 6 Jishu's neck, and the back of his head was also locked by Chiyo's claws. On his right arm, Roaring Brother was holding his arm tightly, and his left arm was trapped by the black Huang Dachui with 2 hands. Above his head, Dun Shan was using his shield to suppress 6 Jishu's body fiercely. The one-handed hammer in his other hand was like a razor, rubbing back and forth on his forehead, and in the front, in addition to Lin Chen, Chi Luo was drawing a bow and arrow to aim at it, and finally completely locked the position of 6 Jishu. 6 parts of it were locked by 6 undead followers at the same time. Not only could it not break free, but the murderous aura of the 6 undead followers also prevented it from changing its shape as it did just now. If it dared to move, it would at least be torn into pieces by 6 horses. You guys. It was only then that it realized that the level 5 ruins that were originally fighting with these undead followers had already been killed, and the low-level ruins were also being attracted by the arrow tower. They rushed towards the arrow tower regardless of everything, and finally fell down one by one under the volley. In addition, the evil spirit army was slowly recovering on the ground around them. Under the siege, the number of Su was rapidly decreasing. Level 6 Su came to its senses, and was about to struggle to break free, but it was too late. Lin Chen stepped forward, holding the handle of the rainbow sword with both hands, and then fiercely stabbed the broadsword into the body of Level 6 Su. Being stabbed by this red sword, Level 6 Su only felt that all the energy in his body was draining away, but this was not what he cared about the most. The most important thing was that he was sensing something wrong from the surface of the sword. This broadsword that pierced into his body seemed to be bursting with endless energy. The Earth screams activate. The entire dark body of level 6 Su became bloated and huge, and then like a balloon that had been blown up, it finally discovered that its body was experiencing a volcanic eruption of energy pouring out. No. No. But it could no longer make a sound. No matter how hard it tried, it only felt that some energy in its body was constantly gushing out and then bursting out. Crack. When its body, which was covered by liquid and gas, finally couldn't bear it and cracks appeared. A touch of extreme red light appeared from the cracks, and then more and more cracks appeared, until it covered its entire body like a spider web. Seeing this, Lin Chen suddenly drew out his broadsword and subconsciously took a step back. At the same time, the huge energy finally found a pouring point in level SIX's body, and then burst the temporary container of level 6. Boom! The huge explosion accompanied by the sky-high flames made Lin Chen's ears hurt. After raising his hand to block the dazzling light, everything around him returned to silence as time passed. After a while, the entire scorched earth was covered with black liquid, and the rain curtain above his head became smaller. Lin Chen and the 6 undead followers stood in the center of the black liquid until the black liquid gradually faded, and the evil spirit army summoned by the horn had returned to another dimension. When the alert tower also disappeared, the health bar and blue bar above Lin Chen's head finally stopped draining. Lin Chen swung his broadsword, throwing the black liquid on the sword onto the ground, making a click sound. At this point, the ruins encountered on this scorched earth were completely destroyed. Lord. Shield Mountain looked at Lin Chen at this time, hesitant to speak. Lin Chen looked back at him. What's wrong? Shield Mountain exchanged glances with Qi Luo and Altair beside him, and then spoke in a deep voice. We found something a little bit wrong. We can feel a kind of familiar feeling on these things called Su. When he said this, Dushan felt that his expression was not quite right. He wanted to say it again, but no matter how he described it, he still felt that the word familiar was the most appropriate. This feeling was particularly obvious when the 6 of them confronted the level 6 Su just now. Because when they locked onto the level 6 Su from 6 different directions, they could clearly feel that the level 6 Su suddenly lost the ability to change shape at will. It could even turn its body into a viscous liquid, but at that moment, Dushan only felt that there was a certain power in the bodies of his followers that was complementing the level 6 Su, which just blocked the ability of the level 6 Su. But how is this possible? Maybe we are overthinking. Qi Luo beside him added quickly. Lin Chen did not speak. He lowered his head and looked at the scorched earth under his feet, because it was still raining overhead. Although the rain curtain became smaller, it was enough for the liquid to be carried away by the rain. I know. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Come back. Hearing Lin Chen's call, Dushan, Qi Luo and others first looked at each other, then turned into black smoke, and then flowed into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen stood there in silence for about 5 minutes, then he exhaled, and then walked in the direction where Elena and others left with a broadsword. Chapter 389. Rain curtain. At the top of a ruin, the ubiquitous reinforced concrete in this copy is still dripping mud, but on a very high ruined ease wreckage around the scorched earth, the clothes of 3 figures were torn by the wind. The wind gradually became stronger, and the rain was swirling around the center of chaos under the rising black mist. These fires that seemed to be covered with oil not only did not go out in the rain, but burned more and more fiercely. The black mist rushed up to the roof, illuminating the faces of the 3 people from time to time. The old woman reached out and touched the black mist that rushed up, then glanced at the other 2 people beside her. The old woman was hunched over and leaning on a cane. Next to her, there stood a person covered in a black robe. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman, but his hair was very long, so long that it had already dragged on the ground. On the other side of this androgynous person, there stood another person. It was a man with his hands behind his back and strange patterns painted on his face. He was also wearing a robe, but compared to the long-haired hermaphrodite beside him, his robe was slightly shorter, and there was a hood on his robe. His face was hidden under the hood at this time, and nothing could be seen except for the many tattoo-like patterns on his exposed face. The 3 people stood on the ruins without saying a word, and stared down. Below, the chaotic battle just now was over, the arrow tower collapsed, the evil spirit army and the army of the ruins disappeared, and finally, even the man holding the broadsword walked away. It seemed that a long time had passed, and the first to break the silence was the old woman with a cane. Ahem. 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 She patted her back and said in a very mature manner, You 2, the battle here is over. Do we still have to stand here and stare blankly? Hearing the old woman's words, the hooded man was obviously a little uncomfortable. He turned his head and stared at the other party. As the first person to negotiate with this player, shouldn't you have told us in advance? Young man, you are wronging me. The old woman smiled. You are busy with all kinds of things on weekdays, and it is difficult for me to see you, but... At this point, the old woman pursed her lips at the long-haired man who remained silent, and said, I told the pioneer boy about this in advance. The hooded man looked at the pioneer on the other side. The pioneer had no expression on his face, but asked back, now that you have seen it, what do you think? The hooded man was silent. He stared at Lin Chen's back as he walked away, and then spoke. According to the rules, it is impossible for a player in this kind of copy to break through this vast scorched earth. His voice became colder and colder, but right now, because of this person, more than 400 people in this copy 9527 have passed the scorched earth and level 6 ruins. His voice seemed to be full of dissatisfaction, but he was helpless. Ha ha ha. In such a dull atmosphere, the old woman laughed out loud at an inappropriate time. Young man, as a judgment, are you going to kill all the players in this copy 9527? I do have this plan. But what rules did they break? The hooded man named Judge was obviously a little embarrassed. After a long pause, he continued, I am the judge. It is my duty to judge all those who dare to break the rules. Although I cannot tell you whether this group of people has broken the rules of this dungeon, but at least they can't break through the scorched earth, not to mention that they are level 50. Even if they are level 70 players, they can't defeat the legion composed of level 6 ruins, and so many high-level ruins. You mean, even though we don't know which rule they broke, they still broke the rules, right? I can't argue with you, but you know what I mean. Hey, there's no need to be so categorical. After all, there are many second-round players in these dungeons, and there are definitely traces of those who can break through the scorched earth. Impossible. The judge shook his head. Unless they cheat, they can't do it. Isn't that superficial? The old woman said again, do you believe that there are many cheaters, like you mentioned, and you can't kill them all? If you can't, you can go to other novice village dungeons to have a look. At this time, it is estimated that there are still many players in the dungeon who have broken through this vast scorched earth. At this time, the judge turned his head and looked at the old woman. Guide, what do you mean? But this time, it was not the old woman who answered him, but the pioneer on the side. Judgment, is there a possibility that the existence of these cheaters is actually reasonable? At this point, Judgment suddenly reached out and took off the hood on his head. After taking off the hood, he revealed his very young face, which was very abrupt with his white hair, and his face full of tattoos had an unnatural expression. Then, he suddenly laughed. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder. He repeated it several times in a row, and then muttered to himself, no wonder I can feel Break the World Pearl and Yin Yang body on him. It turns out that he got the ability from you. The old woman beside him sighed. You too, as the administrators of the system, all we can do now is to try our best to maintain the balance between the land of the hunting god, the real world, and the boundary area. However, as time goes by, the seal becomes weaker and weaker. It is estimated that it will not be long before the land of the hunting god that the great designer worked so hard to create will be broken through by those things. As she said, she glanced at the pioneer. Pioneer boy, if I am not mistaken, the current boundary area probably cannot accommodate these ruins, otherwise the novice village would not be closed so quickly. The pioneer did not speak, he acquiesced. The judge between the two frowned. What do you want to say? So I guess the great designer had already guessed that there would be such a day. So, people like Programmer, Elena, Smile, Banksia, Dai2 Goose, these so-called cheaters, are actually intentional by the designer? After hearing this, the judge opened his mouth, but finally said nothing. Chapter 390. It was 5 minutes later when Lin Chen caught up with Elena and the others. At this time, the ground under Lin Chen's feet was no longer a vast wasteland, but some extremely strange-looking sights. Some places were ruins with scattered rubble, some were covered with white snow, and many swamps were making gurgling sounds. What made Lin Chen more concerned was that there were many places around him that were actually empty. The dark and strangely rippled areas were like black holes in the universe. They appeared in sight in pieces, like codes that had not been built in time, and the surroundings were like a copy site that had not been fully built. When Lin Chen met those players, a large group of them were standing in an unknown place, talking about something. Lin Chen pushed everyone aside and walked inside. When the players saw that it was Lin Chen coming, they all made way. That great god is here. Damn, so he took care of all those monsters? What a great guy. Make way, let the big guy pass. Amid the discussions, Lin Chen walked to the front and finally found Elena, Feng Chen, and others. "Brother." Seeing Lin Chen approaching, Feng Chen immediately called out. Lin Chen reached out and patted Feng Chen on the shoulder. Then Elena turned her head, and a hint of tenderness appeared on her face, which was originally very puzzled. She nodded at Lin Chen. Coming to Elena's side, Lin Chen followed the crowd and looked forward, and then couldn't help but take a breath. In front of him, there was actually a huge door. How to describe this door? Say it's big, including Lin Chen. Everyone present had never seen such an exaggerated towering door. It stood very far away, as if there was no way to get there, but within the sight, it was like a pillar supporting the sky, with a dark void above it and a bottomless depth below it, which was not clear. Should we say it is majestic? Some people from Earth couldn't help but swallow their saliva, because they could see green codes appearing and disappearing quickly on the surface of the giant door. The dense code characters flashed by, and no one could see clearly what they were. But they were definitely not Arabic or English, but a font that no one had ever seen before. In other words, this giant door was a code formed by those unknown eyes. "Oh my God!" someone in the crowd subconsciously exclaimed. They completely forgot the reason why they entered this dungeon, and also forgot that they came here to find some props according to the coordinates prompted by the system. But now the props were not found, but a huge code door that seemed to be able to peek into some truth. "Damn, where is this for me? Is this still the hunting god land?" The Undertaker looked around, and in a trance, he almost stepped into a dark black hole. Not only these players, but Elena also frowned, but since Lin Chen came here, the female elf's eyes have been on Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, this?" Hearing Elena's voice, Lin Chen had some guesses in his mind. He spoke softly, in a voice that only he and Elena could hear. "If I'm not mistaken, the designer of this copy probably didn't think that anyone would be able to come here." "You mean?" "They thought we would all die at the hands of that level 6 ruins." Elena looked around and at the gate in front of her with some surprise. Then here, actually. Perhaps because she couldn't find the right words, the female elf hesitated for a while, and didn't say those words. Lin Chen took over her words and added, "Well, this is an unfinished semi-finished copy, and it is also the critical point between the borderland and the hunting god land." As he said that, Lin Chen pointed to the huge code door in front of him and said indifferently, "This door should be the seal mentioned by those administrators." Hearing Lin Chen say this, Elena nodded thoughtfully, and then followed Lin Chen to look at the huge code door in front. As time went by, many players present showed doubts. Although they were surprised by the difference of this place, what was next? How should the dungeon be cleared? What were so many people going to do here? Just as people were talking louder and louder, and some people were even questioning the air around them. Suddenly, something was slowly falling from the top of their heads. "Look, something is falling." Because someone had been staring at the top of his head, he saw something falling from the sky, and he shouted immediately. Everyone looked up in the direction that person was looking, and indeed, they saw something falling rapidly. As it got closer, some people immediately became nervous. Could it be the prop that the system mentioned? Why do I feel like it's a boss? Boss? Yeah, there are a lot of bosses who like to fall from the sky. Maybe it's a boss. As everyone was on high alert, Elena's eyes lit up. The elf's vision was very sensitive, and she could see that what was falling was not a boss, but a treasure chest. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, a huge black treasure chest fell to the ground with a bang, and the iron chain tied to it also slid off. Clang! Just when people hadn't reacted yet, the lid of the treasure chest suddenly popped open automatically, and a gorgeous luster burst out from inside. Everyone came to their senses, and when they saw that what fell was actually a treasure chest, they immediately cheered. In the eyes of everyone, seeing this kind of thing in a copy means that the copy has been completed. Although they still don't understand what this copy is for, and don't know why they cleared it, it's a good thing for them to get the reward. But when people were looking forward to it, the luster in the treasure chest gradually disappeared, and then 2 pieces of cloth floated out from the inside. The players were stunned when they saw 2 pieces of cloth in such a big treasure chest. What is this? Before they could discuss it, a prompt sound appeared in everyone's head. Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Genesis Fragment X2.